Hey everybody, what's going on? Froggy Socks here. Nothing I say is financial advice. Entertainment purposes only. Ape Day. Congratulations, you made it. Welcome to the party. Getting set up. I'm going to get the space call up here in a second. Hope everybody's having a great day. Computer is super slow. Oh, space call engaged.
And none of them were showing their price or the movement when I woke up. Never saw that before. Just weird.
I just want to share really quick for those that are not aware with your option calls. Be very careful with your option calls today. You might want to rotate those option calls if you are out of the money now. So just something for you guys to know.
Or, excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt, but are we going by hands or are we just speaking or how is this going?
Just kind of speaking. I'm not really into like the teacher role play thing, so you can just talk whenever you feel like it.
Okay, cool. All right, cool. I have a question. I'm just curious on like other people's perspective when it comes to this. I've been in this place since last June, and a big part of the thesis for the Bulls was that there's tons and tons and tons of synthetic shares. Now, my question is, if everyone today receives their APE or within the next couple of days, what does that mean for the bull thesis of synthetic shares?
Well, ape can be synthetically put
in 1 second. In 1 second, Spence. And before you give me an answer, I don't want. I've been falling out of a lot of the spaces because of the conspiracy theories. I'm kind of over those, so I just want a real logical answer from a logical thinker, and not a conspiracy.
Yeah. They can put anything in your account they want at any time. They can put a ticker in there called APE and put as many shares in there as they want. The real issue for them is that when ComputerShare transferred the shares to the DTTC, it's signature receipt. So Adam Aaron knows exactly how many people in ComputerShare have APE. He knows how many exactly went out to the DTCC, and the DTCC knows now exactly how many went out to the brokers. So when they go back and check the signature receipts for the transfers, they're going to see something funny. How did everybody get their APE if there was only, X many shares, and we have a signature paper trail of that exact situation? In that too, if we see just insane volume this morning or failure to delivers hit this week on APE before it's even been traded in full, then there's going to be a big problem. But what you guys should really understand is more than likely Adam Aaron's going to be going to the NYSE to confront them about the AMC failure to delivers that happened this last week, because I think they're probably in the tens of millions pretty easily. So there will be paper trail. There will be a good paper trail on this, and I'm sure we'll hear something from Adam Aaron before the end of the week on it.
Thank you, Spence. I appreciate the answer.
And he commented on the FTDs in that last quarterly earnings call.
Yeah, he said, "We've been busy talking with the NYSE about the failure to delivers on AMC, and we plan to do so again in the future." So it'll be a pretty interesting week for sure. I think you'll see something really aggressive come out from Adam Aaron before Friday.
I was going to say he has been way more vocal than ever in the past. I mean, I don't know, what changed. I don't know if it was, the renegotiating of some of the debt and covenants or what, but he definitely has vocalized some of his, I don't want to use certain words, but I guess bad feelings about not just the FTDs and the way things are being handled with the stock and shorts and those things, but also the media and such. And I do believe what Spence said about him essentially telling us it's time to kiss and make up with Jim Cramer was basically him putting the baby in the corner and saying, "Oh, poor little baby, like be nice to him, you guys." But and it was sort of almost like a backhanded, like, I don't know, like, apologize, but whatever, you got to deal with this guy, this crazy guy who's already been tweeting again this morning and running with the whole AMC is dropping. Oh my gosh, the sky is falling and no one knows why. And this was just not expected at all, even though Adam Aaron put out several tweets, letting us know exactly what was going to happen in advance. But, Jim Cramer will be Jim Cramer. He put out a tweet 2 hours ago saying AMC down because of Cineworld and Regal, but CEO Adam will rally the APE troops. Surprised they are bailing. So in case you guys didn't know, you're bailing.
I didn't see
You're
that one.
bailing, and apparently I'm bailing too. We're all, on the day of the dividend, on the day we're supposed to receive this APE dividend that everyone cannot stop talking about. Apparently we're bailing. So that's why you're seeing this price action. Don't get it twisted, you guys. Don't listen to the CEO of the company who said this. Remember, with the APE seeing its first trade on the NYSE at some time tomorrow morning, this was yesterday, by the way, the value of your AMC investment will be the combination of your AMC shares and your new APE units. An AMC share plus a new APE unit added together compared to just an AMC share previously. So the same amount of someone used a perfect analogy, the same amount of pie just cut into more slices, essentially.
I wasn't even awake when Jim Cramer said that. Like, bro, like half of us are not even up and around yet. So
I wasn't even born yet.
One whole half of the world is still like not even in existence right now in other countries and shit. And he's up at 4 a.m. just absolutely ranting and raving because he had a Coke bender all night. Like, what?
I was gonna say, Coke is a hell of a try.
I don't know. I don't know how that guy could look at a camera and just lie to the public and just manipulate. I don't know why they give this guy so much influence on TV, and a lot of us, I guess indirectly continue to give him that power because, we all want to be informed. We want to hear what people have to say and everything. And at the end of the day, MSM, they continue to influence the stock market around with their FUD news and everything. But, just moving on to something else and everything, just a small detail is that,
wait, Alex. Wait. Hold that thought just 1 second. I want to add one thing to the Jim Cramer thing before we move on to that topic. Sure. I wanted to ask him directly, does he believe that if Pepsi announced today that they were potentially going bankrupt, that Coke would therefore reflect that, their stock price would just take a dive? I mean, I'm honestly curious, and I know he is a total I don't even know. He's very educated in the Coke department. So I'm just wondering what his take would be on if, Pepsi were to say, hey guys, sorry, we're going bankrupt, or there's a potential bankruptcy, like Cineworld apparently came out and said that all of a sudden we would just see Coke just, go down 30%, even though they might also happen to be releasing a dividend and, a sort of stock split scenario.
They're only going to mention things that is going to feed their bottom line and to fit the narrative and to manipulate and to twist the narrative. So I wouldn't be surprised that things like that, they'll mention it 30 seconds, sweep it under the rug, and then just move on to the next thing, And again, and what I wanted to say is kind of tied into what you just said, Tara, is that the writing is on the wall. There's no coincidence that these assholes, and sorry my expression and my language, these people continue to just push the button on the meme stocks, quote unquote, right? and the dumb money or whatever. The writing is on the wall. People continue to talk about us, and what the financial, the market talks about, like, sell the news, buy the rumor. This is all what it is, guys. They continue to sell the news on us. The writing is on the wall. We know what's going to happen. It is inevitable. We just need to just continue to be patient. Continue to do your DD, your TAs, trust in your gut, and just hold on. I believe that what's going to happen in the next day, weeks, months, nobody knows. But again, the writing is on the wall. It's just there.
So here's something interesting. People in public are getting fractional shares of APE, which isn't supposed to be possible. But Fidelity did not give me any fractional shares of APE. So how are some brokers giving fractional shares and some brokers are not? That in itself right there is a huge, huge no-no. That means
That's right.
Some brokers
That's right.
Some brokers are either holding APE and splitting it between their users, their retail investors, which means that they could lend that APE out, or in that they don't have it and they're just facilitating a ticker labeled APE that is not actually a share in your accounts.
And also really quick, I'm gonna just kind of turn off my mic for a while. I need to do some work here at my office. But if you have any evidence, if your account is showing anything like fractional shares, anything that your public platforms are sharing with you that is just not aligned with what we know, please share it, tweet about it. Let's get informed, okay? Because if we don't, we're all going to continue to be in the dark. Right? So if you have anything that you could share with us that's going to help our narrative, like our facts, okay? Just share it out there, speak about it, all right? And I'll be back in 30 minutes.
Good morning, everybody. I'm actually on the phone right now with Fidelity because they shorted me partial shares. They gave me my full shares, but they never gave me the partial part of a share that I have. They're trying to tell me that they're supposed to give cash on that.
Yeah, you're not supposed to get fractional shares of preferred stock. They've even come out and said there will be no fractional shares. You will only get whole shares. So that's not actually wrong. The problem is you have other brokers that are actually like public is issuing fractional shares. So that's like a big no-no. It's just not supposed to happen. So that tells me that they are indeed putting things in your account and labeling them as something else. So how would you know? In my personal opinion, and people can probably get all pissy with me this morning, I think every single retail ape should sell off all their fractional shares immediately and have only whole shares in their account, because that restricts the brokers from holding the share between 7 people, and it takes away the ability for them to loan it out to short sellers.
Oh, Spence, I definitely got you on that. You know what I'm saying? But see, the thing is, Public gave me my fractional shares also, and my Charles Schwab gave me my fractional shares. But my thing is, you're right. I'm with you on that. That's what I was going to do with my partial shares. Either that or buy more APE in order to make it a full share. But I want them to give me everything that's owned to me.
Yeah, that's a better way. Buy a little bit more to make them full shares. But yeah, if Fidelity didn't give you fractional shares, which they weren't supposed to, you'll probably just get a cash deposit or some type. But this whole fractional shares thing is going to be part of the problem going forward. We'll hear something about it.
AMC just did a $2 move up, wicked up $2.
I did. It was hold on, what time is it?
It lasts like 5 minutes.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And I'm kind of expecting that. Like, not only
Good morning, everybody. What's going on?
Time to start covering. And I also think that AMC positive people might be buying calls. This ain't a suggestion for anyone to do. I'm just saying there could be a good. The chances for gamma squeeze are really high. I haven't had my coffee yet, but anyway, you know what I'm saying.
I don't know.
Hello. Evening from Japan. I just had a question for everybody. I'm based in Japan, and I trade at night basically, but I'm looking at several accounts throughout the 4 a.m. time period to almost market open, and I've already noticed that 2 of my accounts that are margin accounts, the APE landed and was immediately already loaned out. Does anybody else have this experience with their APE shares?
Yeah, if you have a margin account, your broker can lend out anything in your account as if it's on margin. If it's not in cash, they can immediately loan it.
Yeah, that's one of my questions with one of these accounts, because it's a margin account, but I've actually had share lending off on that account for quite some time. So I can trade on margin without lending shares, but they've already tapped it. Now the other account is completely legit. It was still on, but I was wondering if anybody's kind of having that experience. So I'm kind of expecting the attack at first, once it first trades.
That's what we've been talking about for like 13 months, man. No matter what broker you're with, if you have shares in there, margin or not, even cash, in my opinion, in some instances, besides Fidelity, they will loan your shares out. That's why we've been saying try to get with Fidelity or direct register your shares with ComputerShare. Because once they're direct registered, they absolutely can't be loaned. I would call your broker and tell them to furnish you evidence that your shares of APE and AMC are not being lent out. Tell them, I want verifiable evidence that you are not loaning my shares out. Because if you tell them not to and they do it, they're breaking your user agreement clause, and you can sue them. Because they're shorts.
I guess that's what scares me the most about the way that this is all going down, is if people's shares are, able to be lended or loaned out, then wouldn't that be just another way that they can come up with more APE shares to cover their bases, essentially, and make sure that everyone shows that they have their APE shares in their accounts?
Right. That's like the rehypothecation that you're kind of speaking to, like copying the car title and just handing it out to everybody. So yeah, I mean, it's the one thing I'm watching for with the APE is I don't want to see another a tide situation where it opened at 12, everything got held up in quote unquote confusion or misunderstandings between brokers, and the next thing you know, it was at $1 before retail even had their full amount. So that's something I'm watching closely myself, is to see if they do something similar.
Very, very simply put, this is something we've been talking about for months. If you guys want this to be over with no shenanigans whatsoever, direct register your shares after the next 3 days. Once all your trades are settled and your APE is settled, direct register your APE. If the float's logged in ComputerShare on book, there's no way those shares can be loaned out, and there's no way they can be shorted. So if there's more APE logged in ComputerShare, then institutions can get their hands on, say we logged 470 million APE, and we know institutions are supposed to own 190. That right there is proof, solid evidence that there's synthetic shares in the market, AMC and APE. It's literally the one thing so many popular YouTubers and big accounts on Twitter and some small accounts spreading FUD have told everybody not to do for 16 months is direct register. It's literally the one thing we can do that's extremely simple and available to us to finish this entire saga. So as soon as I think Wednesday rolls around, I'm actually direct registering all of my shares and just leaving them in there until we see some proper price movement.
Hey, Spence, I have an idea. Just because I think, and listen to some of the space goals, I think some people are a little hesitant to direct register any shares, but they do have some shares. Would there be a number, I think it's like 120 or 129, that would be like, look, base, if you don't want to register all your shares, just minimum, if every APE, registered, an exact number we should be set. That way they can work up to that, as opposed to feeling like some people don't want to register 500, 200, 3. But if there was a solid number that they felt comfortable with, maybe like a little more direction, because some of them are just like, I don't know if I want to do some or, a few, but.
I recommend going to ComputerShare if you don't have an account yet. Go buy 2 shares of AMC in ComputerShare. Just you don't make an account right away. You go click purchase stock, and then in that process, you'll actually set up your account. Go buy 2 shares, let it settle, get access to log into your account and see how you like it. And I guarantee you, by the time you're done with it, you're going to be like, you know what? Yeah, I think I will transfer my shares.
No, yeah, I'm not worried about that. I'm saying, like, is there any, like, people kind of look to you for direction. I'm saying if you gave out direction and said, hey, you know what? If every ape, so you can say that, not financial advice, if every ape did 100 shares, if we got 100 shares each, and we could show that we did 100 shares, and it kind of became like a trend, then it would be, everyone would start doing it and following, oh, this person did it, this person did it. What do you think that number would be?
For like 3 months, man.
But I'm saying, like, I know you've been good about it. I'm saying, like, I think those people need a number in their head, like a goal. Hit 100 DRS.
20%. 20% of your portfolio. That's what I did first to get.
Not to change subject, do you guys think this thing's going to start trading right at 6:30 or right at 9:30?
It better.
Well, it depends on what chart you watch. I have a feeling that Weeble's not gonna. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what Weeble does, but I've got a feeling there's going to be some.
Is if the brokers can take all those fractional parts that they're not giving you and create whole shares of APE. and be able to lend those out.
Exactly. I think that's what Spence was sort of getting at. Really quick, Celeste, which trading app or where are you seeing APE trading for that price?
Okay, so I Active Trader Pro, but I don't see it trading. I just all of a sudden saw an entry bid ask where you in the second level data, and it says $6, $7.
Perfect. Thank you. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. And I'm sorry, I could barely hear anything. And I just realized I had accidentally turned my volume all the way down. So thank you for interrupting me to make that announcement. That's amazing.
Problem.
I will add that on TD Ameritrade it's showing as $19.
Yeah, so many are showing 19. I was seeing that everywhere, all day. So we'll see what happens. But I would think that the 6 or 7 level would make more sense because it was supposed to be this, sort of split between AMC and APE. And considering AMC was at 18 on Friday, and we're around 11 now, so 7 would actually make perfect sense. But I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see, I guess. And we have 7 minutes until trading begins. So hopefully APE will be, active at that point. I would love if Casey would come back up here. I don't know if he's still in here. I just really want to laugh at him if it's not at 10 cents like he called. If it is, then we'll just remove him from the space and act like nothing ever happened. So Casey, come back up here.
$0.10. Oh yeah, you guys. The share's gonna be 10 cents when it opens up this morning.
Just like, bro, I don't have a position, but I care about you guys. At 6 a.m.
Bought 500 shares of AMC since Tuesday.
You just said 5 minutes ago you weren't short or long, but you were going to buy APE.
I would buy APE under a very certain set of circumstances. Yes.
If it's 10 cents a share.
No, not if it's 10 cents. It has to be at a ratio of 110 APE to 1 AMC or greater.
Why is that? I'm just curious.
Because 100 APE equals 1 AMC. So if the ratio of APE to AMC is 110 or greater, technically you get 10 free APE.
By buying APE?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. It's just an arbitrage trade. I mean, I'm sure a lot of other arbitrage traders are looking at this today as well.
Interesting. That's even more bullish.
Be pretty volatile in the first couple of days.
I'd like to buy Tesla at like $10.
Me too. Me too.
It sounds like Casey might have got his daily dose of mayonnaise from Ken Griffin.
Citadel is my favorite hedge fund, but what you guys did to the whole situation with AMC, I actually stand up for that. And I totally think that you guys did a lot of good things with the whole AMC GME thing. I was actually involved with the GME trade myself, but when the buy button got shut off, I had to sell. So
you better check in with Jim Cramer. He might be missing you.
Jim Cramer actually has me blocked. I think Jim Cramer is an absolute idiot.
Yeah. Well, you might follow suit. You sound like you match up right with him.
I come up with all of my own original ideas and theses in trading in the stock market. I do not follow anyone.
You're not long AMC, but yeah, you're on an AMC space call, but yeah, you're short AMC. So why don't you just seriously just crawl back in your hole, bro?
I am very interested in what happens today. And remember, just like you guys are long AMC, I think that's a great thing. I am short AMC. It doesn't matter to me. You guys are holding. I'm just trading. That's totally different.
Okay, so what I'm just going to say really quick that we're waiting. I don't know, like, am I quiet? I don't know, but we're waiting 4 minutes for market to open and to see what APE, hopefully, fingers crossed, is trading at. So that's why we're holding Casey hostage here.
I hope for your guys' sake that it trades at like $100 a pop. That would be epic.
Maybe it will.
To me, it doesn't matter what it trades at. I have my finger on the button ready to cover my short on AMC if something crazy happens. So,
Casey, what do you how do you take Citadel's last earning report of a $92 billion downside? What's your thoughts on that?
Well, the market went down 20% in that quarter. So that assets under management, of course, would be down, but they actually made the most money they've ever made in any quarter.
So they lost $92 billion. They're down $92 billion.
But unrealized assets under management were down. Yes, of course, Spencer, because the market also went down 20%. That makes common sense. It is very easy to understand this. But their money they made off the options and the algos they run was up the most it has to date. They made the most money they have ever made. Think about that.
I think you are completely wrong on that.
If the market goes down 20% and you are a long short hedge fund, your longs will go down 20%.
Were there shorts calculated in that earnings report?
Shorts are not calculated in any report because of the stupid rules that they hide all their short shit from us. And I think that's bullshit too.
I agree. That's a stupid rule. I think when you look at their short positions and you calculate that in just via their 13Fs,
nobody knows what their short positions are, unfortunately, though. That's the thing, which is so stupid.
I had a good idea of what they're short. I mean, common sense and just the general.
Nobody knows. You can guess, but that was be speculation, and speculation is not factual evidence.
Okay. And nothing,
you know what,
nothing the apes have said has been factual evidence, but we keep seeming to be right nonstop. Sorry.
If the apes had factual evidence, there would be a lawsuit going on in the Supreme Court of the United States.
There wasn't factual evidence in regard to the dark pools that we now know do exist, even though we were told we were conspiracy theorists. And there was no such thing as dark pools. And I actually got my last Twitter account suspended for talking about dark pools. But here I am anyway. So moving on, another thing, and I would be curious to know your take, Casey, on this, is this entire spin by the media in the past when companies like Tesla or whoever have done stock splits and their stock reflects in price action. Have you seen the media come out and use things like Ford announces potential bankruptcy, so Tesla stock is dropping even though they just are doing a stock split? Have you ever seen the media, use those tactics against other companies in the past?
Real quick, 30 seconds till Mark Oven.
Okay, so I'll make this really quick. But okay, first of all, dark pools is where big time crime is committed. I totally agree with you guys on that. Big money likes to keep making big money, so they're going to keep making big money any which way they can, regardless of shadiness or not. There's nothing we can really do about that. But I made a vow to myself that I would actually stop listening to media about 10 years ago. But I agree.
Good luck, all you filthy apes.
Funds to spin it whichever way that the funds are paying them to spin it. So
Okay,
I agree
now
that
essentially,
media is
so
very bad.
that's exactly what I wanted to get at, is what you basically just told me and what Spence was, hinting at, is how short these funds really are if they have to use the media in such a way to put this sort of spin on a one ticker repeatedly.
APE is halted, by the way, guys.
Yeah,
so
APE
that was
suspended.
sort
It's
of my
not
point.
trading. Still on Webull. If anybody sees it trading, if anybody sees APE actually moving, can you please let us know?
It's halted on my side on TD as well.
I have an alert on APE to move above 1 cent, so as soon as it trades, I'll get an alert.
Yeah, but Spence, I think you're obviously I think you're right in regard to the shorts and obviously the narrative that gets pushed so hard by mainstream media.
I mean, at this point, Tara, we just had a full conversation with somebody who was short AMC about how corrupt the system is. To assume that we're right is the safer bet in this point in time, because this fuckery that they're doing with dark pools, naked short selling, failure to delivers, payment for order flow. Everything they do is corrupt. And that's why when we come out and say things we do, we get labeled conspiracy theorists because we're over target. So we have not been wrong once in the past 16 months.
Just real quick, I just attempted to make a quick buy of APE on Fidelity, and because of their rules, I attempted a limit order at $5, and their friggin'
It started trading.
Their friggin' stupid setup is that if you try and limit order at a price that's
guys, I hate to interrupt, but it started trading.
I understand. Let me just go ahead and say what I had to say. So, because of their stupid rules or whatever, if you try and do a limit order at a price that's a certain percent difference from what they show as the as the current trading price or whatever, it won't accept the order. So I think you may have to call those in until they get something established.
APE
Yeah,
is
and
halted
really
on
quick. Yeah, go
ahead.
for it, Spence. Go ahead.
APE is halted on a candle going from 693 to 730.
Volume is huge on APE. 450,000 in 1 second. That's pretty cool.
Shouldn't it be like, I don't know, 516 million?
Or like 10 cents? Or whatever Casey was saying?
I mean, they didn't even get
I wasn't going to say it.
Hold on, guys. It's been halted. We got to give it till at least, give me at least till 10:30. Come on.
What do you think it's going to
What?
Like I said, I'm happy for you guys. I have no AMC, so I got no APE, unfortunately.
Wait. Casey, but wouldn't you short APE then? Can you not short APE if you think it's going to 10 cents?
I don't think you can short APE right now because there's probably no shares in the float to loan out.
You can definitely short APE, but
short it.
Actually, I'll try to short APE.
You came into a space call first thing in the morning on one of the biggest days for the retail investors in history, and you're like, yeah, APE's going to be 10 cents because it's 1/100th of a share. Dude, you're just a liar. You're just a liar.
It was a theory. I'm not a liar.
I think he was going off of that document, but I don't know. See, so this is where I feel like a little bit more clarity in everything would go a long way. I looked at the document that you put up at the top, and then I took it off of here. But it is interesting, the 1/100th. But I mean, this is where you kind of have to look at what the CEO has been putting out there and saying, right? And I don't know. It's frustrating.
Tara, there's a difference between the preferred stock and the APE units. There's units of APE, and then 100 units makes up one share of a preferred stock.
Gotcha.
I was just sitting here waiting because I recognized his voice, and I knew it was going to be something.
Okay, so I have a question.
Garbage.
Do you need 100 APEs to equal one AMC, or is one APE 100 APEs?
One APE is 100 APE units. And
Okay. So you're right. It would never trade at 10 cents then. Okay, that is very good. So it would actually be trading roughly at like $10.
Yeah. I mean, if you would have listened to Spence in the first place, he could have told you this.
Spencer, I apologize. Can you forgive me?
Don't forgive him, Spence.
If the halt gets lifted, can you guys please let us know?
At least give it 24 hours before you forgive him. That's what I do to guys.
That's funny because it's true.
I know.
Sarah got all mad at me. I'm never talking to Spence again. 24 hours later, hey man, what's going on? Oh, it's
exactly. It's just the rule of thumb, okay? Like, you got to give it time. I'm sorry, Casey. Spence is not allowed to forgive you yet. I am giving him financial advice not to. So.
Morning, Tara. Morning, Space. How you doing? I mean, Spence.
Hi, Vera.
What's going on? How's everything?
Good, wonderful. How are you?
Who is this? Who's this guy talking? The one that Spence says he's a liar. Who is it? I just got in the...
Casey. Don't be mean to Casey. I like Casey.
I can be mean, but I'm not going to.
Don't be mean to Casey.
Yeah, but this is a pretty big day for us. So I really hope nobody can just come in here and fucking start throwing shade at us and shit.
Well, you know what?
I'm inviting Jim Cramer in here. That's it. Let's get his ass in here.
What, that
Everyone send him an invite.
I'll kick his fucking ass to get this Gasparino and shit.
You know what? Invite Gasparino while we're at it. Let's just have a full-on boxing match.
I can't wait to see him around the Bronx so I can kick his fucking ass.
You know what's
that just wouldn't even be a fair fight. Wait, are you like over 5'4"?
Of course.
Then that just wouldn't be a fair fight. Let's be honest.
I'm a fucking stat star in pure muscle and shit. Fucking kick his ass. All right. I love you guys. I gotta go.
Love you too. Oh my gosh, have a great day. That just made me smile ear to ear.
Take care, Sarah. Take care, Spence.
Yeah, you too, brother. Stay safe, man.
All right.
You know what's even more interesting is for the second time I've had to refollow Smoogle, and I've had to refollow so many. Well, we just gapped up huge 859.
Let's fucking go. Excuse my language. I try not to cuss on here, but that's good. That's really good.
And halted again.
I think plain old Chris. I didn't mean to call you that.
No, that's okay. Honestly, I got nothing at first when I put my hand up. It was because everybody was saying it was halted, and as you know, I made that damn account at fucking SoFi yesterday to verify that that market cap. Okay, cool, it showed that, right? But right now, this morning when we were talking about it's halted, that buy button was still there for APE, so I submitted an order at at the price of $7.30 for 100 APE. It showed pending, I guess, afterwards, because I also bought some HYMC on there, obviously, and that went through. But I guess the APE still showed pending, and that will be indefinite since it's the price is gapping up every single time it shows unhalted, and APE doesn't even show halted. Oh no, it's back to halted.
If anyone's actually bought it, and come up and speak, please.
Yeah, sure thing. But that's it, guys.
What are you saying? If anyone was able to get a buy order in today of actual APE?
Yes, I'm just curious if anyone was able to get a buy order in.
I just wanted to update real quick. I had said earlier that Fidelity wouldn't take my order. They went ahead and actually took an order. So
I'm going to try to buy some APE. Yeah, I'm going to try. Sorry, guy, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm going to try to buy some right now and see what happens. I'll let you guys know.
Hate to toot my own horn, but if you follow me and saw my tweets and my YouTube video about the final dip buy, you might have gotten the sweetheart deal on Friday. Just saying. It just feels so good to be right all the freaking time, Tara.
Also, Spence,
yes,
remember
it does.
when we had said that APE would probably squeeze? I think it's going to squeeze. There's no way that they could. They're probably issuing the shares now as we speak, and it's just going higher and higher. And I think it'll be halted all day long, and it's going to be a lot of money. I'm sure of it. And look at where we are now between where APE is halted and where AMC sits. We're still we're $2 or $3 higher. Excuse me,
now,
guys.
my question is, if this thing starts ripping, does AA make a move to liquidate some of those shares? What do you think?
I don't think he would risk selling more APE into the market if it was under $30 a share. There would be no point. AA could literally come out at $50 a share and issue 100 million APE, and the debt's gone. Why would you pass up that opportunity? You know what I'm saying?
I don't think he'll do it because he'll be seen as a hero if he lets this rip. I mean, basically the immortality, the legacy, how he fought with retail to make this happen, to save that company, to turn it around. It's not in his best interest, in my humble opinion, to release more APE other than what's already been said. I think he's a man of his word. I think he's going to follow that. And if it happens tonight or tomorrow or this week, next month, whatever, he'll go down in history for it. So I think, just on that note, I think, no, he would never do that.
Wait. I just got a DM from Average Ape saying that AMC and APE are halted. Is anyone else seeing that? Oh my gosh.
Yes.
AMC is halted.
Because AMC was running too. It must have triggered the 5% in a certain time frame Russell rule.
Wow. I don't see. I mean, it's barely. How much has it even moved?
It's interesting. I didn't see these halts on the HKD a couple weeks ago.
That's because Ken Griffin needed his money back out of China, bro.
For real.
Hey, I think this couldn't be a better setup too for retail with the markets plummeting. You know, that's going to put a major strain on all their margin counts, anyways, across the board. And then you've got APE and AMC pushing hard today. I just don't think the timing could have been any better.
Krim, can you send me a DM, please?
Hey, does anybody know how AMC's at 27 million in volume so far?
I have no idea.
This is all going to be insane for the week, you guys. It's never been done before. They halted AMC because they're trying to figure out what is going on with all the shares out in the open market right now. APE is running without any downward pressure whatsoever. So they're going to trigger as many halts as they can. I think I covered this in another video where I said they're just going to keep halting the shit out of it. But what they're going to try to do is make you worry, because after every second halt on every play I've ever been in for the past 16 months, we always see a little bit of downside. They're just trying to freak everybody out right now. So
APE is showing $9.22 right now.
It is, and it got halted as well.
So what you're saying, Spence, is it's a good time to think about getting in.
If you're not in under $10, I literally don't know what you're doing. And if you're
Hey, Spence, know what you got to do is you got to short AMC and then you got to buy APE at 10 cents.
Yeah, guys. Hey, good morning. Due to the 1/100th rule, APE's gonna be 10 cents a share, and I know this because I follow Ken Griffin's hedge fund. Like, shut the fuck up, man. I'm so tired of these clowns.
To buy some.
Oh my goodness. The backbeat. I'm sorry, Spence. Really quick. Never mind. I forgot what I was gonna say. I'm just so excited right now.
New.
Okay, I got an order of snow.
Hold on, guys. If you're not talking, stay muted. But New, if you're on like a Bluetooth or something, you're causing a bunch of backfeed when your mic's off.
It's Brian. Yeah, Brian. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's probably either a headset or are you on your car speaker or something? I was wondering at first, Spence. I thought it was you because I kept seeing you on mute. So I was like, wait a minute, is that Spence? Never mind. We're good.
I just feel like it's like the same as that DWAC day. I don't know why. It just has that vibe.
Yeah, absolutely. We're under $10. There's no options being traded directly on APE. AMC's running. Both tickers are halted. We all knew there was going to be fuckery. This guy comes in and tries to tell us it's going to trade at 10 cents like a freaking doorknob this morning. And I didn't even get my first cup of coffee down. So if I was grumpy this morning, it's because I came into Terra Space. Of course, there's a shill in here, and I had to light him up. And I'm not even on the clock yet.
That's because Tara loves the shills and the shills love Tara. We shill together all the time. That's what we do here. But really quick, I wanted to say that someone did DM me and say that there are no options yet for AMC either. So I don't know if anyone else has tried to buy options on AMC or looked at that, but they said
one thing to remember on that, Tara, is that the options for AMC changed to AMC 1. So it's going to be under a different option listing. It's the same options, just under AMC 1.
AMC just hit 12.17.
And Spence, you started to say something about halts over a certain period of time, and then they increase in duration. I remember reading that. Do you have that in front of you?
I have to go back and dig it out. I don't remember if it was a space call or a tweet, but we did talk about it for sure.
Yeah, because I know there's a guideline behind it where if it halts so many times over so many periods of minutes, they extend the halt time and all that stuff.
Oh my God, AMC, big beautiful green candle.
I love how you just said that. Say it again. Say it again slower, PJ.
Don't make her do it. She doesn't feel good.
AMC, big beautiful green candle.
Yeah. Oh.
APE is still halted, just so you guys know.
I'm watching it like a hawk.
I'm up a shit ton of money right now.
I did get an order filled on APE, which is great, at 9:30.
But damn, that Cineworld, man, that's such a tragic bankruptcy, man. That's just killing us.
We're going to save all their employees, bro. We're going to put them to work. The most important thing I can tell you guys about the business aspect of AMC is that, one, Minions crushed because people trended it on TikTok and social media. Two, Dragon Ball Superhero closed $22 million over the weekend, winning the box office. And everybody was calling me a nerd. But I knew it was going to smash because they put the Dragon Ball characters on Fortnite for a week and all the kids ran to the movie theaters. So we missed a huge opportunity in the Dragon Ball popcorn vessel that I was trying to get Adam Aaron to do for this. So hopefully going forward, AMC understands the importance of cross-promotional advertising with gaming, with social media, with YouTube, whatever. Because that Fortnite shit, man, them kids ate that up.
Shit, I ate that up. I was playing that.
Everybody was jumping and kamehameha people across the map just all week, man. It was epic.
AMC got halted again with 69.69 million volume.
Ape just hit $10. And
yeah,
now
we
it's
just
showing
had
0%.
Sorry,
go ahead,
Spence.
Smoogle.
We just had on level 2 like 100,000 shares for 12.72. So it was a huge boom candle. It's looking nice.
Hey, Spence, I've got to jump on a conference call here for work, but I sent you over a link via private message with the circuit breaker info. If you get a second, if you can let everybody know what it's all about.
Yeah, thanks, man.
APE halted again after it got in unhalted.
Hey everyone, I'm back. So I was just kind of doing some TA as y'all been as I was gone, just listening to you guys. It's just kind of fun to hear you guys. They dropped us all the way down from a bullish line that I draw from back from 2001, January 5th, and then if you connect that that bottom wick from 5/12 of this year, they dropped us perfectly right there when we just started, when we just opened. And right now, the daily chart shows a nice boom candle. I wouldn't be surprised if we go all the way up and we try maybe the resistance / bullish trend that we have going on from like about 2 weeks ago, around I'm gonna say 14-ish and change. But it's looking very exciting, guys. Very, very exciting. Volume is up the roof.
I just pinned to the top of the call. Even Portnoy said, "What's going on with AMC?"
Why is he always so late to the game, bro?
He's always so late. That's why he's down 90% of his investments.
He's going to buy at the top and sell at the bottom. He's doing it wrong.
Oh my God, don't buy yet. Tell him don't buy yet. This is not the top, you guys. He cannot buy till we hit 100. That's the rule. At least 100.
I'm pretty excited, you guys. Halt my stock, you dirty bastards. Do it harder.
No one cares. Look yeah, they halt it. We come out and it's a huge green candle. Like, no one cares. Halt it harder, like Ben said.
I've got a good new tweet. Hashtag halt me harder, daddy.
Oh my God.
Y'all just made me remember that scene from Ted Harder.
Oh my God. Spence, whatever coffee you're drinking, I need some of whatever you're drinking.
Oh, yeah.
We can't talk about the coffee I'm drinking. My buddy from South America sends it to me.
We need something. We need whatever.
Halt me
was
harder,
spoken.
Daddy. Halt me harder. Oh, yeah.
So APE doesn't have a market cap, but AMC still reflects the market cap at the $12 whatever share price. Interesting.
Everybody, I pinned the tweet up top. Retweet it. Halt me harder, Daddy. Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, I just got on a train and everything's halted. Fill me in. What's going on? What have I missed?
What's up, Ian?
What's up, guys?
We had this big time shill come into the space call earlier and tell us it was going to be trading at 10 cents, and then he just dropped off when it wasn't.
I heard that on my way to practice. I heard you guys roasted him. It's like, bro, why would it be 10 cents to the dollar? It makes 0 cents. And yeah, I mean, I'm seeing it's 50-50, right? Just like Adam Aaron said, right?
In a nutshell, it was close to 50-50, but I mean, I think we're doing better than that now, pretty much. So.
Okay, and then 9:30 came in, it just started shooting up, and they halted it. They halted AMC and APE.
Yeah, we hit 1304 real quick on a tall wick, and then it dropped down to 1235 and halted again. So the halts are nothing but them trying to suppress the flow of the orders. That's all that's going on right now.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't be surprised if they parked a bunch of orders on the side as well.
Yeah, guys, failure to delivers are going to be insane when we see them next month.
And some people will say halts are normal and part of the markets, but you've never seen a halt when AMC dropped $3. You know, just like real quick, it's ridiculous. Every time they halt it, almost every time it goes back down after. It's complete.
Yeah, no, halts aren't normal at all. It's a scam. I hate the halts.
Isn't there some markets in the world that they don't do halts? Like South Korea, I'm assuming. Can someone correct me on that?
I'm not
100% sure.
I'm still hearing some crazy backfeed. I don't know. Is that
Actually, in terms of South Korea, I lived there for 4 years and traded on their exchange, but I've never seen a halt on the Korean exchange nor the Nikkei. Like I said, I'm here in Japan now. I haven't seen any halts like that. Maybe if a major disaster happened or something like that, but nothing midday.
APE's back open.
APE's open, sitting at 950, just kind of stagnant on the 1 minute. Just sitting there, so. There's no RSI on APE.
Second APE order filled. So things are working, and I'm buying it up.
I think it's just going to cool down a little bit because AMC RSI pegged out on a halt. So it's probably going to cool down, and then I think it's going to go for another walk.
Seems like party
I'm
city
really pleased.
Squeezing.
I'm really pleased to be able to actually kind of execute my tactical plan of trying to soak this APE up because I want it, and I don't want any of the hedge funds to have it or the shorts or anybody on our other side. I got it. I got as much as I could.
Oh my God, party city.
I think that's kind of the key is retail owning APE, all the preferred stock. And that's why literally like Wednesday when everything's cleared, I'm just DRSing mine. It's putting your shares on book order takes it every share you DRS is one share that they cannot loan and short.
Spence, can you help me and educate me on the DRS part? So when we DRS to computer shares, right? And let's just say that I want to cash out, when or at whatever time MOAS or before MOAS. How long does it take to take or transfer the shares from computer shares back to the public platform, or can you sell, buy at computer share? How does that work?
You can sell and buy on computer share. Computer share is just the transfer agent. They're not a broker. So what they do is when you put an order in on the computer share website to buy or sell, they take it and they go find a broker and they transact it for you. And then your shares come into computer share and they're put in book registry form. So they're direct registered. When you're ready to sell, the best thing to do is just to put like a limit order. Say you see it's up at $1,500, go in and set a limit order for like $14.90.
Yeah.
And that way you'll get the fastest transaction time. It'll be same day settlement and clearing. If you place a market order, it can take up to 2 days.
Ape's halted again.
Help me harder, Daddy.
I just want to bring everybody's attention. I'm showing options chain on AMC is now available, and oh my God, the premiums are sky high. So be careful if you're grabbing calls. Watch the volume on the stock. Not financial advice, but around 2 p.m. might be a good time to kind of shop.
Well, look at as soon as we started seeing a little bit of downside is when the options chain kicked on. So isn't that interesting? I still think they're screwed. I think we're going to go for a ride.
I stole your hashtag, Spence. I stole it. I just tweeted it. Did you tweet it?
Did you retweet me or did you steal it?
No, I legit stole it and
Some
made it.
Bullshit. Look at this,
Did
guys.
you actually tweet it?
Yeah, it's at the top of your space call. I'm gonna go into your tweet. I'm gonna blow you apart here in a second.
I'll retweet you. It's so good, but it's so much better if I say it than if you say it. I'm just kidding. Spence is over there mean tweeting. He can't even unmute right now and yell at me.
The 116 people watching the YouTube stream of this right now said you're wrong.
Really? Tell them I said I don't even know what to say.
Oh, they can hear you. They can hear you.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Hi guys. Hi YouTube land, by the way. Sorry I kind of ditched you guys. I've realized that YouTubing is just more work than it's worth, and I can totally like lay here on my couch on Spaces in pajamas and like not even care and not brush my hair or anything. So yeah, I'm chilling on Twitter. YouTube is too much work.
So interestingly enough, after all the big YouTubers like Lou came out and fudded and shilled and just looked like complete ass clowns this past couple weeks, my YouTube literally grew 750 people in a matter of 2 days. Because they're like, oh my God, look at these people have been talking about the right thing for 13 months. Maybe we should follow this channel. And your guys is like Flip, Tara, PJ, everybody who's been in co-hosting with us for a while. I put your Twitters on the YouTube so people can click your Twitter links and go and follow you. So
everyone's outing me so bad on my hashtag that I stole from you. Hey, I thought you were trying to get it trending. If I don't hashtag it, then you can't get it trending. If I retweet you, I don't think it works. So we all have to hashtag halt me harder, daddy. So
you could have retweeted and then hashtagged at the same time. It's okay,
I did.
Tara.
I retweeted you and I hashtagged it myself. So it's even better that way.
I think this is going to be my last space call.
Oh my God. Don't go full Mark on me. You can't do that. I'm waiting for Mark to show up here. Remember last time he's like, this is my last AMC space call. He's going to be here any minute watching. Oh, wait, no, we're doing good. He can't be here.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're doing good. He's not going to be anywhere near this place.
Speaking of that, the charity thing actually went really well. We raised like $12,000 in a matter of like a couple hours for St. Jude, which obviously Mark donated 10 grand of that, which is extremely generous. AA didn't participate, but I seen not even an hour later, he did come out with the AMC Cares thing with the Grease movie this weekend. So they did do something. which is awesome. So everybody won on that one. But
that was for breast cancer awareness, and that was because of Olivia Newton-John.
Yep.
Rest in peace. Yeah, that was amazing that he did come out with that. And I thought right away, I was like, that's totally in response to Spence. So I thought that was really cool.
Hey, real quick side note: BBBY is looking pretty good too. Just for people to know that.
You mean, wait, they're not bankrupt yet? I heard that, mainstream media said the company's like going bankrupt and Ryan Cohen is the devil and all this stuff. So that's crazy.
I love how Tara just kind of sneaks in very swiftly, like sarcastically, not knowing what's going on, but she does. That's so funny. It's bankrupt. Oh my God.
I don't know. I don't even know where I'm at right now. I have no idea what's going on. But yeah.
Oh, you genuinely didn't know about BBY? For real?
I genuinely am down like several $1,000s on Bed Bath & Beyond right now, and I don't want to talk about it. It hurts.
I thought they picked breast cancer because we're all jacked to the tits.
Yeah, you got to protect those things.
That's my favorite saying. I'm jacked. I love it.
Man, we should do that. Like start our own breast cancer awareness thing for the apes and do Jack to the tits. That's like such a genius idea.
That's kind of brilliant.
Great idea. That's a great idea.
Apes oaken again.
You should tweet that, Tara, and then I can steal it instead of retweeting you.
Oh my God. Should I delete my tweet?
No, leave it, because I got to go on there and be like, hey, it looks like you stole this from me. Like if you think Tara stole this.
Yes, everyone already put like, oh my gosh, copyright at T-Spence. Like I just lost 100+ followers. They all hate me now. They love you. They're on Team Spence. I don't care. Just go start your own space and I'll be over there in 2 seconds.
You guys don't unfollow Tara for being a tweet thief. I should start calling you Trey.
Bro, okay, no. That would be like if I actually like reworded it and was like, hey guys, oh my gosh, look what I just figured out, when actually like 20 million people just sent it to you. But it's okay. But when you're trying to trend a hashtag, you need more people to hashtag it. So really everyone should be stealing your tweet right now, but they probably don't want to upset you. So it's okay, Spence. I got you.
No, she's 100% right. I'm joking. You guys need to go out and hashtag the shit out of it. If you just retweet my post, it doesn't put the hashtag in your title bar, so you have to manually do it. It's just easier. Just hashtag halt me harder. You guys know I don't take credit for anything. I just get on here and I'm like,
Spence,
I'm ready to do it.
Spence doesn't care, guys. I'll just buy him tacos. He'll be happy. It's good. We're good.
That's all I need.
I just bought 500 ape.
Nuh-uh.
This thing wants to run so bad, and the 5 red candles that I'm seeing, just think about 5 shills that you guys know. Those are the ones that sold.
Lou.
He was my first one, actually.
You know, it's I won't say it's funny because I don't like seeing people lose money, but a lot of the people who came after me for doing no options May and no options to November, a lot of those people, including one that made like a 15-minute video of me about it, lost their asses on calls this last Friday. And
it's halted again.
Trying to tell people, stop buying AMC call options when you know they can generate FTDs on key moments. It's like 99% chance on the 3rd week of every month, especially during a dividend drop, the market makers are going to generate FTDs and crush the call options.
I'm like 50-50 on that, Spence, just because options helps buy momentum upward, but we know for a fact that market makers like to cash on premiums. So to me, in my personal opinion, that's just a very hit and miss. Not financial advice, but if, let's just say, 1 million apes were to buy, let's just say call options, November, $100 strike price and everything, there's no way that market makers would able to stop that. But I mean, again, that was just very illegal saying that. So again, no financial advice, and I apologize for saying that.
Guys,
There
really
was
quick.
no way.
What's up, guy?
I was trying to bone my girlfriend, but then there was a halt, and she said there was no way.
Oh my God, get out of here, guy. Okay, really quick. I have a DM from Charles, King Charles. He's asking if anyone else has Cash App, if they've received their APE dividend on Cash App. He has not received his, and his portfolio has been cut by 30%.
Well, the AMC is going to reflect the price, and the fact that he didn't receive his, tell him. Some brokers are saying you won't get it till the 26th. And again, one more time, and I'm not, getting whatever against anybody. If you guys have an opportunity after you get your APE to get away from these shady brokers that were listed in the GameStop report from Congress, get away from them. Transfer to Fidelity. Stop using Robinhood. Stop. Every share you buy on Robinhood, Cash App, Webull, it's all payment for order flow, and Ken Griffin is making money off of that and front running the market. You guys got to get away from them brokers, man. But just tell them to be patient. They have to deliver eventually. So,
and just to ride on to what Spencer said, really great point on that, Spencer. Those that are still trading on Robinhood, for those that don't know, you can trade your Robinhood stocks, cryptos out of there. There is a way. There are instructions. You just have to diligently just read, follow it, and that's it. But whoever's still trading in Robinhood, good luck. I'm actually right now actively shorting Robinhood and making money out of it. And that's as much as I'm going to say.
I regret pulling my Robinhood. I got a Robinhood short, and it was actually thanks to Matt KHORS. I got to give credit where credit's due. I was shorting Robinhood at 64 and got out at like 57 because a bunch of shills on a space call that worked for Kramer kind of scared me out of it. So I kind of regret that.
And I cannot stress this enough. Good for making money right there, Spence. I actually made some money shorting Robinhood from 60 all the way to 40 something. So that was actually paid off. But Robinhood is not part of the ape community, is not a meme stock, nothing. So whenever Jim and all the bags on TV are saying that Robinhood, meme stock, memers, apes, buy it, buy whatever, I get cringed. I hate it. I get mad because Robinhood is nothing to what we are.
Yeah, and they push that narrative. I've seen that, especially in like some of the Wall Street bets communities. They try to push this hood, and it's just like it's out for the retail investor, and it's blatantly false. But hey, real quick, what's up, Swing? It's good to see you in here, brother. How was your weekend?
Maybe he's got his hands full at the moment. When you can, Swing, just chime in. Yeah, I was going to say something and I forgot. Something is very distracting. Dang it, I was going to say something. I'll come back to it.
Well, AMC is getting ready to pop again.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. Thank you. Really quick is just, if you're looking at APE and AMC, AMC was trading Friday at around 18, correct? I think the close was 18 on Friday. And now AMC is at 12.50 currently, and APE is almost to 10, which puts us at almost $22 between APE and AMC. So we're currently up $4 today.
And that's with it being halted multiple times already.
Correct. So anyone who held AMC should be up $4 so far today, which is a pretty good percentage to be up.
So I on your feed, I put like this if Tara owes me a 10-pack of tacos for tweet theft.
Dang, 10? You better be sharing.
I'm going to share them with you.
Oh, okay. I'll eat 2. You can have the rest. Wait, what kind of tacos are they?
That's what I'm not sure. If we're getting street tacos, those things are like little baby ones, so I'm going to need like 6.
That's true. Okay, I'll eat 4. You can have 6. But if they're like the good hearty ones, like birria tacos or something, then, I mean, good luck.
Birria tacos are, oh, man, tacos. I'm so hungry now.
I just want
to moderate
coffee.
this. I mean, he clearly said tacos, not taquitos.
Taquitos are pretty good too, though. I'm not gonna lie. With some guacamole. Why are we talking about this? It's like 7 a.m. here. I mean, technically, I haven't gone to bed, so it's still like dinner time, even though it's morning. I don't know.
I woke up so rough this morning. I'm okay, guys. If you didn't notice, I was pretty grumpy at the beginning of the call. I'm starting to like kind of come to. But waking up to a shill saying my stock's going to be 10 cents in the morning, I literally we need some sort of system where I can just like materialize my hand through the phone and slap the shit out of some people.
Does somebody pay that guy to come in here just to rile up Spence?
So I was literally over here the whole time. I am just laughing at the back and forth between you and Casey because I know that I knew it was making you so mad, and I'm so sorry, Spence, but it's so funny. I like when you're mad. It makes me laugh. I'm sorry. That's my bad. But he really thought it was going to be 10 cents. Like, he's been adamantly telling me all weekend, and also telling me, like, why are you holding it? Why? You should have sold. What are you thinking? I'm like, I'm not selling. Like, you're not going to convince me. I don't care how cute you think you are and how much money you claim you make. You're not going to convince me. I'm holding.
They can't beat my Super Saiyan swagger. Shit.
Exactly.
Blue, gone. I can't even remember all the FUDs. Amy, where's she at? She's gone.
Where's Gasparino? Invite him in here.
I'd have to, I don't know, does he have me blocked?
Oh, by the way, Eleanor unblocked me.
Good.
Randomly. Yeah. I thought that was crazy that she blocked me for just correcting her. I mean, I was nice about it. I could have been mean, and I wasn't.
She probably wanted to come to your space call.
I'm sure she's been here on an alt. They come in on alts and listen and get their news stories and spin our and twist our words and all that. So
if Gasparino would report correctly, which he should be doing as Eleanor's, I guess, mentor, or as she's the publicist or whatever. If he reported correctly, I would love to have them both in space calls and talk about the catalyst going forward, because I know they know that I foresee these things coming, and we all, how many times have we predicted something and it's been right? So if they really wanted to report the news, they would be talking to us in here openly and fairly.
It's literally been like almost 100% of the time, Spence. Like, I'm not even, it's wild. Like, you literally called things to a T, to the point where I'm even like, okay, maybe this time he might not be correct. And every time, like even today with Casey, I'm like, oh, 100. Okay, that makes sense. And then you say it, I'm like, oh yeah, Spence, thanks.
This is getting ridiculous with Ape's halt, though. Like, I think it's been halted longer than it's been open.
Do you think it's because they're actually trying to find shares of Ape to deliver?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yep. Yeah.
They're scaring retail.
I mean, Weeble's only showing 9 million volume. That's not that much.
Well, just remember that 9 million is just on Weeble, not taking account the other platforms.
No, I don't think so. That's the reported volume.
Yeah, I know for a fact that's only during pre-market. At about 8:30, Webull shows the combined volume of all brokerages.
That's fine.
I think they thought we were sellers of Ape, and they're finding out we're buyers of it.
That's right.
So I'm on Twitter on a live stream, and I'm trying to find a tweet. And I know you guys have seen her, Baby Ape Queen. So as soon as I bring my live feed up, it's Baby Ape Queen in a bikini, and I accidentally, like, literally just clicked and it opened wide up on my live stream. So if you guys want to go back to the live stream, there's a Baby Ape Queen on there in her bikini.
I'm gonna have to pull that up to verify.
So hot. Boy.
Spence, are you cheating on me? Be honest.
I didn't know we were in some type of relationship where I couldn't talk to other apes.
We're in a space relationship, okay? So we're in a metaverse, Twitterverse relationship, Spence, and you can't do that with multiple apes at the same time. Actually, do apes do that? Maybe apes do that. I don't know.
You're right. You're right, Tara.
Wait,
sorry.
are apes monogamous? How do you say that word? Monogamous? Is that how you say it? I feel like I'm saying it wrong. Is that right? Okay.
Tara, what?
Can't even say it.
Do you not have a lot of practice saying that word?
No, I'm against that word, to be honest. I'm anti-monogamy. Is that a thing? Just kidding. I'm just kidding. Don't leave your husbands and wives or whatever. Do your thing.
What happened to the 1 cent guy? What's his name?
It's just who said that? Is that Alex?
Yeah.
Poor Casey. I'm gonna clip that part of this face, and he's never gonna live it down. He's gonna hate me forever.
Alex, can you tweet that so I can retweet it? What happened to the 1 cent guy?
Oh, I'm actually doing as we speak. It'll be out in 10 seconds.
Ape is halted. This is wild.
What happened to the 1 cent guys? Is he okay? What happened to Assness? Where's Assness?
And Rich Greenfield and all of them.
Oh, that's his name, Rich Greenfield? I'm going to tag him. I don't give a shit if I get...
Checkmate Equation just DM'd me. They said I'm in a spaceship with Spence. So not a relationship, but we're in a space.
The big red portfolio.
What?
Perfect. Oh my gosh, someone please make that into a meme. Oh my God.
I'll start working on it immediately.
I just read the dumbest thing next to the 10 cent guy. A response to Dave Portnoy's tweet says, by Roaring Hammy, he says, because Dave Portnoy said, what the hell is happening with AMC? And this guy said, it all started with Cineworld going bankrupt. They owe a bunch of money to Simplex in Canada. Now there's fears that AMC may go bankrupt, so everybody's bailing.
Who wrote that?
I'll DM it to you. Some shill account.
It's literally AMC has $1.5 billion with a positive EBITDA Q2, credit card, popcorn coming out, and they're about to probably make $5 billion in debt clearing money off of this preferred stock. But yeah, AMC's going to go bankrupt. Man, these motherfucker cocker spaniels.
I was about to complete your sentence there, but
I posted the tweet to the call, so if anybody wants to go light this guy up, have at it.
It's just funny. They say AMC is going bankrupt. Like AMC is the best it's been since COVID. Since pre-COVID. It's like, let's go light this guy up.
I got a feeling Ape's trying to make us a nice little W here. Or AMC's getting pretty close to being oversold in the RSI too, and the MACD's getting ready to flip. Let's go to the 5-minute one. Yeah, this is gonna run some more.
Can you guys all just go share this space to Portnoy so he can get his ass in here and actually get some quality information? I'm going to just copy it and put it right on his tweet because, oh my gosh.
Actually,
People
he was
are
in a space
writing,
over the weekend.
yeah, people are commenting the dumbest stuff. Like they actually think that AMC dropped today because of Cineworld announcing bankruptcy. How does that even make sense, guys? Like, come on, please be logical here.
Jim Cramer said so.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It's a false analogy fallacy.
I'm just so mad that people still continue to listen to that Jimmy guy. Jimmy Eat World guy.
I got a DM the other day that made a lot of sense. It's pretty early in the morning, but I'll try to explain it. It's not too complicated. I mean, it's not really complicated at all, but basically what they were saying was that because there's 50 million preferred equity units that AMC actually has, if APE were to trade at $10 per share, AMC has $450 billion of liquidity and assets. So the ideas about bankruptcy and the debt are I mean, they're totally off the table in that light.
If they sold 4.5 billion apes at $2 a share, they would be debt free and have a massive cash. Like literally, if this thing runs to 30, 40 bucks, Adam Aaron can drop 100 million shares on the market, which will have almost no dilution effect whatsoever and can still pay off the debt. So I don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, and I think that's the point, is that they don't know what they're talking about as well.
Maybe it's the first time that that the media doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. Finally, they're admitting. If they would admit it, of course. Who's watching Party City right now? This thing wants to run. It's up 12%.
Are you in an AMC Ape space call on Ape Day asking if we're watching other stocks? That's crazy, bro.
Wait, who, what?
Gotta make some money with other tickers, man.
Not today, buddy. Not today.
I guess
no shiny object. No chasing shiny objects unless they're apes. Silverback.
I'm gonna bring somebody in that's not shilling other stocks. Told you guys I'm grumpy today. It's just, don't take offense, but I'm not buying Party City today. I'm buying Ape today.
Bro, is Party City running? Of course, Party City's running. Oh my God, Party City's going out of business. What is happening?
Because all the apes are buying.
Now I sound like a short. Now I sound like a bad person. Okay, good luck to Party City, but I'm not chasing that play. I promise you that.
Oh damn! He deleted the tweet. You guys did your job. He lit his ass up.
Oopsie. Well, you don't, to be honest, like in his defense, if he's just going off of what the news ticker says, like, you know, that's the information that they're telling everybody. So it feels bad. Like, I feel bad for the guy because I don't think he's purposely like trying to spread misinformation when you have all of these media outlets that are supposed to be like trustworthy, you know, people, journalists, and they're all pushing this narrative. I don't know. It's wild. I feel bad for the guy, to be honest.
All right, we're halted again.
On Ape?
Ape, but it didn't literally like really do anything to be halted. It's just, I mean, all we did was we started consolidating and they halted it.
I swear they're trying to just find shares.
They are. Halt because there's no shares available to trade and demand will go through the roof.
Yeah, exactly.
Hashtag haltgate.
Halt. Hey, there you go. Tweet it.
I like Halt Me Harder Daddy, actually.
Yeah, I like that.
To everybody on YouTube, this is how tweets are made.
Exactly. AMC is bringing Godzilla vs. Kong to theaters for free to coincide with Ape Share launch. I prefer apes over lizards, said CEO Adam. That's pretty cool. So on Friday, August 26th, most AMC movie theaters will air Godzilla vs. Kong.
That's pretty smart marketing for a quarter where you know things aren't going to go as expected. So now you got people in there for free buying popcorn and candy and stuff. They should do another movie, like maybe relaunch like Fast and Furious 1 or something for a day.
Planet of the Apes.
Wait, is it free? Is it free? Is that what it said?
If you sign up for Investor Connect or you're a member, you'll get 2 free tickets to use.
Oh,
on that
wow.
day.
That's right. Yeah, it says here's who gets to see the movie for free and why the movie is coming back to theaters. Yeah, that's awesome.
Buy the popcorn.
Every single Planet of the Apes movie.
We can't hear you, Swing. You're doing that weird thing again where we can't hear you.
He's whispering.
Swing. It's like the bad guys on Bed Bath and Beyond where they're in the store whispering to each other. Swing. We can't hear you.
He said to buy the popcorn.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Hey, Tara and Spence, I've gotten most of my my 4 platforms where we've gotten the ape. Are we hearing any reports this morning? Cash App, I know, has not shown up, and you can't find the ape ticker symbol on any of the watch app sites unless you have ape. I'm sure it's a ploy not to have trading today, but it's just kind of interesting that Yahoo Finance, none of the traditional ticker symbols are showing up for ape anywhere. But my main question was, is anybody else besides me and my 2 kids not having their ape show up in Cash App?
Other people I've gotten several DMs that they haven't received their ape yet in Cash App as well. And Elon Musk just followed me. He has no profile picture. His @ is Elon Musty 88. So I feel really special right now.
That's definitely not Lord Fed.
It's definitely Elon Musk. It's definitely a burner.
Can you guys hear me now?
I mean, of course, Elon Musk would make his burner account name Elon Musk. It makes perfect sense, right?
Did I hear Swing for a second?
Did you hear me now?
It's super quiet, bro.
I have a sleeping baby. What I was trying to say was they should show all of the Planet of the Apes movies.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've already kind of got a deal with whatever producer for that stuff. So I have Planet of the Ape Marathon Week where Investor Connect members get a free ticket to each movie. And then people are just in there buying the snacks, man, the Impossible Nuggies.
Can't wait to see the headlines tomorrow. Ape, the most halted stock in U.S. history.
Are y'all there? Are y'all there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, have you guys checked Gasparino and Kramer's tweets this morning? I tell you what, I mean, I've never seen such a hit campaign against one stock in my life. I mean, these two must have nothing better to talk about. And I mean, they've got Gasparino's retweeting some guy that talking about buying it at 50. If you loved it at 59, you'll love buying it at 11.50 and so on and so forth. These people are just absolutely just miserable individuals. That's all I had to say. But I mean, just I don't know why anybody ever supports CNBC or any of those people. They're just awful human beings.
This is what motivated me to get on Twitter in the very first place. And I started at 0 here. But I knew when all of this was going down with the buy button getting removed and everything, and the way that the media was spinning the narrative and sort of just wanting to sweep it all under the rug. And then all of these bot accounts were coming and telling me to sell my AMC and the squeeze was over and all this crazy talk. I knew we needed to have a way to do exactly what we're doing here now. And that's why I really just want to say I'm so proud of the people who come here and keep sharing the real information instead of pushing forward this false BS that they keep pumping. I mean, how can we fight against it if we don't stand up against it and do something, right? So every time you retweet something or tweet something out there yourself with factual information, it just helps to fight those guys. And I mean, let's be honest, Gasparino gets maybe 10 likes on any other tweet. He talks about AMC, and that is literally the only time he gets engagement. And that is, you can go scroll down other people, scroll down Jim Cramer's stuff. Other people too. They don't talk about, they go talk about whatever, get no engagement. As soon as they're talking about AMC, that's how they're getting engagement. And they see that. So that's why they keep doing it. But unfortunately, they've just, I don't know why. I mean, I kind of assume that they're in Citadel's pocket and whoever else is short this thing. But it's just crazy to me that they want to go down in history as being on the wrong side of this, like completely.
Well, it'd be great when they make a movie about it, and they cast those two buffoons. We'll see who they cast, but I mean, I think Soika was saying the other day on one of those deals, he talked about Adam Aaron meeting him, and they were talking about making a movie about this, and it'll be interesting when they film it or when they show it at AMC, how many people will actually show up. It'll be mind-boggling. So we're on the right side of this, and we all have a chance to make a ton of money and enjoy our lives. So I just appreciate all you guys and appreciate the information, and it's a fantastic community, and I'm glad to be a part of it.
Thanks, S. Yeah, absolutely, man. Let me just read Gasparino's tweet. Let me just read it. Handed to Elder Lane Eggs, who called this from the beginning that there would be no MOAS on APE shares and that dilution was likely next step for AMC. Let me just break that down. APE has been trading for 30 minutes hardly, and it's been halted 80% of that time frame. It's already doing better than everyone and anyone expected. So how are you going to come out and make a statement like that, which even Mark is looking at it going, this is doing better than I thought it would. I guarantee it. And just, the dude's a total ass bag. Like, he's just, him and Kramer are out there outright lying on their Twitter profiles this morning, knowing that they are social media influencers and MSM celebrities in a way. You look at these tweets and you just go, what the fuck? It's just, It's nothing but a lie.
Yeah, it's crazy. I just got off the phone with TD. I was on there, and they told me that they're not receiving shares until the 24th in Canada anyways. And I asked, like, why? And he said, oh, they don't register with computer share clearly. And I was like, what? Like, everyone else is getting shares, we're not. But I mean, I think it's doing good. APE's doing what we need it to.
I've had a quiet theory that I haven't said, which I'll say now, with the whole thing with the TD Ameritrade building burning down and all that stuff. I think TD Ameritrade is actually Citadel's official rat hole for the shenanigans they're pulling. I truly believe we're going to find that out later, that TD Ameritrade is... Robinhood was one thing, but TD Ameritrade, I think, is a completely another story on what these market makers are doing.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, the people who help you, like the support techs, have been pretty great. Like, they're like, yeah, sorry, I mean, we can't do anything. But it's like, you can buy APE on TD, but you can't get your own shares. It doesn't make sense.
Hey, real quick, if anybody's watching APE right now on the 1 minute, 3 minute charts and watching level 2, I'm showing halted on my side, but I'm slowly watching these charts and they just keep ticking down little by little. And I'm like, well, how the hell is it ticking down when there's no time in sales, there's nothing going on level 2? I'm looking at 3 different brokers right now. Is anybody else seeing that?
They just halted it again. All they're doing is they're halting it so they can process all these massive buy orders and shove them through the dark pool or whatever they're doing. There's going to be, this is my prediction, and I was thinking about it last week. We're going to see some runs. We're going to see some sideways action on this, but in September, you're going to see massive, massive price movement to the upside because T plus 35 on AMC started, didn't start, but starting last Monday, T plus 35 will be September 15th, I think. I think the FTDs on AMC alone, just from last week, were in the tens of millions. So all they're doing is generating FTDs, and they're trying to fix the options chain to facilitate that. So T plus 35, this thing is just going to absolutely explode.
Yeah, actually, 2 points there. So earlier I said that the options chain was open, and I apologize, but I was looking at non-standard options. So the actual options chain, from what I can tell on two different brokers here, they're not open, but non-standard options are open. So if you wanted to place an option, you'd have to call the broker and make a floor trade with that. But on the second point with the FTDs, I mean, look at the turnover that we're seeing already on AMC for the day. We're already crossing almost 730 million in turnover, which is just, like, what the fuck? And another correlation I'm looking at, when AMC kind of ticks down here little by little in the 11s, if you watch closely with APE, it's also trying to tick down almost by a 10%, 2% type, or not 2%, 10%, a 2 cent or a 10 cent move to the down. It's almost like the brokers and the market makers are trying their best to somehow price match these two assets right now to have an equivalency. I mean, this is just my theory. I'm just looking at the price action on both simultaneously over multiple time frames, and I'm watching the level twos, and I'm like, this is just weird.
So, was that you that asked the question how it could go down on a halt?
Yeah, I'm like looking at the data. I'm not seeing any data across any of my broker feeds, and I'm watching it tick down.
So I'm not sure if this is the answer, but Citadel's been caught multiple times trading during halts. So that might answer that question. Like they've been caught.
Table. I wouldn't take that off the table at all.
But they've been caught and fined. I don't know how many times, but it's in the tens, like 50, maybe 50 times they've been caught trading on halts when no one else could trade.
Yeah, they did it. Was it GameStop or AMC? Somebody found out it was March 31st. It was when we ran to $34. Somebody had found out, I think Lauer posted about it, that they had like micro fractional second trades go in after the halt or during the halt. I even made a video about it where I was following time and sales, and you could see something super shady had happened. So bottom line, all they're doing is they're continuously halting APE because they're trying to find shares to facilitate their position. And in that, while it's halted, they're taking that buying pressure and they're shuffling it off site, going to the dark pool, and they're just trying to suppress the stock. The problem is you got to understand that we all expected this, and I'm pretty sure Adam Aaron wanted them to do it. I think the real play here is him going to the NYSE saying, we can't run a company if you guys are going to allow tens of millions of failures to deliver every month, which is hurting our liquidity. Therefore, in that, with this due process, they go to the DTC and say, hey, we've got no faith in your share management because we're continuously naked shorting and we have evidence of it. Recall every single share. Adam Aaron's going to make a tweet here soon about something. I would love for him to come out and tweet, hey, by the way, we're ready to launch our co-branded credit card like this week or next week. Like one more good catalyst would just be absolutely perfect for this.
Well, them shorting APE anyways, if that was their plan, I mean, that's dangerous in and of itself because it can be recalled. I mean, that's a higher risk than any normal stock at this point.
Yep. Yeah, shorting preferred stock is financial suicide, but I mean, that's what they've been doing for the past 2 years, so. I got to go check and see if I ratioed Tara yet on her tweet. Let's see here.
I just want to remind people, if you haven't, if you can, please retweet the space. You can go down to the little comment icon and comment and retweet there, or you can tweet it out yourself if you feel ever so inclined to do so. That would be amazing. I'm getting multiple DMs from people saying they didn't even realize we were in here. So if you can, that would be awesome. Thanks, everybody. I need coffee.
I don't think I'm going to ratio on that one, Tara. I've only got 42. You're up to 420.
It's just add a zero.
Yeah.
Synthetic zero. It's easy.
Tara, yeah, I'm going to get Spence tacos. I show up and they're like Playhouse synthetic tacos. Like, what is this bullshit?
Yeah, I'm going to make them out of Play-Doh.
I think people are kind of really watching the stocks right now, like really watching APE and watching AMC right now, going, how is it possible that we're even downtrending at all? But this is what they want you to do. Right now, you can see certain candles on AMC that it's just either failure to delivers or mass shorting because nobody's selling their stock. That's not happening, not retail anyways. They're going to try to fuck with this all day, try to make you nervous, try to make you discouraged because we're not blasting off to like $30 like, you know, everybody was thinking we were. But I will tell you this right now, this is doing way better than anyone thought it was going to. Technically, with the price addition, 11.16 and 8.37, we're technically up for the day in the green from the close of Friday. And we're up significantly. So you don't look at the red. We gotta think about what the actual price is, which is 1950. We're at like 1950 literally right now, 60. Imagine, just think about where we closed on Friday.
Yeah, exactly, Spence. And that's the thing. That's what's so crazy is them trying to claim that we're down this like 33%. No, we're literally combining AMC and APE. It's one. Oh my gosh, it's so frustrating. So yeah, we're in the green. It's just only showing on the APE side. But like that article said that I was just reading, APE is up. It said something like 40%. I don't know. Did anyone notice what did APE actually begin at? Was it set around $7?
Yes, around $7.
It's old, short, fat men on MSM that have extreme problems and confidence issues trying to tell 50 million people that we're wrong. Two washed up, old, lame men who can't get half of you guys get more engagement on your tweets than Gasparino gets on his. That's why he's got to attack apes. Washed up, boring. Kramer should quit his day job, literally quit his day job, because he'd make more money and be more popular selling his tomatoes. Because I will say, Kramer's tomatoes look pretty freaking good. So
his cucumbers look all right too. I'm not gonna lie, and the eggplant, honestly, like at first I was like, wow, that's a decent eggplant. But then it kept appearing like every single time I would close Twitter, open Twitter, and there's Jim Cramer's eggplant right at the top of my feed. I'm like, okay, I've had enough of Jim Cramer's eggplant and I'm over it. But it was a nice looking one. I'm not gonna lie.
I didn't see Jim Cramer's eggplant one time. I think I don't know, maybe Twitter algos was pushing it into your feed.
I do like eggplant, so I mean, it makes sense that Twitter obviously knows what I like, but I don't like necessarily Jim Cramer's, and I don't like it that much. I mean, it's a once in a while kind of treat. You know what I mean?
You gotta be careful there. Those are nightshades, so you can't eat too much eggplant.
Exactly. Swing knows what I'm talking about.
That is not dietary advice.
That's financial advice. It'll save you money in the long run. Oh man, this is crazy. I feel so giddy today, and I mean, stuff's not even doing what I was kind of anticipating or hoping it would do because of these endless halts that they keep doing. I don't understand how it's even legal that they can continuously halt APE the way that they are, unless it's doing move. Is it moving? I mean, what is it? It's supposed to be like a 10% move within a minute or something like that?
Yeah, there's different levels, actually. It's within 15 minutes. I had it earlier. Let me see if I can pull it back up. I'm between calls right now.
It depends on what index you're on too. Like since AMC's on the Russell, there's some different halt rules. There's some 5-minute stuff. But APE is literally just a preferred share on the NYSE. So, low up, low down should be, I think, 10 minutes. But they're just continuously, endlessly halting it. I don't even see it's not low up, low down if we're not moving more than 5 to 10% in a certain set period of time. So what are they halting the stock for? Like, there's no reason for them to halt it.
Yeah, tier 1 and tier 2 are within 15 minutes on the NMS and the Russell and a couple of other exchanges. So 5% move within 15 minutes is a tier 1. 10% move is a tier 2. If it's after 3:30 in the afternoon, 3:25 in the afternoon, it will literally halt trading for the entire day. And then if it's a level 3 move, which is, I think, 20% or more. Yeah, I think level 3 is 25% or more. It'll halt trading for the entire day, regardless of time.
Hi, my dogs are running around the backyard. Tara, I hope that you get some coffee this morning. I just
thank you. I hope I get some too.
I'm sending you a virtual Starbucks with no cream or sugar just to help you power through. But I just
thank you.
Been looking through Twitter, and a lot of people on Fidelity have been saying they can't buy. And I think it's because they're trying to use market orders versus limit orders, because I had no problem buying on a limit order this morning. And I think we just kind of got to pay attention to that so people can buy APE, because I think a lot of people are trying to do it market and they can't get their orders through.
It was also canceling my orders, trying to route through IEX too.
Yeah, I just let them pick. I figured, you know what, who cares right now? You just send me the APE, So I just picked, send it wherever you want, and I did limit trying to get it through, and I was able to buy 120 shares this morning so far. So
yeah, if you guys are trying to buy APE during halt situations, you have to put in limit orders. Watch them. As soon as it's unhalted for any major jumps, you may have to change your price. Trying to set a market orders during halts is just a complete waste of time. You use your limit orders.
Right. So if people could just, as they're on their Twitter, troll for those people that are saying they can't buy through Fidelity and tell them to change to limit. I've been putting mine at about 35 cents above the halt price, and that seems to have been working.
APE is trading.
All right. Thanks for letting me talk. I haven't talked in a year and a half. I've been chicken, but it's always great to listen. So I'm going to sign off. I actually have to get some work done today besides hanging out with you guys. Only for a few
was this your first ever, Rebecca? Was this your first ever space?
Yeah. I tweet you or I send you and Kat some messages occasionally with some thoughts, but it is my first ever talk.
Oh, thank you so much for coming up, and thank you for sharing. That's awesome.
Okay, well, you know what? I think we just got to keep the APE away from these bad actors, and we'll see where it goes.
Oh, yeah, let's go.
We got to take the El
made a
Camino
tweet.
to the Gasparino Casino.
Say that
Adam
again,
Aaron
guys.
just tweeted really quick, you guys. Adam Aaron just tweeted, important, remember that with the APE already having had its first NYSE trade today, the value now of your AMC holdings consists of the prices of your AMC shares and your new APE units combined. Add together an AMC share plus a new APE unit compared to just an AMC share before. 1 + 1 = 2.
Yeah, I pinned it to the top.
Thank you, Yer. And thank you for sharing the space to to Dave Portnoy. I don't think he's going to come in here, but if he does, I would gladly, love to share some information with him. Obviously, he's getting, I don't know, he's getting some of the bad info from the media. It's unfortunate. There was actually one news article that was decent and I lost it. I can't find it anywhere, but it was actually a good one. If anyone knows where that's at. Spence, are you here?
Yeah, I was pinning a tweet to the top. I made a tweet about the NYSE. What did you say? I'm sorry.
There's backfeed coming from your mic. I don't know why. All of a sudden, it wasn't like that before. But I was just saying that it would be cool if Portnoy actually came in here and got some decent information rather than running with the narrative that the media is pushing so hard.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Kramer and Gasparino.
If he would have been talking to the right people on January 28th, he wouldn't have sold out at like 550 or whatever it was and lost his money. He would have held and ran back through the June run up, man. He's a busy guy. He's running his own stuff, but he's just got to find the right people to jive with on the AMC news, Basically, don't listen to Lou.
Hey, Spence, you were right on limit orders. I was just able to purchase a fairly significant amount of shares through Fidelity. It wouldn't let me do it on a market order, but it would on a limit order. So it is definitely trading. I'm pretty excited. I just bought my first shares of APE.
Nice, man. Yeah, and for credit, that was who was up here. Where did she go? She already leave? I forgot what her Twitter handle was, but the lady that was in here earlier with the flag and the ribbon on her profile was the one who brought that up. So good on her.
Yep, it kept saying illiquid. You can't trade in an illiquid asset. That was an interesting word for me today. Illiquid.
That's funny. After I tweeted that, and thanks to her, I gotta figure out what her Twitter handle was.
It's Rebecca. Her name's Rebecca. Her name is not selling, but her @ is Rebecca.
So that's two people now. I got Paul CDN who just tweeted, "Ape, thanks, got an order through Ape Day" on the limit order tweets. So maybe we should push that, retweet it, so people know that if you're trying to buy and you can't on market, the limit order is the way to go.
Can I just state something kind of funny? I bought my first apes at 8.01. Hell yeah.
So everybody in the call, I just pinned the tweet up at the top for the limit order potential. So if you want to buy, you should probably be using limit orders. If you guys could retweet that, that would be amazing. That needs to get out to the entire community so that the buying pressure picks back up. Because I'll tell you right now, I almost guarantee you everybody's trying to place market orders. The buying pressure isn't as big as we thought because of those market orders not being pushed through. So
I'm curious if anybody's been able to buy any APE on Cash App. My shares are not showing up. Hey, never mind. I'll go check it for us.
I think everybody should definitely, I know people are on Cash App, but I think if you're going to buy more APE today, you should literally go start a brokerage with Fidelity today and fund the account and try to get away from Cash App and Webull and Robinhood as fast as you can.
Well, Spence, don't let me scare you. I've only got minimal shares, under 100 in Cash App. My majority's in Fidelity. I listened to you a long time ago on Fidelity and direct registering, so thanks for that.
Absolutely, man. I'm just saying, we keep hearing Cash App pop up in this space. Everybody's having trouble with Cash App, and it's just like, get away from it. Like, literally. And I know you got your Fidelity shares, but man, I've heard Cash App like 15 times today in this space call, and I'm wondering why people are still using it. It's just crazy.
Hey, Spence, I want to give you props on. I mean, you know more information than anybody on YouTube or anything else. I mean, really, I mean, you have extensive knowledge on the subject, so I want to give you props.
Thanks, man. It's because of the circle of people I roll with, man.
Yeah,
Tara,
I mean,
swing, flip, burp,
oh, yeah,
all you guys.
Yeah, you guys are all great. I mean, seriously, I mean, it's amazing. I made the mistake of watching Lou for probably like a year, and the guy's is seriously the biggest buffoon I've ever seen in my life. You can see why he's a convicted felon, but I mean, yeah, you guys, I mean, props, seriously. I mean, I just got on Twitter in the past. I mean, just recently, I had one profile already deleted, but yeah, I was suspended. But I always want to give you guys props. Yeah, you guys are great. Thank you all.
Thanks. And I wouldn't even be here if I hated Twitter. I started an account back in like 2013. I hated it. I popped in to get away from Reddit, and I saw Tara hosting a space, and I liked what she was saying, and I was like, oh, I'm just going to hang out here. And then now here we are today. So to Tara, you know, thank you for building a community and a space called ethics in a manner in which we can figure out what's right and wrong. That's the biggest thing. You know, you let us bust the FUD and kick shills at the same time. Sometimes you're like, well, hold on, maybe that's not a shill. Maybe we're just misunderstanding. And that's the good learning curve right there. That's some props to you.
Hey, you know what they say? Every short is a future long. So that's kind of the way I play it in here. You attract more bees with honey than vinegar. And honestly, if people are short this thing and, you know, they hear what we have to say and the community that's built around it, and they hear good things and can actually have an adult conversation, whether they're short or long, I think it could change their perspective in a way, especially if you can just stick to the facts and not resort to cussing and name calling and personal attacks. So yeah, that's why I'm glad to have the crew here that I've found, and you found me. And honestly, I feel like I remember one of my old co-hosts used to always say, where's the adult in the room? And I feel like I found them. I feel like I found the adults, and we're finally here, and we're at the grown-up table. And yeah, there's the kids table and then the adults table. And I appreciate the information and quality information that, you know, gets brought to this space. And it just means a lot. It helps everyone. It's not about me. It's not about any individual person, but it's about the whole of, you know, the community and the group. So I appreciate everybody who comes up and shares and helps out and spreads positivity and good vibes.
You guys want to hear something funny? Bigum's just posted a screenshot of the sales flow on APE, and he red circled a couple trades. One was 3,100 shares, one was 1,000, and one was 200,000 shares that went through the market. 200,000 shares went through the market with a bid of 2 cents. So I'm not even sure how that's possible, but there's some major fuckery going on right now.
One of those amounts were mine.
It must have been Casey. It must have been Casey too. Casey must have got his price that he wanted.
Yeah. Oh, you know what we got to call? You said shorts that could be future longs. What we got to call them? Growers, not showers.
Who tried to buy at 0.01? I tried a limit order at that as well. It didn't work for me. I was hoping for one of those glitches. Oh, and by the way, can't buy on Cash App. I tried it. Can't do it yet.
Is there any possibility we could get Gary Gensler in here?
Sure. No. That dude's like sitting in the Citadel office right now in Miami, like rubbing his bald head, trying to figure out what to do. Eating a mayo popsicle.
He's in his El Camino on his way to the Gasparino Casino.
Tara, did you get your coffee?
I'm working on it, but, and I'm, hear me out here. Okay, so AMC right now is showing, trading down 30 whatever %. But APE still on my end, unless anyone else can see, doesn't show, it still shows 0% for APE. So it's not reflecting the price increase on APE. I just am curious if anyone else on any other apps or anything sees a percentage on how much APE has gone up. Because honestly, you should be able to you should be able to do the difference. So like add, whatever APE is trading up to whatever AMC is trading down. But unfortunately, and I'm sure they're doing this on purpose, they have it listed at 0%.
The reason why is because it's relative to the previous day close. And since it didn't have a close yet, there's nothing to base the calculation off of.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you, Mr. Burp. That's what I was wondering. So it doesn't go off of today's open, it goes off of yesterday's close.
Correct.
So tomorrow we should see a percentage on APE.
Well, I mean, right now, APE, just based on the chart, is up 14%. So.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Oh, hey, Daniel. Yeah.
No, it's Gus.
Oh, my bad. I saw Daniel
No, you're good.
unmute when you were talking. My bad. What's up, Gus?
You're good. You guys were talking about Cash App earlier, and I just got off with the support team, and they stated that they had to transfer that claim, requesting the APE. They had to transfer me through that claim to email to one of their, I guess, their claim department. And yeah, I'm just going to file a complaint with FINRA. And because why communicate with the email? It's going to take forever. And then I'm hearing that Fidelity or some of those brokers need about 2 days in order to get the APE. It's just like, nah. So whoever has Cash App, I would advise you guys, in my opinion, to get out of there.
Yep. All you have to do to file a complaint is go to Google and type in SEC stock complaint, and go to Google and type in FINRA stock complaint. It's very simple, takes you right to the page, and I highly recommend everybody that's on one of these weird broker phone apps that if you're not getting your APE or you're having other issues, just file the complaint. Just flood them with complaints today.
Yep, makes sense.
Hey, Tara. Hey, Spencer. How's it going, guys? Appreciate y'all hosting this morning. I just had 2 comments that I wanted to bring up, some anomalies I'm seeing this morning. Just like y'all, I have 2 different brokerage that I mainly deal with, probably a couple other ones I dabble around with. But my Schwab account this morning, I was able to put, I don't know how it happened, but I was able to put a market order in between the first and second halt. So it went through, it got filled. And the anomaly I'm seeing in the Schwab account is that I have my dividends delivered on the existing AMC shares I had that happened on Friday evening. The new APE that I purchased this morning actually shows up as a separate holding from my initial APE. I didn't know if anybody else was seeing the same thing after buying new APE in their brokerage accounts. I haven't tried in my other ones yet, but this is Schwab. Anybody else seeing the same or similar?
I purchased earlier, I think after the third halt, and it's on the same ticker.
I'll screenshot it. It actually shows up. It was only 3 shares I got. I was trying different amounts, and I finally got 3 shares through on a market order. But it's actually showing up as a separate bucket underneath my positions. So I got two different APE positions, and I got my AMC.
That's strange.
On the description, does it say 0%, 0% PFDP?
It does. It does. Both of them do say that. I'll screenshot it and post it here in a second.
AMC's starting to pick back up. MACD's coming back around. RSI's starting to trend back up. Let's see what she does. APE should be starting to kick back up too. My coffee's ready. You guys blew that tweet up too, that NYSE tweet. I think that's it. I think that's the there is Adam Aaron knows that at the end of the day, at the end of the week, the month, whatever, his little comment in the 2022 annual about going and contacting the NYSE again about failure to delivers is going to be a major event. You can't continuously produce tens of millions of failure to delivers on the same stock for a year and expect the company to be able to operate in a fair and open market. It's just it's impossible. And even with all that, you guys, AMC still isn't going bankrupt. And we're about to buy out one of the biggest competition market shares. I'm super excited because Albuquerque has 2 malls that are always slam packed full, and both of the theaters in there are Regals. So I'm pretty stoked. If this AMC at Cottonwood Mall becomes if the Regal becomes an AMC, I'm literally going to put my application in to manage it just for something to do on the side because I'm bored. I'll manage it for a full year just so I know it's operating correctly.
Yeah, I just post that screenshot in the chat there. It just looks weird.
Let me see. APE. Okay.
Good morning, Spencer and Tara. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. So I find extremely suspicious, not on ComputerShare's part, but I have multiple accounts. I've been buying AMC since December of 2020. APE has shown up in my Fidelity, my TD Ameritrade, my Public, my Webull, all my shares. I even got partial shares, like Spence said, shouldn't have happened, which is kind of weird. But my most concerning is my ComputerShare. I have no APE. A few weeks back, listening to Spencer, I decided to go ahead and open a ComputerShare account. I bought some AMC. I didn't transfer anything yet because it was too close. So I just went and bought. By the time that they posted my deposit and purchased the shares and everything, it was either Tuesday or Wednesday last week. It was just after the 15th, but well before the 19th. And it's only a little shares, but ComputerShare has still not put them in. I've been going back and forth on their chat thing, and they're telling me they're looking into it. Please be advised that we're looking into it. You can call us back in 24 to 48 hours, whatever. So I don't know. I just felt you guys should know. I just find that really weird. Not on ComputerShare. Transfer agent hasn't even given me my APE yet, but all these other brokers have. Makes me feel like I really don't have APE in all those other accounts.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of telling people earlier today when they started telling me that their shares in Public showed up yesterday on a Sunday. I was like, I don't know, man. I don't really trust Public. And then when I heard that people were getting fractional shares, it sounds more to me like they just facilitated an APE ticker in your account. And basically you're holding cash in that account. I don't know. I just don't trust it. You'll definitely get your ComputerShare APE. I would just keep calling them and asking. It might have been because you bought so close to, if you bought on Tuesday, you said, but.
Well, no, I bought the week, but by the time everything cleared, you know, they had to let my money clear and all that. The AMC shares showed up in my account.
Still there?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
So what day exactly did you buy on?
Well, see, that's what I don't know, because with ComputerShare, I had to deposit the funds, and I did that like Monday the week before, so it would have been like the 8th. But by the time, a couple days for my funds to settle, then they purchased the shares. All I know is that on Tuesday the 16th, my shares posted in my ComputerShare account.
Yeah, you'll get it. So the 16th, if they posted, then you'll get your shares. 1, 2, 3. I heard some people in ComputerShare actually got half of their APE too.
Okay.
So I'm wondering if there is an issue with not enough actually going around.
Basically, because you bought when you did, or ComputerShare bought on your behalf when they bought it with a due bill, and so the broker that those came from have to get their shares from ComputerShare and then send them back to ComputerShare, because that's basically how that worked, because they took the snapshot on the 15th. And so based off of that, the DTCC and ComputerShare sent the shares accordingly. However, since you bought those shares after the 15th, those shares are going to basically flow from ComputerShare to the DTCC, to the broker that those shares came from, back to ComputerShare, and make a round trip.
Okay, that makes sense. I appreciate it. I just wanted to get that out there and make sure what was going on, because like I said, it just seems suspicious. It gave me my shares except for the transfer agent. So I really appreciate your time, and thank you for holding this space today.
Yeah. It's just disgusting what's going on with the NYSE and all the halts this morning. And the fact that, again, like you said, I think part of what we're seeing right now and why we're starting to pick back up finally is because people are realizing they got to buy via limit order. But market orders should start flowing now. Has anybody tried to place a market order for APE in the last 15 minutes?
I was doing market orders just fine on Schwab earlier, even when the comment came through about Fidelity. So
if you guys get dropped down from speaker, you're not getting kicked or booted or anything. I'm just trying to cycle speaker requests. So if you're not speaking actively, if you could drop so I could add more people that are requesting, I'd appreciate it.
Spence, how do we drop? I'll drop down, or if you drop me down.
Yeah, I get you, man. And feel free to re-request to come back up if you got something.
Quick question, I'll be out. Hey, Spence, how the hell are people not getting their shares and we can still buy shares regularly?
Shady ass brokers, man. That's what we've been talking about for months.
Bullshit, man. I mean, I'm happy I could buy some, but it just doesn't make any damn sense.
Yeah, these brokers don't have APE to issue. Very simply put, they do not have APE to issue to their clients. And it makes me wonder, maybe this is why Ken Griffin needed $600 million, because he had to go out and try to figure out how to secure APE for all his shorts. Anybody saying Ken Griffin went long on AMC is absolutely. He may be trying to go long, but I guarantee you he's got a massive short position that's not reported. So these brokers are scrambling and these market makers are scrambling to try to get APE. That's why it's important, in my opinion, to hodl this stuff. I mean, it's not even in a good sell range right now anyways. Why would you sell right now? It's crazy.
Okay, drop off.
Yeah, overall market's tanking. So my SPY puts are printing. Market's overall SPY is down 1.69% right now. Nice.
Liquidations, man. Liquidations. Everybody needs money.
I shared a tweet to the space. It's kind of blurry, but APE has had 10% selling and 90% buying today. And AMC is somewhere between 20 to 33% selling, and then 66 to 80% buying today.
Where are you seeing that, Mr. Burp? By the way, APE is my only green position right at the moment. BBBY, I'm absolutely wrecked. So that sucks.
Yeah, that does suck. It's in the pinned tweet at the top of the space.
Good morning, Spence. Good morning, Tyler. Thank you for having this space call.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, I just wanted to give a heads up. They're going to give everybody their APE share, but what they're doing is they're putting everything into a suspense account, and that's how they're hiding everything.
Hey Spence, I sent you a DM. I think it's kind of important. So just kind of read over it and give us your your take on it. But I think this is really what's happening. Go read
Wait,
the
did
DM I sent you.
Ray just say that they're putting all of the APE shares into Spence's account?
Suspense.
I heard Spence. Spence has your APE shares. If you're missing your APE shares, they're in Spence's account. That's what I heard.
Hey,
All your
Spence,
APE shares are now belong to us. Zero, can I read your DM?
Sorry,
okay?
sorry about yeah. Go ahead. I think it's important. I mean, it's not my DM. I copied and pasted it and sent it to you. But I think this is really what's happening. Go ahead and read it.
All right, kids, get your popcorn. It's story time. Convo with TDI broker, where they told me my APE is coming August 24th. They admitted brokers don't really have APE from ComputerShare yet. Other brokerages gave placeholders like GME Temp before. He confirmed naked shorts must be closed to issue APE. AMC dividend bullish as fuck. I agree with it. I don't think these brokers have APE. I think they're going to try to suppress AMC and APE as much as possible with failure to deliver as hard as they can, and little by little wait for APE to hit out on the market. That's why it's so important for retail not to sell. They're absolutely screwed, and you can see it in this charting and in everything they're currently doing on the market with the endless halting. The price is dropping, even though buy pressure to sell pressure is like 90 to 10. It's just absolutely insane. I guarantee you, Adam Aaron is going to come out with an absolutely fire tweet before the week is over. One that's going to surprise everybody.
And I want to bring up real quick, the market is going to kind of crash or start going under, and even the crypto market will, as shorts are covered, because they're going to have to pull out the investments from other things in order to cover what they're low on. So just because the entire market is down, don't, lose courage, because that's going to happen as they're pulling out of other investments so that they can cover their short interests.
Yep. They got to liquidate to have cash to cover their positions. And at the end of it all, if things get really bad, they'll take up the DTCC on that share loan cash program that they set up months ago, where they'll give the DTCC basically all their blue chip stocks back. They'll get cash and they'll cover their positions. But this shit's going to get nutty coming up. This week is going to be crazy, you guys. And don't forget, we just had the third week in August. So there was massive options exposure. We're technically green on AMC and APE, but it is a blood red Monday, which signifies that there should be a really good turnaround Tuesday tomorrow. Turnaround Tuesday is a real thing. Look it up. I promise you, it's going to be good.
Also, one thing I'd like to mention is don't forget that either of these tickers under 10, they're going to receive the haircut. And those margin requirements, if they're shorting, are going to spike, to the heavens. And you got a lot of things working at that $10 price point. So keep that in the back of your mind too.
Hey, I'm with Merrill Edge. And interesting enough, none of the APE's dividends have been posted. Called them. They stated they will be after hours, which is interesting. Nevertheless, their mobile app would not allow to, for me anyway, to buy APE, saying the ticker was invalid. Yet it was pulling it up. It just would not allow me to submit a position to purchase it. On their web, though, on the other hand, I was able to go through. The message still popped up saying the same thing, invalid ticker, but it did proceed through buying APE. Again, that was Merrill Edge. So it's interesting what they're doing.
Hey everyone.
I invited Gary Gensler to the space.
Hey everyone, good morning. So I just actually have a question here. I was just hoping you guys can kind of just fill me in. I was quite busy with work this morning, and I on my TD account. I mean, by the way, I don't see any APE at all, and I'm seeing my AMC. It's down substantially. And I also noticed, like on the Yahoo app, I do see AMC and APE number. I'll just want if you guys can just give me a quick recap. I mean, I've been reading some tweets, so I do think I know what's going on, but just kind of wanted some reassurance here. And if you can also tell me what the opening price was for both AMC and APE, that'd probably help.
What exactly is your question?
Yeah, so I don't see APE right
Are
now.
you talking, Tara?
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
I can-
It looks like Tara's talking, but I can't hear her.
AMC opened at $11.33. If you don't have APE, they technically said anywhere between market open and 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But take that with a grain of salt. With what we're seeing, you may not have APE right now. There's a couple brokers that they won't give APE until the 24th. So there's a lot of things going on in the market right now. AMC being down on the day, statistically, yes, it makes sense because there was a split. But technically, we're trading at $11, which is $2 above where it should have opened with a 50-50 split, quote unquote, with APE. So we're technically up on the day despite what you're reading out in the media. And we're currently just flooring right here at the $11 mark. And as I just mentioned a moment ago, if AMC and APE decide to trade under $10, then anyone shorting these tickers is going to be facing increased margin requirements due to the $10 threshold. So keep all that in the back of your mind and do what's best for you.
And
so what was the opening price for both APE and AM? Because I am seeing different numbers from Twitter and what I'm here on the app.
APE opened technically, what's recorded, I'm showing $6.95. It had a high of $10.50. It's currently at 19.54 million volume, respectively. AMC opened at 11.33 and it had a high of 13.05 and a low of 10.76. And non-standard options are currently available on AMC, but you would have to go through a broker to make those trades. There's no current options available for active trading.
I want to bring up real quick, make sure you're taking screenshots because if you do hold shares and you don't get the APE, make sure you have proof of that because I do feel several brokers, there's going to be class action lawsuits where anybody that wasn't issued the share that they should have gotten will be able to get paid out. I mean, it might take a while, but make sure you have the proof that, you weren't issued shares that you were supposed to be.
You know what's funny, Mr. Underdog? About 15 to 20 days ago when me and PJ hosted a space call about class action lawsuits against brokers, Lou could not wait to go make YouTube videos and host a space saying that I said we were going to sue AMC theaters and that any class action lawsuits would result in the stock being halted and delisted. And then not even 2 days later, Adam Aaron and AMC comes out and says, oh yeah, by the way, we've decided to settle a derivative lawsuit against AMC from 2016. You guys, there will be massive class action lawsuits, just like Mr. Underdog said, under Doge said, and your screenshots and your recorded phone calls and the notes you take with time date stamps are going to be so important for you to make the amount of money that you deserve off of this. Make no mistake, there will be class action lawsuits over the delivery of APE against brokers. I'm glad you brought that up, man. We got attacked so hard when we started talking class actions in the community. And again, it's just, I just don't get it, man. People, you technically, you want a class action lawsuit against the brokers. Not only do we want to take their money, but we want to put them in the dirt. We want to give them a dirt nap.
Yeah, and you know what I think is happening too with that is that these brokers, you know, whether they had to report daily or weekly or monthly, or you know, if they can, you know, finagle and say I'll report it next week or whatever the case, then you know they're trying to make back, or you know they're messing with things they don't have, you know, rob Peter to pay John type of thing, you know, and that's something that we do need to be aware of, because we are all looking at databases and those can be kind of manipulated if numbers aren't put in when they're supposed to, or if they get a secret, hey, you can wait a couple days to report.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, everybody hears the word lawsuit, class action lawsuit. All you do is call the lawyer, you file your complaint, you give them all your info, and then just sit back and relax, man. You're not going to be in court like night court, you know, in front of the judge. You're going to let your lawyer handle it for you. It'd be the easiest thing you've ever done. Just make sure you document all your stuff and then sit back knowing in a period of 3 months to 12 months, you're going to see price discovery and you're going to get your money. Because what they're doing today is, I don't care what anybody says. What they are doing today is completely illegal. This non-delivery is not right. And I got a feeling even on the 24th, some people are still not going to get their shares. So,
and the great thing about a class action lawsuit is you don't have to put any money down. It's not like hiring a personal lawyer yourself. It's already been handled, and then you're just reporting things to help that case out, and then you'll benefit from it. So nobody's going to have to come out of their pocket as individual investors, because there's already, you know, like AMC or other things that are going to put the money out, and then they just, you know, would appreciate our screenshots or this and that to prove their case.
absolutely.
Hey,
So
Spence, how you doing?
Good. What's up, man? How you?
I'm doing great. I just had a quick question, just in general. A little bit off topic of AMC, just a tad bit. Is it safe to now? Is it safe to pretty much say that we're in a, like, in a way, bear market, but we're speeding it up because of AMC? So let's just say AMC didn't exist. Some people say we're in a bull market still, but majority will say we're in a bear market. But let's just say the market is supposed to crash, and let's just say starting year 2023, let's just say it's supposed to crash. Do you think AMC, GME, BBBY is speeding up the process, instead of saying the start of next year is now going to be, let's just say, October or November? What do you think personally of that?
Yeah, absolutely. If this retail movement wasn't happening right now, retail wouldn't be holding stocks, keeping the what you would think now, this bottom that we've been sitting at for a few months. We would have already blown right through this. Shorts would have crushed the market. They would have flipped their positions, went long, and the market would have started recovering. The shorts and the big money hedge funds and banks are screwed right now because retail owns trillions of dollars of assets in the current market. And if we don't sell those, they're not going to get the bottom they need to correct their bad short positions. That's why this is still going on. And it's not just AMC and GME for the most part, the majority of it. But I'm talking people that are still holding Tesla, still holding other blue chips. Retail's not leaving and not selling. That's why Ken Griffin, Kramer, George Noble, all these clowns get on TV and they're like, oh my God, retail's not selling. If we don't sell, they're not going to get the market bottom they need to fix their position. So you're 100%, I agree with what you said.
And if you notice, you know, Tesla just did a split, and, you know, a lot of these companies that are all being shorted at the same time. So as they do those splits and things, a lot of covering and that is, you know, supposed to happen. And then when it doesn't, that's when it kind of gets into, the legal aspects or whatever. But when all these companies are doing it at the same time, the ones that have been shorting them all aren't going to have anything to bounce back on, because they're going to have to cover on all those things at the same time, or in relatively the same time, which is going to prevent them from being able to get out of it.
Just a question real quick. When did Tesla split? Or is it going to split soon?
I haven't been following Tesla lately. I heard rumors about another split, but I don't know the exact date.
Yeah, I don't know. It might have happened within last week. Otherwise, it's going to be happening soon. I'd have to recheck it, but I know that after, when around the time AMC had talked about APE, that Tesla maybe a week after had announced that they were doing it.
Okay.
Not the APE, but the splitting share.
Now, real quick, last one. I'll let somebody else go. AMC Bigums, is that phase 6 still happening? Is it still happening regardless? Are they trying to cover before September 1st when the new rules are implemented, or do you think it's going to drag out a little bit longer?
I think phase 6 is a complete waste of time. I think anybody who has any hope for the regulators doing something correctly that's going to benefit retail is a dream. And I like Bigums. I like what he does. It's important to know what's going on that stuff. But phase 6, Boss Blunts was pushing 14032. They were pushing the Cat 5 system. It's just all bullshit, man. The truth is, until these hedge funds get crashed out financially, nothing's going to happen. Holy crap. Wait, hold on. Oh, APE's showing a percentage now. APE's up 10% for the day. But like I said, it's important to know, and they do really good work bringing this stuff into the light, and it educates people. So it's good for the community. But I have no faith in these movements that the SEC and FINRA are making for more regulation. I think it's all just a smokescreen.
Yeah,
no, you're absolutely correct.
Go ahead.
Well, I was saying you're absolutely correct. I mean, like you said, Cat 5, executive order, and the recent one with phase 6. It's just so many. Evergrande was supposed to do it. There's been so many catalysts, and they just keep pushing. The one I did believe in, I'm not gonna lie, I did believe in March 3rd. So don't leave it at that.
Hey Spence, I noticed that on popped up all the way to, let's see, on the next candle. What was that?
And swing that gap fill that's being completed right now. We got perfect RSI and perfect MACD for a beautiful rebound. So I wouldn't be surprised if we ran back up to, let me expand my chart here. I wouldn't be surprised if we ended up back at like 950 today at all on APE.
Yeah, the first candle opened, at least oh no, that isn't even the first candle. I guess it's the second candle after a halt. Was it, let's see, it opened at 697, closed at $7.30, and then the next candle popped up to 803 and ended at 859. And as soon as we filled that gap with that wick that went down to 711, then all of a sudden it started showing the percentage. That's very interesting.
Yeah, I agree. It's a good analysis too, bud.
Go ahead, Scotty. Typically don't raise our hands here, I guess.
What's up?
Oh, Scotty's had a hand up for a while.
Oh.
A lot of times we'll just kind of speak in here and try to be respectful, but go ahead if you have something to say.
You there, Scotty? If you're trying to talk, you got to hit your unmute button.
I got you.
Yeah, there he is.
Stuff going on. I heard earlier today the Tesla split was 3-for-1 happening this Wednesday, I believe, if I heard it correctly. So that's not 100%. I had a question. I haven't been in here maybe 10 minutes, but if someone in the community here might know, I hear it a lot with the GME split, but dividend 90 days from the date of record. So if the DTCC delivered credits or whatever type of shares to these brokers, and a lot of people in the community are saying 90 days from the date of record, they'll have to start purchasing or get liquidated. Does anybody have any DD or information on that?
I do not specifically, but I will do some research on it today.
I'm hearing it quite a bit from different people I follow and a lot of people in the GME community. And I've heard it some from the AMC community as well. As apparently 90 days from August 15th, our date of record for APE. I'd like to know more about that. If anyone can come up with some DD or information on it, it'd be great. I'm researching all I can. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for coming up, man. I had to go put my rally hat on because I think we're getting ready to bounce and go for a ride. So the frog is on the head. Mr. Burpee, what's up? Mr. Burp, are you there?
Hey, Spence, I'm going to be dropping out here. It's getting on 1 a.m. here in Japan. So you guys have a good day, and I look forward to seeing where we close in the AM.
Yeah, have fun, man.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Remember, you are amazing.
I was looking something up, and my tablet's not that good. Yesterday I just watched the round table about Phase 6. I'm not sure who does the round table, but that's just the name of the video. And I don't know if Phase 6 will help us. I don't really understand Phase 6, but the people speaking at the round table, they definitely anticipate that it will cause margin calls across the market. So I don't know if those will be margin calls that will help us, but they definitely they expect margin calls. So what are your thoughts about that?
If it does good, I have zero faith in any regulatory additions to it. There's always a loophole. There's always a way around it. Anything that's put in always ends up being a nothing burger. I think until the market goes to a blockchain system, that the SEC is just a waste of time. FINRA is a waste of time. Congress is a waste of time. I think you should contact your representatives and put pressure on them, though. But everybody's got their hands in the cookie jar, man. The regulators, the brokers, the market makers, the congressmen, they're all stealing the same piece of pizza. So it's basically like the robber at the bank is the cop's brother who's off duty, and he says, well, I don't want to deal with it. So
yeah,
I have personally no faith in it. So, but if I'm wrong and it helps, good on everybody that pushed it, and I'll come back in and say I was wrong.
Yeah, I doubt anyone watched the video, but I shared a video yesterday where I know his name, but it's not coming to my mind. But he said that the fox watching the hen house would be an understatement.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what it is.
And he was specifically referring to Gary Gensler back when Gary Gensler was in charge of the futures market. And it's just kind of a joke, but I mentioned Gary today and my tweet, and I asked him to join the space and explain to us everything that we're seeing with APE right now. So I guess we'll see if he shows up, but I don't think he will.
Nah, I mean, we all know what it is, man. It's all fraud. They're stuck in such a bad situation that if they do fail, everyone from the brokers all the way up through the market makers to the SEC to Congress is going to have a slew of American citizens and globally on their backs going, how did you guys let this happen? Oh, by the way, it looks like you made $20 million this year insider trading while you have a seat in Congress. It's going to be a really bad situation, and people are going to have to go to jail for this one.
Well, and even with that law that they just tried passing, which going into, like the stipulations of being able to create a law is not constitutional. What they're doing is trying to hide the fact that they've been shorting and destroying the American people's companies as a profit off of it. And then they're trying not to have their tax records revealed because it'll reveal everything that they're fucking doing to destroy us. But it's wild because as everything gets put out there, a lot of those people will be going to jail because they have been implementing basically illegal laws to protect themselves. And then the people they're paying off are the ones that are basically putting this law forward and acting like it's legitimate, but we have to do our own research and make sure that we're up to date on laws and that we're aware when people are doing things that they shouldn't be doing and make sure that we call them account because we have a lot of, there's
like a lot of work.
I would just last thing. There's more people they're screwing over and destroying that have a louder voice than they do. It's just we have to organize ourselves and not, destroy things or this or that, but call them to account throughout their own system to prove that they've been going against what they're trying to uphold.
Yep.
Hey guys, I've been listening to you, and I'm having trouble. So you guys think what's the problem with AMC?
There's no problem with AMC other than it's being manipulated super heavily by market makers and institutions.
Right. So you remember like a while ago when they started pushing it initially, like didn't you guys think it was interesting, like a brick and mortar movie theater? Like that's kind of ridiculous, don't you think?
You mean the MSM was pushing that it was a brick and mortar?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it is AMC, right?
AMC is the largest theater chain in the world. It's 101 years old. Well, I'm not sure what you're trying to say here.
Right, that's what I'm saying, man. I mean, now there's streaming.
What it was is Amazon.
Streaming. Hold on. Yeah, and streaming, literally, streaming services have lost like 40% on their stock value for the past 6 months, and their membership fee went down probably 20% in that time frame. So what's your point you're trying to make, Ray?
It's just interesting. You're talking about you need to go after the regulators and stuff. Like, why even bother with all these people? Like, you're playing in their monopoly game. Like, what is there to organize or
should we just give up and walk away and let them get away with crime?
No, you should use Bitcoin. I mean,
hold on. I'm not following this logic here.
This guy's he's just a total fucking shill piece of crap, man.
Yeah, I mean, he went from, hey, AMC is competing with streaming, which is false, and he went from that to something that was completely unrelated out of nowhere.
Just a shill fuck spreader. I knew what he was doing as soon as he came on. Oh, hey guys, what's up with AMC? Oh, no, I don't know. Read the title of the space call.
Yeah, well, I mean, as soon as he started talking, they're vacuous subjects, right? Like he laid out these vacuous subjects. So I'm like, what is this guy even talking about?
He's trying to change subject to mislead the conversation topic off, and then get in an argument to take up the space call time. That's all he was trying to do. It's a tactic they've used for a long time.
Just real quick before you speak, Lucas. So, with things that he was saying, if AMC would have went under and things like that, Amazon would have kind of took it over, and with like Tesla talking about bringing back drive-in theaters at the charging stations and that, Amazon would have got that because they would have been, the main source of things. But now, with the old school theaters still being in business and then a lot of these companies coming together, they could be taking the positions that were kind of trying to be monopolized by the larger corporations and Congress members. That's, sad, but that's why they're trying to hide their actions.
Yeah. This whole thing, in my opinion, and we've talked about it for a long time, was nothing but Citadel, Susquehanna, and Apollo all working together. Jesus. If you guys aren't talking, please stay muted. If you don't, if people are up here not talking and they're unmuted, I'm going to drop you because the feedback is so bad today. But the whole point of all this was them to naked short these companies like Radio Shack, Toys R Us, the movie theaters, naked short them into oblivion so the market share could go to Amazon and everything could be consolidated to e-commerce. That's all this is, man. That's why the rumors of Amazon wanting to buy AMC out when it was back at like, $9-10 a share were pretty founded in my opinion. But I see Lucas is up here, man. What's up, Lucas? What's good, dude?
What's going on, Spence? Hey, Tara. It's been quite a minute. No, I just wanted to say hi and just ask a couple questions. I don't know if you guys went over maybe earlier in the space call. I wasn't able to hop in, but I got one comment to make on that show before. And I mean, it's just like, answering the question, you're playing in their monopoly. Like, what is the point in that statement? Like, yes, we know what we're doing. We've been here a year and a half, most of us. We know exactly what we've gotten ourselves into here. And I think we're all pretty comfortable with it. So congrats to anybody that's made it this far holding. I mean, you're seriously, you're a fucking boss if you're holding this long. But I really just wanted to ask about cost basis for AMC, because I mean, I'm sure everybody's right now is just shot to hell. But is cost basis going to be adjusted based on the APE shares that you were given, or your cost basis is going to remain the same for AMC, just because there technically wasn't a split? I was confused about that. And then I also noticed that there's no AMC options available on E-Trade or Fidelity.
To get your cost basis, you got to add AMC and APE together. That's your actual cost. That's where you're actually sitting right now. So if you have call options this week, say you bought like a $16 strike call option for this week, you're in the money because you have to add APE and AMC together to get your actual price that you're sitting at currently. And that will tell you if you're in the money or not.
Okay, yeah. No, see, that's what I thought. And I've seen all this, like, the funny 1 + 1 = 2 memes. And I understood that. But, like, just hypothetically speaking, I don't have any plans to offload either of these in the next, like, 6 months. But so if you had to sell, right, like if you had to sell AMC and then buy it back, would you get a wash sale because your position's in the red? Like, because I have friends who are a lot less involved in this play than I am. But they like, I don't know why they just refuse to be educated on what's actually happening. They just want to buy it and get rich. But like, whatever. They're not great friends. But like they're asking me all these things like, oh, if I sold and my position's in the red and then tried to buy back, would it be a wash sale and all this stuff? And I'm like, this is uncharted territory. Even a lot of us are still confused on kind of what's going to happen here. But I'm really excited, man. I think in the long term, dilution is the only FUD that's being pushed, and it's been busted so many times already. It's literally been busted by you guys in these space calls and by other people doing their own DD, that every time, Adam Aaron has sold shares into the market, price has rallied, and if there really are, if the original thesis is correct with billions of synthetics, he could sell 1 billion APE shares into the market theoretically, and there would still be more to cover. So, I think it's been great holding along you guys, and like, keep fighting the power, man. Like, I love it. Like, yeah, we're playing their monopoly, but let's win this game. Let's get this done.
Absolutely, dude. I love the community starting to get on the right track too. Everybody's starting to realize, they're like, man, KHORS and Lou told us to sell our ape. Oh my God. And everybody, now that it's launched, is seeing the value of what's actually going on. And even this morning when Kramer and Gasparino come out and say, oh, look at, they're crashing, AMC's down 37%. Well, no, it's not. It's not really down 37%. You add AMC and ape together and you have your new price, which we're green on the day. So it's just crazy, man. It's crazy how they try to manipulate people. Gary Gensler is literally probably, like I said, sitting down in the Miami Citadel office right now going, what are we going to do?
I mean, it's all visual, right? Like everything that we're seeing right now is visual. Like it is manipulation of our minds. Like they want the people who are not educated to think that they're losing, because when you open up, you know, if your price average is around $15, which is actually right around where mine is at this point, like if your price average for AMC is at $15 and you open up your account this morning, it shows you a big loss and you're just like, but I know I'm not losing here because I got my ape shares. So the people that are not as educated as the ones that are, you know, running these spaces every day, or, you know, actually following the real narrative here and not the one that fucking Portnoy fell for, which is absolutely hilarious. But yeah, I think it's so strange, you know, how much length they're going to go here to keep this prolonged as long as they possibly can. But I mean, the clock's been ticking on Citadel for this whole year. I mean, past 6 months, they're down big. They have shorted almost their entire company value into the market. Like that's, you know, that's big news. I mean, when somebody that's claimed too big to fail, you're watching them teeter on the brink. I mean, day to day. Like I can't imagine being an intern in that office. Like what I would do to be a fly on the wall of Ken Griffin's office as he's losing his 5 strands of hair left right now.
That's exactly it. Citadel, I don't care what anybody says, Citadel's under so much water right now, and that's moral hazard. The too big to fail, the bailout was nothing but moral hazard. They took the money, the government took our money, lent it to them just so they could go and start doing the same thing all over again. And look at the mess they've created now. And by the way, AMC and APE have started to rebound. So everybody that bought the dip on that, congrats. That was a good dip buy. APE's up 14%, and AMC just took back like 3 to 5%. So we're trending back up, like Swing was saying. We filled that gap on APE. I can fully believe if we close at 950 today, I would be super happy with that.
I definitely bought that dip. I bought 100 of both just for fun and just because shorts are screwed. Everybody knows it now. They're panicking.
Oh, they're absolutely screwed, man. What's up, Derek?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, man. How's your day?
Yeah, not too bad. I'm just got a silly question. I think it's silly. So I hold AMC on like 7 different platforms, and I just bought some ape, and I want to know where I should be buying ape, because like Weeble, it shows my cost average is about $2, and on Stash it shows my cost average is $15. So if I buy on Weeble, I average up, and if I buy on Stash, I average. It's hard as hell to average down. And I went through this on Tide, and I just gave up. I dumped one of my Tides, you know, because it wasn't doing nothing.
Well, technically, you got to think of it this way. You have 2 different brokers, and you got one where you got APE at $17 and one where you got APE at $15. It doesn't really matter where you buy, because if you add the 2 accounts together and get your average, you would still technically, if you have one account at 17 and one at 15, and APE is currently still 7, and this is just example numbers, APE is still currently 777, it doesn't really matter what broker you buy on, because your total average across platforms is still going to average down. You know what I mean? If you're just worried about it looking green for you, then I would go buy on the one that you have the higher cost basis on. But in my personal opinion, just based on brokers, I wouldn't be buying shares on either of those brokers. I would be setting up a Fidelity account and buying there. So
that's why I'm wondering, which one's better to buy, buy it on, but they're all the same. I don't
on Stash. It's actually funny. That's where I first learned to trade. I think 6 years ago or 7 years ago when it first came out. And I used to love them, man. I mean, I thought it was a great way to learn how to save money if you're young and you don't really know what you're doing. And then I graduated to E-Trade and then eventually moved into Fidelity. But I'll tell you what, man. A lot of these small time brokers for trading stocks like Stash, Cash App, all these small things, you don't get the best execution prices because Stash actually doesn't execute your trade right away. Stash only executes your trades between 9:30 a.m. and noon, and also between 2:30 p.m. and market close. So you get placed in a block, which, I mean, if you're going to block trade, you might as well just go set up a computer share account because that's way more secure than Stash or Cash App to do block trades on. But as far as like overall cost basis, I mean, Spence nailed it on the head. You're going to lower your average no matter where you buy if you're buying the dip. But Stash, I would, if you're looking to make short-term profit off of this situation, Stash isn't going to be the one to do it in. Stash is long-term holding stocks.
Yeah, it's my smallest account. Like I said, I got AMC on 7 different platforms. So,
well, it's nice being spread out like that. You have a lot of backup options if one fails.
Right. Okay, thank you.
No problem, man. You have a good day.
You too.
What's up, Cricket Comedy? What's going on, man?
What's up, Spence? How you been, brother?
Good. Just second cup of coffee. I'm ready to go.
I hear you, man. I'm ready to fucking rock and roll here. And Tara, hi, long time. Listen, so I told you, Spence, that I had been pounding that drum with computer share for well over a year now. Chastised in space. A year ago, chased out, told, nuts, get the fuck out of here. You're a shill, blah, 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 blah. Term investors, true investors, considered the ones who own through the DRS, but as you know, but now we come to find out that, well, I knew, but it comes to light that all of the hedge funds and all the funds, family funds and whatnot, they all owned DRS shares as well. So all of the selling pressure now is coming from there, right? So knowing that the selling pressure, they're selling off some of their, to try and suppress the price. Ergo, the reason why there were the halts on the way up and then the selling pressure. I would have to say that now we know where the fucking selling is coming from, right? So every share that we buy is one less share that they can fucking sell, and as long as it's held, right? Now, I just feel really, really, really fucking bad for those that have not gotten their shares, the APE shares is what I'm referring to, in their brokerage accounts. Now, we can blame the brokers, but there's a bigger picture going on here. We're already fucking trading on this. And so the massive problem here is that we're trading on it. We're buying up. We're doing our job. We're doing what we want to do. We're buying while they're fucking selling, trying to suppress. But we're buying, and the fuckery has begun, and not everybody's allowed to participate here. So I want to say that I'm sorry. I feel for every last one of you apes that have not received your shares in your brokerage accounts. And I'm sorry if I went off topic and this has been discussed already before, Spence. I apologize because I'm new to the room right now.
You're good,
right?
man. You're good. Keep going.
Okay, bro. I'm just like, I'm fucking beside myself, man. Like, I'm raging here, and I was raging over the weekend about TD Ameritrade, and I'm like fucking banging a drum like, you sons of bitches. I sent them emails. I sent messages, and I got the correspondence that said, hey, listen, we know, man, but we're going to tell you, if we received those shares, you would have been distributed those already. So what I'm trying to say is we didn't receive those shares to distribute. And I'm like, the fuck do you mean? It was T0. It was those shares were expected to be. I mean, the language was specific. I know you could read it in two different ways, but it was expected to be expected. The word is expected. It's expected to be in those accounts by 8/19. And now those people are sitting there at home, like listening to us, like, oh fuck, oh, the cricket bought fucking, you know, 1,000 ape, and I can't even buy one because I don't have any in my account. I don't have the ability of fucking trading on this. And where's mine? You've got tons, or I've got 10, or I've got 5. It doesn't matter how many. I just feel for everybody, and I hope everybody understands that it's their personal responsibility to make as much fucking noise and rattle this fucking cage as much as they possibly can. Rattle the fucking cages. Contact the SEC. Contact your broker first. Make sure get everything in writing. Get everything. Screenshot the fucking the conversations you have with their agents, and ask for a licensed broker, and then get their fucking compliance officers on the line and pound them about it and say, you're a compliance officer. Why in the fuck aren't you doing your job? And then after that, go to investor relations and report it to AMC. Everybody's got to fucking know. Rattle your ape cages, man. That's what we're about. It's all well and good to sit around and fucking kumbaya, and I love everybody. I really do. I mean, I know I'm angry right now, and this is just the way I get. I get amped. I get amped for everybody out there, man. But everybody's got to find that fucking fire inside them and understand what this movement is about and why we're here in the first fucking place. It's not just about swing trading. It's not just about making more money for ourselves. There's a fucking movement going on here, and I think everybody needs to just start fucking banging and rattling your cages, man. Rattle those fucking cages. Make noise. Let everybody know that we are still here, rather than fucking just twiddling around in echo chambers. And I love you guys. I'm sorry. I apologize for the. If it sounds like there's animosity here, there's absolutely none towards any of my fellow apes ever. I love you all. My animosity is towards these fucking hedge funds that they play the goddamn games. The fuckery's begun already, and I don't want to say half because I don't know the numbers, but a large amount of my fucking fellow apes are not even able to participate in the game, whether it be here in the States or overseas. So just do your. I'm not giving you all the information, but do your diligence. Find the SEC's number, contact them. Find your fucking brokerage's number and ask for investor relations at AMC. Find these numbers. Find them.
Everyone who does not have their ape today should already be on Google typing SEC stock complaint, clicking on it, and filing in mass. If you don't have your ape and this is being traded live and you haven't filed a stock complaint yet, you're part of the problem.
Thank you. Rattle those fucking cages, man. I mean, it's all, like I told you, it's all well and good to sit by, kumbaya, we're up this percent, we're up that percent. I get it. And that's positive. That's positive flow. But every so often, this is a rock and roller coaster. This is not just a roller coaster ride, man. This is the motherfucking Aerosmith rock and roller coaster ride that you want to. Why do you think Michael Burry, and I mean, people might not like these people, I don't care, but why do you think all these stock traders and everybody listens to fucking loud music and just has it's controlled chaos. It's controlled chaos. Take that controlled chaos and use it as a fucking power and turn it around and make sure that we are heard. Okay? I love y'all. Thank you for letting me speak. Tara, love you as always. I apologize for rattling the cages in here, but somebody asked me to come and step up, so I did. Okay, Spence?
You come rattle cages anytime you want, bro.
Love you, brother. I appreciate it, man. This is just, man, I just need that fucking pure energy, that high definition, like I don't need the drugs, man. You know what the drugs is right now? And I don't want to use, it's not vengeance, man. Because people are like, oh, why are you so mad? You mad, bro? You mad? Man, I am beyond mad. I'm not mad, like angry mad. I'm not mad like I need vengeance mad. Like I'm gonna want to fucking hurt somebody and let's hurt these guys. No, man. You guys have to know that this rivers run so goddamn deep and so far in our pasts that everybody should be just brewing and stewing and bubbling and boiling full of fucking energy to make sure that this turns around so that we have the fucking power again. Because this stock market wasn't about them. This stock market was about investing in companies that we love, putting money into something that we thought was going to do great. And they have fucking torn. Man, I talk to my kids about this all the time. I'm like, yo, y'all are trying to change history with the way you're being taught in schools now. But don't change history. Don't try to take away my fucking childhood. My Blockbuster, they fucking shorted to shit. My fucking Toys R Us, they shorted to shit. My Radio Shack, they shorted to shit. They just tore all these fucking these companies that were great and had fucking great meaning and still valid. Even to this day, I can find a validity for every single one of them. And then he shorted them to shit. And we have to just be angry at that they're fucking trying to just like erase your history. They're trying to erase your fucking past. And we've proven already. Now, AMC, I swear to God, I fucking saw that on last year when I first started seeing this shit. I said, oh, fucking hell no. They're not taking away my fucking blood. That's my fucking childhood. I saw my first fucking movie at 2 years old. I remember being in a goddamn carriage at an AMC movie. I don't know if it's AMC, but
we're having trouble hearing you, Cricket. You're getting scrambled up, man.
Sorry, brother. Sorry. I'll drop down, man. I apologize.
It just your mic went out or something. I think you got that rage going through your mic. You couldn't handle all that energy, man. Thanks for coming up, buddy. I agree with everything you said, bro. Every single
Love you, man.
You said. Rich, what's up, man?
I just want to touch up on what Cricket said and all that stuff, and I can understand his frustration. It's sad. Let me be real for a second. It's sad that we have to DSR our shares. Isn't it sad we have to call up our brokers? Isn't it sad we have to look up certain information about the SEC, FINRA, and all that stuff? When I started doing stocks, I never thought I would look at some government documentation. Hell, for the first time in my life, I actually watched a federal rate hike call. Thought I'd never watched that in my life. It's just one of those things that just appear on C-SPAN or some other channel. You just walk past by it, just on and beyond. It's sad that we have to do these things because the institutions are not protecting us just in general. So I agree with everything what Cricket says and stuff. And there's a lot of frustration out there. So I just wanted to give that to him. And also want to touch on what Derek said earlier, that he has 7 other, you're welcome. He has 7 other brokerage accounts. I'm glad he does. Really glad. I don't prefer you have Apex, Apex Clearinghouse and other small, not financial advice, you do you. But everybody needs to have multiple. Literally, DSR, Fidelity, Schwab, TD. You need to have multiple. Because you already know, if you have only one broker, that one fucks up, they're fucking your opportunity of making money. Money that you'll never see again. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once. If it wasn't for the stock play, be real. Everybody would just be real for a second. Would you see $1 million in your account? And I'm not talking about your 401k. I'm just talking about actively $1 million in your checking account, your savings account. Will you see that? Me personally, my whole life, I don't think I'll ever see that. This is my one shot, my one opportunity, and I'm not going to let it go. So it's good that we're actually making noise. It's good we're making noise, and they're letting everybody know, because nobody's sticking up for us. Now, Congress is not sticking up for us. SEC is not sticking up for us. Nobody's sticking for us. So, Cricket, I understand where you're coming from, man. And thank you, like I said, Derek, for taking those precautions just in general and stuff.
That's hey, guys, 2 real quick. I'm getting DMs saying they're shorting our space call because people are trying to click on it and the link says not available. So if you guys could go to the tweet and retweet the space call again, I'd really appreciate it, because people are DMing me saying they can't get in.
That was literally me. I think I sent you one just before I got promoted to speaker. I was trying for like an hour, dude. I literally updated my app, everything. It wouldn't even show you guys in the top bar of my feed. I had to go into my DMs and see Tara and you guys, and then try to click on your profiles to get in the call.
Yep. Go retweet it, comment on the tweet for the space call. We got almost 600 people in here. We got 125 people on YouTube. Everybody is present, man. This is awesome.
I find out because of Spencer. Can I speak for a second?
Yeah, go ahead, man. Go.
Okay, sorry. My name is Marcel, and I'm here with you all for a while. And I'm glad with the time I find all these channel, Twitter. I'm not used to. I had a problem this morning with the. Okay. First, I just want to bring a question that I have in my mind since the 4th of August. since Idam Aaron bring the APE share and stuff, then the puzzle I have in my mind now is like we don't know how many shares he have. I mean, fake shares. Then if it's 2 times, 20 times, 10 times, 20 times, let's say 20 times the float. I was just thinking about the amount of money, and then what's bothering me, what I'm thinking is, okay, then now half of it's gonna go in the hate. But if we say, sorry if English is not my first language, but you're gonna understand what I mean. I'm gonna try to be short. If we have 20 times the volume, the fake shares, 20 times the real float, what's happening with that money? Half of our money now is somewhere until we have the APE share. I don't have it yet. I'm in Canada, Montreal, Canada. And what's gonna happen with half of this money of these fake shares? Where's that money goes? And it bothers me. I cannot. Yeah, you understand what I mean?
Yeah, it's a lot of the buying pressure right now is being shoved into the dark pool. So those orders sit in the dark pool until they're facilitated to the open market. So there's probably trillions of dollars sitting in the dark pool right now, just not being facilitated on the price discovery. But with any synthetic share they do sell to you is still a value share on the market. So no matter what price it goes to, they owe you that. If they get to the point where the brokers and the market makers become insolvent, then the DTCC has to come out with their insurance policy and cover it all. That's why I think Adam Aaron at the end of the week should get all the data, get all the FTD data, the absolute fuckery that's going on with people not getting their shares, and claim no faith in share management with the DTC and recall every single AMC share, forcing shorts to close. I think there's enough evidence here to do that, in my opinion.
Yeah, so to answer your question, first of all, your English is flawless. So don't worry about that. You're very well spoken. But what you're describing, suppose that were the case, that's what's going to cause a squeeze. They have to pay. If there's 10 billion synthetics or whatever, they have to pay for all those, right? They can't just take your money. That's a bail-in. They can't do that. It's one thing to steal your money out of a dark pool by manipulating price discovery and things like that. But if they were to just take that money right out of your account, that's just directly stealing. Like, there's no question about that. There's no way that they could get away with that. It's going to be what causes the squeeze.
Okay, I wrote to my Canadian broker, which is a National Bank direct brokerage, and anyway, they answered me full of a lot of bullshit at the beginning, and then toward the end of the last week, they were more like, okay, we should have it by the 19th, then we should have it by the 22, but let's say to be safe, like the 24th, but. Maybe we get it the 22. I didn't receive that yet. I'm not too nervous about it. I mean, of course, I'm nervous. I'm pissed. I'm excited. You know what I mean. I'm on my credit card. I'm not on the marge though. I'm happy. I'm not on the marge because I cannot be margin call on my brokerage account. But let's say I'm on the marge on other things like credit card and line of credit. But on the side of that, I know I can be still paying my credit card as long as I can keep my position. I know it's going to come one day, and I'm putting myself 2 years ahead. I mean, in the worst case, I don't know what fuckery they can do to keep pushing this, but yeah, I'm holding because I mean, I've been seeing a lot of shit, of course, and I heard a lot of shit during the first time I bought AMC and GameStop. It was like, yeah, $2 and $5, and I sold them at a loss because I didn't get it. What was a short squeeze and shocks? Anyway. It took me a little while to understand. And now I'm holding for my life. Anyway, thank you for letting me talk. I feel better now. Okay, have a nice day. I'm gonna keep listening to you all.
Thanks for coming, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Spence, I think I did some math. It may be shoddy a little while back, but I was just thinking about what you just said about potentially up to 2 trillion in dark pools, and that puts AMC's price without variables, just with if you bought $2 trillion at this price, it would put it north of like 200 or something a share. So I mean, it not financial advice, but that's what you look at, right? Like, if we know how much money has been funneled into the dark pools, I mean, I don't set price expectations week to week because that's just unhealthy for your mental sanity. I will give advice to people if you're having trouble with this mentally, take a step back and realize that, if you got into this in the beginning, what did you get into it for? Was it a quick buck, or are you really about this? What we got going on here? You really got to take a look at that and make sure you're okay. Don't let it stress you out. Week to week is what it's going to be. We know price discovery every day is manipulation, but if we know how much has flowed into the dark pools, we know how much we're owed. I mean, it's just as simple as that.
Guys, that's why we're not doing space calls every day, because we literally, the people that are hosting a space call every single day, they're just creating mental fatigue. You guys got to get out and stay calm and cool and relaxed. Take care of your laundry. Don't let your financial in your main life, your real life, IRL, outside of the market, slip because you're so worried about APE. Do positive things on the side while you're waiting for AMC and APE to do what they're going to do. Make sure you're doing positive things on the side in your real life while you're waiting, and don't ignore your pets, and don't ignore the gym and eating healthy and stuff like that. This is not something you can control by being on Twitter every day. I promise you that.
100%. My best friend, lifelong best friend. He's very sick. He got COVID originally in 2020, and he wound up needing a pacemaker put in his heart. And anyway, he's very, he lives very well in his means. He doesn't buy expensive things. He works a railway job at Metro North. And I told him, hey, last year or 2 years in 2021 in January, I was like, hey man, just buy some AMC, snag it away. Think of it as kind of like a savings account. And, he'd never been invested before. He doesn't trade at all. He just owns, I think, a small like $1,000 position at AMC, but his average is at $5 a share. And he tells me, he's like, hey man, what's going on with the AMC today? He's like, I haven't been keeping up. And he is probably one of the most mentally stable guys I know for someone who is in like $50,000 worth of medical debt and like not making good money day to day. So if that can be any consolidation to the people who have been here since January of last year, just really like keep it sane, like keep it chill. Like I know it's very frustrating what we see happening day to day, but bigger picture, I mean, justice will always prevail in situations like this. I mean, it always does, and it may not be the exact kind of justice you're looking for, but I can assure almost everybody here that something good will come of this. It may take time, and it has taken time already, but there will be some good times to follow from the day-to-day struggles that we are all collectively are going through at this point.
Yeah, I just want to take a moment as far as the comments about fighting and what have you. I'm strongly considering sharing Jim Cramer's tweet from this morning with the SEC about stock bashing, because the guy knows perfectly well that the prices combined, and that there actually wasn't, especially at the time of his tweet, a sell-off. If anything, the stock was up significantly at that time. You don't become, I think he was like a VP or something, like he was pretty far up at Goldman at one time, and you don't manage your own fund and do all the things that he was very successful at without knowing exactly what's going on. And it's stock bashing. He was purposefully doing stock bashing and making a formal complaint and light him up. I don't care what CEO Adam might say about kissing up and playing nice with Kramer. If it comes to put out blatantly false information via Twitter, and it's probably I don't watch CNBC because I just throw up anytime I do. I think we should go ahead and think about doing that whenever you see it. by any media person, reporting, because stock bashing is a crime. It is illegal, and we can be loud. And there's millions of us, and if we're all loud together, that's where things start to possibly have a chance of changing. Maybe, just maybe.
And justice will prevail. I mean, if we make the noise, like Cricket said when he came up here, I mean, a little brazenly, I mean, for most people, but that's what it's about. That's why we're here. That's why we're in this space call. Make the noise and find the right channels. We gotta do it.
Hey, Swing, I'm having a hard time hearing you. And to touch on that, what you're saying about stock bashing, I think probably everybody saw it, but Benzinga put out an article earlier this morning that said Signmark went bankrupt or whatever, just to paraphrase. And so that's why AMC is down 33%. I don't know if you guys saw that article, but I thought it was pretty ridiculous.
I think you're referencing the Cineworld article. Yeah, and it's just so funny. I mean, you have that combined with CNBC host first thing in the morning, barely looked like he had half a cup of coffee. AMC's down 40% on no news. I mean, come on, guys. Like I don't understand. I think they're getting sloppier and sloppier is what's happening, because it is so easy to see it now. I mean, my grandmother, who is 67 years old, has no idea about stocks. She calls me this morning and he's like, "Hey, I was watching CNBC. These people sound like lunatics. Like, what are they losing their mind over a movie theater for?" And this is my 67-year-old grandmother, and she can see it plain as day. Like, it's really sad. Like, it is really sad, but it's been referenced a couple times. The clock's ticking.
Yeah, your grandma sounds very wise, and I just want to kind of change topic here really quick, if no one minds, because it's kind of relevant to what other people have been talking about. I have an email here from John Merriweather. He's one of the executives with AMC, and it has to deal with the distribution of APE. And one of the callers had mentioned that TD Ameritrade said that they did not receive the APE yet to administrate to their clients. The first bullet point in this email here that, again, is from John Merriweather. He says that AMC will be delivering the AMC preferred equity unit dividend via computer share to the depository trust company, who will then deliver them to your broker. And so with that, I'd have to think that it doesn't seem like it would be true that TD Ameritrade does not have APE yet. I would have to think that they do have APE, that probably, and I'm just making a lot of assumptions here, but I would have to think that probably all the brokerages, or most of them, have, especially the big ones like TD Ameritrade, they probably do have their APE. So I would say that whoever he's talking to either doesn't know what they're talking about or they're lying to him. But also, with that said, it doesn't guarantee immediate receipt of the APE, because he goes on to say that how each individual broker then handles the dividends is determined by the broker and is governed by your brokerage agreement. So it's up to your broker when you get the APE, but I would think that your broker does have the APE already.
Yeah, they've more than likely, this is what I said the other night, the brokers are delaying the issuance because they're using your APE shares to facilitate short sales. Like if a short seller, if they get 100,000 APE, or say this, they need 10,000 APE, they get it for 3 days and it clears, and then they kick it right back to the broker to issue to you. They facilitated their position a little bit longer. So all they're doing right now is delaying the inevitable. And in my opinion, they're actually digging a deeper hole, because now they're giving everybody more time to go out and buy more APE at lower prices. They're going to cause a massive market, a market meltdown, but a meme stock melt up. It is absolutely coming. And if you haven't filed a complaint with the SEC yet, do it. Even if you're not sure, just file it, flood the SEC, flood FINRA, and also read your broker agreement. Read your broker agreement on dividend distribution. they may in fact be breaking their own brokerage agreement, and you can sue them.
Spence, Tim here. Hi. I couldn't hear the whole call, so I have to ask you first. Have you guys discussed already this new not new, but from the 19th of August, this notification from the NYSE about the Rule 201?
I seen a little bit about it, but I didn't get into it. Do you want to explain it for us?
Yeah, it's from the NYSE, new security notification for symbol APE. And one sentence is, regulation SHO Rule 201 will not apply to security APE until its second day of trading on NYSE. And then the explanation, Rule 201 generally requires trading centers to establish, maintain, and enforce written policies and procedures that are reasonably designed to prevent the execution or display of a short sale at an impermissible price when a stock has triggered a circuit breaker by experiencing a price decline of at least 10%.
That I'm not surprised in the least, man. That it's
crazy.
It's so corrupt, man.
Just for one day, for the first day. The second day, it is. It's I mean, maybe you remember I'm the guy from Germany, and I am so pissed about this whole market fuckery. I'm sitting here. It's 6 p.m. Just got ready from working and so on, and I saw this, and I said to my wife, I said, what the hell can they do? It's so unbelievable. And the thing is, we are in Germany, the reliable banks who are there for years and years and decades, all of them don't have any APE, but all hedge fund installed apps have apes in Germany.
That's crazy. It's a global event, man. All the corruption from the U.S. markets has bled into the European, Canadian, Australian, everywhere. All the markets. Somebody is going to get stuck with the bill. It's not going to be retail. So, Tim, you know, when these banks and these hedge funds and these brokers finally all just can't facilitate this corruption anymore, it's going to be a global event where everybody's going to try to place blame. And it's going to be a pretty interesting show to watch. But, dude, I get your frustration, man. And I appreciate you coming up and talking about that rule with us, because it is important.
Can I ask about that rule one more time? I just want to clarify to make sure I heard him right. Is it a rule that they're proposing that they enforce their own rules? Is that basically what it was? Like, in the grand scheme of things, like, I know, you know, they're basically saying, you know, enforce action against people who are, you know, shorting when it's already down 10% and hit a trigger. But isn't that already
it sounded to me like they're saying that for the first day that rule doesn't apply to APE.
Oh,
exactly. That's what they are saying.
Yeah.
That's what they are writing on the official NYSE. You can read this notification. It's from the 19th of August, and they are telling us only or on the second day they will do it, but not on the first day.
What? That is okay. That is absolute insanity. I mean, wow. Okay.
That's the only reason they're able to suppress this right now. I guarantee it. I'm telling you guys, this is where I'm putting my money on. This is my thought process, and I know some people don't want to wait longer, but I'm telling you, when failure to delivers are reported for the second half of August, which will be I believe the first half of September. I think that's right. First half of August would be the second half. Yeah. So when we get to September and the second half of August FTDs are reported, it is going to blow everyone's mind. and you're going to see Adam Aaron going, we can't operate if you're going to fail to deliver tens of millions of shares every time there's a market problem. So I'm looking forward. This is all going to be fun for me from then until now, but I'm looking forward to T plus 35 since last Monday, which would be, I think, September 15th or 25th. Either way, whatever T plus 35 is. So that's what I'm aiming for. That's my target.
If it sets up for September 16th, that's it's another pretty big options expiration across the entire market. So
that's what it is too. I think so.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty big. I mean, usually on on those days you see red. I mean, we saw it this past Friday across the entire market with a bunch of options expiring. But I mean, you usually get some big red market wide, and I've been really seeing AMC itself trade inversely, more and more inversely to the SPY and to the broader market itself, which is per the original thesis what we want to see is a breakaway from market trend. And I think if we have a continuation of that break in market trend, I could realistically see the broader market taking a short term hit, while, like you said, meme stocks kind of like melt up, and it's I mean what I've been positioning myself for, and I mean we've all been seeing it over. If anybody follows Unusual Whales, I mean that account has minute by minute news of everything that's happening market wide, and most of it has pretty reliable sourcing. So we all see it. We all know what's happening here. I mean, it's pretty harsh, right? We all knew this was kind of going to come. You know, we were all going to get our shares. Everybody was going to be a little bit confused, and they're banking on people paper handing like Portnoy did back in in January, February. Somebody that does they're banking on people not knowing what's going on, and I think the best we can do for ourselves is stay calm and just inform ourselves of what's going to happen and what is happening. And yeah, Spence, it's great to. I mean, I'll take big breaks from Twitter every once in a while, but it's great to see you and Tara, still sticking together. That after how long we've all kind of seen this shit show go on here with all the FUD across different multiple space calls and all the different hosts that have come and gone, and it's cool to see you guys still rocking here, and I really appreciate it.
It's funny that you're talking about Portnoy. He asks so dumb and silly questions the whole morning about AMC, what is going on, it's half, and then asking more dumb questions. It's like really everybody who has in it, who was in it and is not in it, asks really dumb questions right now. I can't understand. And by the way, Spence, I have doing a screenshot from this NYSE and DM it to you. I don't know how to make it above in this call,
So the way I do it is I'll make a tweet, and then when you go to the share button, it should have at the top of the share options, it should say the space call, and you click on it, and it should share it. But if you want to DM it to me too, I can do it for you.
Okay, perfect.
Or if you tweet it, I can just post your tweet up there.
One moment.
And while we're doing that, if everybody could please go and retweet the call, go to the little comment purple bubble at the bottom right corner, go drop a comment, drop a hashtag, retweet. We got over 630 people in the call right now, 134 on YouTube. We're spreading a lot of good awareness, like the thing that Tim was just talking about and what Lucas was talking about. People need to know what's going on, not just to sit back and accept what they're doing today, which they are struggling to do it. They cannot get APE and AMC under the price levels they want right now. It's time to blow this up. And again, don't stress, be calm, cool, collected. I'm telling you, I think we're going to see a pretty awesome turnaround Tuesday tomorrow, even though we are like one of the only green tickers today. Like literally, when you add the two prices together, I think maybe we're just at level possibly. but we were green for most of the day. So.
And the other thing that's interesting that I've been watching is the bid-ask spread of APE is pretty darn wide. Like it's fluctuating between like 5 and 9 cents. Every once in a while it gets down to a penny, which is where you should see stock trading at currently 7.23. It should be a penny wide. It's very unusual to have more than a penny. Maybe every once in a while you have 2 pennies if it's momentarily illiquid, but clearly there's a liquidity issue in APE, given how wide at times the bid-ask spread is. It's showing signs of the fact that there's just not the shares that the market maker wants or needs to be able to do what it wants to do with the stock.
Everybody's looking for the shares, right? I mean, that's what's on everybody's mind. I mean, I can't even imagine if you're an institutional owner and you lent your share out and that share got lent and lent again and then sold and then maybe rehypothecated and sold again, and like you're trying to get your original share back because like damn right the value of APE. Like this is, I mean, I've been thinking about the term preferred equity a lot since this whole announcement was released. And I mean, preferred equity, if you just boil it down to simple terms, we own the preferred equity of AMC. I mean, that's pretty big stuff. I mean, these institutions like BlackRock and Vanguard with millions of shares in their accounts, they're looking for shares too. And like Spence said, I think once we see these FTDs, it's gonna blow the roof again. For the umpteenth time. Like it's only gonna happen so many times before Citadel or one of the bigger names goes under, and whoever's been sticking it out and here for the long haul, I think you got a chance to benefit from this, and I appreciate all of you.
Same. Christy, what's up? How you doing?
Good morning, everybody. Happy birthday, Abe. I have talked before. Thanks for having me back. Just talking about Wealthsimple not delivering to Canadians. I think it might be one of our most popular platforms. It's very user-friendly usually. And what I want to say is to anybody that's not getting their APEs, we can make them pay for that now. So what I have done is I've opened up a Quest Trade account because they are showing my APEs. And I've moved my biggest positions already. They're in transit. I'm not worried about losing money because the market is bare. And that's going to hurt them. And that's going to give them a really great message today. If people start doing that, it costs a little bit of money, but Quest Trade covers $150 of it. And I just think it's one way to just sort of, pay them back for what they're doing to us in the meantime. And it's a little bit of satisfaction.
You're not wrong. Look at Robinhood's stock price and what has happened to that company after January 28th.
Yeah, 100%. We were calling it the Canadian Robinhood. And, when GME had their split or their splividend, a lot of people were asking, are we going to get the dividend and all that? And they were getting the yes. So I went about it a different way and I asked them, hey, do you guys loan your shares or out, right? And they're like, no, we don't loan our shares. Very, very firm on that. And then I started asking it different ways, like where do we get our shares? So, the CDS in Canada is our distribution house, but it finally came down to one guy finally said that there is a transfer agent in between, and we're not allowed to disclose who it is. So I'm like, okay, so there's a broker in between. I said, how do you know that broker is not shorting our stocks? Like, how can you confirm that? And he's like, you will get your stocks. So he couldn't, like, everything was beating around the bush, right? But I love that I have this conversation in writing, and I've asked the right questions because one day, if we end up in a class action situation, which I'm sure we will, at some point. I've got all of that with the the deception and the lack of transparency that's going on, and we'll get our justice. But in the meantime, I just like taking a little bite out of them today. So I hope some people follow suit.
All right. So the reason I was so angry this morning is because I woke up at 6:30 without coffee and no breakfast to listen to a short seller just spreading absolute garbage, diarrhea of the mouth trash. But just so everybody knows, I just finished my Chipotle egg and bacon sandwich that's on whole grain toasted bread. So I will start snacking on this so I'm less cranky.
Hey, Spence, actually, I have a question for you.
He probably just took a bite.
I just took a bite.
Yeah.
Go for it, though.
All right. This is just quick. I'm not trying to go in conspiracy mode, but we got to know this. Did the government, United States government, did they really hire 87,000 IRS workers? Are they for us, the apes? I mean, yeah, they're going to go for other middle class, but isn't it just funny how it's like the timing? They couldn't have done this 2 years ago, 3 years ago. And before everybody says, oh, they signed a bill already. It was already in motion. Yeah. But they're doing it now. Is that for us, the IRS agents? And they're armed. Just saying. They're not Girl Scouts.
Yeah, I think it's partially for us, but more or less, I think it's to get back all the stimulus money they gave everybody, because people took that and went out and made a lot of cash deals and a lot of bartering, and they want to get people back. All the money they gave us for the pandemic, they want it back. I'm going to tell you right now, there ain't going to be 80,000 IRS agents getting hired unless it's people who have never held a job in their life. Nobody wants to work for the IRS. Nobody wants to work for the post office, man. You think they want to go work for the IRS? And I'll tell you, the first time an IRS agent comes up to my door packing heat, trying to tell me what to do, it'll be the last thing they ever do. I refuse to live in a country that's like that. So I think it's to scare everybody. The people they hire for the IRS, for the most part, are pretty remedial. You're not getting... It's a government job where they're just going to hire anybody that's going to do what they're told because they need a paycheck. But to find 80,000 people to work for the IRS probably won't happen in the first place. And either way, by after midterms and by the next presidential election, all that stuff's going to get overturned, man. I'm not even worried about it. But I'll tell you this. I'll pay my fair share in taxes. Literally. If the government gets the markets to operate correctly and gets the SEC to do their job, and we make the money we know they owe us, I will gladly pay my taxes. No problem, no questions asked. And if we do squeeze, I highly recommend everybody takes the cash equivalent of what you're going to owe in taxes and immediately set it aside. Don't play games with it.
Do not. I thought they was really just going to make this short squeeze last year. It's like the government's also stupid because like you're going to risk the long-term gains. Really? Whatever. The short-term gains. Whatever. So I guess everybody holding, we have long-term. And that's great for us, but I would have thought they would have done it quicker. That's what everybody was anticipated.
Well, they can't because all the Congress people are insider trading on all these plays. And if they know they catch one person, they're going to catch them all. Like I said, everybody's implicated. So it's kind of a last man standing who's going to be left holding the bag at the crime scene type of thing.
Like you said earlier, it's not going to be retail.
So I don't know if it's true, but I just saw a tweet that claimed that preferred equity has never been halted until today.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Oh my God.
I don't remember ever seeing it happen. Maybe that's why they did the 201 rule restriction that Tim was telling us about. But this today, buy orders are outpacing sell orders like 90 to 10, 90% of the orders are buy orders. We have a rule restriction placed, and the MSM is out there pressing all the FUD. I mean, we've been through this before, you guys. This is another January 27th event.
I mean, you can only pile that list up so long before something something comes down on you. And I think I don't know who said it, but somebody was talking about how the government was absolutely just ridiculously dumb to let all the tax gains from what could have been last year go away. I mean, these are supposed to be the smartest financial people in the world, right? Running BlackRock, Vanguard, the economic advisors to the White House. I sat with that thought for a very long time. I've been holding, anybody who's just jumped in the call, I've been holding since the January event. I have been in this play for as long as a lot of people here, and I have watched them literally do the same things over and over and over again. And it's crazy at this point. The Justice Department could have stepped in, but even if the government wanted the tax gains, if BlackRock and Vanguard had told the White House, hey, look at what can happen in the market here. You can be the good guy, right? Because retail won, right? You only have to sacrifice a couple firms that really should have gone down anyway because of how many times their trading was fined or suspended. I mean, they could have purged the markets, taken all that tax money from retail, and totally flipped the economy on a dime. But what's the motive here at play now? A year and how many months, a year and a half later? What's the motive at this point? If they couldn't have taken those tax dollars then, it could have been enormous.
It's because everybody has their hand caught in the cookie jar. These politicians have all been paid and bought for. Nobody in the market makers and institutions, nobody has money right now. I'm telling you right now, they're illiquid. They have way too much debt. They have too many losses, and they have too much piled up in short positions that they can't get out of because the market won't collapse how everyone expected because retail refuses to sell.
Yeah, I mean, oh, go ahead. Oh, my bad. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I just wanted to say, you said that they're the smartest people in the world, and I don't think that they are intelligent whatsoever. The people in this room are smart. The people at BlackRock and Vanguard, they're just cheaters. They probably got through college cheating, and probably maybe they even bribed their professors. Who knows? But they are not smart. The people in this room are smart.
100%. No, they're supposed to be, right. They're supposed to be the smartest people in the room, right? They're economic advisors to the White House, for Christ's sake. And it's sad. It is really sad because retail could have had a win. Retail hasn't had a win as a whole in a very long time. I mean, most people are not smart enough to get in and get out. Most people hold their stocks, and I mean, that is a long-term gainer. Like, you build generational wealth by holding stocks long term. Like, that's always how it's been. But you don't get a win very often when you want to hold long term. So it's hard. I mean, it is a really hard game to play, but I think you're right. I mean, we have to be smarter than them. I mean, this liquidity crisis has been going on. We've been talking about it, Spence, for at least since January, since the market has been dying. I mean, we've had a short-term bounce, but the market is drying up. Nobody's trading SPY anymore. The volume is dead. It's the liquidity crisis will eventually cause the squeeze. I think somebody said that in here earlier. I think the liquidity crisis has a lot to do with what we're seeing.
I think it'll be an everything squeeze too. I just think some will be more prominent than others, but This market's about to collapse. There's no money. The market makers literally are struggling to process AMC dividends. The brokers are struggling to process AMC dividends on one company. The only thing they can do is cheat, suppress the price, and try to scare retail out of this. I'm telling you, Adam Aaron is going to come out with an absolutely fire tweet pretty soon. It's going to be epic. What's good, Busy? What's up, man?
What's up, Spence? Good morning to everybody. Tara, how you doing, Tara?
She probably left me here all alone with Swings,
left
man.
you?
Just face call she started.
Well, just want to hop in and say what up. Of course, I'm sitting here with a cup of coffee, watching the fuckery take place, as usual. But going back onto one of the speakers said, no, I don't think it's about being smart or being stupid. I believe that you have to look at it this way, Spence. Our lives stay the same if this doesn't happen. Our lives change for the better if it does happen. But for them, if it does happen for us, it totally destroys them. I mean, financially, their way of life, they lose everything that they have. Their second home, third home, first home, uh, their way of life changes. As for me, for the people listening to this call, this is my second time with you guys on the space call. But I'm gonna put it to you this way: I have a lot of shares, but my story when I was in Japan in 2000 and want to say 2009, 2008, between that time, I lost my house. Now I had a pregnant wife at home. I was over there and I struggled. I struggled so bad that I lost it. And I want to take my life. But when I got back home, I made it a mission. We lost our home. I had to swallow my pride. And we moved out our house that we had. Now, sitting back here and thinking, this weekend I only had $200 in my account. Now, let me tell you, last week I seen my account drop $100,000. Did I sell? Nope. That's the conviction that everybody has to have in this play. It doesn't matter if you have a shitload of shares, 200 shares. We have to stick together because ain't nobody coming to the rescue. The SEC ain't doing shit. They're over here in the media blaming us. But who they should be looking at is Gary Gensler. Why? He had a lot of time in his hands since last year to put a stop to all this fuckery. He hasn't. They don't have no answer for us. They have zero answer for us. And just today, did anybody wake up in the morning and thought that AMC was going to have over 100 million in volume? Nope. They're getting wrecked right now. Getting wrecked. How many shares did they dump last week? One day was 19 million. The other day, the day before that was 16 million, 8 million. How much money does these excuse my language, motherfuckers got to spend to give up? We don't know. But I tell you this much, Spence. I ain't leaving until I make my money, and we all have to send a statement that this corruption in the Wall Street has to stop. Has to stop. 25%, 27% already in the dark pool for APE. We're supposed to be on a T0 system. We're going to see what happens after hours when there's no halts, pre-market when there's no halts. Let's see the fuckery then. So what I'm trying to say, everybody has a story here. If you see your value in your account drop, just believe that there's other people with a lot of shares that are having the same issues as you, trying to struggle through the weekend on $200 with 4 kids. Yes, I get paid, and my wife will get paid. But listen, if you believe in something, and as we all are, and we're holding, that's making a statement. We have to make a statement here and stick together. Hold your APE share like you're holding your damn AMC for a year and a half. Don't give in and sell it to them. If you have to go find a second job, go do it. Because I believe, and I'm not a financial advisor, but I believe that when all of this is said and done, we will win, and we're all gonna be well off. Again, 49% of my of whatever I cash out is going to savings, because I ain't gonna have no IRS agent when I have this beautiful house and I'm enjoying life and knocking on the door and say, "Hey, you didn't pay your taxes. Give it all back to me." I ain't doing that shit. Anyways, I appreciate everything that you do, Spence. God bless everybody. Just hold tight. I know everybody's struggling. I told my story. I don't usually tell my story like that to anybody. It's personal, but guess what? I believe it needs to be told, because some people will feel the same way, like, shit, I'm going to the same struggles too. And I think that story has to be told. I don't fake it until I make it. And when I make it, I'll be real and say, hey, I made it. If I'm broke, I'll tell you I'm broke. But guess what? I'm holding AMC. See you guys later.
Thanks for sharing, man. Absolutely, 100%. I'm telling you right now, the delay from the brokers issuing you shares and the NYSE 201 rule being delayed a day, it's all just so they can try to bomb this down today as hard as they can. And that's all we're seeing. We're seeing nothing but failure to deliver. That's all these red lines are. I'm telling you, turnaround Tuesday is going to be pretty awesome tomorrow. But when these FTDs, when these AMC FTDs hit T plus 35 in September from the last 2 weeks, this thing is going to explode. They are completely stuck. They can't go nowhere. They have no way out. We own the float. And I'm telling you, guys, I don't know how many more times I can say it. If the float of AMC and APE are direct registered, the game is over. We take all the potential for corruption away from the market makers, and we basically make the SEC a useless turd. You can direct register your shares. They can't be lent out. They can't be shorted. And if they can't do that, the game's over, man. That's all it takes. But I mean, you guys, do what you want to do what you're comfortable with. But Wednesday, when everything's cleared in my account, the first thing I'm doing is direct registering my APE shares. First thing I'm doing. And I ain't leaving until I make the amount of money I want either, bro. That's for sure. I haven't sat here 16 months to make $5,000 off AMC. I sat here to make $250,000, $500,000 off of AMC. And that's a potential. That is a possibility for sure. But APE sitting here at 666, which is kind of weird. I'd be buying too. I just sold a couple other stocks to see if I can get more APE today or tomorrow too. So
yeah, you and me both. I mean, like, talking about the life-changing money thing, I mean, that's been, original thesis DD from the beginning. I mean, we didn't come for pennies. We didn't, there's a funny meme out there. I don't know if y'all seen it. It was like, shout out to the ones who came to make money but stayed for the revolution. And it's just funny to me. I like that one. But I mean, I saw at the height of last June, man, I mean, you can call me an idiot all you want. Put me up on bag holder quotes. I'm sure fucking Pet Rock is sitting in a dark corner somewhere recording this space. I mean, I saw like upwards of $90,000 in my brokerage account just on AMC alone. I didn't sell a single share. And you know what? That could have been life-changing money for me. I'm 25 years old. Like, you know what? It's funny. It is really funny. Like, we have been right about so many things, regardless of how, millions of people are being shown this narrative in not only mainstream media, but also spread on social media through bots. I mean, I have a whole screenshot collection in my files on my computer just of lists and lists of bots pushing the same exact tweet over and over and over again. And I mean, it's just more proof of the original thesis. Like, the FUD, the division, they're going to split the community. They're going to do this, they're going to do that. And what have we seen? We've seen just about everything from the original thesis take place except for the massive squeeze. So, I mean, it's what what most of us have been waiting for and what most of us have been planning for at this point. And it's not something, you're looking long term. It's not something you're going to make pennies on. And this is obviously, these guys are talking about stocks in the back door, and they want you to be worried about oh, they're manipulating stocks. The apes are manipulating. I don't give a shit. Listen, these guys have closed doors meetings. They're pumping stocks through email chains and dark web chats that nobody has any idea. We're out here. We have the guts. We got the heart to talk about, companies we love and change we want to enforce in a what's supposed to be a free country. And I feel for every international ape out there who believes in this movement too, because they see the same things happening in their countries and in their central banks. This Spence has said it multiple times over the past 8, 9, 10 months that I've been following him on here. We didn't recently engage until I think it was like late last year, but he's been saying this from the beginning. I mean, this is worldwide event that's been taking place now since, it was probably even before January, just for AMC alone, January of 2021. But we saw what Deep Fucking Value did with GameStop. His thesis was well before the squeeze was even mentioned. It doesn't mean we're wrong that the price drops day to day. It just means you're early. And it's, I don't care. We can say not financial advice all day long, but we came here for a reason. And I think we're just early. That's all it is.
Absolutely, man. This stuff that's going on right now is absolutely insane. I'm absolutely buying more. I'm literally not leaving until I get what I want out of this. And I personally would love to see AMC be debt free in 2023 with the credit card and the popcorn kicking and all the new movies coming out. I don't want to just make my money and walk away. I want to be in AMC to see it go through its future as a cash flow positive business, and they start issuing cash dividends. But what's happening in the markets today is complete and utter fraud. 100% fraud. And there will be some actions coming forward off of what happens today. Like right now, APE at $6.34 a share. The only reason it's $6.34 a share is because they halted the stock 7 times in an hour-long period. Not even an hour, a 30-minute period. And they have no restrictions on how they can treat the play as of right now because of the restriction on the 201 rule. So they basically set the market up to try to destroy APE today, and it's not going to work. I'm not selling a single fucking share.
I really don't care what they push about dilution anymore. For anybody who's just hopped in the call, it's been the dilution FUD has been busted over and over and over again. Adam Aaron could sell 1 billion shares theoretically in the future of APE into the market, convert it to AMC, whatever that looks like. It doesn't matter. If the original thesis, if there's billions and billions of synthetics out there, that they want to tell you you're wrong about every single day because these guys have no lives and all they do is they have to pick on a bunch of people that have, figured out their game. So don't worry about those day-to-day bashers. We all see them, we all report them, we all do the things. But we're spot on here. We've caught them in a spotlight, and they are essentially trapped by a bunch of people who had no idea what they were even talking about in this play. AMC could theoretically raise enough money through APE by selling shares, which at this point I'm okay with. They could sell as many shares as they like because these market makers got a lot to buy back, and I got a lot of time to wait for this play. It can happen. They have a lot of shares that need to be accounted for, and I can't wait. I can't wait to see what FTDs look like in September, come expiration.
They're gonna be massive, dude.
Oof.
Hey, Spence, I wanted to say something on what Lucas was saying. He's absolutely right. Look, he said 100,000 would have been maybe life-changing for him. But for me, like I told you the story, $200 in the bank, my account value went 100,000 down. That's not all I had. Of course, I could have been selfish and just sold last week. But what I'm trying to trying to make the point is that for the listeners that don't have that many shares, and you always hear, either see people type on Twitter or stock tweets that, the people with a lot of shares need to hold for the people that have small shares. Well, I'm a perfect example. I'm holding. I've held. I could have been selfish and sold last week, and I could have sold, had 350,000, and I could have bought at $10 or $9. But that's just gonna screw you. You see, if everybody has the mentality of just gotta hold like we are, this is what makes us. This is what makes us special. That they don't have an answer for us. The simple fact that somebody's struggling, but they have that account value that at a moment notice, I could just hit the wire transfer and I have over 350K in my bank account. But that's not life changing. That money is going to go quick. Now you pay taxes on that. What is that going to leave you? You're going to be fine for a few, maybe a year, 2 years if you stretch it. That's just going to benefit them. That's what they want you to do. They don't want to pay you out millions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars for people that have small shares. But if we stick together and we make a point and we take this shit to the moon, and I said it on my Twitter, after Monday, right, 822, when we come out with 8, if they didn't cover last week, we're gonna have 2 MOAS on our hands. You see what's happening? Many of the people around the globe are not receiving their shares. Some brokerages are even stopping the buying of 8. You're 100% correct. It's fraud what we're witnessing. They're trying to shake us out. They've been trying to spend millions and millions of dollars. You have Ken Griffin, second quarter, $90 million. He's getting a loan for $600 million. Now the fuck is winning. We're holding. Yes, we've seen our account value go down, but we're holding. But you're not losing billions of dollars every single in the quarter. 94 billion. Are you freaking kidding?
Hey, you're breaking up, Busy. You're in and out. We can barely hear you.
Well,
I don't know if you walked away from your Bluetooth or something.
No. I have bad reception, but hopefully everybody caught what I was trying to say. We all need to stick together and hold. And my point was that doesn't matter if you have a large amount of shares or a small amount of shares. I'm a perfect example. Lucas is a perfect example of people with a certain amount of shares. You still have people that have more shares than other people that are holding. And we could cash out and be selfish and rebuy and be a day trader, but we're not doing that because that just hurts everybody. And I believe this is what makes us special. We're sending a message. Like you said, we came for the money and we stay for the revolution. You goddamn right. This is financial warfare. What we're going through. They're spending millions and millions and millions of dollars every single day. Today they're look, AMC over 100 million in volume. You know how many millions of dollars they're spending just to pin it down below $11?
There ain't nobody selling in retail today.
Hell
bro.
fucking no. Hell no. They're spending millions, and they're stuck. Now they're stuck on 8, right? Now they're doubling, tripling, quadrupling, quintupling down on stupid on AMC. Like I said, whoever thought that they were gonna wake up Monday and AMC was gonna have 100 million in volume? No, I didn't see that coming. But the simple fact that is happening, and they're spending millions trying to stop AMC, and now they have to deal with 8. That means they're wrecked. They're fucking wrecked.
Failure to delivers are going to be massive. When we get the report in September. Just for AMC last week, Adam Aaron said we will talk to the NYSE again on failure to delivers in the future because he knew this dividend issuance was going to fail like crazy. So I'm telling you, the man will come out sometime this week with a super, super aggressive tweet. And in that, we're going to see a sign that it's not just the dividend issuance that's the pounce, you guys. He's got other mechanisms going on that's going to identify everything we've been talking about. But when he tweets about contacting the NYSE, you guys, I'm telling you, that's when you want to get really excited.
And even if Adam Aaron, right, were to, let's just say he has 400 and what, maybe 80,000 shares, 480 million shares that he could dump in the market. But let's just do the math. We're 5 billion in debt. Okay. If 8 books of 50 bucks, he just dumps 100 million shares. That's 5 billion right there. Now you have the same amount of shares in AMC that you do in APE, and you have AMC with zero debt. How valuable is that going to be? This is what I'm saying. MOAS times 2. You're going to have shares from a company that has no longer debt. What is going to be right now?
Hey, busy man, you were breaking up super bad. I'll try to bring it back up. Request, please. There we go. Bert,
guys,
what's up? Hey, Tim, what's going on?
Sorry, have you seen Wall Street Cynic tweeted?
I don't think I have.
The real issue. The real issue in all this AMC APE confusion is that it seems that virtually all AMC holders received their APE dividend without problems. If there were billions of counterfeit shares outstanding, that wouldn't have happened. Another APE narrative put to rest.
What?
And I really want everybody who has not received the apes, really everybody of our 10 million apes who hasn't received it, should write it under this tweet.
Did you
sorry,
tweet
but
it?
I've got to jump in here because I have a little bit of data exactly on that. I just started a poll about an hour ago. And, it's flawed. Polls like this are flawed, but nonetheless, according to the poll, 40% of us have not received our APE yet. So whatever that guy's saying appears not to be true.
Of course, he is the one who's making fake pictures of empty theaters. But it's crazy how they can lie and nothing will happen to him. I mean, what is this? It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's quite obvious, literally go in that thread and be like, you literally are a liar, a horrible person, and we have proof that you are openly and knowingly putting out false information to influence investor decisions, which is a violation of 1934 Securities Exchange Act, which at this point in time, there ain't no fucking rules, man. There's no rules in the stock market. These dudes are doing the most illegal shit I've ever seen in my entire career or any time I've spent trading. What's happening today is going to reverberate for years in Congress, in the regulations, in the markets, globally. And I'm telling you, when you see something like this, where there's smoke, there's fire, and shit's getting ready to get burned down, because these hedge funds, bank, market makers, and brokers are all getting ready to be insolvent. I've never been more sure about anything in my life. We are going to start seeing in the news, it's all going to be, the U.S. market is collapsing. The economy's collapsing, and trying to scare everybody in every manner they can to get out of their stock so these guys can try to salvage anything at the market bottom. But retail ain't walking away, man. Most of us don't even care anymore. We're just here for the community. We're here to prove to the world what's going on. And I'm telling you right now, Ken Griffin and Citadel are going down. They don't have money. They're broke. They're too deep in their shorts. They lost $92 billion in Q2. Q3 is going to be even worse, and there's no way for them to get out from under it.
They've shorted their entire company's worth into the market. Their entire company's cash value assets, which aren't even liquid, by the way, they're all sold short into the market. I mean, who is going to get left with the bag here? We know it's not us.
They're customers.
Yeah, and it's just horrible. The audacity for him to go on Bloomberg and say, "Oh, they think that's funny. They're not screwing Gabe's money. They're screwing the teachers' pension funds." Well, it's like, Ken Griffin, how did you and Citadel make your fortune doing exactly that, slashing teachers' pensions benefits in Chicago while taking increased fees on their IRAs and whatever managed money and pensions they had. And the money raised could have easily paid for the benefits slashed. So don't come out on Bloomberg and try to tell the apes that, oh, we're the ones that are the problem here. No, like Ken, if seriously, if you're ever listening to call, like, you can really suck one, because like that was cold. Like, I mean, we are the ones here who have the pensions. Our families rely on these pensions. You know, most of our, I mean, my grandparents live on fixed income. They're the people I hold dearest to me in my life. You know, my girlfriend's family fixed. Everybody's going to be on fixed income. Right? Everybody relies on it. And you know, whether you're a fan of the guy or not, Musk said the age of passive investment is over. Right? It's done. Like you can't just sit and let your money be handled by some crook on Wall Street who's playing his own game, which is exactly what Citadel and Ken Griffin are doing. They're playing their own game here, and it's unfortunate that their customers are going to be the ones to suffer this massive losses, but they cannot come out and twist the narrative that we are the ones that are screwing the stock market
Lucas,
anymore.
we're losing you a little bit, man.
Because I think even people are starting to wake up and see. I mean, even my cousin, who has no idea, he just had a baby. He has no.
Oh, we lost him. So I think the space is getting shorted, you guys. So I'm going to mute the space for like 10 seconds. Don't nobody go nowhere. I'm going to mute the entire space for 10 seconds to let it catch up on their server or whatever's going on. I know we lost Lucas, though. He was in the middle of a good speech, too. It sucks. All right. Let's reset a little bit here. Let's go back to doing hands. Just for differential too, let's try to keep any long running statements down to like 30 seconds. Like no, let's try to not do so many tangents. That way the space can kind of just keep cycling. But let's get to the hand. So if you want to say something, please put your hand up. Go ahead, Busy.
I just wanted to on Lucas what he was trying to say, but it's funny how Ken Griffin failed to say that we have teachers' pension funds invested into AMC, like Arizona, New Jersey. How about CalPERS? They're invested in this. So when he goes in Bloomberg and starts saying that, are you guys happy? Because of the Gabe Plotkin, the teachers' pension funds. What are you talking about? You guys are trying to short this company to death, and we have major teachers' pension funds, and we have CalPERS investing into AMC. So that's just the hypocrisy that Ken Griffin goes out and spilled lies on mainstream media.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been happening from day one. I mean, it's even like, when we called out and Kat's like, yeah, Ken Griffin fucking lied in Congress, man. We all saw him lie in Congress on live TV, and we have evidence of it later with text messages and emails between Robinhood and Citadel. Then threatens to sue her for telling the truth. And then even after that, we find out more truth. And in that, by threatening to sue Kat for saying the truth, is violating her constitutional rights. It's just insane, man. This whole thing is going to burn down. There's no way you can keep this much crime under wraps for this long. It's getting ready to come out. I know it is.
Yeah, insanity is exactly what it is, because that's gaslighting. What both of you are describing, they're just gaslighting. And I think we mentioned it a few times. I know I've said it before, but I'm still just so perturbed by that headline that I saw where they said that AMC is down 33% because Cinemark filed for bankruptcy. I mean, that's just so ridiculous.
Hey guys, thanks for letting me talk. I'll be real quick. I just wanted to let you know about, so I'm up in Canada. I have some shares in Wealthsimple and CIBC Investors Edge. And I just logged in. I haven't received APE in either of those, but I just logged into my CIBC Investors Edge app. And they have a banner as soon as you log in talking about the APE dividend and how they will be paying it on August 25th. But at the bottom, it says, if you would like to trade it before that date, call us. So they're legitimately just saying they will allow you to sell your APE shares before they have them or give them to you.
They have them. They have your shares. They just haven't given them to you. That's how they're allowed to trade them, even though they're not in your account. What they're doing is they're loaning the APE shares that should have already went to you for the next 4 days to market makers and brokers and other institutional shorts who need to facilitate their trade by showing APE on their book for a couple days. So they're fucking you.
Yeah, it seems like the more people they can get to sell these shares without giving them to them, that it sort of is all the proof I need.
That's why I said it's so important at a bare minimum 7-day hodl, so we get past the delays that all these brokers have put in place. Because once everybody gets their APE, once all of retail gets their APE, that's when you're going to see synthetics out in the market, because they're going to show, 450 million retail investors holding APE, and these institutions are going to have too many shares. Well, how are you short all these shares if you never own the stock and retail owns the float? Something's coming, you guys. It's definitely coming.
Hey, Spence, I want to correct you about something. I don't think we need to hodl. I think we need to bottle. We need to buy on dear life. Especially for APE. Like, you have to remember that APE is nothing but a future version of AMC. So I love the fact that they're keeping APE suppressed like this. Like, I see it being a huge arbitrage play of buy APE. I mean, it should be worth the exact same thing as AMC, because that's all it is a future version of AMC share. There's no reason that there should be a discrepancy in these prices. So as long as they want to keep a wide spread between these, great. I feel like it's free money. It's risk-free money. But, do your own research and DD on that. But I mean, that's what Adam Aaron has said in all the things, is that in theory, they should be trading 1-for-1. The only reason why they aren't is crime at the end of the day. And eventually they should be at parity, because that's what APE is.
Have you ever heard of low budget films on YouTube? They probably already got a video coming out, man, with Wojak and all the crypto videos and the AMC videos. They make them all the time. And they literally, the funny thing is the reason why memes work. Meme is a language. The funny thing is that language is not understood by Wall Street. They don't get it. Meme is the quickest way to get to the funny of the truth with as little words as possible. And that's why their algos can't handle when we meme, because they can't decipher the language we're speaking. So it's going to get crazy, guys. I'm literally hoping this price stays like this until tomorrow, so I can drop. I got a little bit more money. Hope I can drop some more orders tomorrow. But I'm also running a poll like Burp did. And I said, did you receive your APE dividend yet? 73. So far, there's 238 votes. 73.9 says they did get their APE dividend. 26.1 says they did not get their APE dividend. So if you see that at the top of the space call, please retweet it. And we'll try to get some more poll data going in here.
Also, if you don't mind, just a technicality, extracting the data from the memes is more complex than taking data straight off text itself. So that also adds another level of complexity that they would have to deal with to get that text. I mean, it's not too difficult to do, but they probably don't even bother with it.
Yeah, they literally, they'd have to write certain program or have a person in-house saying, okay, we got to figure out what this embedded text means. The thing with meme is, though, if you don't understand the general context of the initial meme, like if you don't understand the movie the picture came from or the event the picture came from, then you don't understand the language. So you got to understand the context. Then you got to be able to decipher the embedded lettering in the picture, which is more difficult to do. So, you know, it sounds funny. It sounds like I'm just blowing smoke right now, but I'm telling you, meme is a language. We literally went back to using pictures to talk to each other like the Egyptians. So, who's got their hand up down there? Barbarian Ape, what's up?
Hey guys, I've got something. I have a broker in Switzerland, right? And I got shares there from Germany. They are called AH9. It's AMC in Germany, and I got AMC shares. And today I got APE for my AMC shares, but I got nothing from my German shares AH9. And it's the same broker. I sent them an email, didn't hear anything back. I just thought I say here, you have some German people who buy AH9, and they got it, or if they didn't get it.
Yeah, it's a good question. If anybody else has that issue, you should make a tweet about it too, and really converse with the other markets. Say, hey, did you guys have problems getting your share outside of the U.S.? So
yeah, I mean, I tweet a lot, but you guys have more reach. So I thought it's AH9. It's the German ticker in Munich, in Frankfurt, everywhere for AMC shares, you know. So it's weird that the same broker gives me the shares for my AMC, but not the share for my AH9. So that's what I thought. With your reach, maybe you can figure it out better than me. Okay,
just retweeted you, man.
Thanks. Bye.
We'll start collecting more information on that from apes outside the U.S. for sure. It's all important. Every single part of this market fraud is important today. I mean, it's just egregious. It's so absolutely disgusting what they're doing today. Ape should have ran to $30, no problem this morning. Those halts were facilitated to make sure that hedge funds and brokers and market makers could get on the right side of the play. But I don't think they did it. I think they know they're screwed, and they're just trying to delay it to play the mental aspect against the retail investors. But I mean, why would I even consider a sell at this point in time? It's completely illogical. RSI's bottomed out. MACD's getting ready to flip. We know that APE hasn't been fully delivered to all retail investors yet. So there's massive problems in this. As soon as they said they were delaying APE, I was like, that's how they're going to do it. They're going to take shares that ComputerShare gave them or the DTC gave them, facilitate short positions first, then try to get it back in time to distribute APE to their retail investors later. But in doing that, they're literally withholding your stock from you that you're legally entitled to for 4 days. You have to file an SEC complaint. You have to file a FINRA complaint and call a lawyer, man. This shit is just crazy. But
it's so funny. I'm back in here now, but I literally, as I was talking about Ken Griffin, the whole power went out at my girlfriend's house. It's really not windy. I mean, we got our first little bit of rain after a while, but yeah, the whole power turned off here. It's kind of funny. But
there's no coincidences, man. There's no coincidences.
Never seems to be.
So one thing I wanted to note, I guess a couple of things. So I've been here since February 2021, so kind of earlier on. Just for everyone who's holding, I reached finally 34,000 AMC shares. Haven't sold one since day one. I've been buying when it was going up, when it was going down, what have you. So I'm there. This for me turned more than just making money. The corruption is definitely making me nauseous every day. But one thing is important to note, as the APE price is right now being pushed down, think of the voting rights. One APE equals the same as one AMC voting rights. So now I have an opportunity to buy extra votes, which gives me more power over institutions to gain it for half of the cost with AMC at the moment. So I'm not stating choose APE over AMC. All I'm stating is there is a voting arbitrage opportunity, if you will, that personally, obviously, I'm taking advantage of. And by the way, I am with Merrill Lynch, and no APE dividend has been yet deposited to my bank. To my account. So I'll be checking out tonight, see if anything changes. But it is sickening what they're doing, and I'm even more fired up to stick to the man, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel like I'm losing. Does anyone in here feel like they're losing? Because I don't. I feel like I'm being robbed, like in a way where I know it's blatant and outright corruption. And I'm telling you, man, karma's a bitch. I have a very, very good score with karma where people do me wrong and I end up winning in the end. And I know it's just going to take a little bit of patience. We were up almost 20% this morning on endless halting just so they could facilitate the downward pressure on APE because they need it after they put all those MSM FUD articles out this morning. So I'm literally just waiting, man. It's gonna pop. It's gonna pop hard. Once all APE is delivered, you're gonna see Adam Aaron come out with a fire tweet. NYSE is gonna get contacted about failure to delivers. And in September, we are going to see the most disgusting FTD data ever in the history of Wall Street. So.
I mean, I think I saw something. I was reading an article that was referencing how short volume market wide and short interest overall is the highest it has been since last June of 2021 in the markets right now. So if that's true, I think we really are going to see a massive explosive FTD report in September, because if the short interest is this high, I mean, market wide, I mean, we can see it. We all know we're not all just AMC here. I mean, we're all apes. We all know what we're doing. We all have seen these stocks hit 80% short interest, 70%. I mean, and these are real companies with real employees. I'm not just talking about the ones that are, the weird one-off pump and dumps by Wall Street bets. I'm talking about, the quote unquote meme stocks here. I mean, we all see what's happening market wide. If shorts are really this exposed in an event where the liquidity is draining market wide, rates are rising, central banks are starting to get a little more tight. I mean, this is a pinching point where they're going to have to decide, okay, do we cut the head off the snake to sacrifice it for the greater whole of the system? And they're going to have to do something, because we all can tell that the United States stock market is a failure in many ways to protect retail, to facilitate an open capitalistic market where you can make money on companies you believe in. It is no longer the game we're playing. We are playing a game where they can come out at 6 o'clock in the morning and try to tell you that your money is down because some other company is losing it in the industry. Well, maybe they're losing it because our company is making the right moves. And to falsely report, I mean, we see it market wide. So I really do think, it's been talked about, but the liquidity crisis has a lot to do with what we're about to see unfold. I think until September, I mean, from now until September, it's going to be a wild ride. So, I mean, I've seen the FUD from a mile away, and I kind of just laugh at it now. I'm at the point where I've been holding so long that it's kind of just funny. I mean, it's not hard to figure some of this stuff out. And anybody trying to tell you that they care about your money online, don't ever listen to them. Nobody cares about your money. Only you know what to do with your money, right? It's these people that claim to know, Adam Aaron's grifting you, yada yada yada. No, I mean, they don't care if he's grifting you. They need your shares, is what they need. They need you to sell because they need your shares.
Absolutely. This is entire game right now is they need you to sell your shares. That's all this is. That's why I was telling people 7-day hodl. We need to wait till everybody gets their stock. It's a shitty place to sell anyways. You should be buying right now. Right now is a buy opportunity. We were headed the proper direction this morning. They halted us 8 times to facilitate their corruption. That's all that happened this morning. Everybody knows it, and you're going to see a lot of news come out in the following couple days. But Queen Karen, what's up?
Hey, how you guys doing? I know I don't sound like a Karen. Yeah, it's my mom's Twitter account. I don't actually have Twitter, but nonetheless,
that's awesome.
I have the same issues. This morning, I never felt like I've been robbed so much. Well, I'm sure you guys have the same issue, but no one's really talking about is why is our cost average not also split? Adam Aaron said that this is to be treated as a 1-for-1 split.
Yeah,
we're just getting the preferred dividend instead of more AMC shares.
Give your broker a day to update your averages on APE and AMC. I guarantee it should recognize the split tomorrow.
Well, yeah, I think that's just visual. Like they're doing. I think it's on purpose. Honestly, my own opinion. I think it's on purpose, but it's the visual, right? You see your cost average, and you're like, "Well, shit, I'm back in the red." Like, "Oh, this sucks. Like they're killing me here." But no, you're not. You're not back in the red if your cost average is below what AMC was trading at on Friday.
The price right now, the true price of AMC and APE together is $17.46.
Right, I get how that works, and it's supposed to be that way. Nonetheless, our cost average is supposed to be divided between the two, just as a 1-for-1 split would be.
Yeah, now, just give it a day. Just give it a day for your broker to update that, man. That's all that is.
Okay, well, hear me out. I called the broker, I called Webull, and I called Fidelity, and I got a little bit of answers. At Webull at first, you're talking to someone on the phone who's just talking to everybody else, kind of low on the totem pole. So I got the supervisor, one of the trade managers over there, and that they said that what they're getting from the DTC is that this is considered a stock spinoff to the brokers. Well, that's number one fuckery right there. This is not a spinoff. As AMC didn't divide its company into 2 different companies with 2 different shares that have separate voting rights. And that is what also Fidelity said. They said that the DTC told them to treat it as a stock spinoff, not a stock split. And that is not what Adam Aaron said, is it?
Because if they did it wrong, if they are doing it wrong, that gives Adam Aaron and AMC the right to claim no faith in share management and recall the shares. And, people don't think it'll happen.
Right. Well, we need to make a fuss about this because this is a real legitimate reason to recall the shares. I've been in this trade now for almost 2 years. I've been in here since early January 2021, before the GameStop and before the initial GameStop run even. And I was making money playing little swings on it before. When I realized what was happening, I started holding then. And between me and my family, I mean, we have probably 20 or 25,000 shares, and this is the only time within this time frame has there been a legitimate reason for share recall, is that our cost average did not get divided between the two. And the answer that I'm getting from and I'm sure if you call, you'll get the same answer if you ask to talk to somebody that's not just the first one person you get on the phone, is that they're going to tell you that the DTC is saying that this is being utilized as a spinoff, not a stock split.
You know what's funny, bro? As you were saying that, they just halted APE again on a as you were explaining that, they halted APE on a 63-cent move up.
Yeah, that's another thing. So we're getting, I don't mean to be long-winded. I'm trying to talk fast, though. I can give everyone else a turn.
You're good, man.
We're not seeing velocity halts here. We're seeing limit halts where that means that basically they don't have the shares on the other end. When the NYSE can initiate limit halts, as also can the market maker. And each limit halt is supposed to only be in effect for 5 minutes. And they're only supposed to have, I think, maybe a couple a day, 2 or 3 a day. Now, I know the NYSE just put in a recent filing to up the amount of halts they can do a day, in which the SEC gave the thumbs up to. So that's why we're seeing all these limit up, limit down halts. It means that they can't find the shares. What happens with the algorithms is they start picking up the limit orders that we set in as retail. So it sees that the order value is too high. The system's algo halts until 5 minutes pass and all trades are cleared. And then we're just seeing them one after another, and that's just blatant crime. And including with the options chain, we were supposed to receive such as a 1-for-1 split with the options chain, and we're not seeing that. I braved 4 calls last Friday. I was like, you know what? I'll buy 4 at the money calls and let's see what happens with them. If I would have bought puts, I would have got paid. But according to New York Angelo, people who bought puts got automatically exercised. But I know with my calls is that what happened was I have the same fucking calls as I had on Friday, not one difference, with the exception of I cannot buy more to average down. So I called the broker again. And what they told me was that I cannot add to these calls. I can only exercise them or sell them.
Yep. That's and one of the biggest things I pushed for a long time. And I know you don't I don't think you spend a lot of time on Twitter. We did a big movement called #NoOptionsMay and No Options to November, specifically on meme stock like AMC, because the market makers, all they have to do is failure to deliver. They generate FTDs, they knock the price down on the exercise day, and your premiums get robbed. They steal your premium and they make money on the puts, man. So
yeah, right. Well, and I get that, right? And it's easy to get screwed over with options on AMC. You can't follow technicals necessarily, which you have to do, because I make a lot of money on options on AMC and GameStop for this matter. You just have to follow the SPY, and you catch a run when it's happening based off of what the SPY's doing, and you can make a lot of money on options with these two stocks. You just have to be kind of aware of your surroundings and know that is manipulated. The point I'm getting at is that it's a blatant.
I've never seen so much fuckery in my entire life.
Same thing as with the cost average. If we have the community and the people capable of the outreach and to share the same information, the most blatant reasons for share recall, which is the cost
I have never
average,
seen so much fuckery in my entire life.
and with the options chain, that we did not get a 1-for-1 split with the options chain. And I read the OCC statement, and we're supposed to get equivalent of a 1-for-1 split on the options chain. So we just need to spread this shit out.
That actually isn't true about how the options chain is supposed to work. So they're splitting it into 2 different options chains. There's AMC1 and AMC going forward. AMC1 represents your right to buy or sell 100 shares of AMC and APE. And then AMC options chain going forward is just buying and selling of AMC.
Okay, just
so
buy and sell. You cannot buy it. That's my point.
No, after the dividend date, that chain, you can no longer add 2 positions in that chain because the dividend has already been issued. So your right had to be purchased before Friday for that because the dividend's already out. So.
Right. So I get it. I exercise it. I get 100 shares of AMC and 100 shares of APE.
Correct.
But I get that part. It says that you can buy and sell, and the problem is that I cannot buy any more of these options, and that's what's in the writing. Is what I'm same point as I'm making with the cost average is that everything that we're expecting was written to all of the shareholders in pretty clear, plain words, and those words that are clear and obvious do not reflect what we have had happen to us here today. And I understand we got to give the brokers some time to get them out. That's all good, fine, and dandy. But when I call them, that's not what they're telling me. And so maybe we just need more people contacting the broker. Now, don't just talk to the first person you get. And you got to be nice with these people because after all, they're just people at work. Try to get someone above them on the phone and ask these questions to and see what their answers are. If they're all varying amongst the community, the answers, well, then that presents a whole nother issue, a part of the same problem. But if we start actually getting somewhere, and I know they got to be frustrated and their phone's ringing off the hook, but it's That's their problem. Our problem is that, to us, the words we read out of the CEO's mouth and the things we see, they don't line up, and that's an issue. That's what broker dealers are responsible for, not Adam Aaron.
Hello, can y'all hear me? Hey, check this out, bud. I just want to say this real quick, and then I'll get out the way. About a year ago, probably when all this started, I had got on the phone with TD Ameritrade. I had bought some stocks in a company, and I had went in and put my sell limits way higher than they were supposed to be, or what most people would have them at, compared to the market. And so I went in and I put those in, and I noticed that every time I tried to sell my options, or every time I tried to sell those shares, the actual price of the stock would fluctuate, or the price of my premiums would fluctuate. I called and asked Ameritrade, how's that happening? And they said, well, whenever you have sell limits on the board, it affects the price in the market. If you're the only
you can
one
arbitrage that.
Correct.
That's an actual strategy, right? That's an actual strategy. If there's low volume in an options chain, you can I can sit here with a group of friends, and they can put in bids to drop the bid for me to get in.
100%.
They can put in high ask and then boost up my bid so I can sell out, and you can take turns doing it. You're not going to make much on that, but it's because of low volume.
Well, it's not that I'm trying to make something off that. Here's another jewel. I had my mentor come in. He talked to me, and I was asking him about the situation, and he was like, well, whenever you go buy VEEVs on NFTs on VEEV, you can see that the people who hodl don't affect the price whatsoever. However, when those people go and put their goodies, they affect the price.
I see your point.
And
I
said this last year, and everybody called me a shill. Correct. I started saying this last year. Everybody said I was a shill and that I was trying to stop loss people. Hey, guess what? On AMC, all of these brokers go the sell limit that you can put in, and they say, we do it to protect you. Okay? Notice that everything they do to protect us in the market actually fucks us. And so the good thing about APE, there's no limit on sell limits on any of the brokers. I say we all stand in solidarity, and we put our sell limits at $1,000. You don't have to, whatever. I'm going to post where I did it just so people can see. Value your goodies. If you don't put a value on your goodies, guess what they're worth?
A lot of brokers won't even let you put $1,000 sell limit, man. Like Fidelity will limit me at 50% upside.
Mm-hmm. That's true. They will. I see your point, though. I mean, we can, if we can effectively skew supply and demand, why can't we put it in our favor? Well, then that would be manipulation on our part, and you know darn well that they would be quick and in a hurry to shoot that at us.
You know what I'll do, though, Big Money? I'm going to go to Computer Share and put all my APE and all my AMC at $3,500 sell limit, which is the max they allow on Computer Share right now. Like Fidelity, I'll try to put in $100 limit order, and they'll be like, this exceeds the maximum value, blah, 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 blah.
Right. Webull will only allow you so much, too, but you can kind of cheat Weebulls. If you go into if you set your sell limit to what they will let you, which is maybe $150 or $250 above the actual price, then when you go to modify your order, you'll see a little pin and 3 lines, and you click that, and you can scroll to change your limit sell orders. You can put it whatever you want at that point.
Yeah, I agree with you, though, Big. So I'm going to go do it right now. All my APE and AMC will be limit sell $3,500, good for 30 days.
Hey, everyone. Thanks for hearing me out on all this stuff. I appreciate you, family. Love you all. I'm holding with you. And I'll be listening to the rest of the call. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, man. I followed your mom's Twitter account.
All right, will do, man. I'll let her know.
All right, you guys go ahead if anybody's got anything. I'm going to be quiet for a minute as I set these limit orders.
Yeah, hi, everybody. It's Street Brawler. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, yes. I just wanted to tell you I'm with Schwab. Saturday morning, Friday night, actually, my brother, he's on Schwab, too. He got his APE shares. I didn't till Saturday morning. So, but they were 100%, filled. And I just wanted to throw in I just bought 100 shares of APE at 623, and that was about a half hour ago. So just thought I'd let you know.
Hey, I did the same thing, brother. I'm looking at it to buy some more on another little dip like that.
Yeah, so that's all I had to say. So, but we'll see what happens, you know. Okay, thank you.
There we go. I'm already done. So all my AMC, I can't do APE yet. Says sales are not allowed for this account holding on my APE so far. I think it's because I just got it today. But I set $3,500 limit orders on all my securities in ComputerShare. So there's something going on with ComputerShare right now. If they won't let me sell my APE, it's because they have not delivered it all to everybody else in the market. I'm telling you, there's some other vehicle, some other mechanism Adam Aaron and ComputerShare have set up to trap these shorts, and we're going to hear about it within the week. Adam Aaron will come out and drop some bomb fire tweet, and it's going to blow everybody's minds. I'm 100% faithful on that. Everything is being done incorrectly today. Everything. Which leads me to believe that the incorrect actions of everyone else means that AMC and ComputerShare have done the correct action. When you do something right and everyone else is doing something wrong, you always end up being the one to get in trouble. Well, this time, Adam Aaron and ComputerShare doing the legally correct, responsible thing and having this set up a certain way is going to expose everybody doing the illegal shit. It's going to be amazing. I'm just waiting for that one tweet.
Hey, Spence, I'm just looking at Liz Clayman's tweet she just tweeted out. Man, can somebody tell me what that means? It says news pending on the halt with AMC and APE.
Hey, there might already be SEC actions. Let me find Liz Clayman. I don't know. She says a lot of bullshit anyways.
I know, man. I just seen it. I didn't know.
I do agree it's important. Let me find it here.
Pin the tweet to the top of the space, Spence.
I will. All right, Liz Clayman. Breaking. APE and AMC again halted. Only this time news pending. The APE preferreds for AMC theaters had traded as high as $10, now reversing minus 5.5%. 3 p.m. Eastern, all over the price action and breaking headlines. So at 3 p.m., if we're still on here, I'll queue up my YouTube TV and I'll actually play their call. Charles Payne is going to be calling it too. I'm guessing there was some illegal activity by market makers that caused a trading halt, and it was immediately taken care of. I got a feeling there was illegal activity by market makers. I'll pin it in a minute. Illegal activity.
I can agree with that because there was only one velocity halt this morning, and the rest were the limit up, limit down halts.
Yep.
Yeah, the brokers will even confirm that with you. They don't try to hide that because it's not them, it's the New York Stock Exchange.
Yep. I almost guarantee somebody did something wrong. They traded shares they weren't supposed to trade. Or a broker sold shares to the exchange they didn't have. All right, now the tweet's pinned. Either way, I'm telling you, somebody's going to get caught today. If they're already talking about it on Fox Business because it's going to get them views, then they're going to go, hey, wow, 1 million shares of APE traded on the stock exchange today that weren't supposed to exist or some shit like that. Or a broker a market maker like Citadel got caught forcing a halt in some other manner. So we'll see, man. That gets me excited, actually. Thanks for sharing that. We'll see at 3 when they come out on the news. I imagine more tweets are going to come out from MSM people about that here pretty soon. This is what I'm tweeting back to her. I assume all these shady brokers did something illegal and or the market makers just got caught in a big no. It's going to be interesting, that's for sure. What a day. They always halt on the way up, though, because they know that buying pressure is coming in and the stock's going to run. This thing should be sitting at $30 right now. There's no doubt in my mind about it. Scrolling through tweets to see if I see anything else.
Man, put that I entered last week on the SPY is up 114%. That feels good.
Nice.
Do they pause the stock for a week, you think? Or are they going to be like, fuck off, dudes, let it run?
Well, it's already on halted. If it slaps, if it really, say we see like a $10 candle or a $5 candle or some shit like that, and they halt it, it'll be a 15-minute halt while they decide how can we spin this to keep it halted for a day or two or whatever. So, but they're fucked, dude. Everything that I'm seeing right now, the irregularity in the market, they're so screwed. It's gonna be funny.
Seems like it was well worth the wait, man. It's been a good ride.
Hey, Spence, can we ask the crowd for good plaintiffs, SEC securities litigation attorneys? I'm tired of this. I'm ready to spend money to go up against these ass wipes.
Yeah.
It would be nice if we had some apes in the community that are willing to take on these guys, because it's going to be a dangerous job. But I'm just sick of this. It's time for bullets, and I don't care which.
You're going to see, if you Google right now AMC class action lawsuits, you can find 2 or 3 different attorneys. But I know that what's his name? Shit. The guy.
If there's any way we could just start a list of those that would be interested in taking this on, I'm going to hire someone and get after it. I'm just tired of this.
I'll work on.
You thinking the guy who's already got that lawsuit, Donahue something?
That's a different one. He's filing that in a different way as an individual. But the dude from Texas, Rich Christensen, I think it is.
Yeah, that's the guy.
He's still actively working on what they want to do with Share Intel, and he will answer your call. They don't really take on class actions unless they go to fact finding. But if you Google AMC class action, I know there's one in California, there's one in New Jersey, and there was another one in Montana, maybe. And I would start there and see what they're doing, but I would just start calling lawyers across the board and being like, hey, especially at your local level, try to find a securities lawyer at your local level, because each state actually does have like a form of SEC that you can call.
I'm just sick of the bullshit. I'm pretty sure everybody else is feeling the same as me today. This is just A-class fuckery, and it's the only thing that's going to stop it is a court system or a civil revolt. I firmly believe that now after today.
I second that.
I think apes need to file class actions against their brokers, but I think collectively retail investors need to file class action against the NYSE. I think until that happens, they're just going to keep doing the same shit over and over again. And even when they do, the whole market, and my theory on this is they want the entire market to collapse. They're just waiting for the right time. Because they want to introduce blockchain markets like the BSTX. Gary Gensler is a huge blockchain guy. The problem is between the market makers, the regulators, the institutions, and the banks, and Congress, they got to let this play out and see where it crashes to see who gets to pick up the pieces. Yeah, Wes Christian was the one that was running it, and I called him, had a very good conversation with him, and he said what they wanted to do was get their Share Intel proprietary technology set up at AMC theaters so they could identify if and when any illegal trading is happening on the AMC stock. That's how they do it. The class actions would probably more or less be handled by different firms. I think Wes said they really don't do the class action stuff. So unless they really find what they're looking for. And he said they would set all that up at AMC for free. He said, we won't charge them anything if we find discovery. And if we don't, it would only be $37,000 at a cost. So, but we're gonna get some news this evening for sure. Let me check the NYSE halt list and see what it says. NYSE halt list. What did they label these halts as? Come on. But don't get discouraged, guys. I'm telling you right now. They want you discouraged today. That's all this is. They want retail investors to be pissed off. It's our big day. They know they're cheating. I'm telling you, this thing is going to pop off, and we're going to be back at $9, no problem. And
hey, Spence, don't mind us
going
being,
anywhere.
Don't mind us being pissed off. I like being pissed off because it just makes the resolve even stronger. Fuck you, bastards. You're not going to get the rest of my money no matter what.
Yeah, they just said the last halt was low up, low down, but we only went up 60 cents in a time frame. So how do they explain that?
Just as he said that, I got a push notification from Robinhood where I hold now 12 FU GME shares and wanted to tell me about the benefits of stock lending.
I've only been buying all day. I've bought like 500 shares of APE so far.
I may be mistaken because I haven't been watching the chart all day, but it seems like it's moving down a lot further than it's moving up. So why aren't they holding it when it moves down that far?
I don't know, man. But I'm enjoying the whole ride.
Yeah, we're not going anywhere. This is some shit happened. These halts that happened earlier, they're not explainable for low up, low down halts per the NYSE. The regulation on those halts is pretty clear. So whoever is out there forcing halts on the open market for these stocks, something's going on. Somebody is working for somebody. It's going to be pretty crazy. This thing is going to pick back up and run. RSI has been completely bottomed out since this morning. So it's going to be interesting. I'm not in the least bit worried. But we'll keep looking for news. We'll keep doing what we're doing. Maybe Tara will come back and be in her own space call one of these days.
Oh, you lonely? You don't like us?
No, I love you guys, man. Tara always has good ways to reset the room, though. She always has a good way of coming in and resetting the room and opening conversation back up on other topics. Here's Joey Cameron, SkyCam7 on Twitter. It was a circuit breaker halt to the upside, which seems ridiculous since it didn't move 10%. Exactly. So who is halting the stock? Who's making the decision to actively halt APE anytime it starts to trend up? It's absolutely asinine. Someone is covering for their buddy.
So they did this in March, and then didn't they just do this with Bed Bath & Beyond also? I mean, it's too much. Enough is enough, right?
You know, the way I see it is I could keep buying these shares at $6, $5, whatever. You know, it's a lot easier. So eventually it's got to be resolved. So, you know, keep it low.
Mark tweeted, I'm confident with today's action that T. Spencer will be paying me a visit with a keg of beer. I have won. Never trust a CEO. Well, guess what, Mark? Early celebration always leads to early losses. The trading day isn't even over yet. The dilution did not happen, and we've been halted 9 or 10 times.
He's gonna rue that comment tomorrow. That tweet. He's gonna pull that one back. I'm telling you, something big's coming, you guys, with this news coming out. So.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the overall SPY is down 2.12%. How many stocks are not slightly down? I don't even know. Is AMC even technically down right now? I haven't done the math right this second, but you know, given that the overall market is down 2%, like that means Amazon, Google, etc.
Yeah, he's celebrating way too early as usual. He's on a hype though. He's all hyped up right now because of the Ryan Cohen thing. So we'll give him a little bit of time. But I don't know how people are still talking like, oh, dilution. It's literally not dilution until more shares are sold from AMC. As of now, it's treated as a split, so your value's still the same. But consistently trying to explain to people that if you have a pizza and you cut it in 8 slices and then you go ahead and cut it in 16, you still have the same amount of pizza, just more slices of it. I just don't understand how these people keep saying that this is a dilution at this point. It's just absolutely insane. Bot.
Yeah, Spence. I think the only people that still believe that are the shills, right? I don't think any of the apes still really fall for that dilution narrative.
No. Somebody just said that Mark joined a space call somewhere. So they said that Mark owes somebody something for joining a space call after he said it was his last one. We'll see. And I'll honor my bet. If I'm wrong, it's a gentleman's bet. I will honor it to the absolute agreement. But I'm telling you right now, I know I'm not wrong. This price action is going to explode at some point in time coming forward. I mean, all the APE hasn't even been delivered yet. So, let's go back to the poll. Let's see what my poll hit on. I think we're close to 600 votes. Where's that? 664 votes. 70% said they got their APE. 30% said they do not have their APE.
Yeah, I'm the one that.
Yeah, that's.
I'm the one that. Spence, I saw after Tara, and he was in Tara's group. I think it was last week or space call saying he's going to be done, and then she called him out and said, "If I'm wrong, I'll pay Spencer." And then I literally saw him in a thing the next day.
So. Our bet was between APE getting diluted or not, which right now it hasn't been diluted. Oh, man. Hold on a minute. We just had 377,523 volume green candle pop up on APE.
Damn.
That's a big candle for APE. That's huge. Oh, there's another 289,000. APE's getting ready to run, you guys.
I'm not sure if you guys have seen, but if you remember Matt KHORS about when he came into the space school and tried to tell people to dump apes. Meet Kevin is doing the exact same thing, pushing the exact same narrative right now.
I personally find that very disappointing because I really liked Meet Kevin, so that's pretty disappointing to hear.
I did too. I really did too, and but the timing is very interesting, right?
They're compromised, you guys. They're these YouTubers who have been getting paid by all these brokers, getting promotion money. They've been getting deals on Manscaped ball shavers. These brokers don't promote them to let them say whatever they want. They say, we gave you this money. You have to say these certain things or we're going to pull your funding. These big time YouTubers are all compromised, man. I've been saying it for months and people give me a lot of shit about it, but they always come out like Trey and Astro coming out and saying, yeah, let's buy puts and hedge our position when the stock was at $10. If you would have bought puts to hedge your position at $10, your portfolio would have got fucking wrecked. It was just the stupidest advice.
Right. I have a feeling that he right after he posted his position right about 2 weeks ago, I think he just decided to go short. But he posted that picture just to show people that he's he's all in. But I believe he just decided to go short right after he posted that picture of his position.
Well, a couple of them came after me for the no options May thing, where I was telling people you're going to get your premium stolen if you buy calls on AMC. And then Friday, you see the YouTubers posting, or whenever they posted their call option purchases, they got absolutely destroyed. They got their premiums ripped right out from under them. Whatever. YouTube what you want to YouTube, make your money. However it works. But man, when you come out into the community and get in a space call and you show up out of nowhere after like months of being gone and say, "Yo, we should all sell our ape," man, get the fuck out of here. Like, it's just crazy. And KHORS got absolutely destroyed on the thought process behind that in multiple calls too. So why would you sell your ape, the portion of the stock that's not currently corrupted, and buy more AMC, which we know in doing that, you're basically buying synthetic shares? I mean, that's old DD, man. Trying to cycle speakers. If I drop you down from speaker, it's not, you didn't do nothing wrong. I'm just cycling speakers out. So
hey guys, Hanan here. Great conversation. I have one thing to add. We're talking constantly about what we can do to just do our part, and what we can do is direct register our shares. I think I DRS all my stuff. I got some more ape today. I'm going to DRS that, and we need to start pushing that narrative because, with all what we might say about the GameStop crowd, they were on top of the DRS right away, and I think it really made a difference. And the AMC was really, the AMC boards were really full of shills telling people not to scare people by making them DRS or whatever, but DRSing, for those who don't know what it is, it's essentially taking those shares and forcing the brokers to actually go out and buy real shares, because everybody's like, oh yeah, we got 70% of our ape, and by the end of the week we'll have all our ape. Shit, we'll have all our ape. We know that there are 500 million shares, 560 whatever million shares, and there are tens of billions of AMC. Nobody really got their ape. By direct registering it, you are actually forcing Fidelity or whomever, Webull, to go on the market, acquire using cash real ape shares, and then they're getting registered in your name. It's super easy later to go into ComputerShare and set up a limit order to sell if you need to when it gets to be a phone number. But if we get to a critical mass of direct register shares, we won the game without a single lawsuit.
yeah, if you are with ComputerShare too, some people are reporting they only got half of their ape distribution. Like Swing was saying, it's most likely because the time frame caused you to get a due bill. But if they give you a proper answer on why you only have half of your ape, share it. But I'm going to tweet at them right now. What I'm guessing, and I'm telling you this right now, I think what's going on is that there's obviously not enough ape in the market to facilitate everybody's positions. And the longer that it's held, the more trouble they're going to have keeping this under wraps. And right now, since 607, since $6.07, ape is now on a higher low, consistent uptrend with higher lows coming out of midday. So I'm pretty curious at what we're about to see here. If you're not talking, please keep your mic muted. If you're not active, like talk, and then when you're done, mute your mic, and then unmute it again when you want to talk again, so we don't have all the background noise. But yeah, computer share. I'm telling you, right now, if all retail decided as individuals to DRS all their shares with computer share, we would log to float. The game would be over. There's no way the market or the short sellers or any of them could possibly explain how they're trading shares in the open market when there's none available.
Exactly, and our job is just to promote that, to just go against the shills, because the shills know that, you know, the hedge funds know, and the DTCC know that we're taking the power away from them every share we direct register, and we're asking what can we do to fight those crooks? Well, we can start spreading the words, and every day everybody that gets it, you know, it's a matter of when the coin drops and you're like, holy crap, I have 78 or 100 or 1,000 shares in some app or some broker, and these are not my shares, and those shares will get messed with, and by DRSing something that can take like 2-3 days to a week or whatever, and it's free, I get the shares in my name. I get them literally away from the DTCC. And with enough people doing that, we won this game. That can happen tomorrow. It's up to us to promote that, to just go on Twitter every day. Hey, have you DRS'd your share? DRS your share, not financial advice, but go fucking DRS your shares. And you want to be a community member in this. Not as a community, it's not a community, but you want to do the thing that will move all of us towards getting our attendees and getting away from this and allowing AMC to be a normal company with a normal stock that grows. Go and put those shares in your name.
Yeah, I've got all my AMC right now set at $3,500 limit orders on computer share, which I think everybody should go do. If you have computer share, I think you should go set your maximum limit order sale for 30 days today and make it known that we're not selling for less than life-changing money, man.
Hey guys, I just wanted to say, if you notice, I mean, both on Schwab and Fidelity, all they talk about is how AMC is down, 39% because of the bankruptcy filing or the supposed bankruptcy filing on Cineworld and all this other stuff. But I mean, not one media source gets this dividend was coming into play. I mean, they're all in cahoots. And my other question is on this deal, Spence, on these APE shares we are buying, are these synthetic shares? Are we buying the shares that should have been given to other people? What are we buying at this point?
It could be synthetic shares, and that might be why we're seeing the downward price action. This is the theory, AMC, the entire ride from 40 down to 9, everybody kept buying. So if we're really buying synthetic shares, then that's diluting the market, right? Which would drop the price. I'm not telling you not to buy. I think it's just digging a bigger and bigger hole, which is putting more and more pressure on. We're basically going to buy the hedge funds out of business is what's going to happen. With this APE, and Adam Aaron knew it, we have an opportunity to buy a crap ton more stock, which is going to put more pressure on them. Therefore, when he does come out and do a share offering, like we've seen in the past where the price has skyrocketed on a share offering, it's because they have to facilitate those new shares into the open market. So I'm telling you, something big's coming, man. But you could very well be buying synthetic shares. The way around that is once you buy those shares and you have them settled in your brokerage, direct register them.
Exactly. Thank you. That's the only way to know.
I know every single one of my shares in computer share is an authentic, real share on the books at AMC Theaters. Adam Aaron sees my name, my shares on a piece of paper at AMC Theaters headquarters.
My question is, I mean, how can the SEC continue to let this go on? I mean, I saw on AMC the other day, I mean, it was like 4.81% of the orders went to the actual market. The next day it was like 5%. I mean, Gary Gensler should be ashamed of himself. I mean, and be fired on the spot. I mean, the fact that they let him route everything to a dark pool. I mean, produce counterfeit shares over and over and over, IOU shares, and then give us a basically just a data entry in our account. It's just pathetic. This has been going on for 2 years, and yet they continue to sit by and just continue to let it happen. I mean, here we are again. I mean, more fraud today. I mean, you can't halt the stock 9 times. They can't even let it trade free for 5 minutes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the reason they're doing it is because they get paid to do it. Gary Gensler gets paid by hedge funds to be a giant piece of shit. That is a guarantee.
That's why he has $100 million in an offshore account. I mean, it wasn't because he got paid from Goldman Sachs, which he probably did because they're a bunch of criminals, but I'm sure it's all the money he's made from Citadel and Susquehanna and all the rest of these criminals during his time as the SEC chairman. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Yep. You should, if you're expecting anything out of the SEC or FINRA or any current regulator, you're going to be disappointed. Like there's nothing. It's like all the Phase 6 stuff and the 14032 and the 13F2 filings. Hedge funds will just not do it, and they'll pay the $100,000 and get away with it. But they are running out of money. That's why they hate retail holding. Like they can't stand that we're not selling our stock. But again, the thing with computer share, every share that you direct register is one share that can't be shorted. It's a guarantee. So
back to the same point again. Our salvation is to direct register. You want to do your part for the community? Go tweet that right now. All you with I was not a Twitter guy before this community started, so I don't have a big pool, but I understand this point, and all of you with hundreds or thousands or more followers, go and tweet that and go and register your own shares too. Yes, that is the one thing we can do today to just screw them over back.
I mean, even if you can't, if you're not comfortable doing like 100%, going to RS, like the guy said earlier, right in the beginning of the space goal, that was a very attractive idea. That if you only do 120, 29, 30, something like that, he said, we could easily log the float. I guarantee that. I mean, that's going to create a lot of pressure on the brokers. They're going to be going back and forth. They're going to be forcing the brokers. So that's going to be a really good thing if we all start doing that at some point, which I believe we will. I think by the end of this week, everyone is going to wake up. Everyone is going to decide to take action. It's like you said, Spence. If you are expecting something from the SEC or the FINRA or the Goldman Gary, nothing's going to happen. You're just going to be sitting here on space goals.
What's funny? While you were saying that, I was retweeting and liking a comment by AMC Bigums, and I have on video me hearting his comment and it being erased every time I like it. So Twitter is also suppressing TD Ameritrade.
Oh, big time.
Day one. He's saying brokers giving synthetics to TD Ameritrade, telling on them, spoofing turnover rate, get real 46% dark pools. It's all fuckery today, man. That's why I'm saying turnaround Tuesday. They've got to let this thing run tomorrow or they're going to be in deep shit. I have on video where I liked this comment 5 times and it reversed my like every time. So Twitter is actively suppressing tweets now. Let me see if I can like it again. Now it's saying I can't respond to the tweet. Nope, it keeps erasing it. Like, nope. It let me retweet it, but I can't like it. That's some funny shit, man. That's live on camera. Hope Elon Musk sees that one, baby. But it liked me like somebody else's comment. That's funny how that works. Oh, there's swing trade.
Spence, you ought to clip that part of your video and just make one video out of that.
I will.
It'll probably go viral.
Oh, absolutely. I sure will, man. The space has been terribly shorted today, this entire space, which how many people we got up in here? 594 people in this space currently. If you guys could retweet the call, go down in the comment, that little purple button, the comment button, click it, comment, like it, retweet it. And we got 150 on the YouTube live stream right now. So we currently have the largest AMC space on Twitter right now, which is awesome. And you guys have contributed so much awesome information. I got to tell everybody thank you very, very much.
Hey, Spence, I was wondering, were you able to look up the alts to see if any of them were news pending, or was that just bullshit from Liz Kleiman?
All I seen was low up, low down, but she's probably got a better source than I do.
No, I mean, the codes are the codes, so whatever you see are what are getting put out by the media. You know, should be put out by the media. So if she's saying something else, that's again another false narrative.
Spence, that tweet that you sent out, you click on it and it shows it's not available.
Oh, maybe he deleted it. All I'm seeing for halt on APE through the day is low up, low down. For this is per the NYSE. Let me check a different source. Maybe see what the NASDAQ says. I don't know why it would be on NASDAQ. But APE halt code M. What are the halt codes? Let's look it up. NASDAQ halt code list. Okay. M. There's M1 and M2, but I don't see an... Oh, there it is. Volatility trading pause. Trading has been paused in exchange-listed issue. It only went up 60 cents. So how is that possible? Let's see. There's more. M. Everything on the NASDAQ is saying volatility trading pause. Maybe she's just wrong.
Well, 60% or 60-something% is 10% of $6, so it's possible that it did go up that.
It did, but it's still, I mean, it's only 60 cents. I just feel that that's totally ridiculous.
Yeah, the whole halts thing is just all so messed up. Because you know there are reasons for everything. There's reasons for halts. There are reasons for shorting. There's reasons for dark pools. Yeah, whatever. But the thing is that they create those mechanicals in order to make money at our expense. In order to steal from us. So none of them are valid at all. Dark pools, everybody's like, oh yeah, there's a reason for dark pools. There's, you get to let institutions move large amount of shares without affecting the price. And I'm like, wait, hold on. Why? Why? How is that okay in any way? Why do they get to do that? So do it over time. Do it. You want 2 million shares. Buy them over 2 weeks, and the price is going to rise a little bit. Like for the rest of us, what's going on here? We should stop the narrative that, oh yeah, short selling is okay. When it's not abused, then we'll start thinking about it. Maybe it's okay. And I think Canada just made short selling not legal anymore. It's the first thing you got to do. You figure out the situation, and then if you find a way to do it legally that actually works, we'll talk.
Yeah, it was actually naked shorting that Canada banned, and I completely agree with you that there is absolutely no valid justification for dark pools whatsoever. That is, it's just a scam. That's all it is.
Yeah, so it's something to think about along the lines of what someone else said earlier. So right now, an institution, BlackRock, you know, you name it, some big player, big whale wanted to, they could buy half the votes for AMC by buying up all the APE for only what right now, 3 point, you know, $3.24 billion when the market cap of the company is like 3 times that when you add up the APE and the AMC. So, you know, think about that when you're deciding which shares to buy, AMC or APE. Like which goes farther as far as your votes, AMC or APE? It's almost a 2-for-1 like power for your dollar on votes to buy APE right now.
Swing, I think there might be a connection issue with your mic.
Did you guys not hear that?
It. I don't know what everyone else hears, but to me it sounds really quiet. Sometimes it will get kind of loud, but it just sounds very quiet and kind of distant.
Damn, Kenny shorting me.
Why is it so quiet? All right, what's going on now? Here we go. I've seen this MACD style like this a few times. This is interesting on the 1 minute. It usually happens right before we have a run. Let's see. Well, anybody else got anything else interesting to say?
Are you talking about MACD on APE?
Yeah. The pattern it's showing on the 1 minute I seen on Revlon and I saw on DWAC. Go back to the 5 minute. Hell, if anybody who's never spoke before, if you guys want to come up and just de-stress or just talk about what you want to talk about, feel free, man. Good time for first timers in a space call. It's Ape Day, baby. Birthday.
Yeah, man. Thank you very much. Well, I'm more Shiba guy. I'm more Shiba Inu guy. Understand me? So that's APE and AMC. I don't know. They are playing with people. Big time.
I have no clue what was going on there. Add speaker. Something about Shiba Inu and I don't know.
I think he said something about playing with people. I think that's what he said. Then he just muted himself.
I don't know. Shiba Inu crashed like a fucking rock and rug pulled the crap out of people. So if he was trying to say that we're playing with people by buying AMC and you're holding SHIB and push SHIB, I don't know what to tell you there.
No, he's not saying that. He's saying that I don't know the proverbial they.
Oh yeah,
they're playing with.
Okay, I get you. Here's Frank Nez, man. You guys know Frank Nez? HKD ran from 13 to 2.5K before its first trading halt. How did these AMC halts make any sense? That's 100% true.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous at this point. Just looking at it every 5 seconds, even the volume, it just doesn't make any damn sense.
Market's rigged. Gary Gensler is a clown.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And the combined volume between AMC and APE right now is 167 million. The last time I checked.
That's awesome. I'm telling you, we'll see something from Adam Aaron. It's coming.
Didn't he post something already today about how the shares work, 101 plus 2?
Yeah, basically just again, because he saw the MSM coming out saying AMC was down 30%, even though it's not. It's literally the combination of the two. So what a day. I mean, in reality, I don't think anybody's really that surprised about what's going on right now. So
I'm not surprised, but it does seem like they're pushing it to the limits of how much more can this go on without anyone saying this has got to stop, or looking the other way.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
I'll be honest. I'm even with I like Charles V. Payne, but I feel like this should be the only topic he's talking about. He's like, someone's got to explain this, and we'll talk about this every day. Jon Stewart, I know there's a bunch of things going on in the news. We post all that stuff, but it feels like it's almost impossible not to be like, how anyone please explain this just on a daily basis until it's resolved.
So my biggest question is, should I just leave everything alone in my portfolio right now between AMC and APE now, or or what am I supposed to do now that I just woke up and found out that I've got a whole nother position?
You got to decide what you
What's that?
Decide what you want to do for yourself, which, whatever your financial situation is, but I wouldn't be selling right now at all.
Well, what I'm talking, no, I'm not talking about selling, but should I roll all my APE into AMC or all my AMC into APE? I'm kind of confused here.
No.
And just so you know, I've been in since the beginning.
Hold on one second. Burp, I'm going to knock you down and bring you back up because your mic feedback is insane today for some reason. So just I'm going to put you down and then re-request. I'll bring you right back up.
Okay.
Clint, not financial advice, but if you want to do the right thing for yourself and for everybody else, you keep your shares the way they are and you direct register them with computer share. You can sell from there, get comfortable with it, or half of them or some of them. And then they're in your name, and Moas will come and you sell them.
Well, I'm with Ameritrade. I just like I said, I'm over in Maui on vacation right now, and I just woke up this morning and I knew this was coming down the pipe, and I just woke up this morning and I saw what's going on, and I'm just like, holy shit, what is this, And I'm looking at it, but I don't know if I want to start distributing different, close one position, open, and then roll it into the other. I'm not going anywhere.
I keep as much APE as possible. APE's way better hold. Keep all your shares or whatever you want to do with that. I wouldn't redistribute anything, but Hannon said,
AMC's still strong, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So the value, your new value is your APE plus your AMC together.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
So in that, we've been talking today about direct registering shares to log the floats because the market makers keep halting the stock on bullshit. So we're telling everybody, you got to choose to do it yourself. But, direct registering even 10 to 20% of your AMC and APE to try to start logging the float back to computer share. Every share that you direct register is one share the market makers can't loan or short. So and I've been talking about that for a long time. I think you've been in our calls for a while. So
yeah. No, like I said, I've been I've had the stock for almost I don't know, probably coming up on 2 years here at the end of this year. So it's I've been in for a long time, but this is interesting. I don't know what the play is here. It's really to me, looking at both of these now split. It's I've never done this before in the stock market where you're looking at all of a sudden now you're looking at one that's $6.14, the other one's $10.86. Which one's going to go up? Which one's going to drop? And that's just without a lot of trading experience. I'm not a day trader by any means.
Just like Spence was saying, if you can DRS, then do that. If you've been of the buy and hold strategy this entire time, then as far as allocating distribution of shares, it's just the same buy and hold. You don't want to arbitrage. None of this is financial advice, but if you're here to buy and hold, then just keep buying and holding is kind of the game plan, I think.
So just stay status quo?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Like I said, I'm on vacation and having a great day. I'm going to go have a Mai Tai. But I woke up and I saw this and I'm just sitting there going, what the hell is going on right now? Because I knew this was coming. Like I said, I knew, but I didn't know how it was going to play out. So I'm just trying to understand how to play it and not get hurt is, also see if there's a angle of advantage somehow to make some money. But I guess I'll just leave. So you don't think APE's going to drop to $1?
So do you want to take that, Spence?
You say APE's going to drop to $1?
No, I said that's what I'm worried about. Is I don't even know.
No.
I like movies. I love watching movies. I like going to movie theaters. So that's what I was always in this. Obviously, It's a meme stock, so I love that part of it. But at the same point in time, I don't want to own Air. I'm not a Bitcoin guy.
This is all just liquidations in the market, bud. The whole market's red. Revlon just dropped 20-30% and is now rebounding. Freaking KHORS is down, Hycroft's down, BBIG's, everything. GME's down 6%. This shook the market up big time, and there's a lot of liquidations going on today. So,
and I'm not worried about it. Like I said, I'll write it all the way to zero. I'll write it all the way to zero. I don't care. But what I'm I had 8,000 shares of AMC. Now I've got 8,000 shares of AMC and 8,000 shares of APE. I don't know what APE is. It's like Air. It's not to me. I don't understand.
It's not Air at all.
APE is a preferred stock dividend. You literally have preferred shares of AMC now called APE, which is AMC Preferred Equity Unit. And in that, you have 8,000 more voting rights on top of your AMC.
Okay. Well, that's what I'm saying is I just needed somebody to explain it to me because I'm kind of I don't, I jumped in with a bunch of money at the beginning, but I don't understand how it's working at this point. So I just wanted to.
If you go to the AMC Investor Relations website, you'll see a little button called APE Dividend. Click on it and just go through some of those posts and you'll get a real clear understanding how valuable it is.
Okay. I'll jump off the mic. I'll let you guys go back to work, and I appreciate your advice.
Hey, Spence, what's the minimum to be listed on the New York Stock Exchange? Is it $4?
$4.
So they can't drop it below that, really, right? Okay.
Somebody tried to say earlier that preferred stock is different. It can trade at 10 cents, and that was all bullshit. If it drops below 4, it could get delisted. Chances are it's not going to happen because we already talked about when somebody was saying earlier when a value goes below $10, the haircut changes. But you guys look across the market. The market is blood red today. That means there's a lot of liquidations going on. Somebody is screwed. Somebody is getting margin called. They don't have any money. They can't cover this dividend. They can't cover their short position. There is an event coming up very soon.
And just to help answer your question, Clint, preferred equity usually has a higher fair market value than common stock. So it's definitely not worthless.
Yeah, what I was saying earlier, hopefully you guys can hear me better now, that a large player could come in with $3.12 billion given the current price of APE and buy half of the voting rights for the entire company of AMC when the market cap of AMC is, let's see, the combination thereof. So about, we'll call it $9 billion. So they can get a 30, spend almost half, like about half as much as they should in order to get half the voting rights. So buying APE is actually more powerful than AMC in that the dollar value of your vote is more with APE than it is AMC currently. So those should balance out over time. There's arbitrage going on, and I'm sure that's part of what we're experiencing right now is they're trying to shake out the APE shares as bad as they can because they know that arbitrage exists, and they think that we're stupid and think that we don't know what we're doing. And with people like Meet Kevin and Matt KHORS out there, maybe that's why. But to me, I've been buying APE shares today, not AMC, because of the difference in value. I feel like they need to balance out, and because of that, it's a safer play in my eyes to buy APE right now because one, it's preferred, and two, it's underpriced compared to the value of AMC. And as far as the valuation of the company goes, they're equal. There should be no difference between the value of those two securities. If anything, like was mentioned, because it's preferred, it's a hair above common stock in the capital structure. So preferred shares would get paid out ahead of common shares in any sort of restructuring, major restructuring, whether that's a buyout or a bankruptcy, etc. So not that I think that's going to happen, but what could happen is some sort of merger acquisition scenario between a movie studio or between, another movie theater chain that is actually going bankrupt because they lost $1 billion lawsuit, things of that nature.
Swing, you should tweet that statement you just said on arbitrage. Definitely tweet it. And you guys got to look at the psychological aspect of what's going on right now, right? I'm probably down maybe $3,500 today, but when you look at the charts and you see AMC down 40%, that's not what's happening in my fucking account. They're doing this on purpose. They're trying to shake every paper-handed retail trader out of the market with fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And they're doing it by showing you numbers that are not real. They're doing it by pushing MSM articles. I'm telling you, I think this is their last stand. I really think that this is their last stand today.
Well, I didn't expect it to go to the moon today, but, I didn't expect this either. And I don't really know exactly what I'm looking at, but it doesn't look normal at all. I mean, you can tell that, the media stuff is obvious, but I'm talking about the way that the prices are moving around. That is not normal at all, in my opinion.
Spence, we did have margin calls going out today, right? Because I think that's what's happening right now. Crypto is just bloodbath right now. Pretty much like every ticker is down like big time. I think somebody got margin called.
It very much well could have happened because when this ape hit the market, there's people who owed it that did not have it. Yeah, Bitcoin is down to 20. Bitcoin is down to 20,000, down 3% on the day. The SPY's down almost 3%. And this is just my opinion, you guys, and it might not make sense to some. But right now, I think it's all extremely, extremely bullish. And I thought I was getting a deal on Friday when I bought all that AMC. Right now, getting APE at around $6 and AMC around 10 is absolutely like the deal of a freaking lifetime. If people are getting margin called and these liquidations are happening because of it, we are going to see price action on AMC and APE coming up. If not today, it's going to, turnaround Tuesday. Let me just pull up the definition of turnaround Tuesday for y'all. I mean, obviously it's
I did see FX hedged their Twitter account saying margin calls at 2 p.m. Eastern time.
Did you post that?
I did not, but I saw it.
Well, it's 2:50 and we're hitting power hour in 10 minutes. So I wouldn't doubt it, man. I absolutely think that's a totally logical statement and thinking. The way the market looks like somebody got massively liquidated today. Oh, go ahead, Aston. We'll get to Brando next.
I was just going to say, I mean, there's no way at this point. I mean, they really think any of these tactics are going to work at this point. I mean, we've all been in this for at least a year and a half, 2 years, and there's nobody in their right mind that's selling it $10.75 and $6 or whatever the case may be. We're in this for the long haul, and we're in this for life-changing money. So, I mean, they're barking up the wrong tree if they're trying to get people to sell into this thing. It's absolutely ridiculous. And 9 halts on one stock is completely uncalled for. But if the SEC actually did their job, we wouldn't have what's going on in the market today,
And then you got CNBC pushing articles about why you should buy Bitcoin. They want you to buy Bitcoin because they're liquidating Bitcoin in a rug pull, taking retail's money to facilitate the stock market. That's exactly what's happening. They're pushing anti-AMC FUD and they're pushing pro-crypto garbage.
Yeah, 1,000%.
That's where they're making their money right now, the market makers.
And then they want everybody to get out of this so they can chase crypto and all that other crap. I mean, yeah, we're not leaving until we get our money. So, I mean, it's just that simple. But
Didn't Kramer call the Bitcoin bottom last week?
That was a month ago, and he said it was going to go to 12.5K. And as soon as he said that, it went back up to like 21,000, from like 18 to 21,000. I marked it on my chart. Like I have Jim Cramer says Bitcoin to 12K on the exact day.
But I think literally like Thursday, Friday, he said, "Oh, it looks like Bitcoin's formed a bottom here, safe to buy or something." I remember seeing that, and Tara and I commenting on that, but maybe it was somebody else. But I saw someone claiming the bottom of Bitcoin, and I was like, "Oh, time to buy puts," but time to short it.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, it's, people are coming out too and saying, "Oh man, AMC's down 7% or this or that." And blah, blah, blah. It's like, you guys, we knew this was going to happen. The part that Mark Cahote said that was true is that there was going to be market fuckery, and we all agreed with him. The part that's not true so far is he said that Adam Aaron was going to dilute the stock also. That's not what's happening today. What's happening is absolutely 100% pure market fuckery. And it's going to be talked about for months going forward, but there will be lawsuits filed today. How is a stock allowed to be traded on the open market when all brokers have not facilitated the issuance of that stock to the investors who legally deserve it, who legally own it? It's insane to even think that. Brando, what's up?
Hey, everyone. Thanks for the call. Something strange happened to me this morning. First of all, I have an account with the TD and Merrill. TD had my APE shares. Merrill does not still. I called them and was on hold for 20 minutes. I had to go take another call. Anyway, the reason why I came up here is because a couple of things happened. I was on my Thinkorswim app this morning, or actually about just over an hour ago, trying to execute a trade on APE, and the bid size sell and the buy side ask. The sell was at 1 penny and the ask was at 10,000, and so that would have cost me $1 million to buy 100 shares. That's obviously a glitch, right?
Yeah, I would say it's probably a glitch. But again, this is the same thing with AMC. If you look at the dark pool numbers, you probably find price discovery around $30, $34 at AMC. That's the whole problem. This is it's all a one-sided rigged market for hedge funds and short sellers right now. It's just crazy.
And so if you go a little closer, there's a dial you can tone it down to the actual price, which was at $6.63. If you scroll that all the way down to that number, it gave the limit price order for 100 shares of $252.81 a share, which would have been $25,281 for 100 shares. I've got the screenshots if I can post them. I'm not quite sure how to post them.
Yeah, you can either post them or DM them to me, and I'll throw them up in the top, as long as there's no like account information on there, obviously.
No, I think I'm good. Yeah, I'll send them to you right now.
Let me go to my DMs.
And here's 2. So I took one shot, was just, it said it was $10,000 a share. And then I scrolled down with the little device, the little green dot in the middle of the screen there, to the actual share price of 663. And it came up at 252 a share.
Wow. All right, let me post these. You don't mind if I tag you, do you?
I do, actually.
Okay, I won't tag you then. Let's see. Limit order 100 shares. Cost of trade $1 million. That's freaking crazy. All right, let's see here.
And so then I just had to manually go in and put, I set it for 660. I bought 100 shares at 660. And that, executed.
This is interesting. We just went from 606 down to 577 in a split second. Let's do the math on that one. Why is my keyboard not working? Hate that. We just dropped 8% on a 1 minute candle with no halt whatsoever. Oh, it's 10. Is it a 10% drop that we need that? It's almost like they're doing the shit on purpose. Well, we'll see what happens. So we have pretty much 90% buying pressure going in on APE, 10% selling pressure, and the stock is continuously just dropping. That's so interesting how that works.
I had a question.
Go ahead.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we hear you loud and clear.
Okay. So my question was, when I went to my Fidelity account to look at my APE shares, you know how when you click one portion of your AMC on that list, it'll show you like all of your shares, long, short, when you purchased them, when they settle, all that. But when I click the APE one, it gives me a screen to a quote.
Really?
Really?
Let me check mine. Let me see if I get the same thing. That's interesting. I've never seen so much fuckery in my life. Like, it's hilarious. All right, 8. Click on it. Yeah, I'm getting a quote too.
So then that makes me question if the shares are actually in our accounts. Let
me send a DM to TD and ask them. It could be a thing with that. It's just been delivered, but I'm telling you, the whole theory is that there's a lot of synthetics out in the market. I'm telling you right now, there's not enough APE to go around. That's what's happening currently, is there's not enough APE to go around. Let me chat with the virtual assistants and I'll tell you what they say.
Okay.
Oh, how could they? We are literally counting on them being one real share for every 10 or 20 people that need it, or 10 or 20 shares that AMC that need to be replaced. That is sort of our end game, is the fact that there are not enough. So, you should not wonder whether there are 19 synthetic shares for every one real APE share. You should hope there is, and hope that it will be discovered. They're just not real. And again, you want to exchange them for real shares, DRS them, and then they're going to be 100% real. But until then, at the at freaking Webull or all those bullshit apps,
they're not real shares, 100%.
I think we'll
On
see
top
some
of that,
kind of discovery too on that.
We already know that there are roughly 100 million people that have AMC or 100 million shares, because that's the legal short of AMC that didn't receive APE because they've lent out their shares. So we already know that. That's just a given, just pure legal math of what FINRA has told us, let alone how many shorts there are for every short that gets reported to FINRA. So just from that alone, 100 million shares of APE needs to eventually get returned to their rightful owners.
Spence, did you get anything from TD?
No, not yet. I'll have to call them. I was thinking I could chat directly with them, but the virtual assistance isn't bringing up the chat. So
Yeah,
I'll have to call them directly later.
Because in here it's saying like the only screen I'm getting
response from them.
But
and then
I'm with Fidelity's. I don't have a TD account.
Yeah, I'm with Fidelity too.
Okay. I don't know what to think about this because it's saying that it's giving me a buy, sell, exit plan button underneath that. But what am I buying, selling, or exiting if there is no actual, like I can't see anything. Like, and especially, here's my other question. If they give me shares and I'm long, does that make those shares long or make them short?
I actually got the chat up right now, so I'm going to ask right now.
Okay, if APE is supposed to be equivalent 1-to-1 to every AMC share, then that long AMC share, wouldn't that dictate APE being long too?
It is possibly having to do with share lending. I mean, if anywhere you have any margin, if you check the margin account or you check the allowed to lend my shares, then there. No, okay, so that
cash and no. I don't know what.
That's why I'm going to DRS my shares as soon as they're cleared, because they cannot lend your shares out if you're direct registered with ComputerShare. But even Fidelity got caught loaning GME shares at one point in time when they said they weren't. And no broker is to be trusted. That's the bottom line.
Oh, boy. Okay.
The first three letters in broker are bro. It's just they all suck. But Fidelity out of all of them has been the best, in my opinion, so far. And they will let you DRS for free.
Well, soon those brokers are going to learn to spell the word that is the first 5 letters of broker.
Broke.
Hey, this is my first space call. Really enjoying it. Thank you guys for doing this. But I just kind of had a in general question, if I could.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
So, I've been seeing where Citadel and all these guys, right before the dividend was paid out, were buying, a bunch of long positions, which would then, equivalent to them getting the 8 positions as well. I keep seeing everybody say, we might have to hold for months and months, but wouldn't that give them time to just recirculate the APE shares to kind of allow them to cover all their synthetics?
Yeah, that's the whole point in the delayed distribution, is there's not enough to go around. Right. So they're just going to tell people, we're going to delay out to the 26th. We're going to try to give everybody the shares they need to facilitate their short position. But the problem is they're going to have to consistently do that. Because when you're short AMC and you don't have any APE, as soon as those shares get recalled, you have to deliver. Right. So what's actually could be happening right now is share recalls have already went out from lenders, and the market is liquidating because the shorts know they have to cover their position. But they're trying to scare you out today because they would have to start covering this week. So I'm actually pretty excited.
Right. I can totally agree with that. And what I was thinking is that, our price reflection today is just simply them shoving some of the synthetics out into the lit exchange with lower price, flooding it, making the price drop. But, my bigger concern was how long they can kick this can down. It's a different can, but it's going down the same road. And, if they can do that, will they, they're giving themselves breathing room to go ahead and recirculate the apes and hide all the synthetics until they can kind of get everything caught back up. So that was my question. I appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, yeah. Nice truck, by the way, too, man.
I'm looking, and yes, somebody said that it was being allocated as a spinoff, because I'm seeing it as a description here on Fidelity that says distribution spinoff from AMC.
Yeah, it's not a spinoff. The DTCC is trying to call it a spinoff. In no way is it a spinoff. It's a preferred equity dividend. That's just by definition. So they don't have their facts straight. It is not a spinoff.
Yeah. Can you screenshot that and DM me that where it says spinoff? Just make sure there's no account information in your screenshot, if you can.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it right now.
Okay, I got a bunch of requests. I'm gonna cycle some people in and out, so don't feel offended if I drop you down from speaker. There's a bunch of requests piling up here, so you guys can always re-request to come back up if you want to say something else. So,
all right, this is Muncher Bones. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, man.
All right, so I'm calling you from Maui. It's a beautiful day over here, and I've been in this game for a year and a half now. And I'm not going anywhere. In fact, I don't know if it's just a physical condition I'm going through, but I literally, every time I see a dip, I get the flipping jitters and I have this strange urge to go buy some more as if I can't get enough. I don't know why that is. I'm not overextending myself by any means, but I just feel the need to have to keep buying more of the AMC. As far as the APE goes, both of them, I'm just holding on. I don't feel the need to have to buy any more APE. I just feel like because the main focus was the squeeze deal on AMC. So that's what I feel like I'm, wanting to buy more and more of. So with that being said, do some of you guys, or Spence in particular, do you feel like while we're being suppressed right now, that is there anything else that we can do to keep them from having the upper hand over on us rather than just buying and holding?
Direct register your shares.
I got right that. I was just going to say, besides the direct register shares, because this is the first I heard about that. So that's a something I just learned about. So I'm glad to do that. And I will be doing that at the end of this call here. But is there anything else I could be doing besides those things?
Yep. Any of these YouTubers like me, Kevin, and Lou, and these guys who are out there spreading FUD, even if you don't listen to them anymore, make sure you unsubscribe from them. Like literally everybody in my chat right now on YouTube, all they're saying is Meet Kevin is out there spreading FUD today on APE.
Okay. And he was one of them that I like to listen to from time to time too. So I'm glad to hear that from you as well.
Bay, Fidelity is saying it will show in your account as long after it is fully settled. It also does not list a cost basis just yet, but that will also update overnight. And I'm asking them one more question about the spinoff too.
Spence, didn't you say Liz Clayman was going to do something at 3 p.m.?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Let me pull that up. Let me see if I can get to YouTube TV. Thank you. I want to hear what they're saying about this.
Okay, Spence. Yeah, I sent it to you.
I'm asking them about the spinoff right now.
Okay.
Oh my God, I have so many screens up.
Sorry, Muncher, I didn't mean to cut you off. My apologies.
That's all right. I have 4 accounts. I have Webull, TD, I have Mumu, and I have Public. I have all my apes and everything except for Public. So that's the only one that I'm dragging. Just so you guys know.
Me personally, I've been buying APE all day. I feel like buying APE is a good move. That's me personally.
Yeah, I if I had more cash available right now, I would be buying more APE right now for sure. I think this price action's completely fraudulent, and we're going to see the rebound.
Hey, Spencer. So what Liz was saying?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just saying what Liz was saying was that AMC was down because of the Regal news about bankruptcy. And man, she seemed like really freaking rattled while she was talking. I don't know.
Mortgage rates and high prices. Are we barreling towards a full-blown housing recession?
Spencer, I have questions as far as Matt Stoner with Finance News, YouTuber.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
I don't not like him, but it's more that they just put out a lot of clickbait, man.
Yeah, I do know they put a lot of clickbait out, but the one thing I do give them credit for is that they do bring receipts.
Yeah. They actually use a lot of my tweets and stuff.
Can I unmute my... There we go. Okay, everybody on the tube, just give me a couple minutes while I set up Liz Clayman.
On the tube, just give me a couple minutes.
Charles Payne and Clayman.
Let's see.
At the moment, Dow Jones Industrials down 666. Okay, that's not a good number, right? Isn't that like the omen, the devil? Okay, never mind. Lower the session, a loss of 682. We've got the NASDAQ down 325, biggest percentage loser here, down 2.5%. S&P losing 92 points, Russell down 43, with tech and consumer discretionary leading the way down. But leading the way up, the volatility index. This is Wall Street's fear index. We are at session highs right now. The higher it goes, the more angst and agony is in the markets at the moment. We do have it popping about 18.6%. That is the highest level in more than 2 weeks. And when you pair it with the action in the 10-year yield, which happens to be blasting through 3% right now to a 5-week high, it is a combination that has investors pulling their fingers off the buy button. Right now, the 10-year yield, 3.037%. But what is sparking the awakening? The awakening in fear and Treasury yields? It's something that hasn't even happened yet, folks. The annual Jackson Hole Economic Symposium that draws central bankers from all around the world. The Federal Reserve's Jay Powell will speak there on Friday. And ahead of that, investors have turned cautious as they wait for him to telegraph how high he believes the Fed must raise interest rates before it can declare it has doused the flames of inflation. Now, here's the expectation that Powell will be very clear that bringing down the rapid price increases that American consumers have been dealing with, from food to rent to apparel, will take priority over dodging a slowdown in the economy. Now, if that's the case, earnings could suffer if we have a recession, hence the drop in stocks right now. But look what happens when you pair the moves right now with Friday's drop. So look on this chart here. Friday, the S&P saw 55 points burned away. The Dow lost 292 points, but add the NASDAQ's 2% loss Friday to today's 2.5+% loss here, and you have a nearly 5% two-day loss. Now, leading the NASDAQ's worst performers, check it. You got to talk about Netflix. Netflix at the moment down 6%. CFRA is cutting the streamer to a sell from a hold, citing its 40% run-up from the July low. It's followed by Bookings Holdings, Match, Align, and Workday. We do, as we just talked about with Charles, seeing a rough session for meme stocks. AMC, okay, that one's in the red as rival Cineworld, which owns Regal Theaters, confirms that it's considering filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. So right now, AMC is down 17.5%. And then AMC's new preferreds, APE. At the moment, we have APE, it's APE that's down 17%. AMC is down 40%. But APE, which pays a 1-cent dividend, halted twice for volatility, had traded as high as $10.50. As you see, reversing right now, stands at $5.72. Is this what we can expect for the broader market until investors get clarity on interest rates? Let's get right to the floor show, and our traders, Kenny Polcari and Scott Fulman. Kenny, tough to find green on the screen right now, but we see it in Chinese stocks.
Well, there's a couple of places. China, for sure, after what happened last night. You know, the Chinese PBOC cut the lending rate, so that's bullish for Chinese stocks. But look, as much as these stocks are up, remember, they're still down on the year, very much like the Chinese market. So the action today is reflective of the same thing that happens in the United States. If the Fed makes a cut in interest rates, there's this rally in names, right? But the other place you're going to find green on the screen today is in the contra trade, right? All the ETFs are going to get you short the market. So the SPSX, which is the triple levered, or the SH, or the DOG, or the PSQ, are all ETFs that get you short the market, and they're all up significantly today.
Yeah, the PSQ, man, that is a little dangerous. I mean, it's up 2.7%. This is the ProShares ultra short, right?
Right. And the SPSX one is the triple levered. That's even more dangerous just because it's triple levered. The PSQ, the SH, and the DOG are all 1-for-1. So, you know, the PSQ is up 2% today, and the NASDAQ's down 2% today, right? So it's fairly reflective of what it's doing.
Yeah, well, that's more of a trade, definitely. Let me get Scott Fulman into the conversation here. Scott, as you look at what is and has been since June, certainly an overbought market, where do you find, as I guess we could put it, what opportunities do you see in the sell-off today?
Well, first of all, before we get into the opportunities, let's just remember, you know, the Dow is down basically close to 1,000 points over the past two sessions. We're up 4,000 points from the June lows to the highs last week. And that was basically a 55% recovery of the losses from January through June. So, you know, that was a tremendous move, and we did reach overbought. So now where are we looking for opportunities? We're getting more defensive again, and that's because not only because of the fact the market's overbought, but seasonally, this is the weakest time of the year we've just come into, from mid to late August through October. So we're looking at the defensive stocks right now, like Hormel Foods, which we think could rise up to $61, and Molson Coors Brewing, TAP, which we have a target on right now is 67 on a technical basis. We think that this is where people should be looking. Go defensive right now and look at where people are going to still be having to put their money and buy things, you know, where they're making choices.
Kenny, you know, it never ceases to amaze me. Last week, at the beginning of the week, let's just say before the pretty considerate sell-off there, people were whining, oh, I missed the June run-up. Folks, you have a cheaper opportunity. The market is discounted right now. I mean, look at the Dow down 656 points. How do you get people to understand that mentality versus my hands off the button?
Listen, I think you also have to recognize, to Scott's point, we're coming into an even more volatile time. So chances are you're going to get an opportunity to buy stocks even cheaper in the weeks ahead. So what I would say is, listen, stick to your plan, hold back. You have your money that's on the side, put it to work when it feels right for you. Don't do it today. Today's kind of a day where the market's it's unnerving. It's a little bit anxiety driven. So I've actually stepped back today, other than playing it from the short side. I've done nothing on my long side. I want to let it settle in after a couple of days. Friday, today, one more day, and then I'll typically start to look at it again. But this is not the kind of action that should make you nervous if you're a long-term investor, because you're buying stuff on sale, right? And it's going to get cheaper in a couple of days.
I'm looking at some of the more momentum-y type I just made up that word, plays here. And for example, Coinbase. I mean, Coinbase right now down 3.7%, but it had really made a nice run. Quarter to date up 51%. But you look at what's happening with Bitcoin. Just over the past, I want to say 72 hours, it has fallen about 10%. And as you look at some of the others, and Ether is even worse. Scott, do you see anything that makes you attracted in any way, shape, or form to a cheaper info area or certainly space that belongs to crypto?
All right, they're talking about crypto now.
As far as crypto goes,
like we were just in the Big Short movie.
I think you do wait for these
a couple minutes
drops to buy, but in
Did anybody else get that feeling?
In anything, in
Yeah,
Kenny's
I
point
did.
also, you don't have to go out there and buy things 100%. Buy a 20% position. Wait and see what happens, and then average in as you're going along. It helps to relieve some of the risk. That's a very, very important thing when the market gets volatile again, and something that all investors should be looking at right now if they are looking to take advantage, whether it's in the crypto space or
It sounds like you were
Okay, one last quick question, Kenny. Do we have to wait till after Jay Powell speaks in Wyoming on Friday before we start to see some calming in this market?
Well, listen, I think it's gotten very confusing, right? Because last week we had heard from 5 Fed heads that were all talking very, very aggressively, and Jay Powell's been the one trying to maintain calm in the narrative, right? So I think there's going to be lots of speculation up until he speaks, but ultimately, until we hear what he says, is he going to confirm the aggressiveness, or is he going to try to, calm the markets? And I think we don't have a choice until you actually hear what he has to say, because he is the Fed chair, right?
Well, and he's not going to say, "Oh, don't worry, September I'm going to do 50," or "Worry, I'm doing 75." He will telegraph, as we like to say. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Kenny, Scott, always a pleasure. Folks, we need to flag you about a crucial piece of econo data that comes out tomorrow. New home sales, but between soaring mortgage rates and high prices, are we barreling towards a full-blown housing recession? We've got the home builder CEO who says he's gone from order taker to financial therapist for anxious buyers. Tri Point Home CEO Doug Bauer is up next with what his world is like right now, and we will ask, how close are we to a recession in the housing market? Closing bell, 49 minutes away. Dow down 640. It is a rough session, folks. If it gets much worse than this, we will blow out commercial breaks. You got to stay with me every minute of this session. The Claimant Countdown is back after a quick break. Stay right there.
They're totally screwed, and they're reverting back to just completely, like, not even trying to hide it. Straight up, here is something that's patently false. All of the comments on all of the tweets from CNBC and the other publications that are peddling this, all of the comments are just like, this is flagrant, and like, walk with me. Like, I'm reporting this. And so now I guess the question is, do we buy APE or AMC or both? Because fuck them.
I would say buy APE. Absolutely.
I just put 200 to APE just now.
Hell yeah.
And I'll tell you, for Bay, I just pinned the message I had with Fidelity to the top. And what they said about the spinoff.
If you shop at Walmart,
so instead of a stock split dividend, it's a spinoff because it's a different security, even though it's under AMC.
you can spend even less.
So right there, we already
even
know
more,
the brokers have
to make life even better.
correctly as a spinoff instead of a preferred
Your record
equity.
label is taking off.
So right
but
there,
so is your sound
in
engineer.
The 8K saying,
you need to hire.
This is going to be
Indeed, you do.
preferred equity
Indeed
dividend
Instant Match
called
instantly
APE,
delivers quality
delivered
candidates
in
matching your job
dividend from
description.
account.
Visit
And brokers are
Indeed.com/hire.
distributing it as a spinoff because they don't have shares.
Well, then wouldn't have going to get Adam's filing for that?
Yes, which means the DTCC did the wrong thing, and Adam Aaron needs to go file and say eliminate the share management and recall the damn shares. But the whole market's crashing right now. This is the meltdown. This is the market meltdown that needs to happen so they can cover their shortage.
My ultimate the
I first learned about balance of nature almost 20 years ago. I worked for an optometrist for 16 years, and he was the biggest fan of balance of nature that I've ever
It's just
seen.
the way
He
it's
recommended it
distributed,
to his
because if
patients.
they don't actually
Balance of
have
nature helps give you
preferred
lots of
shares
energy,
to
and
hand
it's
out,
good to have lots of energy if you're hanging out with your grandkids a lot.
they're
I
giving you
take
some
balance of
benefits.
nature so that I
Okay,
can
but then,
be healthy for
like,
them.
okay, so that would be the benefit.
Start now by
For
going to
them saying that this is
balanceofnature.com
what
and don't
this
forget to
is,
use
by
discount code
basically,
Fox News.
It's a source. They did with GameStop.
Oh.
It's the DTCC just going, we're just going to pretend like we didn't read the filing, and we're going to distribute it in a way that allows us to cover our asses and to kick the can at least for as long as possible. It's amazing. Like, we're exposing corruption at the highest levels. This is insane.
I
This is
can't wait
freaking
for
insane.
September 15th. I mean, you know, I think that they're going to get their own personal 9/11 for real.
Yeah.
With the incapability of them to keep doing this, especially with all of us screaming and rattling all these cages.
It's just amazing that APE goes up a few percentage and they halt it like what, 5-10 times
Yeah,
so
I counted
far.
10 on that list.
Whereas H whatever K, that last one that went from like $1,400 to $2,500, no halts there.
It looked like they might have been long on that, huh?
Weird.
Right.
And then of course FINRA is down right now, or at least it was, and it's so slimy, and I can't wait to just bankrupt these fucks. Pardon my language.
I feel like we are about to. We're all diamond handlers here now. After a year and 16 months, we're all diamond handlers. We're no longer shaking and scared or anything like that. No matter how bad the economy looks or might get, we've kind of put our stuff on the side. Like, look, that is my silent protest to slavery. That's my silent protest to, them trying to put us in a position where we can't have any life.
Well, that's what it is. It's class warfare at the end of all this, and we've highlighted that, especially in the political sphere, the Republican versus the Democrat, that dyad it's a lie. All that is to keep us separated so that we don't start asking the big questions like I've talked about in here. And so this is pretty spectacular, because I thought that this would kind of be the catalyst that made them go, can't come up with the shares, got to start moving the price up to try to get people to sell. But it shows like they just have more and more tricks, and it's coming all the way from the DTCC, which is just like, wow.
Well, the best
look at what we've done.
The best part of this is that they're exposing it for the whole world to see. That's what's on our side now, is that all the other markets are looking at this. I can't see that there's any integrity left in the American market after this.
Yeah.
Oh, there's zero. I can't wait till this is over. I'm pulling all my money out of the stock market, and I'm not getting back in. I'll invest in solid physical gold assets, property, real estate.
Yeah, I totally plan on doing that as well. But I feel like, here's the issue. Once we get past this, if we ever do, if we get past this, and believe me, I will hold for 5 years if I have to. I've already made my mind up. I want maximum pain for them. And my maximum pain comes from how they did us during the pandemic. When the pandemic started, they shut our business down, and I had to figure out how I was going to create another stream of income in the middle of a desert. And they gave us a pittance. I'm traumatized. I have PTSD from that. And I need some get back. I owe y'all some.
Revenge is the only medicine.
Yeah,
Vengeance.
Because I lost my hair behind that.
I literally have no hair on my head right now.
I have a bald spot. I have gray hair. Like I'm 34 years old and I look like I aged 20 years.
Ken Griffin looks like he's like just got done fighting the Balrog of Morgoth and fell through fire and water and came back. Bro's white head-haired motherfucker,
Yes.
Dude. But it's just
Excellent
for
reference.
me right now, I really want them to suffer maximum pain. I want them. They used to talk about how they used to make money while they're sleeping. I want your dreams to be full of nightmares. I want them to just have like the worst life experience that they could possibly have, because that's what they gave us.
Well, that's kind of in a morbid sense, but this is actually happening since this started. We are we're taking their health. Like these people, they're losing sleep. They're having to sell their houses. Their wives are going, it's like, I don't know you anymore. And they're all saying, I'm out of here. Like this is a sinking ship. So like that is happening. It's sort of a death by 1,000 cuts sort of thing, where every day they're losing millions of dollars, and basically they're just trying to stop the Ragnarok from coming. And exactly. And so I still have faith. I think that they obviously can't keep it up for forever, but I would be lying if I didn't say that I'm shocked, or at least sort of like, wow, this is notable that even as we issue a preferred stock, that they have the brokers distributed it in the wrong way. We have the FINRA websites going down. We have AMC and APE being tanked right now, and it's all just like, yep, this is normal market operations.
But is there end game to just try to short it off the market?
That's a great question. It's hard to know what their end game is, except for just try their absolute hardest to psychologically manipulate people into selling. And I've said this in past spaces, but the people whose money we're messing with here, a lot of them are the same people that have the decision-making power with the Fed, with how inflation works, with how our supply chains and our food supply is set up.
They're trying to kill us every way they can.
It's
funny.
These
it's
people
almost funny. They're trying to kill us, man.
Yeah, like I said, like these people are not. They're not screwing around. They're very serious.
But the thing is that we're so self-sufficient in so many ways. Our communities, I have so many people that are growing food in their yards now.
That's
we
good
have
to hear.
people who are doing everything they can to get off the grid. They just don't know what to do with us. The biggest issue I see with them is that when they make a business and the demand gets so high they can't meet it, they begin to resent the fact that all of us exist. Okay? And that's just something that over time it's like, we just don't want to give y'all no more water. We ain't no more. We don't want to give y'all no more food. Ain't no more. Ain't no more. Ain't no more. Just green beans and corn.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take that one portion of your guys' conversation where you were talking about fire and sword fighting and all the awesomeness and dragons eating short sellers alive. I'm gonna put a heavy metal soundtrack behind that. That was such a bomb conversation.
So I think that we are in, I don't know. I just really, I'm a hold. I don't care. I don't care what happened. It could be a torrential downpour of rain outside. I'm not going to care. I think that I'm going to I'm ready to hold for a whole year, honestly.
Yeah. And I'll just add one more thing, and then we can get to the person with their hand up. But the silver lining in all this right now is that if this is what it takes to expose things that have been going on for decades and decades, and we're talking malfeasance to the tune of trillions of dollars, and if we're exposing that this is happening and it's this overt and in our faces, again, applying this newfound understanding retrospectively back to God knows how many years. Like, they've been doing this for a long time, and before people figured out that the TV lies, people would see CNBC and they would follow their investment advice and get slaughtered because of it. And so, if this is what has to happen in order to expose this deep-rooted, it's basically it's a feature of the system. It isn't just an aberration or a epiphenomenal event that kind of popped up and it's a negative externality. It's like no. This is an inherent feature in the system, and we're exposing it. And
they just halted the stock again because we started going up. Sorry, Jesse.
No, you're good. That's again like laughable. This is so funny that we're exposing stuff that they've been doing for so long, and it isn't just that we're exposing the stock market. We're exposing, and I think that this is like almost more important than exposing the stock market is exposing the media and how the role of it is to keep us in the pen and to keep the minds in a can, essentially. And if this is what it takes to take these fucks down, then I'm like I'm ready for a fight. And I don't know about you guys, but if the end state of this is that the media is destroyed and the stock market is fundamentally remade and a lot of the stolen illicitly made wealth is returned, then fuck them. I'll dig my heels in. Like these guys, they can go to hell.
APE was just halted on a 7.6% move up.
Oh, wow.
So not even a 10% move. They just halted it because we were getting ready to run.
Here's
spread is like 40 cents too.
They're definitely getting margin call because it's no way I can look at my account and see I've lost half of my account value because of the APE release. That they're not getting margin call. They definitely are. I mean, it's almost like it dug them a hole.
The Dow going down 666 points or 680 points, whatever it is. You guys hear the laughing in the background when she said the devil's number claiming. Then folks in the back were like, "No, don't say that." This is a market meltdown. People are being liquidated. Hedge funds and brokers are improperly distributing APE as a spinoff instead of a preferred equity. And we're going to see a comment from Adam Aron soon. The fact that they just halted APE on a 7.5% move to the upside proves right there this is a 7% move up on nothing but red MACD. There's been no crossover yet. I think you're about to see a gap up on APE when this thing unhalts. But if they can halt on a 7% move, they just halt anytime we move up. So that right there is such fraud. I just can't even process it.
It's so blatant and nasty how they've done this. But you know what? We ain't doing nothing wrong. Don't nobody feel guilty about nothing or feel bad.
No. Hell no. Yeah.
I wish I could do more wrong.
Yeah.
I'm trying to play their game, man.
Yeah, we're trying to play by the rules.
I want to get fucking dirty.
Yeah, let's get down. Let's make this a dogfight. Like if they wanna screw around like this, I guarantee that, like, especially in the age of the internet, we're better at it than they are. They can sit their quants. They can.
All I saw was memes.
They can sit their PhDs in psychology and their people that they have studying mimetic warfare and how it works, and they can do all the shit that they want, but they can't hang with us.
I'll tell you
it's
what.
So funny.
They're playing the wrong game, and I'll tell you why. Very quickly, a movement becomes a mob. They're playing the wrong game with people's money. Like, you can just collectively think of the retail investment community as Big Worm. And they're playing with my money and my emotions, man. The last thing that they want to see is a mob of people outside the SEC and the Citadel buildings. And they're pushing for it. This corruption and this blatant theft on the market is going to lead to some people going very radical on this. And I'm not saying to do it. I'm saying it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Okay, we're unhalted. And we're going up. Come on, baby.
So I brought this up in a previous space call, but now
real quick, let's grab these hands real quick, and we'll come back.
Yeah,
to you.
sure.
Sorry, man.
Step down, Spence.
No,
Thank you.
Thanks, Bay.
Bye, guys.
Bay, you need to come to more calls. You're so entertaining. I'm for real.
Okay, I'll try. Bye, guys.
All right, go ahead, man.
I was checking out the FINRA report, filing and reporting, and the system status is that SEC still can't log in on FINRA, which is, I guess it's still under investigation from what I'm seeing, but it's just weird that it's happening.
Say that one more time.
So the FINRA website, they have the system status for filing and reporting, and basically it's under investigation right now. There's a service outage for SEC users, so they're not able to log into FINRA systems today. So the system is an outage, and then there's a FINRA gateway, which is under investigation, which is going through service disruption as of today as well. So FINRA is basically down.
Did you tweet that? Do you have some kind of? Oh, here it is. I found it.
I pinned it, but I also put a link to that reporting the system status.
Awesome. That's crazy.
And the outage for SEC has been out since 8 a.m. So basically, as soon as the market basically opened.
And it shows the website with the service outage. FINRA, just a coincidence that the SEC Gov is not available. As soon as I started talking about that, my webcam froze. They're watching me, bro.
Classic.
There we go. I'm back. Like, it'd been funny if it froze and then it restarted and I was just missing.
We didn't put it past it, and that's the thing with all this is we're at the point where I wouldn't really put anything past these people. They've shown that they made a miscalculation. They got caught, and now they're like, I don't want to play anymore. But it's like, well, you can't exit until you cover, and expect when things. This is for everyone in here. Expect when things start to trend heavily to the upside, as we're all anticipating at some point. Expect anything, an outage of the internet, a string of news stories about a nuclear bomb or an EMP. Like, expect it all, and just don't panic.
I literally be like, oh, by the way, the moon's a spaceship and there's aliens here. I'm betting on aliens personally.
Same, yeah. I think that we visit certain or similar circles to get information, and if you see anything about a alien invasion and that we need to come together and form a one world government in order to combat the aliens, don't fall for it, because that's not what's going on.
They say that, I'm gonna be like, bitch, we already formed a one world alliance. It's called Ape Nation, baby. That's it.
Yeah, but they'll be like, no, the one where we get all the money and power and you own nothing and be happy and eat the bugs and live in the pod.
Dude, they were telling us to eat bugs all week, and I'm like, people are gonna go outside and eat crickets off the ground and get tapeworms and parasites like crazy, man.
It's all
bugs carry massive amounts of parasite. Like, they'll get parasites almost any time.
Oh yeah, it's a demoralization and a humiliation thing. It's not that they're trying to conserve the resources and trying to diversify our protein intakes for their humanitarian altruism about the food supply and the finite natural resources. It's like, no, they're just trying to make the common people literally eat bugs because it's
as simple as saying, okay, if our government has enough money to spend on war, then they have enough money to create dietary protein packets that can be given out to people for free who can't find food. It's that simple. You could literally hand out free protein packets to people so they could at least not feel hungry and have the nutrition they need. It's you know, I keep hearing stories from my mom and my grandma and great grandparents about, you know, depression times and how everybody was so poor and they were struggling for food. We have more food now on the shelves than any time in history. If the drop off places, the missions are always slam pack loaded with food. Half of it goes bad. So this whole thing about, oh, everybody needs to eat bugs. You know, some countries, bugs are a delicacy, but they've been doing it for years. They know how to prepare them properly, but.
Hey, I love bugs and all. Just kidding. I hate bugs, but I was going to say that APE is moving. It's at 650. I don't know if you're watching. It's unhalted now.
Oh, I'm watching.
It's a beautiful climb.
It's
amazing.
Fixed as well.
I'm like the NSA of Ape Nation. I'm watching everything. Tara, did you hear the combo about the FINRA and SEC reporting site being down all day?
No, I did not. Tell me about it.
It just got fixed, so it's kind of weird that APE is running and it just got fixed recently.
Check out the pinned tweet at the top. All morning and all day, the reporting site has been down.
So how come, really quick, how come APE is actually showing a percentage move now? Are you guys seeing that?
Yeah, are you familiar with Thomas James? You see his last video where he's talking about
just a minute.
What was it? The other countries they don't allow.
Oh my gosh.
I can hear you. I think he's lagging.
Shane, I don't know if you can hear Tara talking. We'll let Tara finish and then I'll come back to you and you can say what you're going to say, man.
Well, now we're after hours, so now I can see why there would be a percentage move. Damn it. But before we even finished for the day, there was oh no, we're not after hours. Why did it just do that? Just kidding. It's not 1 o'clock. I lied. But it is showing a percentage. Are you seeing that? And earlier we had talked about it and Mr. Burp was saying that it wouldn't show a percentage until it had one closing day.
They changed it during your nap.
So now it's, what is the percentage based off of? So now that it's below where it began, now they're showing the percentage. This is wild. This is like absolutely insane what they've done today. I mean, I've never seen anything like this. I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead, Shane. My bad.
Shane,
I don't know if you can hear me, but...
Yeah, sorry about that. I can't hear her at all. I don't know what's going on.
It happens sometimes.
All right. So I guess other countries, they have laws where they can't give their people shares that they can't locate. And in America, they'll deliver it later, right? So if that's true, I guess Thomas James is implying that we might have a bunch of synthetics here in America already. And in order to get them their shares over in the other countries, that they're going to have to at least run it up, get people to sell, right?
Yep. That's why I'm telling everybody, if you, in the next 3 days, when your shares clear, if everybody DRSs their APE, it's going to blow this wide open. If people individually all decide to direct register their APE with computer share, it's going to blow this entire game apart.
Okay. And another thing, if the short interest is the same on APE, does that mean they could cover on APE, cover AMC shorts on APE?
Well, you know, it's strange. I just read PJ's tweet and she posted AMC borrow fee doubled today.
Oh, that's awesome.
AMC cost to borrow.
To answer your question, no. They have to both cover. So if they're short before the 19th, any shares short before the 19th, they have to have both APE and AMC to cover that short. So they can't just cover their short only with APE.
Okay. So they basically got to cover twice then. If APE is running and there's a bunch of synthetic, they got to cover all of APE and all of AMC.
Yep.
Well, the synthetics only need to be paired with APE, right? So if there's a synthetic out there, then they have to get the APE to cover that. But if you're talking about shorts, then if the short wants to cover or close their short position, then they need both APE and AMC, the AMC part. That's for shorts and synthetics before the 19th.
Okay, I got you. Well, yeah, that's something I got. You could pass me to someone else or whatever.
Thanks, Shane. Appreciate it, man. I just got a message from Eric B on YouTube saying Webull is showing a previous close of 659. So that's interesting. Go ahead, Mr. Burp. Yeah.
Okay, so that's the percentage that they're going off of. That's what I was trying to ask. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Burp. Are you making people raise their hands, Spence?
No, I don't even. I'm so hyped up on caffeine, I don't even know what's going on right now.
Guess what? Wait, guess what? Really quick. I got my emojis back, so I can throw up the hundreds now. So there you go.
Did you
it's a
do
big,
that?
and I can fist now. Fist bump. See, there we go.
What did you do?
I updated Twitter, I guess. That was it. I don't know.
You need to DM me what you did. You owe me. You owe me for hosting your space call all day while you were napping.
Yeah, if you guys aren't following Spence after him doing all the work here, well, I'm sorry, Spence. I'm so evil. Spence and Swing, though, for real. And the other speakers who come up here, you guys, make sure that you're following them, especially if you like what they have to say. And, you can always, if you don't in the future like what they are tweeting or whatever, you can always unfollow. But I mean, it's a nice show of support and love for these guys. So you better freaking follow my friends. Okay, was that threatening enough?
Hey, Tara, it's Retha. How are you?
Hi, Retha. Just a minute. I know that Mr. Burp and Celeste were waiting to speak, okay. So just a moment.
I was just going to say that Bay asked a question as to what advantage they had by the DTCC redefining the dividend as a spinoff. And basically what the advantage that gives them is a straw man, so that allows them to knock down the true structure and distort it in such a way that they could defeat it. And I don't know the technical details of exactly how they would do that, but it's just the same as destroying a part of a machine, which would make the machine inoperative as the way that it was supposed to originally operate.
And I wanted to say, too, there's people asking about the FINRA thing. The FINRA SEC site being down all day, the reporting site, is basically, they put the site down so nothing could get reported all day. They've got a free day of absolute crime on the open market today, which is also why they delayed the 201 rule on APE for a full day. The SEC planned for a corruption day today, and tomorrow that rule should be in effect. If the FINRA site's down again, I swear to God, I'm done with these motherfuckers. Excuse my language. I am sorry. But if they're going to start crashing websites, purposely shutting reporting agencies down so they can just have a free-for-all, because as soon as they fixed that website, as soon as that website came back up, APE started running. And now we were positive 2% on the day, 1.5% as of right now. Woosah. Woosah. I don't know who was next, Tara.
It's a lot
this
more
is
than
Celeste.
that because wasn't our opening price supposed to be only a penny? So, we're up like 10 million%.
Yeah, that's true. Go ahead, Celeste.
Regarding spinoffs, in the FAQs, and again, I don't know anything about them or how it works, but there's number 18 in the FAQs. It says, we are paying an AMC preferred equity unit dividend. The New York Stock Exchange is categorizing AMC's payment on the AMC preferred equity unit dividend as a spinoff because AMC is issuing a new security that is different from our common stock. So saying that that's how the New York Stock Exchange is categorizing APE. Again, I don't know if that makes a difference, but just wanted to mention that.
No, thank you. Thank you. You said that was from the AMC filings?
No, from the FAQs, it was number 18.
Appreciate it.
Hey, Spence, it's Retha. Randall Cornett put out here a little bit ago that he actually called the New York Stock Exchange and was questioning them about all these halts. And he said it was 10% up or 10% down was halting because of volatility. And then after on your phone call, someone just said that it halted after 7%. Randall was just saying, or I messaged to Randall's comment to say it just halted at 7%. And I said, you mentioned that it was only after 10. I said, it's halted right now. Any ideas? And he says he's now being told it's 5% from the second rep. So that was, I guess, the person on the phone, it was changing at 5%.
I know if you're in the Russell index, yes, there is a 5%, but APE's not technically part of the Russell. So
no, he phoned.
I'm wondering.
Yeah, he phoned the NYSE. He said here. So, and then just a question. Adam only issued out the 516 plus million APE units, and I was under the assumption that if people were receiving their units, that Adam may have to issue more APE, and that's how we were going to be able to see, without having to DRS, that there's synthetics and stuff out there. So just your thoughts on that point?
I don't think he'll have to issue more to expose it. I think it's already been exposed today because people who got like in their public account or whatever account it was that got fractional shares, that's not supposed to happen with preferred stock.
Right. And I
think it was even listed.
Yeah, and I've got a bunch of Canadians on this side with Bank of Montreal and with TD on the Canadian side that haven't been issued their APE yet, and they're being told maybe the 24th. And then I've been hearing some other people, somebody was with the National Bank up in Canada. I'm not sure which province. And they're not going to be getting them for maybe 4 or 5 days. So I just kind of wanted to mention that on this side. I'm with Questrade. Questrade was great. We got all ours about 4 o'clock this morning. No issue with Questrade side. But yeah, it seems like there's a lot of the banks up here having a lot of people with the like the chartered banks and stuff up here, maybe even RBC, haven't been issued their units yet. So just I put that out there.
I've got a poll going on Twitter right now, and over 30% of the people who voted out of like 700 or 800 have said that they have not got their APE yet. So,
are they allowed to comment on there which bank they're with, if they're Canadian or US?
They can if they want to. I should have put that in there, but I just threw it up. But
okay, I don't know if you can update that, but that would just be something to gather information. And I know Corey is he's kind of logging everything that's going on today. So I just thought I'd mention that as well. It's Corey AMC1. Just thought I'd mention that if anybody's having any issues. But something I thought would kind of be interesting, I don't know if you and Tara may want to do this while you're on the call, is Rando posted the phone number for the NYSE. So you can phone it. I thought that would be kind of interesting if that was a live call where we can all listen to what the NYSE is saying. So
that's not a bad
I wouldn't
idea.
be able to call while I'm hosting.
I kind of thought that would be kind of neat here. So
we need someone with a backup phone. Get your phone. Drug dealer phone, Spence, and use that one. And call the NYSE.
I ain't got no drug dealer phone. All you people buying shares on Cash App, though, man.
Actually, you know what? Well, let me see if I can call it from the Canadian side. It might be a U.S. only number.
You should be able to.
Yeah. Hang on here. Let me see if I can get this going, you guys.
Cash App is for making drug deals, not buying stock. And I think people learned that today.
I've got Cash App. I was gonna say that I also asked Randall if he could come in and share with us what happened. So
great idea.
He said he has a recording of the call.
Menu options have changed. For trade support, press 1. For API connectivity order routing support, press 2. For equities, bonds, and TRF, press 1. For options.
So I pushed 1. I'm still waiting. Hey, how are you doing today? Good. I just have a couple questions for you. There's a few of us wondering about the halts that are going on with AMC and also with APE and stuff that today.
Sure, what's the question?
Well, we were just wondering. I thought there was something that wasn't supposed to be taking place until tomorrow. Is that to do with the halts?
No. So the halts are going off their volatility pauses. The LULD volatility pauses. To understand LULD, you can go to luldplan.org. No, luldplan.com.
Okay.
Larry, Uncle, and there you can read about the limits, the volatility pauses.
Okay.
Due to the volatility pauses.
Okay, because we also heard too it was only after like a 10% increase or a 10% decrease, but we're watching it here and it halted at 7%. So we're kind of wondering what is going on. Why is it?
That's not how it works. So, right, you go to LULD plan. They can explain it better there.
So does it halt at 7% on the NYSE?
No, ma'am. So if you go to LULD plan, you'll see that there's a band that trades around the stock that's created, and if it trades outside, if it closes outside that band or at that band for a certain time frame, then the stock is automatically halted.
Okay.
It's a whole. You have to go to LULD plan if you want to understand how that works. Go to luldplan.com. They'll explain it there.
Okay. All right. Thanks for your help.
No problem.
Okay. Bye.
It's funny how the LULD plan only takes effect on meme stocks.
Are you freaking serious?
Yeah, literally.
Randall says he's in here requesting. I don't know if you guys can see him requesting, but if you can, I can't see any requests, but it says there are 6. So hopefully we can get him up here.
Who did you say?
Randall. Yeah. I can see him down there. Yeah.
There he goes.
Maybe we can rotate some too if there's other requests coming in. Hey, Randall. How's it going?
Yeah, so Reetha, that was the first guy that I talked to. Obviously, he must have gotten tired already because I had a much different experience. Didn't mention that website or anything, so I'd assume that there's probably a lot of people calling him. He was the first guy that I talked to that mentioned the 10%. And then the second person I called was a female, and she said 5%. She kind of gave me a little bit more of a breakdown, kind of speaking on like the bands that dude is talking about, that they recalculate those bands every 5 minutes though. And so what happens is like that percentage can change. So they base it off of usually like a limit up or a limit down. They base it off of the previous trading day's price. Doesn't exist here, right? Because it's the first day.
Exactly.
So they base it off of, it starts as a reference point at the opening price. But as time goes on and how volatility spikes, whatever that number is, they're calculating on their back end. And they're doing that 5 minutes at a time. And then she said 5%, not 10%. So that's not very clear, right? Because I've gotten 2 different answers now. But I'm...
Yeah, and
go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Rhonda. When I was just mentioning it to Spence a few minutes ago, it was maybe not related to the NYSE exchange. It was, which one, Spence, were you thinking was the 5%?
Well, if you're part of the Russell, there's different halting rules. But this limituplimitdown.com does explain it. There's different tiers, tier 1 and tier 2 symbols below $3. Tier 2 securities greater than $3, which says 10%. So technically, we are a tier 2 security above $3. So why were we halting below 10%?
I recorded the second conversation that I had with the lady. I got the last part of it. I didn't get the full conversation. I had the wrong mic set up, but I did post on YouTube because I couldn't upload it to, it was too big to put on Twitter. But she said that we were considered a tier 1 security, and then that was probably going to change tomorrow, though. So right now, she said that we were being looked at as a tier 1 security, which I thought was interesting, being that we're over that $3 threshold, right? But I don't know if it like locks in. So when the trading day starts, if there's a number, but she mentioned $9.01. So that to me still puts us in tier 2 category, right? So I don't know why they're classifying it as a tier 1 stock. It's kind of weird to me. Then the threshold part with the Russell stuff, I mean, it might be, that could definitely be it as well. But at this point in time, I'm talking to a rep at NYSE. So when she's saying 5%, I'm assuming that that's going to be, you know, on that level. The thing is, again, so these numbers, the swings, the 5% swings, could that referencing number could change constantly because you know, they're readjusting, they're calculating on the back end. So it's not just going to be 5 or 10%, you know, based off of the starting reference point or reference price, because it's going to change right throughout the day.
And Randall, just to clarify.
Wait, time out really quick. Did anyone see this document from the NYSE saying that regulation reg show Rule 201 will not apply to security APE until its second day of trading on the NYSE? Did you see that?
That's the very first thing we talked about in the space call today.
Okay, I'm just making sure Randall was aware and saw that as well.
And I think that I don't know. Part of me feels like that could have to deal with. There's a lot of different reasons why that is, but I don't know specifically on it when it comes, because I even addressed the HKD issue with it, asking, you know, why we didn't see as many halts there. But she did bring up, I mean, she did pull up some dates where there were some halts and stuff. So it's not that it wasn't halted. I don't know what that number is going to look like, you know, in the same time span. So like, let's say a week of HKD and a week of APE, you know, which one has more halts? I'm more inclined to believe that APE is going to have more. But one of the biggest concerns for me is why is there so much volatility if we know that retail is not, you know, selling their stocks? That's like the biggest underlining concern to me, is like, why is there such a concern with volatility if retail's, you know, we've got our feet in, you know, on the ground. That makes sense. We're not moving.
I think a margin calls. Tara, thank you for reading that out, because that was the question I had for Randall in regards to tomorrow. So thanks. I appreciate that.
Yeah, my bad. I didn't mean to interrupt, but someone had DM'd it. So during the conversation, so I thought it was important.
It's okay. I was searching for it while you were reading it, so it worked out really well. I appreciate that. Okay. And thanks, Randall, for popping up.
Yeah, of course.
It'd be interesting to see here. I think what we have to wait for like a month or something, and then we can see margin calls and all the numbers and stuff. I don't know exactly where that comes in, but Randall, maybe if you have info on that, you can kind of explain that we got to wait a little bit here. And something I'm psyched about is we only have 30 days as September, 31 days. So we got 8 more days until phase 6 pops.
Yeah, I'm excited for that myself. I don't, like I said, Dad, I've been telling people that that's not going to be something where we're going to see like immediate, you know, pressure or anything, but that is like something that's just as exciting to me as APE. So that's all good. We have that going for us. As far as like what's happening with this APE stuff, I don't know. I mean, there's for sure probably lending going out on it already. Like I already know that, because, you know, these big institutional holders, that's probably the first thing that they're going to do is lend these out. Now, how that plays in and how it gets returned to them and how that plays with the short squeeze, like there's a million different scenarios and how that could work. For me, this is what my goal is like I'm comfortable and I'm feeling pretty confident in just holding my share and kind of letting this play out. You know, I think they're already kind of in boiling water, and it's more of like a scrambled, you know, practice right now for them. They're just scrambling, trying to figure out what they need to do. And so I'm just going to kind of let it all unfold.
Yeah, I was just going to mention too, we're into after hours right now. So AMC's up 6 cents, APE is down 2. But yeah, I think today's been incredible. Thanks, Spence and Tara, for letting me chat. And Randall, thanks for the clarity on that. I appreciate all that. Thanks, guys.
You take care.
Yeah, thank you, Retha. It's It's interesting. I was just going to say, Randall, what was the comment that you just made about the share lending with APE?
That I'm fairly confident. I guess I don't want to, because I don't know for sure, but I would bet a lot of money that there's probably lending going out a lot, right, by some of these institutional holders.
Okay, yeah. So initially, when we very first started this space, someone had come up and shared that somehow he had share lending turned on his account, even though he had manually turned it off. So I think that did have something to do with APE. So I'm not sure if people have to go in and manually disable share lending on their brokerage apps or accounts.
Wouldn't hurt to double check, that's for sure.
I would do that, and I would email your broker or message them in a chat and say, I want 100% confirmation that you're not lending my shares out, and save that.
Yeah, create a nice little paper trail is not a bad idea at all.
Spence and Tara, I don't know if you guys would allow Randall just to kind of, in a nutshell, in layman's terms, speak quickly to the group about phase 6 that's coming in September 1st. It's really, really interesting, and I think it's important information. I don't know if you guys have covered that, or maybe do a separate call on that at some point. I'll leave that up to you, but yeah.
That's up to Tara. I have no problem with it.
It's literally up to you guys. I mean,
Randall, if you could just wait 1 second. Yeah. Mr. Burp has had his hand up for a while, and then you can go ahead. But thank you.
I'm going to drop down, guys. Thank you.
Later, Retha. What's up, Mr.? What's up, Mr. Burp?
Thanks, Mr. Underdirge. Excuse me. Yeah, I think this probably will be pretty quick, but I've gotten a couple of interesting direct messages, and somebody presented a theory to me. Basically, what AMC has done here with APE is they've created their own currency, right? So they created their own money here with APE. And if APE trades at $10 per share, then AMC has $450 billion in assets under management, which makes AMC worth more. So the reason why I'm bringing this up now is because I got another DM. I'm not sure if it's from the same person that had initially presented the theory to me, but regardless, he is speculating that one of the reasons we're seeing so many halts is, I think he said it was a 50-cent move. Every 50-cent move in alignment with that same theory translates to a $2.5 billion difference in assets under management. So that may have some to do with that.
That's interesting. I totally understand what he was saying too. That's very, very interesting. Yeah, right now, what's the share price of APE? $6.12 at close. So $6.12, say Adam Aaron does an offering of, let me get my dumb calc out. I mean, they could literally pay off, say, 200 million shares, right? That's what, $1.2 billion just right there. So I guess, man, if this thing runs $10-20, can you imagine? We were at $10 one time today. That's insane. $5 a share. But yeah, so Randall, floor is yours, man. Or Mr. Underdog, did you have something quick or?
Randall can go.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll give you guys like a quick, because there's a lot of info, but the reason why I think that Biggums and I have been so excited about phase 6 is that it's, there's been 5 phases of it right now. Most of the people that have kind of fell into scope through phase 1 through 5 are a lot of your large institutions. Phase 6 brings in a lot of these smaller guys, but when we say small, I mean still handling billions of dollars. And really, there's going to be margin requirements based off of a threshold of, $8 billion. So if you have firms that are managing over $8 billion, they're going to be subject to margin requirements for every single counterparty they trade with. So the idea is that, in my head, the way I look at this, because it is going to be some of the smaller firms, but according to ISDA 2, it's going to be introducing the most amount of hedge funds in scope 2, which are like, this is where we can kind of get deep into it, but hedge funds are not really familiar with the legalities and just the process of getting set up for something like this. Banks are, but hedge funds aren't. And really, they have to prepare. If they haven't prepared at this point, it's already been, like as of 2 months ago, it's already too late, right? But they have to get everything in line. They have to determine their margins with each counterparty, et cetera, et cetera. This affects just the derivative market. So we're talking swaps, things like that. And you have, they're going to be susceptible to margin calls. Well, each counterparty that they do business with, they're going to have to post margin requirements, and they're just not going to be done. And if you don't meet these margin requirements that are being imposed on you, you can get hit with what's called a DNT, a do not trade. And legitimately, they will stop you from being able to trade in the derivative markets with any counterparty. So in a sense, it's actually worse than a margin call because nobody wants to do business with you. Margin calls happen, and you can figure out ways to get loans and maybe, get yourself out of that. But it's a big deal being that you have to deal this with each counterparty. It kind of flushes out, like a lot of money is going out to meet these requirements, right? Which then you have to start focusing on maybe some of your positions that are really outlandish or aggressive or, have a lot of risk with them, and makes those positions much more difficult to be involved in. And my thought is that you have these smaller funds that don't meet these requirements, get toppled over by phase 6, creates somewhat like a domino effect because they're, at the end of the day, they're getting money from these large banks. They get hit, they default, and it puts pressure on the larger banks. And that's like in a nutshell. It's way more advanced than that. I've overly simplified that, but hopefully that gives some people an understanding.
When is that supposed to go into effect?
September 1st is the date. Now, I'm not saying, I'm not going to sit here and say that September 1st, all of a sudden, there's going to be a shitload of margin calls because that's just not what's going to happen. But, I could see over a 6-month period, it really affecting large, pretty big hedge funds. Like, to give you guys an example, like Bill Huang and Archegos, phase 5, he got hit and all that. That's kind of what unraveled, and why he was able to keep going was because there was a COVID exemption.
And that's 2022, right?
Yeah, so none of that happens. He gets caught in phase 5 already with his pants down, but he was able to push the envelope because there was an exemption on meeting phase 5 requirements. So
these were family offices. His deal was a whole, they don't even regulate family offices, right? Randall?
Well, that's true. But see, who does regulate them is not an enforcing body like, a government agency like that, but it's the banks. And the banks, what they don't want to do is they don't want to lose their money, right? So I think when risk gets too big for them is when they kind of start chomping down. But again, he was going and getting, using no collateral and pulling out loans over, 18 different banks, different counterparties. And he was, not meeting any margin requirements, not posting any collateral. And he was able to kind of do that under the guise of a COVID exemption, right? Because he gets swallowed up. And eventually he did ended up getting eaten anyways. But a lot of these guys, so we could see like a little bit of a topple effect because there might be people in phase 5 that have still been riding under this exemption that now get hit in phase 6 too. So you could have like a double up effect, if that makes sense.
Hey, really quick, are you guys hearing Swing? I think there's some backfeed coming from your mic. I'm not sure, but really quick, someone just commented on the space and they said APE has almost 121 million volume and that it jumped 55 million with no change in price right after hours. So did anybody else notice that?
It's crazy.
On my chart, I'm seeing a 12 million volume candle on the 1 minute, and it basically did nothing. So there's something wrong with what's going on with APE right now. But
someone said that there was like a 200,000 or some crazy amount of APE bought for like a couple cents or something. Could that be the same sort of deal?
Maybe.
I said earlier that, we're relying on these programs that can be manipulated. And in one aspect, people are seeing one thing happen, but on the other end is not matching the things,
On what Randall was saying, I think the good thing, and I'm not a huge phase 5, I know it's important, and thank you for coming in and explaining that. I have no faith in regulators whatsoever to do the right thing. But phase 6 dropping, you said September 1st?
Yeah.
So we were just talking about T35 FTD covering. Starting from last Monday would be like September, 16th? So phase 6 dropping, and then I think we're about to see the largest amount of FTDs ever produced on AMC drop in the first 2 weeks of September when they report the second half of August. So that's kind of a double whammy. That's, in my opinion, I think that's going to be a pretty good thing.
Well, I think what happens is like one side is robbing, like they're robbing Peter to pay Paul on both sides, right? So it's like if they get hit with phase 6 and they have to start posting, monstrous margin on that end, it could put pressure on the short side of APE AMC. Now the inverse too, if they get a lot of pressure on our side, it makes it harder for them to manage the margin on the other side. So it's like what you said, it's a double whammy. And one thing I will say, Spence, because I'm with you, man, I think a lot of us in here have been are kind of a little bit pessimistic towards regulation and things like that. What makes me a little bit more inclined to be excited or juiced up about phase 6 is because, the United States, granted, the regulatory bodies do have something to do with this. It's not really started and governed by them, right? Like they're having to deal with the world banks of, major countries, right? If you're interested in this at all, you should take a look into G20. And if you don't know who they are, they're like the world's banks, basically the heads that kind of manage economies for, tier 1 countries. And they're the ones that are behind this. And again, I think it's because they're realizing this is a much bigger risk outside of just the United States. See, a lot of these, people that are participating in these ISDA contracts that are affected by this phase 6 stuff too. A lot of the stuff they're doing is, they're messing with currencies and they're doing swaps like that. There's a lot of, I don't want to get too conspiracy tinfoil hat type stuff, but there could be positions on their local economy that might have them over a barrel. You know what I mean? Where we don't want to be involved in this anymore. And so there's just a lot of things that I think that come good with it than bad. And if nothing does happen, like I said, it won't be the most surprising thing. It's just hard for me to see any wiggle room for them out because, again, it's not just the SEC. It's not just, FINRA. Like, this is much larger than that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm hoping they don't delay it again last minute. And that's what bugged me about the first time is when they started issuing delays on phase 6 and then 13F2 short reporting. And they just keep it stuck in the comments section on the SEC site instead of enacting these policies. It just drives me nuts, man.
I'm not of the belief that it's going to be delayed again, but that's also because I think that they can't. I think there's so much pressure on them, and the banks are breathing down their necks. Again, because of situations like the Bill Huang thing, I don't think it's in the bank's best interest to delay this, right? And that doesn't even, I'm not even speaking from a perspective of where what's fair and they care about transparency or anything like that. I'm looking at it purely from a selfish perspective, like they're just trying to protect their own ass. And that's what gives me a little bit of confidence in it as well, so.
Absolutely, man. I'm even though that's another new little catalyst for September, which I'm all for. Any catalyst we can get. I just cannot wait to see these FTDs, man.
You know what I've always said though? It's not. I don't think there's ever going to be one singular thing that creates the MOAS, right? It's it's a culmination of everything, right? So the more that we add into that pile, the better. Has always been my view on it.
Totally agree, 100%. And I'm waiting. I think what's really going to push things over the edge is this week or next week. I think Adam Aaron's going to drop a tweet and be like, "Oh, by the way, we're going to issue the company branded credit card now, which could create another $1 billion revenue stream." It would be absolutely epic if that happened.
Any way for them to generate income is good for me. I want them to generate more cash.
Well,
Man,
I'll tell you guys what.
Today is wild. I cannot believe some of the stuff I'm seeing. And from some of the people I'm seeing, people who, I don't know, it's crazy. People who built up a following and really seem to capitalize on the AMC APE movement and are now almost like turning their backs on everything. It's so crazy. But I mean, I don't know, maybe people are feeling just beaten up right now, or maybe they were just here for other reasons all along. I don't know. Some things are just so questionable. I can't believe it. People are DMing me some of the tweets from people that I never would have expected it from. I was just reading a tweet from Meet Kevin. I actually told him to come join the space. I'm sure he won't, but yeah, it's just, I don't know if you guys remember who Meet Kevin is. He actually ran for governor here in California. And I voted for him because I was like, this is so cool, like a YouTuber, who could end up being the governor, but then Gavin Newsom ended up keeping his job, whatever. So anyway, he says on APE and AMC, APE is a ploy designed to exploit uneducated retail investors to help AMC pay off their debt, hoping to capitalize on the meme stock movement. Read the fine print. You're likely screwed in APE, but any temporary APE success is good for AMC. Now, remember, this guy is a YouTuber. He's getting paid to put out videos, and he now has a video called The AMC and APE Sham Exposed, and it says Scam Alert. So essentially, he's no different really from, Matt KHORS or Trey or, and no offense, Randall, but you know what I mean? Like, it's the difference, I guess, is, and why I don't feel worried about saying this when Randall's in here or Bigums or other YouTubers who are very information-based and not doing these clickbaity, weird ploys to get people all up in arms and freaking out and running around like chickens with their heads cut off, which I just appreciate and respect so much. And I think that, honestly, your guys' following and engagement speaks for itself. The fact that you guys just try to stick to the facts and you don't do these weird ploys that these other guys do. But man, I'm so disappointed that Meet Kevin is saying this stuff right now. I'm just like, are you actually even invested at this point? I don't know. Go for it, Spence.
Randall, when you talk to Bigums, man, tell him to quit rage tweeting. I was cracking up today, bro. He was like, I didn't even know what he was saying. I was like, he is slamming his keyboard so hard right now.
I love it. I love when Bigums rage tweeting.
He's got passion.
He very much does.
I'll never forget when Bigums first came on the scene and I was doing spaces, and he came into a space and he had a bunch of information to share regarding junk bonds and all this crazy stuff. And everyone wanted to kick him out. Everyone in the community was like, he's a shill, he's a bad guy, he's here for bad reasons, kick him out. And I remember I was the only one that I was like, you guys, I want to hear what he has to share. Like, this seems very urgent. And he was like out of breath. Like, he literally sounded like he just ran to the wherever and got the information to bring it back to us. And yeah, it was a crazy day. It caused like all this drama because Tara let shills come and talk on her spaces, and how could she? Everyone canceled Tara. Everyone don't go to her spaces anymore. But yeah, it was good times. And honestly, seeing him just, grow exponentially and have the opportunity to share information with everybody has been so powerful here. And I appreciate that you and him, Randall, have, made quite a good friendship and continue to do that.
For Bigum specifically, like, he's somebody that I felt like when I reached out to him about a lot of things, we go back and forth about a lot. And I just think that he's open to looking at all different angles, which is important to me. Like, I want to make sure that if we're looking into something that we're both open-minded about it. And he's always been great on that. And, I don't know if it's self-affirmation or for me or what, but every time that I talk to him, he takes what I'm addressing seriously. So it makes me very happy to work with him and uncover a lot of stuff. And on the YouTube notion, for me specifically, I get 100% what you're saying. And it's never been about, like, most of us like that are on YouTube, and Bigums will tell you this straight up too. We both showed our revenues. It's not like we're making money to call home about. Now, the 1% I think that a lot of us get upset with probably are making decent cash, but that's a very small amount of us, right? Like compared to like that's 0.01%. And at the end of the day, for me, even we've talked about people just copying information.
Wait. Randall, are you saying we need to boycott Mr. Beast? Because I'm so down. That guy's taking all the revenue from YouTube. I'm telling you.
I can't knock that guy's hustle at all.
I'm just kidding. I love Mr. Beast.
I don't know who these people are.
Mr. Beast? You don't know who Mr. Beast is?
I'm old. Like when we're done here, I'm gonna go play Skyward Sword on my Nintendo Switch, and I won't know anything else that's going on. I have no idea who Mr. Beast is.
He is a famous philanthropist, and he donates and does a lot. He actually did a video during the GameStop thing, and bought everything in a GameStop. Like bought every single thing. I think bought the entire store in a GameStop. He does crazy stuff like that. But
that dude,
he's super cool. I love him. Anyway, sorry, Randall. I didn't mean to cut you off to say something like that.
I was not talking about of anything too important. I was just saying that I've always thought that if somebody, whether they're taking the information, as long as it's being, because we used to kind of get like, I'd get a little bit salty if somebody would like take, information that I had talked about and they're talking about it. And I'd be like, but then I had to step back and be like, why am I really upset about this? Like, I want the information to get out there. As long as it's being spread in a correct manner, I can't knock anybody for doing it, right? For like spreading the message. And so it took me a little bit of growing to kind of get on board with that as well.
Yeah, phase 6, and like I was saying earlier, I don't have any faith in it really. But the education of that going into effect, regardless if it's going to be a good or a bad catalyst or nothing at all, it's still important to understand the regulations, the filings. Like, how many people that just have no clue how to read an 8K still that are in this community? It blows my mind. So hopefully, man, you guys are right. I would love to come back and be like, man, Biggins was right, dude. And phase 6 rocks. I really hope so.
I do too. Like I said, I think that it definitely is a play much more on the market transparency, like as a whole, right? Like I'm not going to sit here and pitch that phase 6 is directly connected to like AMC, right? It's much bigger than that. But it's a AMC and a MOAS, and not just AMC, but all of our stocks could be, running is potentially a byproduct of phase 6 is where, my brain lies with that. Big Ups is in here, by the way. What's up, buddy?
Come on up. Is he requesting?
Probably not. He might be at work or something.
We got a spot for him.
Oh my gosh, no, he DM'd me though. He's like, guy flips more than Lou about me, Kevin. It's crazy, right? Like, I'm like, what in the world is going on? 1 minute I don't even know. Like, I swear last week he was talking about how bullish he was with like the whole thing with APE and everything. Now all of a sudden this week it's totally a different narrative. And it makes me almost wonder, because he admits right here that he actually sold his APE. So it almost makes me wonder if he's literally trying to influence his followers and people to sell so he can get a better price and buy back in or something. Like almost trying to, I don't know. I don't want to say too much, and then he says here, just bought 2,500 shares of AMC with APE profits. So, I mean, I guess he's going the Matt KHORS route of like, I'm going to dump all of my APE and just buy AMC. I don't know, but definitely not something I'm doing. Personally, I'm holding both. It's too risky for me at this point to get rid of APE without knowing what the potential is there.
Tara, I've got like maybe now 1,700 followers on YouTube. I made a video and Lou went and made, when me and PJ did the live stream and the space call on the class actions against brokers, dude went out and made a full video about our space call that had 200 people in it. So you're over target when they're stressing about that. I think the dude's a complete fraud. And the fact that people still push Lou FUD, it blows my mind. He told us to sell at $13. He told us Adam Aaron was going to dilute no matter what, 20% during the 2022 annual. He told us he was going to sell all his AMC like 5 times. The dude's a clown, man.
Maybe he did, and then maybe other people. But what's weird is if he sold at the times when he was trying to get people to sell, there was a run up right after, like literally right after. So I don't know. Yeah, every single time he would come out and say that he was out of the play or selling, then within like a day or two, the stock would be ripping. It was so crazy. Like, what in the world? Almost like a Jim Cramer scenario where you could do the inverse of whatever he's saying. Really quick, does anyone remember last week when Mark came in and used some profanity at me and said that he was never coming back to an AMC space and he would never be seen in one again? And I said, yeah, right, you'll be back. You always say this. And he bet me. Do you remember how much the bet was? I can't remember how much he owes me for coming into this space right now.
It's recorded. Somebody will have to go back and look. Let's just say it was... I think he said a $1,000 check. I think he said, I'll send you $1,000 check or something like that. I don't know.
Okay. Well, you heard it, Mark. I'm pretty sure you owe me. Instead of a $1,000 check, just send me 1,000 in APE. I'll take that instead.
Hey.
Well,
so far, there's no dilution so far. Mark was correct on the corruption. The market was nothing but fuckery today. But there is so far no dilution. Adam Aaron has not dropped more shares onto the market.
But see, so that's my issue. Like, I love the Mark that is pissed off at the system and understands and talks and preaches about how broken and messed up it really is. I don't like when it's twisted and turned into, this is all AA's doing. You know what I mean? Like, the guy is trying to do the right thing, and from what I can see, from my perspective, he's doing the best he can legally and trying to do the right thing. And I mean, just look at the media. He's got the rules literally are being broken right in front of our eyes. Everything is like working against this man and all of us. So, I mean, you can sit here and point the finger at Adam Aaron and say mean things about the guy if that makes you feel better and helps you sleep at night. But at the end of the day, he has a whole deck stacked against him. And I feel like we're like the only saving grace at this point. And the fact that we're able to share information as rapidly as we do and continue and keep it going. And that's, again, why I appreciate Randall, appreciate Bigums and others who spend so much time digging and researching and discussing and just trying to get the information pushed forward. That is, dire, like very important info that they don't even want us to know about. So
you guys would be good SEC lawyers. That's for sure.
I think all of us would. There's so much, I learn more from you guys every day than I'm teaching you guys. Like, I think that's what people don't understand. We constantly are learning.
Ronnie said it was 5,000. By the way, that Mark owes me, but a couple other people said it was 1,000. I'm going to have to go back and find the clip.
I heard it was 10 grand.
I think it might have been 10. Plus, there's inflation. So, I mean, when you calculate inflation and maybe a little interest and just the fact that, he's annoying, I think he owes me at least like 20 grand.
1,000 APE and call it good.
10 grand and a banana split.
If all of a sudden tomorrow I come out and I'm bashing Adam Aaron and APE and the whole plan, then Mark paid me. So there you have it.
Tara's a shill.
Just kidding. I don't care. I really don't care about money as much as I care about winning. I am a very competitive person, and I am so pissed at the entire system. That's the only reason I even came here, was because of the buy button and just my anger with everything that happened to all of us. I mean, anyone who held the stock the day the buy button was taken away, just remember that feeling. Just remember that anger, and remember it today, on a day like today, when FINRA is literally down. They're allowed to just continuously break the rules. I mean, it's just wild. It's insane.
Tara, if you flip on us, you have to change your name to Bullshill 808.
Bullshill. I'll be Tara Bear, and not be bullish anymore. That would just be a sad day.
I'll block you. You can go hang out with Jen.
No.
And Ape
Don't
Radio.
you
Ape
can't
Radio will
do
take
that
you.
to me. No, I don't want to go. I would just quit. I would rather just quit. I'm sorry. You can't do that to me. You can't put me on that island. No offense to anybody. I'm just playing, kind of. Forlano, what's up? I see your hand up.
You guys see this on my camera? Oh, it ended. That was fun.
That affect, how things are spread throughout the Twitterverse or the internet. But also, there's an interesting, different correlation, right? Which is, and this goes back to my old days when I was in public relations and newspapers and advertising and stuff like that. People will catch on to an idea or a theme, and if it resonates with a few core people, it will resonate like a bell ringing throughout an entire community. And it's very easy to see it happen because people want things to happen that are going to do one of two things, right? Either A, serve their best interest, or B, punish those that they're against. Rarely do you see those two mix. So in the case of Lou, there seems to be very little ground in between you think he's a great guy or you think he's a friggin' moron. And I think that the people that want to believe what he has to say want to see what he has to say come to fruition for whatever reason. They hate the apes, they hate AMC, they're GME holders, and they don't like us or whatever. But there's very definitely a divisiveness that goes into that. I go back to, I don't know if you all remember the Exxon Valdez oil spill incident. And for as bad as that environmental catastrophe was, it wasn't even in the top 25 of all oil spills that had ever happened to that date. And people don't realize that as much as we hate evil corporations, Exxon spent, and this was, I was in college, so 30 some odd years ago, spent $20 billion repairing the environment in Alaska because of that incident. But because at the time your mainstream media then was your, ABC, CBS, and so forth, and CNN had just started on the picture, they got to paint the narrative of the big evil, multi-billion-dollar corporation polluting the world with their oil. That's the message that got out, and the same thing happens today. The game and narrative is written by the people that made the game up. The people that made up Monopoly made up the rules to Monopoly. Same thing happens here. The difference is when you get the game of Monopoly at home, sometimes you stick extra money in free parking, and when you land on free parking, you get to collect that money. Those are your rules. What we're doing is we're trying to rewrite the rules of somebody else's game, and they don't like that.
Historically, when a mass of people rewrite the rules for the elitist game, it doesn't end very well for the elitists. I mean, you can see multiple instances of it back in time with Marie Antoinette, Rome, almost every empire ever created by man. So if these guys want to keep playing this game, and I'm telling them, I'm not going to be the one to tell you to go out and do anything or even promote it, but you screw over this many people long enough and you're going to have some problems. That's for sure.
Well,
there's one key word.
I wanted to really quick,
ahead,
I just want to point out really quick that, a lot of people are complacent with it. People have been in the markets for a while or a long time and have sort of learned how to make money off of, even some of the downfalls of the whole system and how broken it is. So those people we've seen sort of stand against us as well. And here they're retail investors, and they're a lot like us, but they've learned how to sort of capitalize and make the most of it in their own minds. So that's why they don't want change. They don't like what we're doing. They don't appreciate it. They don't really care that the system is messed up as long as they can make their money in it, if that makes sense.
Right. No, that's actually an excellent point, right? Because In a what's the old phrase? In a town with one lawyer, he starves. In a town with two lawyers, they both get rich, right?
Absolutely.
So there's nothing to be gained unless there's conflict. And in the case of the social media influencers, their gain is from producing either information that people want to hear or information that they want to hear that's against what they believe. Like going back to my Bell theory. And Spence, to your statement, there was one key word missing from your entire statement, and that word was again. And, you know, I just watched The Big Short again after, I try to watch it twice a year because it's an excellent lesson. For those of you who haven't watched it, go watch the movie or read the book. But the point is, this already happened once before, recently, 2008. I know because I lost my house as part of that. So the market back then was rigged against the everyday person, and the governments, I remember these words to the day I die, too big to fail. The big banks were too big to fail. And so the government said, we can't let the entire global economy collapse, so we're going to bail out the banks. And out of all of that chaos, exactly one person got arrested. One. Hundreds of thousands of people died. Millions of people lost their homes. And yet every bank that survived, every single one of their vice presidents and senior directors got bonuses. And the American taxpayer paid the bill. We bailed out the car manufacturers. And you can go all the way back in history and look at it again and again and again. And to Spence's point, one of these days, again, is going to be too much. And the populace, you know, the French people are going to rise up against Marie Antoinette and her let them eat cake, is going to rise up and say, enough. What's it going to take? Is it going to take gas going to $10 a gallon? Is it going to take, I mean, I'm 54 years old. I just moved back to Florida to come take care of my parents. And I make an okay amount of money. I mean, I don't work at Burger King. I don't drive a Porsche. I'm right in the middle there. I can't buy a house. I can't buy a house. And that's horrifying to me because at 54, I should be able to go out and buy a house and, you know, have a nice car. I can't do it. Or let me rephrase that. I could do it. I am not spending $500,000 on, because I'm a single guy with no kids, a less than 2,000 square foot house. Not going to do it because it's ridiculous. And it's the same thing with everything else. All of these things that are going on, right? The market manipulation, we watched the price of the stock get driven down today, halts happening, are because the game's written so that those in power get to win the game, regardless of who they're playing against. And the people that lose are the people that buy the game, in this case. And the only way to change that is to rewrite the rules of the game.
Oh, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Dang. Sorry, Spence, go for it.
Oh, no, I was going through, I love the tweet feed right now, man. Bigums is like, what the fucking fuck? I'm like, don't get banned, bro. And then Rico came out and he's like, hey, Gary Gensler, you're dog shit, bud. I'm fucking dying right
just
now.
saying. I just wanted to point out that while you were speaking, Forlano, I think you resonated with so many people because I was watching the numbers in here just grow as you were saying what you had to say. And I think that is the exact sentiment and why so many people have held on. And, you know, I think they think the people who are working against us, which there are a lot of them, and, you know, like we've seen, media is, you know, in their back pocket and all that. So I think they thought that we would be easily swayed and give up easily. And they seem to forget, and I've said this in the past multiple times, but we're the same people who wait a year for a 50-cent raise, you know, at our jobs. So waiting is just part of the game, and it's not anything new for us. And a lot of people blame us and claim that we wanted a get-rich-quick scheme. And here we are, you know, a year and a half later, and they're bad saying, why haven't you sold? Why haven't you sold? So it's like, make up your minds. You know, claim that we came for a get rich, you know, quick scheme and all of this, but then you're pissed off that we're still here and we're not leaving. So, you know, which is it? Which narrative? Go ahead, Forlato.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, and there's two interesting points in there, right? The first one is the narrative, and the narrative gets down to who controls the narrative. You know, I'll throw another one of my favorite movie quotes out there, and some of you might get it, some of you might not. He who controls the spice controls the universe. And the same thing applies here. Whoever controls the narrative gets to control how the flow of the game is going to happen. If you remember playing Monopoly as a kid, everyone used to want to be the bank. Because the bank in the game of Monopoly decided, you know, I'm going to put $500 in free parking, or I'm going to go ahead and loan you money so you can buy that piece of property, or whatever. You made up your own rules to Monopoly as you played the game. Nobody ever looked at the stupid book that came in the board game. You played it with the basic concepts, and then you made up things as you went along so that it would be fun and entertaining. And 3 hours later, someone wound up flipping over the coffee table, and you went and got dessert. It's the same thing here on a much, 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 much larger scale. And the problem is, to the second point, the people that are playing the game to win have an awful lot to gain, and they have an awful lot to lose. So it's in their best interest to not lose. We, on the other hand, have an awful lot to gain and basically nothing to lose. And that's the difference between the willingness to play the game to its fruition and the willingness to play the game until you just get tired of it and you flip the board over and go get an ice cream.
Absolutely. Man, I appreciate your analogies and your real life scenarios. Brings back memories playing Monopoly with my brother. I still wonder if he was always cheating because somehow he always freaking won.
He was cheating.
You think
Monopoly
so?
is
I
a game
wonder.
on how
He
to cheat.
always got boardwalk. Like, how do you? He must have had loaded dice or something. I don't know. I don't trust it. I'm gonna question him on it. I'm actually gonna call him right now.
Look what I pinned to the top. Did you guys see Jackson Hunter's post?
I didn't. Oh, arrived downtown at the SEC building. Oh wow.
Let me ask you a quick question. So we talk about going to the SEC building and flying banners and putting up billboards and all that. How many people right now know how to contact their local senator and congressman? Because those are the people.
Yeah, I'll just yell at them on Twitter. I'm just.
I don't mean yell at them on Twitter because it's easy to ignore, you know, people tweeting each on Twitter. I mean, sending an email and picking up the phone and calling their office or going to their office and saying, we the people want an explanation as to how a brand new stock that is limited in shares can be halted on the way up and not on the way down, and it breaks every rule that is in place for stock trading.
Absolutely.
And you stare at them, and the next person who talks loses.
What is that? We want fair markets.
Sorry, Spence. I was just going to say my argument would be putting them on blast publicly is almost more effective than sending an email where they can just put or just give you a half-assed response and send you to some website like we saw in here when Aretha just called and called the NYSE and they just said, okay, go to plan dot whatever and you'll figure it all out there. I'm so sure. But, you know, I feel like once you put them on blast publicly, it's sort of like this can't be hidden. Like everyone is seeing this. So even if the media is trying to paint a narrative and people are trying to act like it's not happening, it's happening.
But when you put them on blast, they can always say, I never had a chance to respond. If you go there and have a conversation, or if you send them an email and they respond, and then you put that up and you say, hey, people of, I think you live in the Los Angeles area, Tara. Hey, people of Los Angeles, here's what Maxine Waters has to say about how the stock market is currently working. Or here's what Nancy, and we all love the Nancy Pelosi index, but here's what Nancy Pelosi says about the stock market and its current operations. And then you actually have something that you can in turn use your social media influence to then create more fervor around, because it's not just Tara screaming and putting them on blast. It's Tara screaming, putting them on blast, and them having to come back and say, well, you're wrong, and here's why. Or you're right, and I'm going to look into it. And now you have accountability. Back to Spence's. I'm sorry, real quick. Back to Spence's Marie Antoinette analogy. Do you know what the triggering point was for that revolution? 4 words. Let them eat cake. That was a response to the public outcry for a lack of food. There's not enough bread. Let them eat cake. And that's what triggered the French Revolution. And it's the same exact thing here. If you just yell at them, they don't have a chance to stick their foot so far down their throat, they choke on it. You need to give them the chance. You give a man enough rope, he'll hang himself with it. Same concept.
Preach.
Sorry, I'm done.
Preach. Hey, and everybody in the room, look, today was a great victory. Like, we won. The level of manipulation that is out now is at an all-time high. That was the whole point. When everybody had cameras, it's harder to hide stuff. And so this is why the revolution is coming about, because we're all speaking, we're all with each other, we're all witnessing the same shit, and we've just got to keep pressing forward. I don't think this thing is anything or anywhere close to being done. And some of y'all, I think, are very compassionate and have a lot of empathy. But I'll tell you, anybody who says something bad about APE does not like AMC. Anybody who says something bad about AMC does not like APE. No ifs, ands, buts about it. The people that are here because they want change. We're here because we're fed up of these motherfuckers stealing from Americans that have worked their lives up, that have lost everything behind this stuff. And it's just not right, and I'm not going anywhere.
Here's
really
the funny
quick,
thing.
you guys, really quick, I have to say something. I'm so sorry, Spence. I just retweeted this, and I'm going to pin it to the top of the space, or maybe I already did, so it's going to be there twice. But Bigum's actually just put out this tweet showing that the chair and advisory of who decides to halt trades are several people, entities that are short AMC. How is this even allowed? Like, BlackRock? Wait, what? Goldman Sachs, Citadel? Why? Why is this even allowed? Jane Street? How is this even allowed to be happening? I mean, that is absolutely insane. I don't know if you can see it pinned up at the top, but check that out, Spence, and tell me what you think. And all of you guys, I want to hear what you guys think about that.
There is also that would be a great person to ask that question of?
There's also this other pin tweet of the SEC, and that they just a coincidence that the SEC Gov is not able to log in since 8 a.m. and the issue is ongoing. I think that this is like a well-oiled machine against AMC. And what you were talking about, Tara, the last tweet you pinned up, it shows it.
There's
100%.
no coincidences. There are no coincidences. I do not believe in coincidences this big. I mean, it is just not possible. This is absolutely insane. Bigums, I hope you'll do a video later on this. That's wild.
Yeah. 3 entities who are short the stock get to control the LULD halting mechanisms in the market. There's just another thing we found out today that now Gary Gensler has to answer for. I'll say it straight up. Gary Gensler's a little bitch. And if he doesn't end up in prison, I'm going to be really upset. That dude is paid and bought for. He has no control over the markets. U.S. Congress has too many people with their hands in the cookie jar. It's just insane what we witnessed today. And I think it was, who was talking earlier? It was Big Money was saying this today was a victory. It absolutely was. I'm having a celebration drink right now. It's a truly, you can take my man card away if you want, but we won today. We literally opened over 10 cents, which was the FUD. We didn't dilute, which was the FUD. AMC's still sitting at 10.46. APE's at $6. We're sitting at 16.46 right now. We're down a little bit from Friday, but we had 10 halts with different mechanisms of triggering those halts made by people who are short the stock. We should be sitting at $5 right now, and we're not. And they have to deal with Turnaround Tuesday tomorrow, new regs being laid out on the market, and hundreds of millions of shares, if not more, being bought, if not billions of shares that were bought today.
Hey, Spence,
I guess
and this
that
is
sort of
also
just wait just a second. Make the world that sort of just answers, you know, who must have been behind the HKD trade, because that one, as we know, was not halted repeatedly on 7% moves. So obviously the right money was in that play to allow it to run 21,420% in a matter of a couple days. I mean, it's just sickening when you actually realize who is behind this, who's pressing the buttons. It's like, it always reminds me of like the Wizard of Oz when Dorothy discovers like who the wizard is behind the curtain and he's just a total sham. That's what I feel like this entire thing is. And again, I'm going to repeat myself over and over like a broken record, but it's people like Bigums, people like Spence, people like Swing, people who are doing footwork and putting out good information, real information, and spreading it and moving it so that people are aware. I mean, I had no idea. How are we just figuring this out is like the question. Is BlackRock in charge of pressing the halt button if they're shorting AMC? Oh my gosh, this is insane. Like, it's absolutely insane.
Fiduciary duty.
this is the
and
perfect
conflict of
example
interest.
for
You already won.
this is the perfect example for insider trading, corruption on the highest level, and then the government even helping them with closing the reports and just looking at it, because everybody knows that they're everywhere. They lobby, they pay for lobbies, they pay for people to get them inside of their camp. And this is like, if this doesn't make you guys angry, what's gonna make you guys angry? The last spin tweet, Terra, is really out of this world.
You know what's crazy? The simple fact that someone in the government, in the regulatory agency, decided to create this low up, low down commission and put 3 of the biggest market maker hedge funds in charge of it. I mean, how much longer do we have to go? It's just fucking crazy, man. It doesn't even make any sense.
It's insider trader. It's insider trading and corruption on the highest level.
So I started to ask this question.
Bigums just told me that he's on a ban from Twitter for 12 hours. So yeah, his rage tweeting got the best of him. But we're here. We got your back, Bigums. We'll keep retweeting and sharing the stuff that you're putting out. It's been fire today. So, but please, please, please don't lose your account. We need you. We need you here fighting. Yeah, be careful out there. Twitter is definitely chomping at the bit to get us shut down. I mean, they almost got me on calling Weeble and Robin Hood hoes, which I still stand by that statement. I think they're always hoeing themselves out for, you know, any little bit of PFOF chump change that they can get. So I stand by it. Twitter, F you. But they did try to suspend my account for that statement. So it's unfortunate. Be careful what you say out there. I didn't know that hoes were like a protected group of people either. So in my own defense, like, it could have been a garden hoe, you know? I mean, come on.
The definition of corruption: dishonest or fraudulent conduct by those in power. Like, come on. Like, but the thing is, Sarah, what can you guys do against it on a legal level? That's the question.
Absolutely. Well, and I saw so many people stepping up and saying we need a class action against the media and what they did today. And I couldn't agree more. I mean, it's absolutely insane what they ran with and framed, you know, the drop in price on AMC as versus the reality of what was going on with the stock and a split. I can't imagine them doing that to like Tesla or another. I mean, actually, maybe they would. Tesla probably they would do it too. But you know, if it was like Ford or one of the government babies, they wouldn't. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's really frustrating.
Let's start it. Let's start it. Put a tweet out saying like, let's see if we can start a lawsuit about this who's in, and see how many people reply on that.
I'm glad people are ready to do it now, because I started talking about this 2 months ago and got my face ripped off by everybody on Twitter. It's if it doesn't.
No, you were right over target, Spence, because the people who were getting mad were twisting your words and claiming that you were trying to sue. People are still claiming that I was trying to sue Adam Aaron. Never happened, never came out of my mouth, and never would happen. So no and no. And that's what they did to you, Spence. They were twisting what you were saying when you were talking about going after Robinhood, which there are already class actions against Robinhood. So they can keep trying to twist what you're saying, but these calls are recorded.
They can twist these nuts.
Hey,
the important thing is I just pinned a tweet up top. Everybody go retweet it, like it, share it, man. I'll just read it to y'all real quick, but make sure you check out the top and retweet it. People can post porn, terrorists have active Twitter accounts, and human traffickers use the platform to kidnap people. But AMC Bigums gets banned for telling the truth about corruption in the stock market. That's what Twitter's doing to this movement, man.
I really want to know what Adam Aaron is going to come out and say tomorrow about this.
Well, really quick, Zero, 1 second, really quick, in regard to what you were just saying, Spence, look at who owns Twitter. I mean, the majority stakeholder is Citadel. So are we surprised that Twitter controls the narrative and does what they do? I mean, it's not shocking. It's not surprising. We're on their turf. Like, we have to play by their rules, unfortunately. And yeah, if they have any opportunity to get any one of us taken off the platform, they will not hesitate to do so. They do not like what we represent, what we're doing here, by all means. Sorry, go ahead, Zero. And then I want to get to not Keith Russell, because he has his hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I'm waiting for tomorrow to see what Adam Aaron is going to come out and say about this. We got to blow him up. We got to be like, hey, Adam Aaron, look what's happening here. And
someone just informed me that Bigum's tweets are being removed. Are you removing them, Bigums? Maybe you can DM me, but someone just said on the space that your tweets are being removed. Sorry, Zero, go ahead.
No, I'm done. Right? I just want to see what Adam Aaron's going to say about all this.
I think he's going to wait till Thursday or Friday. He's going to wait till we're closer to options getting to the expiration, and he'll tweet something, because today was a very blatant. I mean, they shut down the reporting site so they could do all their crime. And oh yeah, by the way, the reporting site's back up and the stock starts going up. It's hilarious, man.
The thing with the SEC is also that they're not liable for charges because they can be charged with anything.
All right, let's get to not Keith Russell. What's up?
Hey, thanks for taking. I have a question, so thanks for taking my question. I was just curious, since APE and AMC are technically, both equity, and one's going to be preferred equity convertible into common equity. What you guys think about the differential between the prices of the two securities, since in a fundamental way they are both shares of a company. So I was just curious, why do you guys feel that they're not the same price if they're both have the same amount of equity in the company? Thank you.
Well, they were the same price for a minute, and then they started halting it. They should be the same price. It doesn't make any sense.
Especially, actually, honestly, you would think that APE would have gone higher because of, I was just seeing that someone shared how much buying versus selling there was on APE and then AMC, and there was less selling on APE than there was for AMC. So I'm not sure. Obviously, that was just one brokerage app, so it could be different, but like across the board. But I highly doubt it. So yeah, I don't know. I think the halts definitely have something to do with it. Are they shorting APE already? You know, is it being heavily shorted already? I don't really, know. I don't know how we gather that information.
I think that
Bro,
the narrative was
150
painted
fucking million
by
dollars.
KHORS, by Lou. It was all the same narrative. It was all dump ape. It was done on purpose.
That too. Yeah, that too. And, all along I kept thinking, so let's just hand over the dividend that they're going to need in order to cover, any position that they're naked shorting. That's really wise. I mean, let's just, give them the keys to the car that they're trying to steal, essentially. Yeah, super idea, guys.
Let them short it. They can go and hang out with Assness. And
Get this. 150 million volume on AMC, and it's trading less than $11. Isn't that crazy? And I think Gordon has something to say.
What's up, Gordon? Go for it.
Hey guys, thanks for the question. I guess I just have 3 questions. I guess number 1, was the introduction of APE supposed to cause the MOAS? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Number 2, is there a situation you guys have considered where you could potentially be wrong? And if so, will you still HODL? And then number 3, is it possible that APE, I've heard this theory, APE is trading lower than AMC, which I agree makes no sense. But is it possible that that's the case because the thought is that APE is going to be used to dilute the overall shareholders? Thanks.
Number 1, I'm just going to say this. I don't think that a CEO of a company can come out with a dividend and say, you guys, the intent is to cause MOAS. I'm pretty sure that is not legal. So I don't think that was the intent, but that was the idea, is to flush out any sort of synthetics or naked shorting. But you're also working on a system that is filled with it. I mean, if they're already able to short APE, then I guess you could say we're wrong, but I don't think that would make us wrong. I think that would actually make us even more correct in what is going on. And I think Roberts could answer your question in regard to
I do want to answer to Mr. Gordon. How you doing, Mr. Gordon? Remember the $100 million for Spider-Man? I can still not forget that conversation. That was very funny, by the way.
Gordon,
but listen, all I want to say, hold on.
You thought about $150 million for Spider-Man. Do you know what Spider-Man opened up as? Do you remember that?
I think we sold $100 million just in the cheese, but I don't want to get into that. Listen, the answer to what this man said, I have it. 1 + 1 = 2. Did we hit 1 + 1 today? Did our 1 + 1 = 2 today? It kind of did, but look where it ended up at. We know what's going on. I hodl. I'm here. I ain't going anywhere. It's this movement is clear. There's just no doubt what is going on. I don't want to get too crazy into this because the DD is done. Gordon, I know how you're playing. I know what your narrative is. I just want to say hi to you, buddy.
So,
Mr. Burke, go first.
Thank you. I have an answer to questions 1 and 2. I'm not so sure about question 3, but to answer question 1, it depends on what's actually going on behind the scenes, right? If there are a billion synthetics, yes, absolutely, the dividend will cause MOAS without question. It's just it's basic set difference. And to question number 2, if there are not billions of synthetics or somehow APE didn't cause MOAS, that we were wrong. I'm not really sure what exactly you would mean by what we were wrong. This entire movement started about just the shorts, right? And there's about 130 million shares shorted. So the shorts haven't covered, so we're not leaving. And we're not wrong about that. That's on, that's reported short interest.
159 million.
Yeah, so we're not wrong. And then if there are synthetics, that's just icing on the cake, right?
Hey, Gordon, do you work for a hedge fund, Gordon?
I don't work for a hedge fund. I guess but the second question was, have you considered a situation or a scenario where you could be wrong? Or is the answer
Well,
that
I
there's no
just
way you could be wrong?
Wait, wrong about what? I think we need specifics. Wrong about what exactly, Gordon? That way we're clear.
Yeah, so I thought the thesis was that there's a bunch of synthetic shares short. So the short interest is greater than the float, which, by the way, it's not. That's impossible. But if I thought that was the thesis, and that there was going to be a mother of all short squeezes, and I also thought the thesis was what the argument on the other side is that this is a structurally declining business, and even in Q2 where you had the great box office numbers, they burnt cash, a significant amount of cash, and lost money. So fundamentally, even with all of the retail support, like, this business just can't last. They can't make cash to pay their debt. So it's flawed. That's just the other side.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Movie theater. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. Like, movie theaters survived the Great Depression. They actually thrived during that time. I mean, to say, and obviously, yeah, times are different. Things are different now, but as we've seen, coming out of the pandemic, and when people had not, they had no option to go to the big screen and they were forced to watch movies at home, people really came to the realization that they missed it. And I think that's why we saw a pretty significant boom in movie theater attendance numbers. And not just that, I think people want to devalue and completely underestimate the fact that AMC has this following behind them now, that no matter what, like putting popcorn on shelves, anything that they do, but AMC people are going to freak out and go and be a part of it, and invest in whatever and buy whatever, because that's just the movement. I mean, I know you guys want it to be like devalued and decreased in size and numbers and everything, but it's just not. It just continues to grow. The more people that hear about it, the more it continues to grow. And I think that is greatly underestimated. I mean, here you have Cineworld announcing their potential bankruptcy, and if that happens, I'm sure CEO Adam is already considering and looking into expanding AMC even more, which he's already done in the past year and a half. So he's bought up theaters. He's bought up theaters in areas. Before you cut me off and interrupt me, because I know you don't like this part, but AMC continues to buy theaters in areas that have a lot of patrons, a lot of people going to the movies. I think 5 in LA, Los Angeles area. So it's just something to keep in mind. But movie theaters are never going to disappear. And you can mark my words, quote me, whatever, I don't care. But movie theaters will be here, for another 100 years. And I have no doubt in my mind.
Gordon, do you have a position in AMC, Gordon?
Bro, Gordon, why the fuck do you care? Do you have a short position in AMC?
Hold on. Gordon, do you have a position in AMC?
I don't disclose my trading, but I guess I had 3 questions. I was just wondering if there's a scenario that you guys see where you could be wrong, and it seems like the answer is no.
If you follow
there is no scenario where it could be wrong, because look at it.
If you follow me, you know that I've been right on almost everything I've said for 16 months. But you disappeared after you told us that Spider-Man was only going to bring in $150 million, and AMC started posting really good earnings numbers with a positive EBITDA last quarter. You just kind of vanished, and then you popped back up randomly when you assumed that APE launch didn't go the way we wanted it to today, even though we're actually in here celebrating.
So. I mean, yeah, we were halted so many times. We were halted more than we were trading, practically. I'm not down at all. I mean, look at the lengths they have to go to sort of like suppress and keep this price down. It's entertaining, Gordon, to watch. But like someone just said to me in my DMs, Mr. Bruno, he says, how can you be wrong investing in a company that you like? And it's kind of a good point. Like, I mean, just like if you like Tesla and you believe in what they're doing, you can go long on Tesla. Is there going to be price, fluctuations, especially when the market is suffering heavily? What was the market down today? I think it was like 700 points or something. I don't even know, 666, some weird number. But I don't know. I think that, you can't go wrong if you're investing in something that you love. And for me personally, I personally, sorry, big money, but personally for me, I love the movies. And I love the fact that there is a whole movement of people trying to save the movies for future generations. Movies that are made for streaming just don't compare to movies that are made for the big screen. The memories that you make when you go and sit in a theater versus, I don't even remember the last movie I watched on my couch. It wasn't memorable. So I remember, the last 10 movies I went and saw in the movie theater and who I was with and what we were doing and what time of day it was. So, I mean, I don't think that can ever be replaced. Not to mention, and I've said this, 1,000 times on these spaces, what the United States produces, the one thing that we produce and bring to the table and the world stage is our movies, Hollywood. The United States is known for Hollywood in our movies. So yeah, to think that that's just going to get shorted and be gone is just silly to me.
Tara, can I say something real quick to Gordon? The man said, quote unquote, by the way, not. That's impossible. Back to the shorting and synthetics. Can you say that again, Gordon? Because you just said that like a minute ago. By the way, not. That's impossible. And you were referring to shorting and synthetics. You can say that. You said that, right?
I think you said it's
impossible. I just want to say, hey, I wish you guys, seriously,
No. I don't want you to wish me anything. I want you to tell me. I want you to say,
but I gotta
tell me what you just said. You said, by the way, not.
Before you run, I'd like to finish answering your question. If you really want to know the answer to your question, you were talking about the quarterly cash flow, right?
No, negative. You said, quote unquote, by the way, not. That's impossible to the naked and shorting when you brought that up. Case law shows there's been synthetics and shorting, so you're wrong there. I know your narrative is about trying to make me think otherwise, but it's not working, buddy.
Hey, I just want to say, the only thing we really even need to know is AMC has 5 billion apes, okay? 5 billion apes. That means basically no debt in a company that makes over $1 billion a year, no debt. I mean, what better investment is there than something that we know is going there?
Billion a quarter.
I'm sorry. That's 4 times even better.
And that's without the credit card or the retail popcorn. Burp, you were saying something? I'm sorry, man.
Wait, really quick. I want to invite DOOMBERG to come up if he wants to, because I'm really curious, and I have other people DMing me, Catzilla, who are curious about your disagreement with me, Kevin. So if you want, and if you're able to, if you want to come up and share, I'm honestly just curious myself as well. So, but go ahead, Mr. Burp.
I was just going to say, well, he left before I wanted to answer the rest of his question. He was talking about quarterly negative cash flow for AMC, but the thing that we're not wrong, because if you were to plot that as a function, I'm pretty sure it's going parabolic. So yes, it's negative now, but it's on a parabolic trajectory to a positive point. So we're not wrong at all. And when they argue that stuff, the shills, for lack of a better term, when they argue that the net negative cash flow quarterly, the argument is just totally wrong. It doesn't make any sense at all.
The guy sounded like analyst or somebody who works for financial industry. I mean, you could have
Go Google his name,
statement.
He is.
His name came up under Lehman Brothers.
The big thing is that he did say it's impossible for shortages to exceed float, which is incorrect, because that's Redbox and GameStop in the open were admittedly way over shorted. But I wanted to quickly highlight, because I've been here for a while working. I contacted Merrill Lynch afterwards. In the morning when I contacted them, I had no APE, so I have 34,000 shares. I posted them as a proof for anybody to question my position if there was anyone. But in the morning there was no APE in my account. Called Merrill Lynch, talked to them. They said it will be after hours, what have you, called after hours. And they changed the tune. Interestingly enough, they said that they weren't delivered to them. So I asked them, well, who was supposed to deliver to them? DTC, computer share, whoever. And says, probably DTC. So, but contact AMC, AMC for it. And I said, that makes no sense. AMC already gave away the shares to computer share. So so they're telling us, what can I do with my shares? With my shares, so we can post a sale. You can call us at any time. We can sell your APE if you wish to. I said, I want to see my APE in my portfolio with adjusted cost basis on my transactions. There's 34,000 APEs missing. Says, well, we don't have them yet. So I said, what's the entry? Because there is an entry, basically an IOU, if you will, in an action activity list that they did receive on 20th, notice of my shares to be delivered. 22nd supposed to be settled before market, and it hasn't. So they said, at the moment, it's IOUs in the back of the system. I cannot sell myself because I don't have them in my portfolio, aside from just activity note. I have to call them only if I want to sell. And
do that authorize for them to do what is not your best interest, brother?
100%. All I'm saying is I'm not in a position of controlling my shares at the moment, and they're not admitting where they are, when they're going to be delivered. I said when. This is, might be days. They make it sound like they're not in the position of holding it. Somebody else is holding it. So I'm not sure if it's DTC or ultimately, obviously,
there's not enough to go around.
Merrill Lynch.
They're just taking away the buy button, essentially. Then it's the same difference.
It's exactly what it is. So one thing is noticed today, all day, 15 minutes before close, APE was at 62 million or so today throughout the whole day. And then I turned on my eyes a few minutes after 4 o'clock or whatever, after the market closed, 120 million. And I was like, what the heck happened? So looking in, somebody posted there was a 44 million shares transaction 1 minute after or so after the market closed. And it dawned on me, it makes sense. These guys are literally suppressed the price down because there's a big volume of shares they want to buy. And we've seen before, the market makers and others, they have their clients and they're suppressing price down to try to fill their clients, big clients fills, route all the retail sales through OTC, accumulated, and then do it so there's no impact price. Imagine 44 million shares in a one transaction did make no price movement on APE. Price was pushed down for half of the price, basically, from $10, which was in the morning, over 10, to 5. That's 50% push down. And then out of the blue, it started rising right before 5 o'clock. And then you see just double the volume in 15 minutes. That's just crazy. A lot.
And if you guys not gonna put all the details together from all the customers that are being fucked over, then they're gonna just laugh in your face and do it again the next time. So please, somebody tweet something out to get all the details together and just make a lawsuit from it, guys.
On that too, there's a Form 4 that was just filed by AMC Theaters for Anthony J. Syke, who added 23,672 APE units, AMC preferred equity units, to his portfolio as acquired. So,
who was it?
Anthony J. Syke. He's one of the board members.
A quick question, guys. Is that Gordon Johnson still in here? Because I'm pretty sure he was the Gordon Johnson that was part of the Lehman Brothers, correct?
Yeah, he was one of the old FUD spreaders back in the day, like 7 months ago, who disappeared for months when AMC started turning their business around. So he wanted to come back in today to try to hit us on, oh, look at what happened. The dude's a fool, man. Like, he's just a fool.
Get out of here.
But we do have Doomberg up here, Tara. He's up in the call. So.
Go for it.
Hey, Doomberg. Yeah, I was just curious. Oh. Yeah, we can hear you. I was just curious about the real meet Kevin back and forth.
So I think there's a lot of confusion in the market, which I place the blame of that confusion at the feet of Adam and Aaron. But as we talked about on a couple of spaces before, and I'll just start for those that are listening for the first time, I am not afraid to say that I have no position in AMC, neither long nor short. I don't intend to open one. I'm fascinated by the story. I've only ever come on here to be polite and to give Tara a different perspective on things, and I'm happy to do it again today. What me Kevin tweeted was basically that APE is backed by nothing, and that it's the value is zero. All of this confusion is derived from Adam Aaron saying that APEs could someday choose to convert to AMC if the AMC shareholders would vote to do so. But in reality, that doesn't really matter because there's no real reason to convert because you have the same economic claim on the company. So here's what happened as we predicted. On Friday, AMC closed at 18. This morning, peculiarities of individual accounts notwithstanding, you should have gotten one share of AMC and one share of APE. Today, AMC closed at 10.50 and APE closed at 6, which means the thing you owned on Friday that was worth 18 is now worth 16.50. I think the confusion in the market is causing some interesting price movements, but over time, the price of APE and the price of AMC should converge. So imagine if you had a pie and it had 516 million slices in it. All that happened over the weekend was all of those 516 million slices were sliced in two. And then those two half slices for each of your original pie slices is the same amount of pie. And there's a lot of confusion, but an APE share has the exact same economic claim on the future of AMC as a original AMC share does. And so in the long run, the price of APE and the price of AMC should trade within a smaller range than it's trading today. And that's what I believe is ultimately going to happen. And the fact that, so for example, if you believe in the future of AMC and you want to buy an equity claim on the future of AMC, you could either buy one half slice of that pie for $6 or the exact same effectively half slice of that pie for $10.50. Such is the nature of the markets. But in a bankruptcy, for example, the share of APE has the exact same claim as the share of AMC. If AMC were to get bought by Disney because they too believe that the revolution in the APE community is driving more and more people to the theaters. So if they were to acquire the AMC Entertainment Holdings, the company, they would have to assume the debt, and they would also pay cash to all of the equity holders, including APE and AMC. And effectively, except for a very, very minor preference, APE and AMC have the same claim. And so holders of APE would get the same amount of money as a holder of AMC. Now, once they start issuing new APEs to raise money, then there will be more claims on the company from APE and AMC. But there is no need for APE holders of the preferred stock to convert into AMC at any time. There's no benefit to doing so. And so this insistence that AMC shareholders have, they could just refuse to authorize the conversion of APE to AMC and therefore APE is worthless, is just factually incorrect, regardless of your position on the company. Long or short, bullish or bearish, FUD spreader or APE true believer, it is just factually incorrect to say that APE is backed by nothing and AMC is backed by the company. They're both backed by the company equally. And in reality, APE is, ever so slightly more backed by the company than AMC because they have a very slight fraction of a penny preference payment in the event of a bankruptcy filing. And so, look, I have no position. I closed my last appearance on your spaces by wishing everybody well and hoping the stock goes to 10,000 and they all make tons of money. And don't forget to sell if it does. But I just, when I see clearly factually incorrect information floating around on Twitter, the cringe factor is very high. So that's all I had to say, Tara.
Hey, but is this an arbitrage opportunity of a lifetime?
I mean, I don't know of a lifetime. I don't have a position and I don't plan to take one. But if you were to ask me and say, hey, you have to invest, $1,000 in the equity class of AMC Entertainment Holdings, and I could either buy APE for $6 or AMC for $10.50, considering that they are the exact same numerical claim on the company. And I was a long-term holder and believer of the company, and I was able to withstand any sort of trading volatility that APE might be different than AMC, I would be a buyer of APE today because they're the same thing selling.
You are a goat, sir. You are a goat, sir. That means
Could I
we need to
ask a
buy the shit
question
at
to
8
Doomberg?
before the options hit. And while this thing can still run, and fuck if they keep halting it, we know which
Nah.
one we're supposed to be buying.
Let me be very clear. I'm not saying you should buy APE because there's a condition upon my statement, which is I'm bullish on the stock and I want to take a position in the equity class. But
Yeah,
if
this
that,
isn't financial
yeah,
advice. I
exactly,
just need
exactly,
parameters.
yeah. But
I made
they're the
that
exact same
question.
thing. So,
I
yeah,
made
go
the
ahead.
same.
Of Doomberg.
Yeah.
I was just curious because yes, there is. You're right in that they have the same equity claim, but common equity has voting rights and preferreds don't. Do you think that might have an impact?
That's not true, though. I mean, they do have the exact same voting rights. So there's a slide.
These ones do?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There's a slide that the company put out, that Adam Aaron himself put out, that covers all of the differences. And there are none. I mean, other than APE is a slightly more senior claim than AMC, but that slight advantage is a distinction without a difference.
Okay, thank you very much. I
yes.
appreciate that clarification.
You know, make the same responsibility to meet Kevin's post, him blatantly saying it has zero value, exactly what you number just stated. There's a value in it. It was taken split between both stocks. So having, like I said, one slice of pizza is pepperoni, this less than a half, remove pepperoni, now you have pepperoni and a quarter pepperoni and a quarter cheese. So there's value, and there's value in the vote, and vote equals power, power equals money. So someone is really uneducated out there.
So when it comes time to elect board members, for example, the APE holders get the exact same vote that you do. In fact, if you just kept both because you you believe in the company and you don't want to transact, you know, there's tax reasons why you might not want to transact. You want to make it a long-term capital gain instead of a short-term. There's lots of reasons why nobody should ever give financial advice, because you'd have to look at your whole portfolio and your personal situation before doing so. But if you are a holder of AMC and you now own one AMC and one APE, you have the exact same equity claim, the exact same voting power, the exact same payout in case they get bought out, and the exact same spot in line in the case of the bankruptcy. The only thing that has changed is Adam Aaron now has the right, but not the obligation, to sell new APE to raise money to help the company pay the interest on its bonds and so on. And then one thing that I heard as I jumped on, and I've only jumped on recently, is, you know, I just want to say, and I don't want to like get yelled at by saying it, but you can simultaneously believe that the future of theaters will persist and that Americans and people from all around the world will continue to flock to the theaters. You could believe that to be true. I happen to think that theaters will exist. You can simultaneously believe that that is true and also not be bullish on the equity tranche of the AMC capital table. And so there are legitimate reasons back and forth to have different opinions on such things. But it is a bit of a logical fallacy to assume that A, because theaters will survive and or even thrive, that B, the equity tranche of the AMC capital table represents an attractive investment. Now, you might believe that's true, and it's totally your right to do so. And the way to express that belief is to go into the open market and buy more. But it doesn't necessarily follow that the survival of theaters is bullish for the equity tranche of the AMC capital table. But again, not financial advice. Do your own analysis. I have no position. I'm not short the stock. As long as Doomberg has been a thing, we've never had a position in AMC. We have no intent to take one. And again, as I said last time I got off the camera, I genuinely hope everybody on the call gets rich.
Could I ask one more question?
You can ask lots of questions. I'll stick around.
Yes, no, I really do appreciate you.
And I want to say all polite questions. I will answer all polite
of course,
questions.
of course. Yeah. Would Adam Aaron making more APE, I forgot the technical term, but making more APE shares, would that go through the same process as making more AMC shares, or is there a distinct difference between the two?
This is a unique situation, so there hasn't really been a scenario where a company issues preferreds with the expressed intent to circumvent the common holders' desire to not dilute. So that's what's really happened here. We wrote about this. I said this on a couple of Terra Spaces. We've been pretty consistent in our tweeting on it. What I expect will happen is soon, perhaps Friday night, into the Labor Day weekend, we will see registration for an at-the-market offering of APE. And then on Monday or Tuesday, I guess, after the markets reopen, or maybe it won't be this week, maybe it'll be next week, maybe it'll be next month after the headlines die down and the stock price of APE and AMC perhaps converge to equality and fair value. AMC will be tapping the markets to raise some funds. Now, look, Adam Aron makes a perfectly legitimate, I think wrong, but a perfectly legitimate argument as to why this is in the best interest of AMC shareholders. I happen to believe it's in the best interest of the bondholders, but he thinks that staving off a reorganization is the right move forward. We happen to think that for the long-term health of the business and its workers and everybody else, that perhaps a reorganization under court supervision might be the best path forward. But I do think, and he has basically said so. He said so in the FAQ. He said so on the earnings call. He said so in the initial press release. They are doing this for two reasons. One, to issue a quote unquote dividend in a way that once and for all, in his mind at least, perhaps not in the minds of many on this call, satisfy the sort of synthetic share hypothesis, to resolve it, I guess would be a better word. But most importantly for him, and it's very clear in his tone on the calls and in the writing of the various press releases and so on, that the real reason he is doing this is so that he can tap the equity markets to raise more funds via APE in a way that he has been expressly prohibited by shareholders from doing so with AMC. And so once he starts issuing new APEs and gets money for the company in return, which will then go to pay the interest on the bonds and perhaps give the bond market confidence that it can refinance some of the bonds that are due in 3 or 4 years. Once he goes about the task of doing that, AMC will actually be less and less of the equity claim. Right now it's even. There's 1 APE for 1 AMC. Once he starts issuing new APEs, the value of your AMC in isolation will go down relative to APE. That's what's going to happen. And so when I see people saying that APE is backed by nothing, it's just factually incorrect. So look, I mean, maybe there's a whole bunch of failure to delivers on APE, and maybe this will validate the mother of all short squeeze hypothesis. And I'd be the first to write a long piece saying, whoops, I happen to believe that's not true, but I was dead wrong, and the APEs were right, and look at this injustice. I don't think that's going to happen. That's not my base case. But I'm the first to admit it. But I happen to think that perhaps not in the same language that Gordon used, which I didn't hear, to be fair. I think it's not impossible, quote unquote. I just happen to think it's not likely. And the size of the conspiracy is so overwhelming that I just don't know that it could be pulled off. But having said that, it could. So I know that's a bit of a long answer, but I'm trying to be as complete as possible.
No, that was very helpful. And one more, because you keep coming out with like diamonds of information. When there is the equity offering, APE holders would have a larger claim on the equity tranche than AMC holders. Would that be correct? Or
in aggregate?
Okay.
Right. Let's just say, let's just make the numbers easy. Let's just say there were 500 million shares of AMC. I'm just going to round it, okay? Just to make the math simple. It'll be close enough. There were 500 million shares of AMC. Now there are 500 million shares of AMC and 500 million shares of APE. Okay? So if you did nothing, you own the same amount of AMC equity. If he comes out tomorrow and sells 500 million of new APE and you don't participate, i.e. you don't buy, 50% more, quote, number of shares than you own today, then your personal claim on the equity tranche of AMC has been diluted by 33%. Now, the company might survive, and that might cause, both APE and AMC to rally because there might be some bankruptcy risk priced into the stock. There's all kinds of arguments that Adam Aron will make. But if you do not, as the share count of APE grows, if you don't either increase your shares of AMC or APE, i.e. put new money in, your equity claim, your percent of the pie will shrink.
I think when you say it's pretty bullish that an insider is buying that much APE currently, can anyone confirm that they just bought APE and not AMC and APE?
Well, I could give you a reason why he might want to do that, because APE is, in my view, if AMC is worth 1050, and I'm not saying it is, then APE should be selling for 1050 as well. And if the company wants to issue new shares of APE, it would rather do so with APE at a high price.
So
And
wait,
so by-
so Doomberg, really quick, do you believe that there is a potential, the potential reasoning, I'm sorry, for the amount of availability for future use of APE could be to issue, you know, an annual or a quarterly dividend, something along those lines, where they would need more shares of APE to be able to issue to shareholders?
No, because if they, well, for there's two reasons why my answer to that would be no. One, if they issue a dividend, each shareholder of APE and each shareholder of AMC will get the exact same dividend, which is one of the reasons why APE and AMC are economically equivalent. But two, given the massive amount of debt the company has, he is forbidden by covenant to issue a cash dividend to the equity tranche because the bondholders are senior to equity in the capital table. And as part of the various refinancings during the COVID crisis, Adam Aaron had to give as concession certain rights to the bondholders. And one of those concessions was until certain criteria are met, i.e., you know, debt reduced or whatever, that he is forbidden from giving a cash dividend, which is why the whole preferred APE dividend was conceived in the first place. What I'm saying specifically is if I'm AMC management and my plan is to issue new APE shares in return for money, I would like the price of APE to be higher. The price of APE today is $6 and the price of AMC is $10.50. They should, in theory, be trading for the same number. I'm sure the management of AMC Holdings, the company, would like APE to be trading at $10.50 alongside AMC, which, by the way, would make your combined claim worth 21 versus 18 on Friday and would be a plus $3 or a 17% gain.
Yeah, it was
sure.
at one point today.
So I'm not surprised that a management member, and I don't know who this person is, and I don't know the company's leadership org chart, but if the management's plan is to sell APE to raise money, they want the price of APE to be high so they don't have to sell as many APE shares as possible. Then you should want the price of APE to be high because that means less dilution for you for the same amount of cash. So if they're going to sell 100 million shares of APE at $6, they're only going to raise 600 million. At $10.50, they're going to raise 1.05 billion. And so as an expression of confidence in APE, or perhaps as a signaling message to the retail community that APE is undervalued, it doesn't surprise me that senior management would selectively buy APE because it's the same product as AMC. And so why would you buy AMC for $10.50 when you could buy APE for $6?
And the equity offering is going to be for a certain cash amount or a certain amount of shares. Is that
well? We haven't seen the equity offering, and one might not come. But that is the plan: is to at least have that as an option. That's the current articulation of Adam Aaron's strategy. Which, again, if you're Adam Aaron, this all makes a lot of sense to you. I can't raise money by selling more AMC shares because I've been, told I can't at various shareholder meetings. So I'm going to issue more APE, which is the functional equivalent of AMC, and circumvent that barrier. But if you're not going to do that with APE selling at a 45% discount to AMC, because you'd have to dilute AMC holders even more to get the same amount of cash.
So Madcore played us.
So really quick, just really quick, you guys. The reason I even asked Doomberg to come in here, and I appreciate you so much for coming up and joining as a co-host and being able to help out and field questions and doing it respectfully, and everyone who's engaging back and forth. I really appreciate this dialogue and everyone just behaving as adults as it should be. But really quick, I wanted to ask you, did you happen to see the video from Meet Kevin today where he starts out apparently, which I haven't seen the video myself, and I don't really even want to, recommend his channel at this point and drive traffic there, but someone did send it to me and said that he apparently at the beginning states that or does some sort of basic commercial type thing for Seeking Alpha. So, and I know for a fact that Seeking Alpha, has a heavy sentiment against AMC and everything going on here. So I'm just curious if you happen to see that. Is that something, if they're paying him for promotion, does he legally have to state that he's being paid by them?
I have no idea. I haven't seen the video. The first I've heard of Meet Kevin was today when I saw that tweet that I retweeted with a joke about how he has a blue check mark and yet the Doomberg team can't get one. I don't want to speak ill of somebody that I don't know. I know that tweet. I believe. I know it's true. I strongly believe that tweet was factually incorrect. I would never have tweeted such a thing. It just I think propagating factually incorrect information on Twitter is dangerous, especially when you have a huge Twitter following. We try really hard to be precise in what we say and what we write, recognizing that sometimes we can be wrong. But we've written a full piece on this. We've studied this very carefully. Our analysis agrees with what Adam Aaron's FAQ put out. It's just very clear that the economic claim of the company has been divided in two. APE owns half, AMC owns half. And so when literally have never seen a tweet from him, never watched a video, didn't know he existed, just literally saw that this is an account with almost 300,000 followers saying something that I happen to believe firmly is just incorrect. And so whether you're bullish or bearish on the stock, and I first to admit that I happen to think that the equity tranche of AMC is not something that I would be bullish on. I don't think it's right that such information is propagating on Twitter. Now, people make mistakes all the time, and so nobody's perfect. And I don't want to trash the guy. I'm not here to trash anybody. I just think that tweet had information in it that was incorrect.
So really quick, I'm just going to read the tweet aloud really quick for people who may or may not have seen it. You can also go to Doomberg's page and see where he retweeted Meet Kevin. But it says AMC is backed by a company. APE is backed by nothing. You got shares of nothing in APE. You're being tricked. Full explanation on YouTube, of course. Where he gets, revenue for you to go watch that video, which I won't be watching.
I'm all for people making revenue on their content as long as it's properly disclosed. But like again,
that's what I guess I'm wondering is he being paid by Seeking Alpha? That's the real question for me.
Well, no, I mean I don't think Seeking Alpha sponsors people, but if you write on Seeking Alpha, you can make money based on the number of clicks and comments and engagement, just like anything else, and that's fine. Again, I don't begrudge people for making money. I'm a capitalist, but I just think that tweet is. My personal belief is that tweet is factually incorrect for the reasons I've stated on this call. I think APE is just as backed by the company as AMC. Well, in fact, it is. Management says so. All the filings are consistent with it. The preferences of the two. Again, when you buy stock in a company, you're not really buying that company. You're buying a portion of the equity tranche of the capital table. And that's why it matters how much debt it has. And so there's some conversation about Gordon Johnson saying, cash burn for the quarter earlier, and that seemed to get a rise out of a few people. You can say that they were EBITDA positive, but EBITDA stands for earnings before a bunch of stuff, ITA. And the ITA in this case is very high because the company has a lot of debt with a very high interest rate. And so the company is paying $380 million a year in interest to bondholders who are making handsome returns on their investment, regardless of what the stock does. And then all of that money collected over the last 2-3 years and however many years going forward goes to these bondholders. And then if the economy turns down or something happens and AMC has to file, the bondholders will own the company. That's just the way bankruptcy works, assuming not to get too deep into the weeds, but the sort of waterfall of debt versus equity and the manner in which such cases are adjudicated is well known, and the bondholders certainly know it. And so this $380 million a year of interest is real. It shouldn't be ignored. It comes at the expense of the equity holders, and the company is currently not making enough earnings to pay that interest and have any money left over for you all if you're just equity holders. And so that's real, and it shouldn't be ignored. So it is just a true statement that despite the massive return to the theaters in the second quarter of 2022, AMC's cash in the bank shrank by $200 million. Now, you can adjust that, and you can say adjusted EBITDA, and you could say, operating earnings before servicing costs of the debt and back rent that the company owes, which is one of the metrics that they used. The company still owes that back rent, and that debt still needs to be serviced, and all that happens before the equity tranche gets any money. And so that's why I said earlier, you could be bullish on the future of theaters and perhaps not express that bullish sentiment through owning the equity tranche in AMC Entertainment Holdings.
Mr. Doomberg, but one thing I think is worth highlighting too is when people invest in a company, they invest in forward-looking to what the company might be worth, right?
Correct. 100%.
So given the market for movie theaters was down, mandatory, companies took choices. AMC obviously stood and diluted a lot to survive. And the recoupment of even release of movies in past few months and quarters, they're 1/3 of 2019. So when comparing relatively by percentages, we're outdoing 2019 pre-COVID. So a lot of things have to be looked also from perspectives rather than just basic numbers, because those numbers are not equal to each other. So I think there's a lot potentially going on, but that's speculative as everything else. Yes, as any company, being a public company, their bonds, they're definitely going to be first in line for if things were to go wrong, and Cinemark potentially obviously is going to be experiencing that. But one thing that I think is important in what Adam Aaron did state, that APE is something that's going to help us to thrive, is now he has accessibility to that capital if needed to be, and I'm sure he's going to be very careful how he executes that too, because I agree the same way we just stated. Adam Aaron played 4D chess, and it wasn't just to get shorts anybody else in the position. He also needed an ability to have equity if he needed to, considering there's opportunities or market changes that AMC might be in the cash, since retail did prevent issuance of additional shares last year, this definitely resolves it. Now, if you went and just sold 100, 200 million shares, which ultimately dilutes our position, one way or another, my portfolio value will be diluted by that. People will be very upset if that is done irresponsibly. And all those 4+ million, which probably is more than 4 million at this point, shareholders, their member families, friends, everybody else are customers of AMC. So it's not just shareholders he actually is dealing with. He's dealing with their customer base. And that in itself, just like Twitter has followers, people coming in, and the value of Twitter is based on visitors and members and so forth. AMC, there's this intrinsic value comes in there in that form as well. And so there's a lot of pieces moving. It definitely is a very complex situation here.
Other than the 4D chess comment, there's not much in what you said that I would disagree with. I think he's actually playing pretty straightforward, checkers at this point. But that's a very minor disagreement. I will say this. Yes, the revenue of AMC is approaching sort of pre-COVID levels, but what each individual share of AMC, now AMC plus 8, represents as a claim on that revenue is still well below 20% what it was before, because, as we all know, he diluted by a factor of 5 to survive, quote unquote. Now, I will say the filing of bankruptcy by one of its competitors is actually not super bullish for AMC if it goes through a Chapter 7 and the company emerges from bankruptcy. Now, if it goes through a liquidation, which is what's known as a Chapter 7, then it could be bullish for AMC because you've effectively eliminated a competitor. But by filing for bankruptcy, AMC's competitor, was it Cinema World or Cineworld? By filing for bankruptcy, they get to wipe out their debt and issue equity to the bondholders and emerge from bankruptcy with less interest payments to make, which in theory should allow them to invest more in theaters and to discount the popcorn and to pay for more privileged access to big releases. And so people have this negative connotation of bankruptcy means the end of the company. Bankruptcy usually means the equity gets zeroed, but the company persists with a lighter balance sheet, with more flexibility, and management gets all the same new stock options and bonuses reconstituted in the new co. So I wouldn't necessarily think that the filing of a competitor for bankruptcy is necessarily bullish for AMC. It could be, but if they emerge from bankruptcy with a lighter debt load, they will be a more formidable competitor to AMC than they were before bankruptcy. And so that's just another sort of thing that a lot of people don't understand.
So real quick, I think the Form 4s that are being filed by AMC, if we haven't talked about it yet, like Sussman and Syke both filed, I do believe the board members would also get the dividend for the common shares they held. So if these Form 4s are for their distribution, that would make sense.
Yeah, it could be they're not buying. They just have to, file that they own these apes now to, acknowledge the receipt of the dividends.
Right.
I had a question. I just had a question about, because the equity offerings for AMC have been denied by shareholders. What is the difference, since the shareholder rights would be the same and people would tend to probably have the same be the same holders? Wouldn't that prevent an APE equity offering, or is there what is the circumnavigation?
The circumnavigation that makes the difference is that there is a filing from all the way back in 2013 that Adam Aaron unearthed that authorized, with only board approval, the issuance of this new class of securities, up to 5 billion of them. So far, the board has authorized up to 1 billion, and 517 odd million went out today, which means the company, in theory, could go out to the market tomorrow and sell another 400 and however many million shares that the board has already authorized. But also, that's really not really much of a constraint because he's in control of the board, and so in theory, he could issue effectively up to 5 billion shares of APE, which is, again, as we wrote about 2 weeks ago, and everything we wrote, we believe, has been correct and has mostly come to pass, other than the fact that the market is persistently treating these two functionally equivalent securities as somehow different, given the prices. We don't think that'll last. But this is literally a proactive circumvention of the shareholders' expressed desire to no longer be diluted, sold as a potential resolution to the Moss theory. And we said that from the beginning, and we've been consistent on it. I've been patiently explaining this on many spaces with Tara, who I appreciate for her civility and for encouraging a polite discourse, because I think that's how everybody learns well. But there's nothing constraining him now that these apes are sold on the stock market from effectively selling as much as he would like.
And this article's on your Substack?
Yeah, it's mostly behind the paywall because we write for our subscribers. But I will probably release it for everybody tomorrow, just as a service.
Very cool. Thank you. I would love to read that.
I'll talk to my team tomorrow and see if we can't do that. It's a couple of weeks ago. We published it, I think, on August 8th. And look, you should be warned that we are hard on Adam Aaron for what he's doing, because I think it's just, borderline deceptive.
A violation of shareholder rights, maybe.
Well, I mean, technically, no. He's well advised by very expensive attorneys, and so there's no question that by all of the T's crossed and the I's dotted at the SEC, he is undoubtedly well within his rights as the chief executive officer of AMC Entertainment Holdings, to do this because it was authorized in 2013. I just think it's a bit disingenuous to focus on the "don't worry, they can't convert to AMC without AMC shareholder approval," as though that means anything, because it doesn't. It's just meant to trick people, I think, or at least to be more complex than he could have been.
Well, simply being said too is obviously APE has a voting value, same as AMC. So if retail sells off on APE, which seems like there's been thought about trying to push to do that a lot of that vote can go into institutions, which then can gain a footing in controlling certain things in the future shareholder meetings. But I think Mr. Doomberg,
you're exactly right. Look, this is worth emphasizing. You're exactly right. If I wanted to buy one vote of equity from AMC today, AMC Entertainment Holdings, I could either pay $6 for it, or I could pay $10.50 for it. You decide.
Yep. One thing I definitely want to highlight, and obviously, exactly what you said, numbers are numbers. We can't go around, and Adam was within the full rights of what he did. Not necessarily at least on the paper and then in front of me, I'm not happy about it to some extent, but at the same time, if opportunity arises, you want to have the equity to potentially, say, Cinemark were to be liquidating and therefore acquiring certain locations, that would make sense. Maybe paying off the debt in dollar would be great because you would balance out things. To extend, dilution is dilution, but if you come up as an investment, if you will, and therefore you're reaping the winnings on the investment in a certain period of time, it's a good thing, I guess. What's more important, though, thing is Adam, even though he can't do that, he can issue more shares. They can tomorrow turn around and sell 100 million. If they see the pricing, they can get a good opportunity to use that money properly. He's going to be very careful, and I think that's as equally important as is because his actions would blow up through the APE retail shareholders to an extent that, again, it might put AMC in a position where AMC may not have as many visitors going in the future, therefore putting position company back into. So he's going to be very careful on what he's doing, I believe.
One would hope.
Hey, Doomberg, I agree with you on the debt. He made it clear that he needed debt. I also heard you speak in the past that you don't think that there was any synthetics. Now, myself, I still have not received my APE share yet. And 121 million shares was traded today. Could you explain how can you account for that?
So I can't account for your particular situation. And just to complete what I've said in the past, I happen to think that the buy button was taken away, that was wrong, and that was driven primarily by Robinhood's solvency crisis because of their sort of settlement mechanics of buy and sell of shares. And I think Robinhood is sort of a classic venture capital Silicon Valley play that breaks things and moves fast and weren't as perhaps prudent as they could or should have been. And when the AMC/GME meme stock Reddit rally was at its apex, Robinhood needed to take away the buy button. And I think you were done wrong by that. I think that you can say that. I believe that. I might even write about it someday. And they did that because they needed to. Otherwise, they would have been gone bankrupt. And so,
yes, I agree with you. I agree with you in the past, but
and I'm going to say, yes, and I would say that the whole synthetic argument, which is not something I want to get too deep into, I personally happen to believe would be far too difficult a conspiracy to pull off on Wall Street. Now, could be proven wrong. And if thousands and thousands of AMC shareholders do not get their APE shares overnight or by tomorrow morning or whatever, let's see. I just happen to personally believe that's not right.
Okay. Is there anything that Adam Aron can do from? Because I really thought that the first part of the goal was to identify synthetics.
No, if you look at his press release, he's very clear that he doesn't believe, and his tweets are very consistent on this matter. He doesn't believe in the synthetics hypothesis either.
Sorry, I've had my hand up for a while, but I have to stop you there because that's not what he said. He says he does not know about synthetics. He does not say anything about his beliefs.
Correct. He says he doesn't have proof. He doesn't have proof that there are solid proof.
He has tweeted that he has counted at least 6 times the total number of, I believe that's what the tweet says, that this is the amount of AMC stock outstanding, which is effectively saying the same thing, which is he personally doesn't believe that there's a bunch of synthetics on that. Now,
Mr. Doomberg, but how can he count when the only thing they have on the book is 560 million, which is the float? Whatever DTC holds in the warehousing of IOUs, which is a real product. Personally, I work at a financial institution, and I understand their products, what they have. That exists, and that's delegated for their clients that work with DTC, FTDs, when things go into the IOUs, go into it. So it's hard for Adam to account because he doesn't have access to that. Adam only sees 516, whatever the float is that they issued. That's all they have as far as the information. They don't have any other accounts from anyone else.
So I would correct you a little bit. The float in AMC is not 516 million. That's the total shareholder count. The float of a stock is the number of shares available for trading that aren't closely held and restricted stock of a firm's total outstanding shares.
Thank you for correction.
Yeah, there's this minor difference, but it's important. I mean, the float of AMC, for example, if a bunch of insiders owned it and have no intent to sell it, that restricts the float, and that's different. He has specifically tweeted that he believes the total number of AMC shares is 516 million. I happen to think he's right in that tweet. But again, I'm not here to argue the synthetic hypothesis. Believe what you want to believe. I happen to not believe it, but that's my right to hold that opinion. Since I don't have an investment, it doesn't matter to me if it's right or wrong.
That's great. I'll add to the other.
Hey, Mr. Doom, I have a question.
The one thing I'll add, Kenjim, too, is I have 34,000 IMC shares and held them for over some. I have 0 APE received yet from Merrill Lynch. So it seems like there's a consistent lack of certain brokerages not delivering the shares. Now, maybe tomorrow or next day will be.
Yeah,
but
there's 120 million of them that traded today, as you noted, and so somebody's trading those things. But
exactly.
Who knows? Yeah. Again, it's not something that I'm here to comment on, and so yeah. Somebody else had a question.
Yeah, I have a question.
Doomberg, I also had a question for you. I just spun up this poll that's about lawsuit against BlackRock and Goldman Sachs and Citadel for shorting AMC while they got the power to halt it. You seem like a knowledgeable guy. What do you think about this? Have you seen the tweets?
I don't really have a strong opinion. I do know, and I said this earlier, to be very clear, I think taking away the buy button was wrong. And you're standing in a long line of people who got screwed over by Wall Street, for which there's unlikely to be significant recourse. It's just the way Wall Street works, which is why it is kind of a pit, where people are stabbing each other and lions are eating, small animals like it. I believe that was wrong. You can believe that the buy button should not have been taken away, and also believe that there aren't a huge amount of synthetic stock floating out there. But that's just where I sit. Where you sit is up to you.
Guys, I just want to remind you guys really quick, just mute yourselves in between speaking because the back feed from your mics cuts out what the person speaking is saying. Just a quick reminder. Go ahead, Mr. Burp.
I have a question unrelated to synthetics, and it's kind of like my brain's in a blender here. About maybe 10 minutes ago, you said something about 20% and regarding dilution, and you were using the statement as a premise to justify what you believe to be the fundamental evaluation of AMC. Could you possibly repeat that statement so to refresh my memory?
I can't say that I remember saying 20%.
Well, you said a factor by 5, and that's how you inferred 20%.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. So before COVID, if you bought one share of AMC, let's just to keep the numbers simple, the claim on the company's revenue that one share represented might have been $1. Okay? Because Adam Aron has issued 5 times as many shares as there were before COVID, if the company's revenue returns to pre-COVID levels, your new claim with one share is 20 cents, not $1, because there's 5 times as many shares outstanding. That's what I meant by 20%. And so this is the negative side of dilution. The positive side of dilution is the company didn't file for bankruptcy and your stock didn't go to zero. Yeah.
Yes. So I'm just not quite sure about your reasoning there, because there's at least a 20% short interest, right? So of that 20%, that is also a dilution. So it seems to be that for what you have said, right, that the short interest also, if the short interest were removed, that they would be equal to zero, right?
I would say definitively that your economic claim on the company's profits, or in this case revenue, like we're talking about, is completely independent from the level of short interest in the stock. There may or may not be 20% short interest, but the value of your claim, not what the claim is selling for in the market, the economic value of your claim, your share of the company's economics, is independent of the short.
Yeah, I feel like that's just complicating it because they're both cases of dilution, right? You had a claim, which I believe is true, right? You're very educated in this. That's clear. But so you made a claim that there's a 20% dilution.
No,
But
it's a
what I'm saying is
fivefold
that
dilution, which means your residual claim is now only 20% of what it was before. Again, I would completely separate dilution from short interest because they're just two completely different topics.
But the short interest is also a dilution, and it's a 20% dilution. So you have two 20% dilutions at play, and if one of them were removed, then it would equal to a 0% dilution, like no change over time between the pre-pandemic and as of now, despite the fact that Adam Aaron did indeed dilute.
No,
If,
so I
if the
guess
short interest were removed.
We're just going to have to disagree. The
Well,
stock was
I'm just
diluted
trying to
by.
do math. I'm just trying to do math here, not an opinion. I just want to. I would like to work this equation out and figure out what the quality actually is.
So let me give you the real math. There were 100 million shares of AMC roughly before COVID, and now there are 500 million shares. So the number of shares has increased by fivefold, which means one share before COVID is now only 20% of the economic claim of the company because it has been diluted by a factor of 5. The short interest is irrelevant to that calculation, but even if your 20% number is right, that means there's 100 million shares sold short in the company versus 500 million shares outstanding. And so the math doesn't work that way either, even though it's not the correct way to analyze it. I mean, the short interest is not dilution.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying now, but we will not agree that short interest is not dilution. But yes, I can agree with your other point that you're making.
Cool, thank you.
Mr. Berg, I have a question.
Yes.
Going back to like what you said about like the voting rights for APE and AMC. So like not financial advice, but like, is it smart to sell your AMC and just buy APE? Or do you think like they'll meet somewhere in the middle eventually? Or do you think APE will go up? Or do you think AMC will go down?
So again, I can't give financial advice. I think I said it earlier that if I was forced to put $1,000 to work investing in the equity tranche of the AMC Entertainment Holdings, given the fact that APE has the same voting rights, dividend rights, change of control rights, and rights in a bankruptcy proceeding, if I was forced to put new money to work today in AMC or APE, i.e. to invest in the equity tranche of AMC, then since the equivalent thing is selling for $6 and $10.50, I would buy the one that's $6 because I get more shares. Now, that assumes that I would put $1,000 to work in the equity tranche of AMC, which I'm not suggesting anybody should. I'm saying if you were putting new money to work, then and you wanted to buy, interest in the equity tranche of the AMC capital table, with the exact same claim selling for $6 versus $10.50, it would make, in my view, more sense to buy APE than AMC. Now, that doesn't mean it'll be a good investment. It could be that the flow of trades in AMC is such that it skyrockets and APE tanks because of reasons. I don't know, which is why it's always dangerous to answer these questions. That's my answer.
I get it. No, but so do you have an opinion on why like that hasn't been realized yet, or is it just too early?
This is such a unique situation, and the financial media, the CNBCs of the world, and the Yahoo Finances of the world have done such a terrible job of covering this that there's mass confusion in the market. And so you said something earlier that the prices will converge. I happen to believe that the same stuff can't sell for different prices indefinitely. And that, yes, over time, the value of APE and the value of AMC will converge. Whether they converge at $50 or $1.50, nobody knows. I don't know. But they shouldn't sell for different prices persistently. They might. There is some differences between it. So, for example, here's one difference between the two. Perhaps certain institutional investors can only own common stock and can't own preferred equity, and maybe they were forced sellers today because they just can't have it. I don't know that that's true. I'm not saying that that's true, but that's a plausible example as to why, in the short term, the price of one would be different than the price of other. But that in theory, just based on sort of, Warren Buffett value analysis, the economic claim of APE is the equivalent of the economic claim of AMC, and they shouldn't be selling for different prices. And it is interesting to me that they are.
So, Doomberg, I got a quick question for you, maybe to answer. So, since AMC was added to Russell 1000 based on its obviously capital market value at the valuation now, next recalculation is going to be whatever 8 months from now, what have you. Are they going to be looking only at AMC, or is it looking as at the company itself, which will be inclusive of preferred shares? Which I don't believe that's the case, but I'm curious on your opinion.
I haven't read the index rules for the Russell, but I would imagine that they don't buy preferred shares, and so that's an example as to how like the flow might be different to one versus the other. But again, I don't want to be definitive on it because I'm pretty sure I'm right, but I'm not 100% sure I'm right, so I don't want to give false information. My suspicion is that most common stock ETFs can't own preferred equity because it's technically a different class. And this is another reason why this is a very unique situation that Adam Aron has created.
Thank you. One thing I definitely want to highlight to anyone else there is the conversion of the price comparing AMC at 1050 versus APE 220. It could be easily as people start selling off AMC, trying to get APE, thinking they're getting arbitrage here, if you will. Well, the AMC price can come down to 8, whatever it might be. They may be in the middle.
Sure.
So things we just don't know how things are going to roll out. But they're certainly going to have a convergence. That's totally readable.
I mean, they should have a convergence.
Close enough.
There's nothing certain in the stock market.
Thank you.
Yeah. I don't want to give,
I also want to state something. Like BlackRock, Goldman Sachs, Yahoo, they're all partners of the World Economic Forum. You can just go on the website, scroll down, partners, and they're all there. So, yeah, for me, it's just corruption on the highest level.
We can't do anything about that.
See Doomberg, in the 8K on section 2.4, my understanding, and I might be incorrect, there's a phrase there that says, neither the corporation nor the depositor shall be obliged to make the preferred stock eligible for delivery if receipt delivered by the holders of the depository shows evidence in numbers excess of the numbers withdrawn. So basically what he's saying is, if the DTC and computer shares showed evidence that there is more than 516 million shares, then the receipt might not go through.
So
my thing is, there is so much evidence right now of people not receiving their shares when you traded 121 million. So, do you honestly believe that still there's no synthetics with so much evidence going on?
I will give you this. Okay. You will know within days whether there are or there aren't, which is a good thing.
True, but don't you think that what's happening today are the people who's short trying to manipulate the price to get shares?
I don't own shares. I don't have shares in my account. No. Let me be very clear. I have no idea what's going on today because, for example, I don't own any shares, and so I don't know whether I would have gotten delivery of APE in my Fidelity account or my Interactive Brokers account because I'm not running the experiment personally. And I can't really comment on sort of anecdotes, even if they're all totally honest and well-intentioned, but you will see in the coming days and weeks, perhaps, one way or the other, either there's going to be a mountain of screenshots and photographic evidence that there's been failure to deliver APE because there's way more AMC shares outstanding than the company believes.
Can I rephrase this question maybe, Mr.
Sorry,
if you
Can I finish my thought, please?
Yep. Sorry about that.
Happy to relate. Thank you. So they mentioned that on Friday it was supposed to be made for delivery, and then I believe Adam indicated by 9:30 this morning everyone should have their shares. Now I know for sure there's a lot of people through TD, which I am on TD. There is a mountain of TD people not receiving shares. So when you say in 2 days, are you saying that in 2 days with evidence from people coming up, or do you say, is there like a deadline you think?
No, again, I think this is such a unique situation. So what happened on Friday is the stock went, quote, ex-dividend, which means anybody who was holding AMC over the weekend was supposed to get their shares in time for trading today. And so the mechanics of how any individual broker effectively and efficiently handled that, given it's a pretty unique situation, I would say you'd need probably a day or two to see how that all shakes out. I don't think that you can say on day one that a few sporadic accounts, maybe many accounts of people not having APE in their brokerage accounts is proof yet of the synthetic shares hypothesis. But again, if over the week there's 100 million shares, 100 million APEs missing from legitimate accounts, that's something that's going to be very difficult for the brokers to explain. And so, yeah, let's wait and see. But there is, to me, that each broker handles it independent, and they try their best to execute, and sometimes brokers mess up too. So let's see.
Yeah, this is my last thought. Yeah. I really thought that the DTC, through the obligation warehouse, they have it tracked in real time. And so I don't quite understand what else do they need after this, because they asked for digital signature. To me,
we'll see.
With all that, I thought that should have been addressed by today. So for me, I'm just sitting here watching my account with no APE, and I'm my issues with Adam. I thought, there should have been something from him today, but I hope you're right. Hopefully in a couple of days, hopefully we can see something. So thank you very much.
Just a couple more minutes and I have to run. So maybe one or two.
Doomberg, I want to say one thing. You give me extremely hard Ben Shapiro vibes, man. And that's an honor. I got to say that.
I've been called many things in my life, but this is the first time I've been called Ben Shapiro.
Doomberg, I would like to ask
what
you.
If he is Ben Shapiro and we just didn't even know this entire time?
I
he's
would
using like
love
a voice
that.
changer.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yo, he is as knowledgeable as him, and he's as fast and as factual as Ben. So go ahead, buddy. Love that you are here in the room.
The call is coming from inside the house. Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's a perfect example of we don't always have to be 100% on the same page or in agreement to be able to have conversations and, behave the way everyone has on this space. And I appreciate it so much, Doomberg. And for the people, DMing me and saying, do you know that Doomberg's a hedgy guy and this and that? That's okay. I mean, if Doomberg has experience and knowledge, I want to soak up as much of that as I can. Do I 100% agree with everything he says? No. Does he have to 100% agree with everything I say? No. That's the beauty of being an adult and being able to differentiate and, take things with a grain of salt and just appreciate the value that people bring. And I appreciate the value you bring, Doomberg, and everybody who's come up and respectfully had a good conversation here. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, I agree. This has been a great space, and thank you to Tara. Thank you to
Doomberg. I do have a last question for you.
But before you do, and then I'll jump up. I just want to say I've never worked at a hedge fund, never worked on Wall Street. Spent a couple of decades in industry with a focus on commodities. I do have a strong finance background and a science background, and we spend our days writing for our Substack. That's how we make our money. We don't invest in the stocks we write about. We disclose our positions, which is usually none, every time we write about a company. I'm totally fascinated by the AMC story, and we've written about it several times, mostly critically, especially critically about Adam Aron. But having said all of that, I'm not a hedgie. I don't come from Wall Street. I know many people on Wall Street by definition because we write about Wall Street and we have many subscribers who work on Wall Street. But no member of the Doomberg team has worked on Wall Street. We come predominantly from industry, and that's the lens through which we write most of our pieces. In fact, we write mostly about energy. AMC is just sort of a side hobby of ours. And so I just wanted to make sure that that's very clear. We are not hedge fund types, never worked in the industry, and write mostly from an industrial perspective with a focus on our executive experience running companies. So last question, please. And then I do have to jump off.
Yeah, really, I was wondering, I would, number one, would wish for your team to take a closer look at APE activities throughout the day. So throughout the day today is what happened. But hypothetically speaking, if you've seen a stock that the price starts at a certain level and there was a push down to 50% of its value when it started in the morning till the end of the day. And the total volume of trades for the day of that stock was at 60 plus million. But in the last 5 minutes before closing, including after closing, that volume doubled in its value from 60 million to 120 million. And seeing one large order coming after hours in 44 million, would you be speculating of certain ill activity that somebody was there pushing price down to acquire this large purchase at lower cost? I'm just again looking hypothetically speaking, but
I would be careful about drawing conclusions from the timing of the reporting of volume of transactions. And there's oftentimes, especially on heavy volume days in stocks that are in focus, a bunch of trades get recorded after the close. It doesn't mean that that's when the trade happened. I'm not saying that that's what happened here. Others are probably more educated to opine. My history is that a big slug of quote unquote volume coming after hours is probably a bookkeeping exercise as opposed to the reflection of economic transactions that happened in that exact moment. That would be my hypothesis given the facts that you described, but I'm not particularly familiar with APE. And you can rest assured that in a couple of weeks when this is all settled down and we see whether, Adam Aaron taps the capital markets again to issue new APE and whether the shares converge or whether they remain persistently different, there's no outcome in the next few weeks that won't be fascinating, which means we'll probably write about it. But just be warned that we do tend to write critically about the prospects of the company, and that's just our view. So with that, Tara, thanks for having me. I do have to jump off. I've got an article to finish, which we're going to publish on Wednesday, not about AMC. It's going to be about a completely different topic. It's going to be on hydrogen and the hydrogen economy because we write about energy most times. But this has been fun. I appreciate the civility. Good luck with the rest of the space, and I hope everybody in the call gets rich. Thanks, Tara.
Thank you so much, Doomberg, and I hope you do as well. And I hope for anyone interested in what Doomberg does and the efforts and work that he puts in, that you do go and subscribe and help him out there. Not that I again agree with everything 100% of what he says, and I know that he has been pretty tough on Adam Aaron in the past, as have I. I do feel like, a chair and CEO simultaneously, which is what Adam is, have, certain responsibilities to their shareholders. And it's something that I am willing to put my neck out on the line to speak up about and, back every single one of you, because I'm a retail investor. I'm not a CEO. I'm not a hedge fund. I'm not a banker. I'm just like you guys. So, that's something that, we've all experienced in the past, but at this point, I feel very, happy with the route CEO Adam has taken thus far. So, we'll see what Doomberg has in the future. That was really amazing and well done to everyone who came up and kept it clean and behaved like adults. I just appreciate all of you guys so much. Go ahead, Spence.
That was one of the best parts of any call I've ever been in, to the point to where while I was listening to everybody, I was making brown rice and bacon ramen and just enjoying the crap out of the part of that call. So yes, well done.
Wait, you were making what?
Brown rice ramen with bacon and chicken, 3/4 chicken, 1/4 beef broth with green onion. It's delicious.
Oh my gosh, that sounds really good. I'm hungry.
Chicken nuggets,
she said.
I just wanted to commend Tara for hosting that. That was a great space, and I think Tara deserves all the credit. Or I don't know if anyone else was involved, but great job.
Nope,
Tara.
it was all me, and I told everyone up here what to say and how to ask their question. I'm just playing. I appreciate it, but no, it was all you guys. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it. But really, it was you guys and the speakers who come up and contribute and keep it flowing in a good, positive direction. So I think that's why we've seen Doomberg come back, because it's nice to go on stage somewhere and be treated respectfully, even if you don't 100% agree with the crowd that's there. I almost sort of think he's getting a warm spot for us and AMC, and maybe that's my evil plan and he doesn't even know it. So don't tell him, though.
he knows that's where this is where the there is, like the real truth in the play and what's going on in the markets is with retail. And that's why all these MSM cronies always DM us on the side going, hey, what's going on with APE? You want to get in a call with us? And like try to honeypot us into giving them information about what retail is thinking. And Doomberg just comes in and says, well, here's what I know. Let me hear what you know, and cool. And I hope you get rich. But then he literally, his explanation of everything that was going on just resonated so well. And in my personal opinion, and this, he can say not if not, sounded slightly bullish on the play. I mean, that's just how I took it. So.
You know, in the end, he obviously uses numbers, and he was exactly correct on dilutions. But everything is in a context too. And a lot of the naysayers and shorts, they use a context to negatively impact. They only highlight the downsides rather than potentials and recovery path and everything else. The value of shareholders, their presence at the movie theater, purchases and everything else, their friends, that's a value in itself. It's not a just hard cash value presented, but more soft value and potential that come to realization in the future. So there's investment. And a lot of stuff is being suppressed for a reason. There's always narrative, somebody behind it. You know what I mean? So you got to do what you believe into it. That was definitely a great call. Appreciate it, Tara and everybody else for making it happen. It was one of the best space calls that actually happened in quite a while.
Yeah, the difference between how Gordon came into the room and how Doomberg came into the room, you can see the quality of conflict of interest that Doomberg does not have in what he's saying. Like Gordon's complete conflict of interest. The dude obviously has a reason to come in and ask close-ended questions and then refuse to answer any questions asked back to him and just leave the call. So.
Well, and he also, we asked point blank, do you have a position? And he said he doesn't want to announce, what side of the trade he's on AMC, which, I mean, pretty much is telling that he's likely short again or still, I'm not sure, but it's, 100% true, Spence. Salty Abstract, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you?
Wonderful.
Cool. Yeah, so I did just, and I hate to rag on people, and I don't want to do it, but I have to say it because it's bothering me. I'm sick of YouTubers calling people fucking cheat. I'm sick of them thinking they're better than us. And hello?
We can hear you, and I can't.
Yeah. And then
I couldn't agree more. I just got called out by Matt KHORS for being incorrect and disingenuous, and something. I mean, yeah, it's wild.
So
the talking down and the belittling and so on and so forth. But go ahead.
But the thing is, so like, then I don't, whatever. I mean, it's Matt. He can do whatever he wants. But he said, I watched his video. So you think he gives 0 fucks about a squeeze? That's what you said. I agree to somewhat. But you also said the long-term viability of AMC is all that he cares about. Do you know what happens if he fucks over retail? What do you think retail is going to do? You think fucking over retail is a good choice? Like, come on, man.
I couldn't agree more. I've said it here,
head, bro.
I've said it here so many times that there's no way that Adam wants to, go into retirement or, be on his end game here on a bad take and a bad note. You know what I mean? Like, there's just no way. I know that he doesn't want to go out like that. So I totally agree with you. And Matt, if you're in here and you want to come up and speak, I have people DMing me claiming that you're in here.
Fine.
Yeah, I can't see him, but he's welcome to come up if he wants to.
I would love.
So I just want to say one last thing. It's like, so the viability of AMC. Do we drown fucking people? Like, look at Clifford Asness, dude. Like, you think that he wants to have 4 million people against AMC that's backed his company, that's rode with him, ride or die? You think he just wants to turn his back and then have a whole shitload of people now who were loving AMC just say, my long-term viability is more important? Come on, bro. No way. Not a chance. Yeah, he may not care fully, just like, I want to squeeze the shorts. I want to do this. But trust me, he doesn't want to piss off 4 million people either. So that's all I got to say. I mean, it's just, I'm sick of the fucking cheap bullshit. I'm sick of people, because guess what? People follow you.
What's going on, Matt?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah,
Okay,
loud
awesome.
and clear.
More than happy to respond to Salty, but first with Tara, you can't keep playing this like, oh, you attacked me thing.
My name isn't Tara. My name is Tara, but go ahead.
Sorry, that's an A thing, the A pronunciation of like a Northeast PA, like the way people say like Mary, Mary, Mary differently. Here we say all.
So if something's really bad, would you call it terrible or terrible?
Terrible, but we just say our A's different.
Okay.
That's like a Northeast.
It's a play
like,
on words,
US
so
thing.
it's Tara.
Like the way people say
Super easy.
like Mary,
Go for
Mary,
it.
like different or the same. I apologize for saying it incorrectly. But anyway, you can't keep taking the like, oh, like I attacked you the way you just agreed with Salty. You tagged me and you are being disingenuous. You're more than happy to tell people that I said sell ape. Why not bring up the point that I just made the argument? I think it's smarter to double down on AMC. That's why you're being disingenuous right there. Is because you're
so because I didn't clarify your okay, so hold on, let me read the tweet. Just a minute. So I said, according to his latest video, Real Meat Kevin is sponsored by Seeking Alpha, and like Matt KHORS is suggesting we sell all of our ape.
Okay.
So because I left off the part, so I don't believe Real Meat Kevin is suggesting that we sell all of our ape and completely buying AMC, or is that what he is suggesting? The same thing that you suggested?
But see, that's what I can't speak for Meat Kevin at all. So let's just take that part out of it. That's not my pig, not my farm. That's not like me. Let's just focus on the part that I can like speak to my state of mind and my commentary. So you're exclusively focusing on the fact that I said, I believe your quote was that I suggested selling ape. First of all, I never told anyone to do anything. I shared an opinion of how I think it might be smart to double down on AMC instead of having money in ape. You don't see how that is like contorting the argument and disingenuous. If I were to tell people, like just a random person right now, there's a massive difference between saying user XYZ said sell ape versus user XYZ suggested doubling down on AMC via getting out of ape. Those are two wildly different things. And if you can't see that, like you have to know that's different. And you'll tag anyone when there's high emotional, I guess, involvement to get more tweets, to get more likes, get more
it's not when there's high emotional involvement. It's because it was literally being discussed on the space with Doomberg. I don't know if you were in here when Doomberg was speaking. Unfortunately, he already left, but he had retweeted Meet Kevin in regard to what Meet Kevin was saying about Ape being a valueless company backed by nothing. He felt that he was completely incorrect and disingenuous in what he was claiming, also calling people idiots for holding Ape.
You're speaking
just
about,
seems a bit over the top.
Like you're talking about something I cannot speak about. Meet Kevin.
I'm telling you why the conversation was brought up, because you are implying that I'm doing this because people are emotionally on a high right now. That's why I did. That's why I put the tweet out, which you assuming why I did something isn't fair in the first place. You could ask me why I chose to put the tweet out and I could clarify if you'd like. That's all I'm trying to do.
You could see how tagging me and then sharing half the truth is disingenuous.
Matt, one thing is you speaking about Terra, but when you actually made that statement, because I remember seeing it, that Ape, and you double down AMC, which in one way it sounds great, but in the other one, you forgot to mention too, a lot of that statement, that some people who might be holding long-term capital gains will be exposed to taxation and going back into Ape. Now they just heft their positions from long-term back to short-term positions. A lot of financial
That's not. Adam Aaron already addressed that. He tweeted about it.
No, what I'm stating is if you take your ape that you receive from AMC and you sell your ape and then go back and buy AMC, the new acquired AMC you just got starts from beginning as your short-term holding, and now you are exposed to short-term holding taxation on top of it.
That is correct.
But if the belief is like MOAS or some gigantic move does a slight difference in taxes, and like that's a tough thing to cover just because like obviously people are in different states, they're in different countries, and like I mean I fully discuss it on my streams all the time, discuss it with the CPA just because like there's no generic blanket statement that can cover all tax related things because we're all in like wildly different situations. But it's not like I was oblivious to tax things. Once again, it is something that's for like thoroughly discussed, and I don't want to get too far off here because I do want to speak with Salty. I just wanted to quickly like, I don't understand like, like to me, it truly was disingenuous to like just have part of that truth because you're making it sound as if I just told people to sell, and first of all, never told anyone to do anything. I shared a question and then opinions of where I think maybe my full lot of money might serve me better. That's why.
Okay. Do you still stand by that statement of everyone should jump out of APE and just funnel into AMC? Do you still feel that that's the best case or best thing to do?
I think in the long term, it will be better if you have 1 unit of money in the long term be better in AMC than APE. Yes, that is my opinion. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, but we know one's being diluted. We know the other isn't. And we know for quote unquote Adam Aaron, the SEC filings for quite some time, if at all, will APE ever go back into AMC? There is no solid argument beyond the synthetic argument that APE will outperform AMC. Hence exactly why I said I have no interest in selling even in the short term because I, out of human curiosity, want to see how things play out. But as soon as all the shares are delivered, I don't see a world in which APE will ever outperform AMC.
Okay, so since you got an opportunity to come up and tell me what you feel is disingenuous about what I said and did, I feel that your initial statement where you said if we know APE could get diluted and AMC will not get diluted, isn't it smarter to sell all APE and double down on AMC? Am I missing something? Is disingenuous to think that you aren't influencing people into doing just that by putting out whether it's phrased as a question or not, it's still an influence on people's decision making. I appreciate that you feel comfortable asking, a question like that, but I also think that it's disingenuous of you to imply that you weren't sort of attempting to lead people in that direction.
So by that merit, I could just never ask a question because you think I'm influential, like influencing with a question.
Yes, I do.
Well, certainly your position puts you in that position, puts you in a state. Let me just double.
Never ask a question.
No, what I'm saying is you're in a public place. You have a forum of a lot of people that helped you to get to that forum as well. But your comments have an impact, no matter how we're going to look at it. It has an impact.
It's a legit. So with the forum of the people that are in this community, you're saying that I can't ask them if I don't know an answer. I can't turn to that forum and ask them a question.
If you wanted to do that for yourself, you could have done it in your privacy without sharing that information. When you open it up to thousands of people who follow you, you certainly, obviously you're a smart person, going to expect that some people will follow that questionable state and likely, being confused potentially even, perform certain things that maybe that's what you're doing. And so you have an influence. One another, that's an influence.
That's all I'm trying to say. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Hundreds of people who are on this call right now listening to the two of you saying I cannot ask questions to a community, their jaw is on the ground.
No, that's not what was stated, Matt. You are entitled to ask a question. What I'm saying is it's disingenuous to imply that by asking that question that you aren't trying to lead people in a certain direction is all.
It's a question.
When you follow up the question and you call people sheep and idiots if they don't do what you're saying they should do, then it's disingenuous to sit here and act like it's just a question.
When did I call anyone an idiot?
I don't know, Matt.
So I just caught you lying. So first you say that I can't ask questions.
Did you call people sheep?
Yeah, but you just said I called people an idiot, and I think
I
people
was referring to Meet Kevin, who is calling people idiots today, and sheep, and you who have called people sheep for not doing what you were suggesting in a question form.
That's not why I called people sheep. I was referring to you can't blindly follow people because you get rugged, referring to the Ryan Cohen situation. So once again, you're commenting on something that you don't know about, hence why I called you uninformed. So through
Okay,
this,
well, thank you for informing me. I appreciate it.
so through this situation, you said that I called people idiots, so that was a lie. You said incorrectly of why I referred to people being sheep, as in I was suggesting you shouldn't follow suits. So you were uninformed about that. And then you're also capping it off by saying I can't ask questions.
No, Matt, you're putting words into my mouth.
Can I say
completely.
this really quick?
But the space is recorded, so people can listen back and hear the conversation for what it is.
When you put a title on a YouTube video, you think just because you put a question mark means you're actually seeking a question?
Which one did I put a question mark on, Salty?
Sorry, then I won't use that one. All right, let's go to. We can go to today. I don't have a problem with it. You can ask whatever you want. I don't know who. No. Nobody's implying, or to me, being a writer, nobody. Of course, when you put sensational headlines out there all the time.
No,
So,
referring to, just for a little bit of clarification, so we're on the same page.
Wait, I thought I was the one who did that. I thought I was the one who was sensationalizing everything. Sorry, my bad. Go ahead, Matt.
So, just to like a little bit of a framework, Salty, which he's referring to the tweet where I asked a question and then I read everyone's answers because I was trying to look for a bit of like information, which I'm not allowed to do because it's too influential to like ask a question ever. Like, Jesus Christ, I can't even imagine what would happen if like the president of the USA ever asked a question. Like, we'd be so fucked. But for a headline, it wasn't a question. Like, I believe before you were referring to one of my titles of "Don't Be a Sheep," but I stand by that. Like, I think you and I are on the same side. I heard before I joined here, was invited up to speak. I heard what you were saying about Adam Aaron and retail and fucking retail. I don't disagree with you. I think Salty. I think you're not on the exact same page. I'm just saying it comes down to retail. If Aaron is not going for a squeeze, that's exactly what I said in the video. That's not his job. Like, I'm not a good guy, bad guy for it. He's doing what his job is of making AMC the strongest company he could possibly do. That is literally the job of a CEO. And I'm just stating that. Don't be a sheep in terms of really watch the video, referring to Ryan Cohen, and people just thinking because someone's in something, it has to work out. That's just not true. That is not poor financial handling. That's all it was.
So then can I agree with that. I don't think I don't think Adam Aaron's running AMC for a squeeze. But to use your words, you said long-term viability of AMC. If he were to do something to hurt the retail investor, or we deemed it like, oh, that wasn't our best interest, like this APE, let's say it didn't work out at all, and we turned out. Do you think that's a good look for AMC? Like, do you for his long-term viability? Do you think that would be like a good thing for him? If that's his job, right? His number one job is his long-term viability to keep his company going. There's no doubt.
Hey, while we're in here having this discussion, I just wanted to point out that Spence tweeted a couple minutes ago that APE was up 4.5% after hours. Just in case people aren't watching it or watching this instead or listening in here instead.
And I'm seriously asking. I'm not mad. I'm not like, it's just there are things that do bother me, but I don't know.
I'm also wondering if
I don't have anything against Tara. I don't have anything against Spence. It's just,
and same Salty. And that's the thing is I think there's sometimes this feeling of like, oh my gosh, we're all going to fight each other. That's not the point here. We're all pretty much in the same boat, different circumstances for some of us, but similar boats anyway. But Matt, I was just curious if you heard about the AMC insider who bought APE today. And if you had an opinion on that.
I do think Salty's trying to have a constructive conversation. I think you are farming likes and retweets and quote tweets. I think there's a very different tone to the conversation where Salty and I are going back and forth, and I think you are being horrifically disingenuous.
Okay. Do you have a comment on the insider who bought APE today by any chance, or?
No, I want to talk to Salty because we're in the middle of the conversation.
Oh, okay. Go for it.
Okay.
But Salty, to answer yours, I believe there's nothing Adam Aaron cares about more than the long-term viability of AMC. So I think what you're saying is that he fucks over retail. That could have an impact on the long-term viability. So like, I think in a weird way, we're still saying the exact same thing, but I don't think, well, like inherently, yes, obviously in the short term, you can't fuck up things so bad that it impacts the long term. So like, I still think it comes down to the umbrella statement of he cares nothing, like there's nothing more paramount in his mind than ensuring the long-term life of this business.
Okay, yeah, I agree. But like, so if you ever watch golf, like you can't win a tournament on Friday, but you can lose it on a Friday.
Yeah, and I get that, and I think that's what APE is. APE is a pile of cash that, when an opportunity presents itself, which very well could be soon with Cineworld, to make smart, strategic business decisions, and that will lead to diluting APE to raise capital, to utilize that capital to make AMC better. APE's value in the short term is we're going to find out if they're synthetics or not. That's the short-term value. I admit that. And like I said, I am not selling my APE until we see how things play out with that. But if we're talking medium to long-term, the value of APE is it's a pile of cash that will be diluted when an opportunity presents itself. And then that will make AMC better.
Matt, you're right that he has the opportunity to do that. And I, to what Salty said, totally agree with the same way. He's going to be very careful how he deploys that capital or possibly the liquidity that's going to have at hand, because one another is a double sword edge. He does things wrong, he loses customer base, 4 million plus apes plus their
and that's
families, employees. It will be a big impact across credit card, popcorn he's trying to enroll, let alone just admissions.
And that's what I mean by it when I say it is like, yeah, it could go great long term, but if he's dude, he's got one of the hardest jobs most likely because Matt, I agree, he's gonna have to look at the long term viability, but dude, he's got 4 million people looking at every move he makes, and by the whole thing is you can lose a tournament on Fridays, he can bury this shit quick, and he can make AMC we can make AMC disappear pretty fucking quick. Unfortunately,
Okay, so really
that's
quick,
just the power we got.
Really quick, Salty, we have a few people waiting with their hands up, and I also have people in my DMs that have a question. So I appreciate, everything that you're adding and contributing here, and that Matt wants to have a one-on-one conversation with you. I'm sure you guys could exchange numbers and do that. Really quick, I just want to say that Jonathan Brown just DM'd me. He doesn't feel comfortable coming up on the space and speaking, but he said if people are stating sell APE to double down on AMC, doesn't that put APE in the hands of who we are fighting, giving them more voting power?
See, I don't really understand that argument because if you sell it and someone buys it, then they're inherently long. So like, why would they
buying it is the question, right?
I'm gonna go. I just want to say, Tara, thank you so much. This is your space, and I didn't want to take that either. So I do thank you.
No, you didn't at all. You were very respectful, and I appreciate everything you bring, the art you bring. I've always told you, I think your art will be part of history one day. So keep up the great work.
I hope that would be awesome. All right, thank you. All right, good night, guys. I don't
Tara, one thing
Hey,
is
Tara.
what can be said, and that's something that played out. If somebody sells APE, give away their vote, and then buys AMC, it's a wash basically from their point of view. But what's not being looked at is that selling of an APE reduces the APE's pricing. For example, today we had a big sale. Not sure which side, what caused it, but it dropped by 50% from its all-time high. Now, if AMC has opportunity to make certain financial decisions and they want to sell APE at a certain price to bring the liquidity and then have a capital to buy something, they no longer have an APE buying power at the $10, for example, where it was because somebody sold off APE, causing it going down. Basically, we're shorting ourselves, if you will. What's happened with AMC before COVID, right? We shorted down pressure of selling. Our selling, we're shorting APE, pushing it down, and now AMC has, they have 4.5 billion shares available for selling, for putting it out in the market potentially, right? But the point is that each share value now is much lesser of what it was if we weren't selling it. So we're just shooting ourselves in the foot in a way. So there's a lot of different dimensions you got to look from it, of what is on face of it, the actual hard value of 2 shares, and also what's the impact of doing it can cause that long-term value might be actually altered.
I don't quite follow that because, okay, let's say tomorrow, you and I meet, we fucking spin up a place where just you and I trade together, okay, right? Like it's just me and you. And I say, I'm selling you 1 share of APE for $100. So I just sold APE. You just bought APE, but the price went up. Selling inherently doesn't push the price down. Buying doesn't inherently push the price up. It takes 2 willing parties to agree on the price. That's what I don't quite get when people are like saying selling volume and buying volume.
Well, let me, Matt, expand on that one. Right, depends who you sell it to. Now, you sell it to me and I'm retail and just the keyword. Yes, you're right. We will be, as a matter of fact, pushing the price up. But we know that's not what's happening. Is if it goes through OTC, that's committed in somewhere else, and people then using those shares to lend them out for shorting it, which we're just giving away our shares from APE to institutions, we know where that takes us. That's not something we need to be even guessing about. It's been for the last 12 months been happening.
Well, my point is not necessarily, but like my point is that there's this misconception that there's selling volume and buying volume. Like volume is volume. Like every single trade you ever see in the market, there's a willing buyer and a seller. It might be a hedge fund, it might be a pension fund, it might be retail, it might be a high frequency trader, but every single trade ever in the market has 2 willing parties. There has to be a buyer, there has to be a seller. And then the common question is like, well, hang on, if there's always a buyer and a seller, how does the price move? It's just like, well, it's the price that you agree upon. That's
right. Well, just like when the buy button was taken away, we were all able to sell, but no one was able to buy. So somehow people were buying, even though we weren't allowed to. I wanted to let Swing really quick chime in. I know that he's had his hand up for a bit. And then Mr. Burp, if you have time, Matt.
Yeah. Hey, Matt, thanks for taking the time to chat. I wanted to follow up on our last space call that we were on. I don't know if you remember, because obviously you might be in lots of space calls or whatever, but I did DM you the further about the logic that I shared and why, and trying to understand, I guess, your logic as well as why I think there's fallacy in the logic in that. And so I just encourage you, if you want to search the DMs, or I can resend it to you. But basically, to sum up, I guess my point quickly is that, before this, there were 516 million shares of APE, 516 million shares of AMC. Should Adam Aaron dilute by, let's say, 100 million, just to pick a number that could be done, the balance, as far as the size of your pie, doesn't matter if it's an APE or AMC, the reduction is the same because the denominator changed, and there's no net effect between AMC and APE, based off of the logic that APE is nothing but a right to a future AMC share. And basically, because it's a preferred share, if anything, it might be slightly higher in the capital stack, but let's just wash that out and say that that's negligible. It doesn't matter if Adam produces AMC or APE, either one, he's adding to the denominator of the total number of shares that have claims on the capital stack of AMC. And so by selling your APE and buying more AMC, you are in the same net neutral position. But where I think you've weakened the position is, as many people may know, that Martin Shkreli and you have the trading competition, whatever. At one point, I don't know if he still is, Martin Shkreli was short AMC before the split. At that point, now he owes whoever he borrowed that share from a share of APE and AMC. He can go into the market in the options chain to access AMC. He cannot go into the marketplace and access APE from the options chain. He has to go out and buy it from the open market. So by you releasing your shares to the market, it makes that job somewhat easier. Mind you, I realize that there's lots of participants, and we can argue about that, but I'm just saying, like, in a vacuum, should the AMC movement, the diamond-handed apes, hold on to their ape shares, it will be that much harder for shorts to close their positions, because in order for them to close, they need both ape and AMC to do so.
I kind of lost you at the end there. So just to give people a little bit of idea of what we talked about before, mainly focus on BlackRock and Vanguard and just how long they are for their ETFs and their index exposure. And I did dive a little bit into the things that you told me. And I actually do agree with you that they're most likely just long to track their ETFs. They're probably loaning it out to get some interest payments. And because it's loaned out, they are forfeiting their voting right to the person who bought it from the short. So you and I are in agreement on that. I think the next thing you were speaking about is voting. So right now, I know it's 517 million, but for the point of math, let's just say it's 500. So right now, AMC is 500, APE is 500. One vote is one vote, all kosher, great. Let's say they double up on APE. So now you have 3 units of 500. They're all still the voting power. Like one vote is still one vote. Like one vote of APE is one vote of AMC. So there's just like a lot more votes in the pie. So in this scenario, let's just say if you have 100 or whatever, like whatever math, it doesn't matter. A unit of AMC, a unit of APE. To me, there's no difference. There's no dilution or increase of, as long as you still have those 2 total units. If you happen to have it all in APE, if you happen to have it all in AMC, it's still, you still have the same amount, like, because one vote is one vote. I'm talking next thing that you were talking about. Okay, you were talking about options and APE and all that. If you, as of August 19th, had 100 shares of AMC, the ex-dividend date, today you have the legal claim to 100 shares of AMC. So how many ever you were long across the world, and I know that there are some brokers that are still being slow, and the main date I'm hearing is that everyone should theoretically have it by the 24th to 25th. Most did get it today, but there's still many shares out there that have not been delivered yet. But anyway, you still have the legal claim to it. So I'm not going to say that it showed up in everyone's account, but you still do have the legal claim. The same way, if you were long 100 shares of AMC, the flip side is true of if you were short 100 shares of AMC, you're automatically short 100 shares of AMC and of APE starting as of today. Like it was perfectly mirrored of all the longs and all the shorts. They were perfectly mirrored. So I got a little bit lost of what you were talking about with the options chain. To my understanding right now, there is an option chain, but it's what's referred to as a non-standard option as of the 19th, whether you were dealing with a call or a put. Every option represented 100 shares of the underlying of AMC, a call with your right to buy, a put with your right to sell. They now have all converted to what's referred to as non-standard, and they're non-standard because now all of the AMC options that existed as of Friday have been transformed into representing 100 shares of AMC and also 100 shares of APE. But
yes, but I believe those are PCO, are they not?
It depends on your broker. Brokers get to decide if they want to deal with the boutique options market makers in this scenario. That's a broker-to-broker decision.
Okay, but I guess the point that I'm bringing up is that someone who's short AMC prior to ex-dividend, they are now short 100, or equal amount of shares of AMC and APE. And by you, I mean any participant, anyone who releases those, and even if they are doubling down on AMC, and I guess, yes, you can argue that that's making it harder for them to cover their AMC versus their APE, but given the lack of options chain or the boutiqueness of the options chain of APE, it is a lot harder for someone who is short to obtain that APE versus the AMC, because AMC can just buy an in the money option and transfer that requirement to the market maker to get you the shares. You just have to pay the premium.
Well, I mean, a short only has to buy the shares if they either want to realize profits or if they're getting called in by margin or if they're getting called in by their broker. Those are going to be the 3 options. So I don't know necessarily if I agreed with you, but I do believe it's a moot point because APE already traded 122 million shares today. So there's already an immense amount of liquidity in this ticker, which makes it a moot point. It's not like an HKD scenario where it's barely trading like not like 500,000 shares in a day. Like there's already an immense amount of liquidity in APE.
Okay. Well, I guess I still invite you to go to the if you want to go to the thread that I shared with you about why the math, as far as the math goes, like the dilution is the same between the two. If Adam adds shares on the APE side, your net effect, as long as you have the same amount between AMC and APE, it's the net the same. Whereas before, I believe you, it seemed like you were arguing that by putting all of your shares in AMC that you were kind of protecting yourself or hedging yourself from the dilution of APE, where
you have to clarify what are you diluting on. There's two things here. There's your voting power, which I think no matter what you do, you're in the same scenario, but not financially. That's the two different things. Because as share count changes, the price also has to change. So I agree with you in that no matter how you gamify it, your vote's going to be the same across the board between APE and AMC, but not necessarily your bucket of money. Because one needs shareholder approval to get diluted as an AMC, which most likely won't happen. APE does not need shareholder approval.
However, the dilution of the one is the same effect on the other because they're both basically the same. They're both net effect and equal amount of ownership of the underlying company. There's no difference between the two other than, if anything, preferred being just a hair above in the capital stack in theory, but the way it's written out as Doomberg.
Are you all watching this after hours action, baby? Woo!
So the preferred shares are basically common. So if he adds 100 million to the APE side, it's just the same as if he added 100 million to the AMC side, which you can't do, but net effect is the same.
Okay, so you're saying, let's just say for the 10 shares on your right, 10 shares on your left hand, and they both represent the same company. Now let's just say in your left hand, you go from 10 to 100. So now you have like 100 little marbles in your left hand and 10 marbles in your right hand. The price of the marbles in your left hand has to go down because you have 100. Even if they're still representing the same company and a perfect 50-50 split, which is theoretical, hypothetical, not going to happen in real time, but it's just for the point of this discussion, you now have 100 little marbles in your right hand, 10 normal marbles in your right hand. Excuse me, I messed up the hands there, but you see my point. The amount of extra marbles, the price has to go down because you have so many more marbles. So that's why your financial investment in one could get diluted, but not in the other. And just to clarify, once again, I understand that your vote is not diluted.
Well, the good news is APE's up 7.5% in the after hours.
Well, that's bad news for anyone who's sold. But yeah, thank you, Spence. Really quick, I think Mr. Burp was waiting next, and then I'm not sure after that, but go ahead, Mr. Burp.
Thank you. This is directed at Matt. Have you ever heard of the complete evidence requirement for induction, Matt? And that's not really the point that I wanted to go onto here, but that touches on the last thing that you had just argued. You left out some evidence that, at the very least, makes your argument debatable. It's not open and closed. But I'm not sure if you realize it, and maybe I'm mistaken, but I could have sworn I heard you say in passing that there is no fundamental argument for owning APE, that it had no something to the effect of it having no real value or something along those lines. Do you recall making that statement?
I think APE's value in the short term, like even in this call, I said in the short term, I think its value is potentially highlighting synthetic shares. We'll find that out soon in the short term. In the long term, I think it's a pile of money. I think it's a finite pile of money that will be used to benefit anything. I think value is going to be derived from APE and funneled into AMC. So I think that's
So I'm mistaken then. you weren't suggesting that APE is worthless.
No, its worth is its pile of money. It's capital.
Well, then can you define a pile of money? How are you defining a pile of money?
Just how many ever shares they can sell at whatever price. That's the cap.
Well, no, that's a number, Matt. So when you say a pile of money, what is that? A number by itself, I mean, I guess you could say it has value, but we're talking about economic value. We aren't talking about numerical.
How many shares can they sell multiplied by the average price? That's its value right there. So it's going to be dynamic from day to day, depending on like what they can sell. But I believe AMC's fundamental value is the movie business, the theatrical experience, the popcorn, everything else related, and that appears to be expanding because I really do think that they're going to make an offer on Cineworld.
That you're going on a tangent. I mean, I think maybe I wasn't clear. You seem to think that a share of AMC. You seem to think that a share of AMC has a greater value over the long term as opposed to a share of APE. But the reason why that this is a problem is because APE is a preferred equity. So it's a trivial point that APE is worth more than a common share of AMC. And perhaps I misunderstood you when you said that statement, but that sounded very much what the opposite of that is what it sounded like you were trying to not only imply, but to state in passing, and then go and filibuster beyond that so no one could question it or think about what you had said.
I'll be very clear. I think APE's value is exclusively the fact that it's a pile of money. That
really isn't clear because a pile of money could be anything, right? People used seashells as money back in the BC era. So when you say that's a pile of money, we need to have that defined. Otherwise, it's just rhetoric.
I just defined it. It's how many ever shares they can sell at the average share price they can sell it at. I just gave you the perfect equation. I think in terms of all the fundamental breakdowns I've ever done to something, I think APE has the easiest fundamental breakdown.
You guys realize that obviously Adam Aaron and AMC Intermin Holdings, they took AMC share.
Really quick, APE's up 10%. Go for it.
Yep, they split in two. APE is same as AMC. APE belongs to AMC Intermin Holdings, not different company. AMC and APE both represent the total volume market value cap of that company. It's not a different company like Tide and BBIG or anything else. This is the same company, and preferred share obviously take the precedence over common in certain aspects on its rights. So those prices should converge. They should be always at all time close to each other. And so the sense of that AMC is going to go much higher than APE might have certain merit to it at the point of dilution. Now, I wouldn't say dilution is going to happen 1-to-1, so don't say necessarily that, because just they have 480 million or 451 billion APE, then that's what's going to happen. We know that Adam tried to put for a vote 25 million or so shares for AMC last year. We didn't agree. Likely it will be the same measure for APE, maybe a little bit different. He's going to be careful what he's going to do because that will have ramifications. And then the outcome of the dilution would be likely also with the merit of bringing benefits, not just to AMC or just APE, but the whole company, which then again, it would serve itself to spread that income or whatever else that's going to bring with the investment back to all of us. Now, if there's going to be more and more APE that vote, at a certain point, if we lower the price of the APE to be much smaller because everybody's selling it off, even though you go and buying AMC might then be forced to put on the market more shares to bring in certain capital that maybe want to execute for projects or survival. Hence, then you might have more APE shares casting a vote power to another group rather than retail. If retail only holds AMC shares, which we know there's only 516 million total, so whatever, we can go beyond that. And now imagine
that we've give away all of our APE, and there was a dilution on top of it of even 100 million of APE. Now you have 600 million APE. Who has a greater power in voting that can make decisions now to take APE and merge back into AMC, creating one stock with 1 point some billion float? Voting is power.
I disagree quite a bit there. If you have 1,000 AMC, 1,000 APE, or 500 of each, it'll all get diluted equally. Your voting power doesn't change if they choose to dilute APE. Like, it'll never change. And then on top of that, the board first has to propose if they want to merge APE back into AMC. They wouldn't do something if they think it would have a negative outcome. And then my third point would be, if someone can vote, that means that they are an investor in it. So why would they vote against their own financial well-being?
Wanda done it before, so that's for one part. People
I'm
can
sorry,
vote.
what was it? I missed.
Wanda. They voted for certain decisions that did not play out well for AMC. So people who own higher power vote, they can have different, obviously, agenda that still benefits them in the end at the cost of the shareholders. There's different ways of playing the game for them. But what I want to say is, agreed. For AMC to be or APE to be converted to AMC, that has to be put for a vote. Obviously, if you have a large shareholder that has influence on the board, what have you, that thing can be put place for a vote quite quickly, given if there is certain power that's going to be in position to decide ultimately the voting. Again, everything's hypothetical here, right? So we've got to take it with a grain of salt of what can happen. The point of it in the end is, you have right now 1-for-1 voting, but more additional APEs, there are going to be additional votes on APE. You're going to have more votes with an APE than AMC later on.
It doesn't matter. They're built equally. There's no difference. If
they're not going to dilute the vote before.
No,
later
they're
on.
built the same. It doesn't matter. Even if they put 5 billion into APE, it's still 5 billion plus the original 500 million from AMC. It's the same. The pool is growing equivalently. One vote is one vote.
I guess I have to educate myself. I'll look into it, but I don't believe.
I am 100% sure about this.
All right. Thanks, Matt.
I wasn't really finished asking you about that, Matt, and I don't mean to be
Did I cut out or did he cut out?
My phone just glitched a little bit. Who was talking? Was that Burp or was it Can Jam?
Yeah, no, Mr. Burp just started.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't mean to come across as obtuse, but I don't want to make a mistake here. So if you don't mind, could you state your definition for a pile of money one more time, just so I can be sure that I got this right?
Oh, wait, actually, I think I could define this super well in the from the FAQ. I think it is a currency that is basically going to be converted to USD, aka capital, and be used to improve AMC fundamentally as a business.
And how I mean, that does change it. So, but then how, as you understand it, is a currency? How is it? Does a currency derive its value?
People's belief in it, the same way the euro goes up or down, the same way Bitcoin goes up or down, the same way stock markets go up, the same way houses go up.
So Matt,
value.
So Matt,
Supply and demand as well, correct?
Yeah, that like supply and demand.
So if we supply them our shares of APE, then I mean they would have more capability of reducing the price.
The supply is the outstanding share count.
Go ahead, Mr. Burp. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're cool. I don't agree with you that it's just from belief, unless you say that the belief is, for example, fiat, right? A state issued currency. The belief is that if you don't pay your taxes, then Uncle Sam's going to come take your ass and throw you in jail, which is a belief. And that is where the value derives from. It derives from the full force and backing of the United States government. So it's not belief in the sense of faith-based belief. It's the belief that the government will hold their word. So when you say that the value is derived from belief, how is it derived how is the value of APE derived from a belief in that sense?
I believe the market collective, everything from high frequency traders all the way up to long-term investors, it is the majority opinion, and that sets the market. For example, tomorrow, if the market collective, the majority of people involved in the market, decided that Tesla should trade at $1,000, it will trade at $1,000. If they decide it should trade at 100, it will trade at 100. It is the market collective's opinion of what its value is. And that's what the game of the markets are. Of it's where the market collective is going to go. Like in 1 bar from now, whether that's a minute, 5 minute, a day, a week, you're betting on, do you think the market collective is going to think Bitcoin's more worthwhile or less worthwhile? There's no such thing as a backstop or a ceiling in the market of like, oh, because of the EBITDA, it has to trade at least at this. It's just simply true.
Really quick, Spence, if you see Krim requesting he would like to come up and comment on this topic before he has to go to work, if you can pull him up here.
Does that make sense, Mr. Burp? Of like, I'm defining it as the market collective's belief of where it should be. It ends up being equilibrium. Basically,
it makes sense, but it's not the complete picture. Is kind of the problem that we're having here.
That this is literally how markets work. Basically, you have sellers posting lower and lower prices. You have buyers posting higher and higher prices. And
I know how markets. I know how markets work.
As soon as seller we trade at. So, for example, if no one is willing to sell APE, if we're going down from $100, it goes 100, 95, 90, and then someone is willing to buy APE at 90, boom, APE is trading at 90.
I think so. I think what Mr. Burp is maybe trying to make the point of, and Catzilla's DMing me about this, that maybe you're missing the point, Matt, that both AMC and APE should always trade on par, even if APE is diluted. And that's what Doomberg was in here claiming earlier as well. So I don't know if that's what you're getting at, Mr. Burp.
They're two distinct securities, and I agree with what you're saying as of now. To me, it's odd that they're not as correlated. Like my prediction on today was that like roughly every 3 to 5 minute bar would look very, very similar. I find today's action odd, and I agree with you that now roughly the same thing. But I think that all changes when APE gets diluted. To me, that's the only major difference. I know there's nuance of like, oh, one's based on preferred stock, the other one isn't. So that's just like more of it goes bankrupt of who gets paid off first. Like it would theoretically be better to be an APE at that situation, but I don't think it's going to bankruptcy. So that doesn't really bother.
So Matt, in summary, then whether you said it or not, I heard that you said this. So maybe I misunderstood, but we can both agree that it is not the case that there is no fundamental argument for holding APE or wanting to hold APE. That's not a true statement, that there is a good argument for holding APE.
It depends what time frame you're talking about. In the short term, I agree with that. But as it starts to get
no, we just disproved that. That was the entire point of my question.
No, because it changes. This is a dynamic situation. As of now, they're built perfectly the same. But when one is diluted, that changes the game. I think if in the long term, let me ask you a question. In the long term, if you could only own one, which one would you own? Like I'm talking 1-2 years down the line.
Yeah, I would own APE because it's preferred equity. So it has, in theory at least, a higher fair market valuation. That doesn't mean I'm going to sell AMC. I'm not. I'm going to hold my AMC. I'm going to hold my APE. If APE is cheaper than AMC and I have the money to buy APE, then I'll buy APE. And then if AMC is cheaper than APE and I have the money to buy AMC, then I'll buy AMC. But I see them both as fundamentally equal, since each of them both represent AMC. The value is AMC, which is represented by the stock. And each of those stocks hold equal representation of value, with APE, it being a preferred equity, slightly valuated higher than the common stock.
Well, the preferred equity, once again, the main thing is that you would get paid off in a bankruptcy scenario than other people. They might also institute a special dividend. That's fair, but there's no sign they might do that. It's not like preferred stock. I mean, a lot of brokerages don't even facilitate the trading of preferred stock. This is kind of like a weird strong arm situation where they're forcing many, many brokerages to accept this, which I think that's actually like the sign of the strength of retail. But you're saying that they're fundamentally the same. I disagree because one can be and will be diluted. So,
well, no. Listen, now, if it were the case that they were already diluted, then I would have to concede to your point. But you're making a prediction about the future, which I think, that probably will be true in the future, but it hasn't happened yet. So you can't make that argument as it is right now. It's not a true argument at this point in time.
You want to front run this stuff. Like, you would want to make the change before the announcement because then you're late to the party. And when you're saying value, I just want to clarify for everyone listening. I believe Mr. Burp and I agree that the vote value. I was literally just seeing Soups across the board. Vote value the same. We're talking about the financial value. Like, if you had $1,000, like, my point is, and I'm not talking about vote because I'm saying that the vote is the same. $1,000. If you put 500 into AMC and 500 into APE, the 500 in APE, you are risking the chance of being diluted. Let me put this the other way. Okay, well, maybe I could do it this way, Mr. Burp. So, if I am wrong, APE and AMC are perfectly the same. Perfectly the same, right? So then what's the issue with going all in on APE? I don't understand what's lost.
Hey, Matt, I have a question.
Well,
you're question for Mr. Burp.
You're asking me a question.
Mr. Burp, I have a
You asked me a question I don't disagree with.
Mr. Burp, I have a question for you.
Really quick timeout, you guys. I just want to let you know that CEO Adam did just tweet, and I was just letting someone know that he would most likely comment on the halts today, and he just did. So I'm going to pin it up at the top. He tweeted that 149 million AMC shares and 108 million APEs traded Monday on the NYSE. Exchange halts trading due to volatility defined as a plus or minus 5% price change within a 5-minute period. If so, trading is stopped for a 5-minute period. On Monday, AMC was halted 3 times, APE halted 10 times, ! So just in case people want to go comment or check that out.
Also, to clarify on that, halts are not, they're stupid. It's a stupid rule, but it's not manipulative. It's just dumb.
Well, I think finding out today that the same people who are in charge of the halts happen to be the same entities that are short AMC is a little bit shady, to say the least.
You certainly can, Matt. You certainly can manipulate.
Wait, can I hear what he was responding with, please?
And when he responds, can I say something before Mock? He's kind of come up a couple times.
I just want to hear Matt's response really quick, guys, please.
Yeah, I was just asking you, to my understanding, the people in charge of halts are the exchanges, like the New York Stock Exchange, the NASDAQ. There are well-defined rules to the point that on TradingView, you can even add in the volatility bands knowing where it's about to happen. What do you mean? Like, are you talking about
the LULD, L-U-L-D, chair and advisory consists of Robert Brooks with Global Markets, Hubert DeJesus with BlackRock, Kimberly Russell, State Street, Global Advisory, Matthew Lavica, Goldman Sachs, Joseph McCain, Citadel Securities, and Ovidio, can't even say the last name, TD Ameritrade. So that's the chair and advisory of who halts the stock.
As in they just like oversee the rules that are well defined, but then you're saying they're also in charge of short regulation. Is that what you said?
Well, we know that several of those people are short AMC, correct?
I mean, that's not filed in the 13D or F or G filings. That's the issue with those filings is longs are reported, calls are reported, puts are reported, but shorts are not reported.
I think she's saying those people are on the board that decides if there's an LULD halt or not.
Yeah.
And they're interested.
Appreciate that. That was something I was unaware of. But then she said they were also
What was the part about shorting?
TD is one of the people that is on the board of LULD, and they're the ones who have not delivered our shares yet. That's the point.
But she said something about shorting.
The theory is that those institutions like Citadel, Goldman, for the most part, BlackRock, are more than likely either loaning shares or are short the stock AMC. Which Matt's right. There's no filings because you don't have to file your short position on. I think the new rule was going to be, or the new form was a 13F2, which is still in comments with the SEC. But more than likely, some of those entities are short the stock. So the conflict of interest is, why are they running the board of the low up, low down commission, getting to decide the regulations on who halts stock and who doesn't, or when it's halted, when we saw HKD run 25,000% with maybe 4 halts during the trading period? But APE got halted 10 times.
That was HKD at one point was halted 10 times in a day. I streamed it like that. It was halted a shitload of times. The LULD, those are not opinionated. The rules are well defined. You might have an issue with the rules, and we could argue or campaign for a different set of rules, but they're always equally applied to the market. But also, I'm still confused about the short thing of so the assumption is, even though we don't have the filing proof that they're short, you're assuming they're short, and they're also the halt rules.
The assumption is the people who are on that board, the institutions they work for, the assumption is they're more than likely short the stock, some of them.
All right. Well, I think we should just deal with I guess the facts in front of us and just not.
We just had an entire conversation about assumptions of what's going on in the future with APE. So
yeah, but in the case of the regulator for LUD, which are well-defined rules, and then also those and the connection to someone who is or isn't, to me, I wasn't informed that TD carried a position. I thought they were a broker, but now we're saying that they're short.
I said some of them, not all of them.
Yeah, I did. And it is actually a really good point that CanJam brought up. CanJam, I was trying to tag you in this, and I wasn't able to find your @ because it's different. But that TD, who hasn't provided traders with their APE shares, is also on that advisory of when to halt APE and other stocks. So I think that is definitely a conflict of interest.
This is just my opinion, but I would also say that we've made assumptions for over 16 months about dark pools, which came true, naked shorts, which is more than likely true, different situations with MSM articles being FUD, which is true. So you can assume and have a theory on something, which every YouTuber does. And I know personally, I've watched your videos. I know we've made assumptions on there before too. So, if you don't want to go that way, that's fine. But more than likely, Goldman Sachs is definitely short AMC, and or BlackRock is short AMC. But yes, TD is a broker.
Jane Street as well.
Well, one thing I want to say is you can definitely manipulate holds. What Matt says is correct. Those are rules. They're set and they're bound basically. They're relative to the price target and time. But the high frequency trading and obviously the sophisticated institutions, they can easily suppress the pricing to maintain slow sale over a period of time that exceeds a hold period and accelerate purchase that triggers hold, thus causing APE community the distress of seeing hold after hold after hold after hold. They can do that in manipulation. That's psychological war game, if anything else, and doesn't prevent them from doing it. This is just basically controlling the flow of what's happening in the market at the time.
Well, I have a question, and I don't know
really quick. I don't mean to cut you off, but Meet Kevin says he's in here requesting, so bring him on up if you can, Spence. I don't know if we have to, cycle people or if we have enough spots. And one other thing I just wanted to say, I won't say it yet. Go ahead.
I was gonna ask a question, but I don't know if I'm gonna allowed to do that because it could be too fucking influential.
Why are you playing stupid?
Hold on.
Today, if you look at all the halts, more halts of the day, more than 50%, were downside halts, as in APE was trading downward and they halted it. So wouldn't that inherently be beneficial to us, that like they stopped it from selling more?
It could be. All I said is it could be manipulated, and say which way. I just said it can be manipulated.
Hey, can I just say
No,
something?
I think the idea is that, you know, if they're able to take away the buy button and able to manipulate with halting, then people get fear. I mean, it automatically makes people, you know, go, oh, wait, what if they, you know, take away the buy button? What if all of a sudden no one can buy APE? So I think that's sort of what I was gathering from what he just said. And I know Young has been waiting patiently. So go for it, Young. You have the floor.
Appreciate it. This is really, I came up here a long time ago to say this to Mark, because he said something that, and I feel like, and I know Spence just got a little agitated with Matt, and I think Matt's a little agitated too, and I think it's why he was being a little sarcastic. I think
I'm
it's
not agitated with Matt at all. I've only said like 5 words.
Oh, I didn't know who was that said, why are you stupid? Or, but I don't know. But what it seems like is that it was an unfair contradiction to say because Matt has influence or has an influential platform that him asking a question, even if he asked a very blatantly rhetorical question, he has that right to ask that question. When he asked the question, and I'm being honest,
No one said that he doesn't have a right to ask a question, so I don't know where this is coming from, but that was never the case.
Can I, if you just, I really appreciate you guys letting me come up. If you could just let me.
He definitely has the right to ask any questions he wants to ask, but to act like he's not going to have repercussions for putting certain things out there is just silly at this point. And then also imply that people are sheep or idiots, and not that he said idiots, but other people who have come out with the same sentiment today. Portnoy, Meet Kevin, who apparently is in the space requesting, but I don't see him, and others. So go for it.
Yeah, I just want to finish the thought. So yeah, again, even if he does that, what he did was he inspired conversation. Like it doesn't, the same thing that I've applauded Tara for since I've been in the spaces for AMC was her willingness to allow contradictory opinions to be in a space call. So I would say Tara wields a fair amount of influence as well. And I think that the people, the naysayers, would be like, why is Tara letting that short seller or that hedgy or that other person come into a space call? I would defend her saying that we're not a cult. The reality is that we should always play devil's advocate if we're being responsible. And so we should always have a counter narrative. So when Matt asked the question, I honestly thought it was a valid question because it was like, well, if they're going to cut my AMC and I know that they can't dilute my AMC, wouldn't it be, in theory, better to have AMC when they're trying to use, and Adam Aaron himself said APE is currency. He's never called AMC shares currency. He says APE is currency because that's exactly what it is. It's a means to make acquisitions, to raise capital. That's what it is. It's a currency because it was created for the exclusive purpose of raising capital when necessary because he could not use AMC to do that. Now, the only thing I'm saying is this is to Mock because Mock said it. He's like, you have too much influence. You should take those questions private. I think that that's naive and it's not fair to say because someone has influence, they can't ask something that goes against what your narrative is. Because Swing got in here and educated me while he was responding to Matt because Matt said the question.
Young, really quick, do you remember before Adam made those statements about the currency and whatnot, that he also stated that this would be a tool to eliminate any sort of questions on whether there are naked or synthetic shares in existence? No, so essentially, my point is if that's the case and we all just sell in droves, then we basically just shot ourselves in the foot, correct?
Well, here's the thing. Yes, in a very basic, on a very basic scale. But if you're being honest, if we're all being honest, institutions also owned AMC, which means institutions also had APE to sell and to trade back and forth. So like to just assume that we're the only participants that these numbered shares all came to us, all these APEs was going to allow them to count it. They were able to sell back and forth with each other immediately as well. So I don't think that it was ever a realistic expectation that, I mean, obviously they're not being delivered everywhere. That's the biggest thing. But the reality is there's still been high volume on Monday, which means either some apes have been selling or buying, institutions have been selling or buying, but the movement has the movement of the shares is not is evident. Like it was there. Like so. It wasn't like we were all gonna get the ape and everyone was gonna stand pat, and then we're gonna be like to do a fair count and say, okay, so now we know. Like that was never gonna happen. I don't think that was a realistic expectation that we would be able to just not a single person would sell their ape when they received it, and that would allow us to kind of see where the apes were and who had them and who didn't have them, and that was going to be able to get a count. I think that nothing changed with the liquidity of the ability to buy and sell ape today or for the next 3 days. But again, only reason I came up here, I love this space, is that again, Swing had a conversation with Matt that I learned something from because of a question Matt asked that everybody hated and ripped Matt for asking in the first place. So the reality was he may have not said something, or he may have influenced, or however you guys want to say it, but I had the question. I didn't have the platform, but I had the question. So it was unfair to say that he's not allowed to. I don't want to say not allowed. Tara never said he's not allowed to ask the question.
Yeah,
she just said it was disingenuous.
It's just simply not the case. No.
You went a little robot.
Yeah, I didn't hear it, but anyway,
it's okay. Hey, yeah, I hear what you're saying, and I don't believe I said that he's not allowed. What I said was that there's influence, and some people decide based on what they hear. They might get fear factor, everything else. So all I'm saying is that people in the position who have a larger, broader populace in front of them, when they listen to them, they react differently. That was said, and I think you can go back to recording and replay it. Hear exactly what I said.
But no, I was here. You said that he should keep it. He should take it private. He should have taken that question private
because it wasn't a question.
If he was sincerely and legitimately wanting to have an answer for that question, he shouldn't have done it in that platform. But I think that that's an unfair expectation that he can't do the same thing that we all do because he has a white check on a dark screen. Like I think that's unfair.
That has nothing to do with anything. Has nothing to do with having a check mark.
It wasn't a question. It was a rhetorical question. Like, no, he's playing dumb.
It came the reason the conversation even came up was because I said that he made a suggestion, and Matt is arguing that it wasn't a suggestion, that it was just a question. So
100%. It wasn't a question. You're not dumb enough to like ask a question like that. It doesn't seem so. That's disingenuous when you talk about like being genuine.
It's not a dumb question. I still think I'm right.
It wasn't a question. Like you're playing people all stupid. Like you're asking a question. We're not dumb. And it wasn't a question, whether it be rhetorical or like a question that you may have had. It wasn't a serious question. Therefore, you're informing people to make decisions based on your question. Like just because you put a question mark behind something doesn't always mean it's like simply a question.
Or planting a seed. If anything else, not intentionally maybe, but it plants a seed for some people to start thinking and doubting what they're doing. Is it right? That's all.
But why can I not ask that question? If
no one said that you cannot ask the question, but when you ask the question, be prepared for people to question why you're asking the question, and don't be so defensive and coming in here and telling me that I'm disingenuous and all of these things when I'm simply trying to get to the bottom of what. So if you weren't making a suggestion and you were simply asking a question, do you feel your question has been answered? Or do you stand by what was said?
I stand by it. Let's even game theory this out. If I did influence, just say one person in here, what was lost if they sold APE and doubled down on AMC?
Who knows? I thought we're not talking about hypotheticals. You love to bring up hypotheticals when they make sense for your argument. But then when other people bring up hypotheticals, it's like, oh my God, like you're talking about the future and I can't talk about that.
What?
So like pick a route that you want to go down and stick to it. Like stick to your word.
Matt,
why I'm wrong. If you're just so smart, Red, please, like
no one's that smart. I'm just trying to say that like we're not that dumb either.
I never said anyone was dumb or an idiot.
Or sheep. Okay, do you want to use the word sheep? Is that the word that you would like to use?
Yes.
What are you implying by people are sheep?
They're following.
Okay, and what are you implying by that?
I think there's a lot of people following with no critical thought.
Okay, which means they're what?
Sheep.
Okay. Dumb.
Again,
it means they're dumb.
Exactly. Like, do you want me to break it down for you piece by piece? Like, you just exactly. Like, you want to keep talking like facts and things like that until it doesn't make sense for your argument.
Well, what did I say factually that's wrong? You still have not disproven me at one point.
No. I'm literally just bringing up the fact that like you got so heated earlier about like being not able to ask questions and things, and it like went on to this whole like different tangent and everything. Like I was just seriously shocked by like your outburst at like Tara for like nothing. Like she didn't say you couldn't question.
Oh, because I thought it was like a childish response, and this is recorded, and I'm gonna be the first one to clip it and post it because I can, and I know
because you're worried.
Worried? No, it proves my point.
Okay. I guess.
Matt, I feel like we're all going in a circle trying to disprove each other, but in reality, at the end of the day, everybody's thoughts on the subject matter are opinion. Matt's opinion on that he didn't do that is different than Tara's opinion on it that he did on the subject topic. But I mean, community standpoint here, you know, Matt asked a question that we all think is, you know, leading. It's like a leading question.
Well, when you ask a question and you suggest the people that don't do what you're saying are sheep and essentially not smart for not doing what you're saying, then you're essentially telling people that this is what they should be doing. And that's why I called it a suggestion. I didn't say that he demanded people sell their APE and, you know, double down on AMC or anything along those lines. I simply said he made a suggestion.
Speak wicked quick before my kids get home. I just wanted to say that I want to hear everybody's perspective, no matter what, whether it's like, you know, the blind leading the blind, whether it's somebody who knows what's going on, whether they have followers, whether they don't, because somebody has to ask questions sometimes. And somebody has to ask the questions on both sides all the time. And it doesn't make them a shill or somebody who, you know, isn't trying to help. I came in here to say that, and
then honestly, you're in the right space, Kinky, because that's all we do
exactly.
here. That's exactly what we do.
From you, I love hearing from Matt. I love hearing from everybody. And the fact is, even though half of us are half right half the time, you know, put that together, we got 2 whole brain cells, and we should be using them both. You know. And I don't like when people are attacked. This is why I'm not on Twitter very much anymore, honestly.
Agree. I don't think anybody's attacking Matt at all. I think we're attacking the fact like he attacked somebody else. And
well,
so I
and it wasn't really. I don't really take it as I don't really take it personally, and I understand where Matt is sort of coming from. And you know, it is what it is. He's a little bit heated, or was a little bit heated with me for feeling that I was calling him out essentially, or attacking him in the first place. So I'm sorry if that's how you felt, and if that's how I made you, you know, feel. So I don't know, you know, moving on from the whole like we're all attacking each other. I don't feel attacked. I'm fine.
On the same level.
When Matt came up and said what he said and did what he did, that's okay. I hope he feels better, and I hope he got it off of his chest.
But one of them is worried. You got Mark and Red, and Mark is worried that we're too easily influenced by what other people say, and Red's saying that, you know, we're not easily influenced, and it's just.
Some people don't want anything on Twitter that's gonna possibly lead people away from the stock. Some people want to put stuff on Twitter that maybe opens up discussion or is an influential statement or question in a type. But really, all this is, it's just a hurricane of opinion at this point.
It's almost as if they shouldn't be sheep.
And
I have a quick question. I joined the space a little late. Did Meet Kevin ever come in here?
Matt, see, that's kind of the problem, is that on one hand you talk about facts, but then on the other hand you commit a fallacy. Okay, so a fallacy is not a fact. So either you want to talk about facts or you want to talk about fallacies, but you don't get to talk about both.
What cryptic message that? What was the fallacy I talked about? What was the fact I talked about? Like, what does that even mean?
Well, you when you're calling people sheep, and I don't know who you're calling sheep, I don't care, but when you're calling people sheep, that's a multi-level fallacy. There's more fallacy there than just one.
By saying don't be a sheep, so you're saying people should be a sheep. Are you taking the other side of the argument?
Well, no, now you're giving me a red herring, because it went from you calling people sheep to telling people not to be sheep. So which one is it? Is it people are sheep, or is it you advising people not to be sheep? They're two different things.
Don't be a sheep.
Okay.
That's the video.
Really quick, Spence, did you happen to see Meet Kevin? His @ is real Meet Kevin requesting in the space.
What's his actual like his like nickname, tag name?
Probably real Meet Kevin.
Yeah,
His
he
@
tweeted
is
saying
real
that he
Meet
requested his-
Kevin. It's real Meet Kevin.
I do not see him. Not requesting, anyways.
I just don't get the state of this right now. So I'm not allowed to tell people to not be sheep, but then also like the influence of.
Dude, don't cry about it. Just get over it.
I'm not crying. I'm pointing out the contradiction that you.
That's not what was said. I didn't say there's anything wrong with telling people not to be sheep. I can agree with you on that. But if you're going to blanketly call people sheep, then that's a fallacy. And you can do that. You're allowed to do that. This is terrorist space. It's not up to me what you're allowed to do in this space. But in this world, in this reality, you are allowed to do that. But if you're going to do that, you can't say that you're talking about facts. That's not possible.
But you go on, but we're not even saying a different thing. Never called people an idiot, and I said, don't be a sheep. That's the title of the video. That's what I said in the video. Didn't call people an idiot. I believe maybe Meet Kevin did or it didn't. There's so many things that like people just throw out there, and because someone threw it out there and they said it or they tweeted it, everyone else is like, oh, okay, that must be true. Like it's just factually inaccurate. And that's
well, I guess that's exactly what people are worried about your question in the first place, Matt. So I think you kind of just answered your own question here.
So where's it wrong? Like, how are you not seeing it? I'm saying don't be a sheep. Don't just follow a fucking tweet. That's my entire point of like
you're tweeting statements where other people could potentially follow them.
It's a question. It's a question.
So put a disclaimer like, hey, real question.
You
clears up all the gray area where you can come back like 6 weeks later and be like, oh my God, like I didn't mean that.
Okay, how about I'll put a disclaimer if it's not a real question, because that's how most people in this world communicate. That's fucking crazy idea.
Matt, don't be condescending.
But the thing is even regardless of if you're calling it a question or not, you're still suggesting that it's a better way to handle this situation is to sell your APE and get into AMC. You're literally suggesting it in this space, Matt. So I don't understand why this is even being discussed any further at this point.
I just said, well, it's being discussed because once again, I think you are disingenuous and uninformed, specifically you. And then also it's going on because like you're not seeing the logical contradictories here. I'm telling people don't be a sheep. And then the response is you're not allowed to ask questions. And then later in the same space call.
No one said that, Matt. No matter how many times you say that, it doesn't make it, true. No one said that you're not allowed to ask questions.
Do you want to down on that?
Here's a question.
Do you know how many people are going to clip this exact recording? Like, are you so confident in that? Because we heard you say
yes. I didn't say that you're not allowed to ask questions. I ask questions all the time, and some of them might be totally stupid.
Do you know how many people are going to clip this and tag you in it, in the exact audio from this call?
I hope they do.
Who cares?
I would love to hear it.
Who cares? It's once again wrong. That's why it should matter.
Wait, what's wrong?
That you keep
what's wrong?
But you did.
No one ever said you couldn't ask a question. Ever.
Oh. I cannot wait until this is clipped and posted tonight.
So I have a question, Matt. In what you're saying and in all this.
Whoa. You're not allowed to ask questions here. Hold on,
if
Spence.
I could mute you, I would. Interrupt me. Like, Tara, please don't interrupt me.
My bad. Okay, go for it.
So you made I didn't see it, but you made a YouTube video, and in the title, it was in the form of a question. Is that correct?
No, Tara assumed not.
What was it on Twitter that you had asked it, or a space call or something?
On Twitter, I asked.
It was a literal tweet.
You'll have to find the tweet. I think she has it somewhere.
So it was in the form of a question. So in no shape or form did you tweet that to assume any type of influence over the community of followers that you have. And in that, would you consider yourself an influencer?
Yeah, I'm a Pico influencer. But you could even see in the Twitter thread, my follow-up asking people even more questions. Like,
to my Twitter thread. That's how you can tell it was a genuine question, because I was engaging with people about the question.
I just feel like we're going back and forth over you're disingenuous. No, you're disingenuous. It's just like,
Spence, can we move on?
Yep.
Can you see Meet Kevin requesting? He's back and fixes VPN and trying to request, but I can't see him.
Again, I personally do not see him anywhere in the request right now.
This is really weird. As long as he's on a phone, it shouldn't be a problem, right?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it should not be a problem.
Unless it's just me and I can't see it. Swing, do you see him anywhere?
I do not. I'm looking.
Meet Kevin, if you can hear me, try resetting your app. Make sure your app's updated. I don't know. You're the only person that I know of who's having issues requesting in the space. Other people haven't said that they're unable to request. A few people said they couldn't hear anything or couldn't come in at all. But if you're in here, I don't know what issue there could be other than maybe you need to update the app.
And I don't see him on my PC either in the chat, so.
Hey, Matt, can I ask you a question? Would you mind if you're still around? So I guess to get back, so we agree on the voting part. So and to be clear, I'm not trying to pin you on anything. All of my point of my question is to try to understand your logic so that then we could actually have a conversation about the logic and why we may disagree about the logic, about why I may think it's flawed, why you think it's right, that type of thing. Okay, so I'm not trying to attack you here or anything. I'm just trying to get to the basis of the difference. So we agree on the voting dilution is the same between APE and AMC, right? Mm-hmm. I think we do anyway. All right. So then I also heard you say that in theory, APE and AMC should have, in theory, the same value because its claim is the same on ownership of AMC as a company. Is that right? Are we on the same page there?
Yeah, theoretically, but I mean, the market decides. So I think that one's more.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So we agreed there. So then I guess fill me in on where when you ask the question, or if you still think it, or whatever. I don't care really where you're at with that thought process, because it's a debate, I guess. Where you see there still being, despite the ownership stake being the same, the voting stake being the same, where the intrinsic value of AMC would be higher than that of APE, or is there, if the market works the way it should and the market clears, and the price should end up being the same, or do you think that won't happen for some intrinsic reason, that there's, where you still stand, there's more value in the AMC share?
I can make this super simple. The financial investment, not the vote, in APE can be diluted. If you have, the whole situation is this: in your right pocket, you have two $10 bills. You have $20. That is AMC. That's your investment in AMC. Now with APE, you basically, and I know the math isn't perfect, but let's just say it's 50-50. I know it didn't end up being that. AMC closed at $18, and then it was at 11 while APE was at 7. So I know it's not 50-50, but let's just say it is. You take one of your $10 bills and you put it in your other pocket. Now, one of those $10 bills can be diluted. That $10 is going to be worth less upon dilution. You still get to vote. Okay. You still have one bill, but your financial investment, the market value is going to stay roughly the same upon dilution. So if you have more supply, more shares, the only way the market cap can stay the same for whatever the percentage this represents of AMC, if more shares, price has to go down.
Okay, so I see where where your argument is there, but well, I know that technically they're two different tickers. Are they in the same base currency, i.e., United States dollars, right?
Well, technically in this, it's going to be a share. So let's just say
Yeah,
you have 10 shares, and because of dilution, the 10 shares convert to less USD.
Okay, so in your example, your example was 20 and 20, and then we added $10. Is that right?
Yeah, and like I guess to continue with the metaphor, let's say when it goes into your other pocket, it becomes another currency, and then that country experiences inflation.
But that isn't really comparable here because there's one balance sheet of the company called American Cinema that is that's what the basis is.
Yeah. So like it's not the perfect metaphor, but even with you saying one balance sheet, when you add more shares, the one that you add more shares to, because they are distinct securities, with more shares, the price has to go down to have that same rough market cap. For example, it's all good.
So Matt,
both stocks are priceless, AMC and APE. And so right now, if you had to buy in the morning, which is a better buy?
Right now?
Right now. We're not talking 2 years, because in your video and your YouTube, you didn't talk about 2 years later. You talked about as soon as you get it.
As in selling? When did I ever say I would sell as soon as I get it?
You said on your YouTube.
I think he made a scenario for you. If you say the scenario again, Big Money.
Okay.
Wait, Tara, just check your DM. I messaged you about the whole Meet Kevin thing and like why he can't get on stage. So just check your direct message with me.
Hey, I got
Wait,
another
why?
important question.
No, just tell me right now. Why can't he get up here?
Because there's 10 speakers. You can only have 10 speakers on a stage, so someone has to step down.
No, I literally can't even see him in the space, but he is sending me a screenshot of him requesting in the space, and I've even searched the listeners and everything. It's really bizarre. I don't know. I follow him and everything.
I don't see him in the requests, and I don't even see him in the space for some reason.
So there's an open space right now. If you request it again, you might see it. I don't know if he's still in this.
Matt, you said the halt rules were finite, right? And you got up here and you told us HKD only halted 10 times. What price did HKD go to? It's 5% plus or minus, correct?
No, it halted 10 times within one day. We were just talking, someone asked if like it was ever halted like to this degree, and in one day it was halted 10 times.
Right, it should have been halted a lot more, right?
Hey Matt, HKD is not in the NASDAQ 1000, and the rules are not the same, so you can't compare.
Yeah.
Okay, and the last question is, Bud, you're a college grad, man. I've been with you since day one, bro. And everything that you've talked is basically in the same stance and in the same way that I say it. You're a college grad. You know that, number one, why would you be asking sheep question? Number two, you knew the minute that you got on YouTube and said anything about selling APE, you knew that was detrimental. You know that it's detrimental to say APE is bad or to say AMC is bad. Either way, it's bad for the company. You knew this, bro.
But the point is here, how is if everyone's focusing on half of the thing that was stated. If you expand it, someone needs to explain to me how is it bad to sell APE and double down on AMC. So many
bad to call people sheep and then ask us questions.
Bro, the taxes alone is the big enough reason. It's a huge reason.
So sorry to jump in here, but the answer to that is trivial and evident. APE is around $6 or $7 right now, and AMC is around $10 right now. So as Adam had mentioned, there's an arbitrage opportunity. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever to sell APE under the value of AMC.
Well, if you believe that, you should sell all AMC tomorrow and buy APE until they're the same value.
But when you say belief, I just want to be clear that it's not a faith-based belief, but it's an evidentiary belief.
Even better, if you believe you have the evidence that they should trade at the exact same thing,
it would be financially silly to not take advantage of that.
It would be, except that there's a thesis on AMC stock that we buy, we hold, and we don't sell. We diamond hand, right? So when you include that, what you just said is not the case.
I'm the only one who's arguing to keep the same financial investment in AMC. If you're truly willing to diamond hand it, you just let your investment in AMC get cut by whatever percentage. I feel like
you hold both.
More about diamond than you are.
Hey Matt, maybe I can. Maybe I.
That has never said he was going to sell that right away. In fact, I listened to him over 1,500 times today, saying that he's not going to sell it right away until or even until after all the shares have been distributed. So
I'll take an edit of the video and post it on the chat right now.
Oh my gosh, it's madness. Look, we have real meat Kevin in the space. Oh my gosh, you guys, this just took me like a million freaking tries to get you in here. First of all, before we fight each other, I just want to put a disclaimer on this. I did vote for you, so you can be a little bit nice to me, Kevin, if you would, please. Go for it. You have the floor. Hopefully you can hear me.
There he is.
Okay.
Nope, I hear nothing.
That work? Does any of that work? Anything? No. Does that work?
There you go. Yeah, you're working now.
Oh, yay. Okay. Hi there, everyone. Sorry, I have no idea what's going on with the Twitter app, but it makes me want to short Twitter. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, no, I have no misintent for anyone here. If anything, I worry that, I hate kind of being one of the front runners sometimes, at least what I feel in bringing up perspective or questions or concerns that I have, because sometimes it just makes it seem like, oh, here comes Mr. Fudd again. And the thing about me is I literally just sit in a studio and think to myself, oh my gosh, but what if this happens, right? And so here's my big concern to kind of simplify everything for the AMC folks here and the APE folks here. We've all at this point seen the comparison between AMC preferred equity units and common stock chart. We've all seen that. The problem is that chart actually sits under the umbrella of a very, very important phrase. And the very important phrase is in the SEC filing under FAQ question 3. Are the AMC preferred equity units convertible into common stock? If so, when? And the answer is, quote, technically, yes, the AMC preferred equity units can convert into common stock. Now, they give 2 conditions for that. And they say, in bold, italicized, and underlined. They don't want to get sued for this in the future, so they want to be crystal clear. This is the only thing in the filing that they bolded, underlined, and italicized. But only if, quote, 2 conditions. 1, the AMC board proposes an increase in the number of authorized shares. Number 2, then investors vote to approve. Obviously, we expect APE shareholders would vote to approve, and there are 50% of them out of the combined total amount of shares, so it has a likely chance of passing unless every single one on the AMC side voted against it, which I expect is somewhat unlikely, but could happen. But the biggest thing is the AMC board has 100% control over whether or not there ever will be a vote in the future. And here's what folks are forgetting. Is that this conversion, even if it did happen, it does not need to happen at a 1-to-1 conversion. See, if in the future, after, as Matt has said, APE gets diluted 27 different times, which I expect it will, I think they're going to fully blow through these next 4.5 billion shares as soon as they can to raise money for AMC, which is the point, to eradicate AMC's debt. Then what happens at that point is APE might be worth $1 or 5 cents or 10 cents. And then maybe what you'll get is, hey, for every 100 units of APE you have, you'll get 1 share of AMC. Oh, look, AMC share is gone, or AMC's debt is gone. Now, bottom line out of all of this, and I'll stop talking, bottom line out of all of this is it's really good for AMC, because if APE fails, it literally cost AMC nothing. Absolutely no cost to AMC other than some miscellaneous filing fees. Call it $100,000 or $200,000. Big deal. Maybe it's even 300 grand, whatever. That's nominal for this company. Now, what did it? What is the potential if APE moons and it goes to say $20, and AMC is able to dilute the crap out of APE right back down to 10 or 5 or $1? Well, they pay off all their debt, and maybe they even raise another $5 billion, and they build twice as many theaters, and they partner with Dave & Buster's, or they buy Dave & Buster's. I don't know. They can do anything they want. But the point is, APE has absolutely no claim to actually be a common stock of AMC, that convertibility that everybody keeps referring to, unless the board actually proposes the vote. And until the board proposes the vote, you have nothing. And this is why I tweeted the CEO and said, hey, let us know if you actually intend to do this, which we know he's not going to reply to, because if you actually read the Q&A, they literally wrote, however, quote, we do not currently expect the AMC board to make such a proposal anytime soon. That's it.
So that's completely true. That's what I was posting out about the people reading the 8K filing. But I think there's one misconception that Adam Aaron can just dump 4.5 billion shares on the market. The only authorized shares out of the Treasury right now were 1 billion, which the 516.8 million were just issued as a dividend. So the remainder is all they have access to at the moment. I think they would have to have another vote to authorize more shares out of the Treasury.
Nope, not at all. No, nope, zero.
What he's saying doesn't even make sense. He said dilute to a cent. If there's only 5 billion shares even to be released, let alone it really only being 1 billion right now, at 5 billion, I'm pretty sure you would divide by 10. You wouldn't get 1 cent.
One thing everybody keep forgetting: dilution is APE. Those additional APE shares, they have their own votes. You're not diluting the vote. Those are additional shares that are going to be issued. They're not taking 500 APEs as it stands right now and diluting them into 600 or 700 million. There's additional shares that are being added, and those will come with their own vote. So right now you have 500 million APE, AMC, you have 100 APE. If they dilute tomorrow, let's say they get 100 more APE, meaning there'll be 600 million APE votes. Each vote is equal the same. So now you have 1.1 billion votes. So don't mix them up.
No one's disagreeing with that. The vote is not diluted. One vote is one vote. There's a bigger voting pool. I don't want to speak for me, Kevin, but I believe his entire point in this is that financially, one can be diluted, and then if you're throwing the Hail Mary of it getting converted back into the original, most likely that will never be proposed, even if the people want it, because why would the board ever offer that? So, but even let's say me, Kevin, and I are both completely 100% wrong on our thesis of AMC on a relative basis being a better bet than APE. If we're completely wrong, what's the issue of just going all in on AMC? Like, what is lost in this scenario if we are wrong?
It's bad advice.
It is bad. It is bad advice. And if you don't mind, I had my hand up. I don't know if you had your hand up, but me, Kevin, you addressed the conditions and the reason for one of those conditions. And I'm not saying that this is the entire reason, but that board decision being part of that condition acts as a sentinel to prevent a hostile takeover, right? If APE goes to the moon and we dump on the shorts or the market makers on APE and they're left holding the bag, then the market makers can't vote to convert APE over to AMC and take it over unless the board approves it. So that's part of the reason why you have to have that condition in place.
And I just want to say you went from asking a question to now you just stated you gave advice.
All right, I'm going to just jump in then and reply a little bit. So first of all, look, here's the thing. The vote, this idea that, but we're not diluting the vote does not matter, because what we want to vote on, if you are an APE shareholder, is conversion. That's what you want to vote on. Now, whether or not the condition exists to prevent a hostile takeover doesn't matter. The point is that it exists. And because the condition exists, that it is up to the AMC board, who has a fiduciary obligation to the AMC shareholders, not to APE shareholders, the AMC board would be moronic to accept the dilution of APE. And this is why when APE goes to worthless, whatever number that might be, in the event that it does, then AMC absolutely wouldn't take over that dilution because they would be hurting AMC shareholders. Now, this argument that, oh, but hey, they can't even do the $5 billion. They've only authorized $1 billion. This is true. In fact, I can read you the exact line. It says, the AMC board currently has no plan or intention in calendar years 2022 or 3 to authorize more than this initial $1 billion amount. However, the AMC board of directors may authorize additional units at any time at its sole discretion, including your 2022 or a 2023, if it deems as such an issuance in AMC's best interests. So in other words, they can do whatever they want. So they have complete control over APE. APE is nothing more than a meme token they're using to try to get out of debt. They have two ways to get rid of this $5 billion. Rip off people buying the stupid APE stock, which is absolutely dumb to be buying. I'm sorry, I'm just being blunt. That's what I feel. Unless somebody can give me facts as to why this is wrong, then that's fine. I'll gladly look at them, and I've been doing that all day long. Then I believe that.
Well, I don't think anyone can, really quick, Kevin, I don't think anyone can give you facts until we see price action, right? So if it runs to 20 tomorrow, then we'll give you the fact that you were wrong because people could have, quadrupled their money, right?
No, but here's the thing. Price action is different from fundamental. I would love for APE to run to 20 tomorrow because what's going to happen is Adam Aron is going to do the smart thing and issue those 500 million shares, and they'll probably authorize even more and issue those, and they will rob whoever is quote-unquote diamond-handing APE. They're literally going to take money from whoever's buying APE is going to go pay down the debt. That's all they're doing.
How long does it take to approve?
So here's my question: Is there a demand for institutions and short sellers to have APE on their books?
Oh gosh, absolutely. I mean, if I could short APE, I would short it. It's a scam. You shouldn't touch APE. If you are an APE, you should buy AMC, not APE. APE is literally preying on retail investors, assuming they're stupid.
I'm sorry, I've got to say something here. Look, the whole messed up thing behind this is they put that FUD out before APE dropped. Nobody in their right mind is going to sell APE when it drops because we're all sitting here waiting to see the shorts get discovered. Okay.
I mean, here's the thing. Even if it comes out tomorrow that APE is 20% short, it doesn't matter if people find out that it's basically a bad investment. That
so what's the point of selling
fundamental because it'll go down. The shorts will win.
What's the point of selling it?
Well, the point of selling is the thing's going to go down. I mean, there's no fundamental under APE. The only way APE has value is the board proposes it.
Hold on, guys. You guys, stop interrupting each other. Like, just let people finish their sentences. What I would say is, say you're telling people it's dumb to buy APE and you should go on AMC. What happens 3 months from now when the board's like, oh, hey, by the way, we want to convert all the APE that we've put out into the market so far, and you were buying APE at $6 instead of AMC at 10?
Well, then it depends on the conversion price, right? If you have a one-to-one conversion, then what you're referring to is an arbitrage. And the reason you're seeing that arbitrage difference right now, the reason one's trading for 6 and one is trading for 10, is because of the uncertainty that the board has literally no obligation to actually authorize or even propose that vote. They don't have to do that. And so, yes, that could happen. And in that case, best case scenario. But you have to remember you're taking on a massive amount of risk.
It's like arbitrage, but let's be honest. It is definitely not arbitrage. You cannot have arbitrage in two different tickers.
Well, sure you can, because you're playing the fact that one is going to convert into the other.
No, arbitrage is about me taking one security and going somewhere else because I know that security is worth more. Well, and so if I have an AMC and I go buy an APE, that is not arbitrage. They're not the same. Apparent by today's charts.
I mean, to me, this is now where we're arguing about semantics. I mean, maybe you're right, but here's where I disagree. Look, if I buy Activision Blizzard at $50 because I think it's going to be acquired for $94, there's an arbitrage there. The difference is the risk, right? If it's trading for $50, that means the market is saying this is risky. It might not actually go through at $94. It's the same thing as buying Twitter at $39. It might not go through at $54.20. It's the same thing as why people are buying APE. People are buying APE because they think it will be worth one share of AMC, which today trades higher. That's my definition of arbitrage. We're on the same page in terms of what's going on, I believe. If you have a different definition, that's fine. That's not the point.
Well, I mean, there's only one definition.
Okay, listen.
You're taking the same security and you're selling it. It could be the same product or anything. In this case, APE is not AMC, even though they're worth the same.
Okay, so I do feel like you completely ignored what I just stated and instead came back at me with your definition again. I'm not here to argue about this kind of nonsense. I'm here to provide.
Well, no, you were giving an opinion about
you're interrupting me again.
And there's only one definition.
If you interrupt me again, I'm going to leave. Okay, listen, I'm not here to upset anyone. I'm here to provide a red flag. If you go to the FAQ, it's very simple. You could go to FAQ number 7. How many AMC preferred equity units are there? And if you go to FAQ number 3, you will see exactly what the board condition is. If you believe that the board will actually authorize the convertibility, then great, buy APE. If you think there's too much risk that convertibility won't happen, well, then don't buy APE, just buy AMC. But here's the thing. AMC fell for 2 reasons today. One, the smaller one, potentially the Cineworld bankruptcy. Okay, big deal. But number 2, the market actually believes that AMC was diluted. It wasn't. And that's the beautiful thing here. Because when APE potentially goes to $1 or to 0 or whatever, and it never actually dilutes AMC, you have a potential catalyst for AMC to actually jump right back to 20 and beyond.
Okay, Kevin, there's a problem with your argument, though. I mean, there's a lot of problems, but I said something before, and you said that it didn't matter. But now you're creating an argument where it matters very much. You're saying, maybe I am dumb, because I'll admit that I don't understand everything that you're saying. But I did understand one thing that you said for sure, and it's that you seem to imply that there's a desire for convertibility in APE. Is that not correct?
Oh, absolutely, because that is what you own. If you don't own that potential right of AMC, then you have nothing.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I have that clear before I proceed. So that's where the problem is. When I was speaking about the condition where it requires the board to approve convertibility, there's a case in which you do not want conversion. Like I was saying, if APE and APE only goes to the moon, right? Say it goes to $1,000 per share, all of the APE shareholders dump their APE on the market makers and hedge funds, leaving them holding the bag, right? So now all the APE shareholders are the market makers and hedge funds that have been trying to destroy AMC. The apes, we're free. We made our money. We're done. AMC does not want those hedge funds and shorts to be able to convert that APE equity back into AMC and then vote the board out, which is why the board has to have that condition in place. It matters very much in that case. And then in the other case, convertibility is not a problem because the shareholder base is mostly us, and we're not going to vote in a bad way for AMC. So in either case that can play out, that rule is good for AMC, and the convertibility exists if they need it, and it does not exist if they do not need it.
Here's another scenario I want you to kind of mull over, Kevin, if you got a minute when you're off or whatever. Say they issue APE, they pay off a bunch of stock, we're diluted, the board does vote to convert APE into common stock. Now the debt's paid off, the common stock is back. AMC rolls into 2023 with a good movie lineup, the new branded credit card, the retail popcorn. So now they're debt free, pulling another, say, $1.5 billion in. And Adam Aaron goes, oh, you know what? Let's buy back some common stock.
In that scenario, if they raise money successfully and they make AMC better, why in the world would you ever want to dilute it? It doesn't, it just business wise, it does not make sense to literally ever bring APE back in. You want
really quick. I wanted to ask Meet Kevin if he thinks it's bizarre then and dumb or idiotic that an insider actually bought several shares of APE today. I think 25,000 shares of APE today as well. An AMC insider. And really quick before you answer that, if you see laid back requesting, I can't see requests still. Spence, I would like to have him up. He would like to add to the conversation here. So I can't see him. But Kevin, if you don't mind responding to, the fact that an insider did buy APE today, I would appreciate it.
So I wrote down these questions. I'm going to go through these, and then I have to run after I answer these because I have a date night in 4 minutes, and I still have to shower. But I'll hurry. Okay, so number one. So first of all, say APE goes to 1,000. Okay, so first of all, I don't think you are, but anybody who thinks APE is going to 1,000 is smoking crack. Because here's the reality: at $15, this thing starts getting diluted immediately because that's what AMC wants to do. AMC wants to dilute this to raise cash and pay off the debt. That brings up the second question that came up. What if, as Spence says, what if this goes successfully? Great, then wonderful. AMC pays off its debt and then it can actually start paying dividends. Now, Matt has a good point. Why would they bring in the dilution? They don't have to. But even if they do, out of goodwill, hey, now they're debt free and they have no chance of bankruptcy. The thing's in a much better place. So either way, it's just win, win, win all around if it goes well. So you actually do want APE to go up and you do want the dilution to happen because it's good ultimately for AMC. The problem is you've got this huge risk to the downside. And so now this question about what about this $175,000 I just did some quick math, somewhere around $175,000 potential purchase from an APE insider. So I don't know. I don't know who bought it or what the transaction details are or whatever. But here's the thing. If I'm on the board of AMC, I'm thinking to myself, all right, we got to sell it. We got to make it feel like we are the retail cheerleaders. Send Adam Aaron out there and make sure he's pounding his fist about how terrible it is we're getting halted on APE and on AMC. Make sure to go make everybody feel like we're out there for retail because that's going to get them to buy APE. And then as soon as APE gets any kind of stability in the market, we're going to start dumping shares and paying off our debt because that's our duty to not just our shareholders at AMC, but you have to remember, they employ over 30,000 people. 30,000 people rely on AMC for their livelihood. It is their duty not to go bankrupt. And so I think that's what's happening here. Is this is a big kind of marketing pitch right here. And quite frankly, they could get away with it. And I think it's great for AMC. That's why I'm not touching it.
Kevin, I would really appreciate it. I know you got to run and I know you have a date night, so I don't want to hold you up, but I appreciate you coming in and having a live commentary like this. It's really commendable, especially if, you consider yourself a politician, which I think you're a YouTuber first, but most politicians don't do live conversations like this and put themselves on the spot. So I just want to say I appreciate it. I value your time. And if you want to come back when you have more time and answer people's questions, I know there's like 30 requests and I can't even see them on my end, but I know people have a lot of things to ask and discuss with you. So you're always welcome to come back on and we can hopefully do this again.
Well, thank you so much. And yeah, I don't consider myself a politician. I ran as not a politician. Honestly, I hate politics and running.
That's why I voted for you, because you're not a politician.
Thank you, Tara. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you around. Bye.
I think the Form 4s that are being filed by the board of directors, the people who are getting that stock, is that not just their dividend distribution that they have to file for? Or are they actually buying? I seen it was acquired, but it didn't necessarily say a value purchase order.
I just pulled this up, Tara. It was an award for like their position. They didn't buy it.
RSU or PSU, whatever they call it.
It was like sometimes in certain positions you get a bonus for like being in that position. And right now, like obviously AMC transformed into AMC and APE, so it was an award. They didn't purchase it.
And on the scenario that I gave to you and me, Kevin, Matt, where AMC is debt free and they have the new revenue streams, what I meant by dilution is they would dilute to pay off the debt, but after debt's gone, obviously they wouldn't dilute any further past that. That would just be stupid, like you said.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin brings up a good point. Like, it is insanely good for this business for APE to go up, but understand if it goes up, clearly it would be it would literally be against fiduciary responsibility if he did not dilute APE. He needs money. Like, that's businesses need money. They have just under $5 billion worth of debt. If this thing runs, you better cross your fingers he dilutes the fuck out of it.
That's even better for AMC fundamentally, though. And that's the whole thing. It's a positive feedback loop versus a negative one. And I think that's why you see so much defensiveness when it comes to people saying to sell APE and essentially make the price go down, is because we all want to see the value of AMC do better. So if you're essentially saying sell APE and invest everything into AMC, but by doing so, you're hurting AMC in the long run because they won't be able to pay off debt in the future, then you really are shooting yourself in the foot there. If you're long on AMC anyway.
No, because I believe in AMC. I want to invest in the thing and support the thing that I believe the value will go towards.
Right, but you just said that if APE goes up, then they would be able to dilute and pay off debt, which essentially would help AMC. So if you believe in AMC and you're long on AMC, wouldn't you want to see AMC do well?
Exactly. That's why I want to buy AMC. Why would you not invest in the thing that you want to do well? That it just doesn't.
I want both to do well. That's what I would like in a perfect world.
Didn't you
the
say
scenario
we'll
I
need
spoke
APE
of
to do well though?
The scenario I spoke of earlier, the way I see it laid out is APE's out on the market. Everybody has it. Or no, I'm sorry, 30% of the community, give or take, doesn't have it. But APE runs, the prices regulate, right? Say APE, say this. APE goes to $10, AMC goes to $10, and Adam Aaron dilutes. He still has an opportunity to pay off all the debt. But right now, we know the pressure on the shorts to acquire the APE to fulfill their positions is extremely high. If APE, say, runs to $50 and Adam Aaron issues 100 million shares out in the market, what people are forgetting is the dilution to debt payoff ratio makes the company fundamentally worth more than any dilution is going to hurt on it. 100 million shares out in the market to pay off $5 billion in debt. The fundamental value of the company goes up based on the debt reduction. The dilution will have minimal effect. So in that
AMC is not being diluted. Like AMC, Kevin was touching on this. This is the beautiful thing of what was pulled off. AMC is not diluted. This is a riskless bet for AMC's leadership team minus filing costs. If this works, it will go down as one of the craziest plays because they took no risk, once again, besides the filing fees, to raise money to pay off some of their debt. And if it doesn't work for them, if APE just plummets, okay, let's say in a scenario that tomorrow, I'm not saying this happens at all, if APE shoots back up right to where it was on Friday. That's what's so crazy about this. This is a riskless bet, and no one's like against it. This is one of the most creative things that has gone down in Wall Street, and we're living it. But I think people are just we're trying to explain the players of it, and to think of APE as equivalent to AMC is incorrect. This is like a really exciting, creative way to basically attempt to get out of either all of your debt, a portion of your debt. That's what this is. And you have to ask yourself of where's the value going to flow into? The value from the raised capital, in my humble opinion, will go to benefit AMC. So why would I not want to be in the thing that I believe will have value?
Right. So you're saying that AMC is going to have the greater value due to the debt reduction on APE being issued, even though APE, in your opinion, might end up worthless in time.
Yeah, but my reasoning on that is that even if I'm wrong, like let's just say that they're both always around the exact same value, well, that's fine because I doubled up on AMC anyway, so no love lost. Maybe tax implications, maybe that's a personal thing, but like in terms of what this thing in my mind can do, like I'm not necessarily worried about the small tax implications.
I would say to check the idea that for Adam Aaron to issue say he issues another 100 million APE, pays off debt, for him to let the value of APE plummet would be an absolute financial disaster for the future of the company. You don't want to make the currency you just put out worthless. So in that, he's going to do everything he can to protect the value of it, which means keeping the demand high.
No.
And if
the responsibility is to AMC, I agree with everything you said, except switch out APE for AMC. He is going to do everything in his power to improve the balance sheet and shoot AMC up. That's the job of a CEO. He doesn't necessarily have that same fiduciary responsibility to APE.
If in the future, say he does another 100, we hit $50, he does 100 million shares, AMC's debt free, and APE's sitting there and he goes, man, we can just convert this now and do buybacks. The stock that I bought, and everything's a gamble in the market. You could be right, I could be right, or we could both be wrong and we all look dumb. But the value in this for me is the potential for Adam Aaron to convert this back and say, we're going to do stock buyback. And that way they have, say, a zero balance of APE again. We all own way more AMC than we did, but I got half of my AMC for $6 while other people were buying our APE, at $6 converted while other people are buying at $10. That's a massive gain for me. So the risk reward is kind of there for me to want to keep my APE or potentially buy more at these lower prices, if that makes sense.
But I think the chance of the conversion is so extremely small that I would rather just buy AMC when that's cheap now. AMC was just trading at 18. I could scoop it up for 10, so I'm already getting quite a discount. Like, I'm not going to, bend over in front of a steamroller to pick up pennies. Like, to me, there's not much of a difference. 8, 9, 10, I'm picking it up because I think it could go higher.
So it's a theoretical value of, will AMC decide to convert stock or not? That's pretty much what it boils down to then, I guess.
No.
Which who
Yeah,
knows? Who could know
I just
that?
want to say that Ryan P, I'm saying it right, just said that it's not making sense to him either that if APE is meant to be diluted at an expected higher price, selling APE early would essentially eliminate the ability for APE to reach that higher price. So that was what I was getting at. It would ultimately hurt AMC.
Because if it doesn't pull out here, people still need to be supporting AMC itself. Like, why let both die?
Yeah, I agree with him, and I get that.
So you protect the main one.
What about the share count?
What? What about the share count?
Like, you see the hashtag that Spence put out, 7-day hold. Now, there are some people in Europe that still haven't got their shares. So this is supposed to, expose synthetics or whatever. And when you sell it, that gives more shares to go around.
More shares to go around. That's not quite how, but it's a moot point because I started at nauseum today that I'm not touching my APE until it's confirmed that all the shares are delivered. So it's a moot point. Right. But it also in another idea.
Wait. How will you ever confirm that all shares are delivered? Are you saying you're going to personally ask every shareholder, or how are you going to do that? I'm just curious.
There's just no reports of brokerages. Like today, when I run my stream, everyone's like, "Nope, this is the brokerage I still don't have. This is the brokerage I still don't have." So at some point, no brokerages are going to be listed.
Gotcha.
And then you couldn't wait until everyone got their shares to tell people to sell.
Wait, what?
I'm saying you couldn't wait till everyone got their shares. There's no one saying, "Oh, I didn't get my shares." You can wait till then to encourage selling APE.
I never encouraged selling APE, and I made it explicitly clear what I was doing the whole time.
If we read between the lines in Adam Aaron's tweets, he wants us to bring the price even with AMC, and he's the master behind this. So
of course he wants it, so we can dilute it at a higher price. Everyone who supports AMC should want APE to rip as high as possible. Like that.
How high do you think APE could potentially go, Matt? Like, what is the absolute limit that, in your opinion, that APE could potentially reach?
I have nothing to base it on. There's no logical answer to that, and anyone throwing out a price.
No, I know. I'm not asking for a logical answer. Just what could you potentially see happening? Just to get an idea of how you perceive this.
I guess the only math I could come up with would maybe somehow modeling out the demand from shares that are reported to not be delivered if brokers have to buy it. That's the only market supply, or I mean demand semblance that I think could come up in this situation. That's the only thing.
It doesn't have to make sense. I'm just asking for a number because I want to ask you a question based off of that. And I'm not saying that you would be saying this is how high it's going to go. Just how high do you think it could potentially ever go? What is the limit? You have to have some kind of limit in mind.
Makes sense. That's the market is as quantitative as you can possibly be. Of course, it makes sense. It's silly to throw out a number. Anyone who has a price target for any squeeze event in the market does not know.
Okay, Matt, do you think it can go to $100?
I have no idea. Your guess is as good as mine, and it doesn't really matter.
Do you think it can go to $50?
Your guess is as good as mine. Like, what's the point of
Okay, well, I think it can go to $50. I would think that you might think that too. Neither of us are saying that it ever would, but it could. We've seen AMC go to $50 before, so there's no reason APE couldn't go to $50 or $70. But the reason why I ask is because I want to know if you know how many shares have to be sold of APE to erase the debt at that price point. So at $50, how many shares of APE have to be sold to obliterate the debt?
100 million.
That's the debt to the debt payoff to dilution ratio I was talking about. My personal opinion on this whole conversation, which has been awesome, it's been one of the best space calls I think the community's had on Twitter, is the idea that the shares won't be converted has the same probability of happening that the shares will be converted in the future. And the way I see it is Adam Aaron loves dropping really good catalysts at really, really opportunistic times. If he comes out of Q2, we have APE, it's floating around $6 to $8, says, okay, the branded credit card is ready, and the retail popcorn's ready. And say conservatively that brings in $1.2 billion annually, increasing the revenue. APE shoots up to $20. They do a dilution. They pay off the entire debt. And even at that, that's a good price. The dilution to debt ratio is still good. Now we're cash flow positive. Adam Aaron's best choice of action would be to absolutely pull back the APE into common shares and start issuing buybacks and do dividend allotments. That way, the next dividend allotment of APE going out, the demand will be insanely high to get it because they know that same opportunity could present itself in the future. If he doesn't do that, it would be crazy.
Okay, I don't really understand the business perspective of merging APE back in. I don't know why they would ever want to make it a proposal, because why would you want to dilute your own stock? But let's say they do. Like, let's just say whatever. Let's say Adam Aaron is not just another fucking suit and actually loves the community and is going to do it as a thank you. Let's say that happens. I still have not heard a reason of why, in the meantime, I can avoid all the risk and double down on AMC.
I was kind of trying to work towards the reason with that line of reasoning that I was building up before with the dilution number, right? So 100 million shares would have to be sold. And back in around June 2nd, what was it, Wanda or whatever? Or not Wanda, but I don't remember their name, but everyone knows who I'm talking about. Mudrick. They ended up buying 30, or they diluted 30 million, right? I mean, that was the number of shares. It was 30 million shares that got dumped on us. And everyone blames that event on causing the downward price pressure that we saw on June 3rd. And I'm thinking that is also what you are thinking. Is that correct?
Dilution always drives price down in the short term.
Okay, so I am correct to make that assumption that is what you are thinking. And I'm not disagreeing with you necessarily, but did you know that shares were recalled on June 2nd?
I mean, shares are probably recalled from brokerage account. Like, on a brokerage level, that happens every single day.
Hey, really quick, not to interrupt you guys. Laid back, if you're still in here, leave the space and then go to your DM that I sent you and join that way. And it should give you the option to join as a speaker.
Wait, so Mr. Burp, though, like, let's bring this home of what is, if AMC and APE are either equal, or in my opinion, there's a chance that AMC is better, what is the issue with doubling down on AMC?
Well, I never said that there was an issue with doubling down on AMC, but there is an issue with selling APE, I think. But this is a different topic, and it might be a warranted topic for discussion. But I kind of wanted to drive home a point with these ideas about dilution, because those 30 million shares that Mudrick dumped on us, those were gone within hours. So those were not what affected the run in June. What happened when I said that there was a recall, there was a massive recall. It was BlackRock recalled their shares on June 2nd from the shorts, causing a short squeeze. But then on the day afterwards, the recall was rescinded, and that's what caused the pressure to go down. It had nothing to do with Mudrick. We ate those shares up almost instantly. So 100 million shares is more, but they would be gone on a low trading volume day within 3 days.
But if I'm BlackRock and I'm renting out X amount of shares and I do a recall, I go to the short that I loan the shares to and I say, hey, buddy, I need those shares back, forcing them to buy. A short recall pushes the stock up.
Yeah, that's
down.
exactly what happened. All of BlackRock's shares, whether there were rehypothecated shares, but also the real shares for sure, they recalled all those from the shorts. That's why you saw the price run up from 20-ish all the way up to 78. And then it was the next day that recall was canceled and the shorts were able to enter back into their positions and the recall was reversed. So
they also did on the 3rd, I believe, they did an extra dilution of 11 million shares. It's in their SEC filings.
Yeah, that may be, but it also coincides with the reversal of the recall. It was really the recall that did that, and we also saw that on January 28th, the exact same recall mechanism and reversal on the 28th, and also driving the price up on the 2nd of June, and then reversing it on June 3rd. So I'm not saying that a dilution doesn't decrease value, but it wasn't the dilution that stopped AMC from running.
Maybe. I mean, I inherently just don't agree, but I think we're getting away from the point. I kind of want to pose something else of like, if the goal of this, if everyone should just inherently like hold on to all of their shares, like hold it. We think it's going to show synthetics. And that's a theory. And that's a fair theory. And whenever you have any theory, like, okay, let's think about how we test it. But if that's one attempt to represent synthetic fake shares, if that's like the thing that we're attempting to test, well, I mean, I could argue that right now, excluding index funds, we know retail owns 90% of AMC. So if you include index funds and we'll be conservative with it, it drops to about 75%. So now you have to look at 25% of the outstanding share count plus the shares on loan, which comes to 169 million. So if we're here just like throwing out ideas of how we can represent or like showcase and highlight and really display synthetics, well, I would argue it's almost easier to get the APE community to buy 169 million more shares of AMC. And if we go over that, well, right there, that's another theory. So like, if the theory is one thing or the other of showing synthetics, like there's many out there that could represent this, and in my mind also carry less risk, and also on top of that represent the core equity that we're all here for. Like we're
Sorry, I don't want to cut you off, but Matt, that doesn't make sense. What you described is not a valid test. To buy more shares of AMC to show synthetics, there's no way to determine that the shares that you bought either are legitimate shares or synthetics, which is exactly the problem that we're having, provided that there are synthetics. So buying more AMC cannot show us that there are synthetics or there are not synthetics. But
what do you mean? There's more ownership than the outstanding share count plus the shares on loan. You can theoretically never go over that number without synthetic shares. It's impossible. That's the maximum ownership. So if is included, that's your evidence.
Okay, I really want to give Swing an opportunity to speak. He's been waiting a bit, and he doesn't get many opportunities because he's got little ones. So go for it, Swing.
Hey, Matt. Okay, so
we can't hear you at all, buddy.
Okay, just a second. Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah.
So Matt, you've been asking for the logic reason why it may not be better to, after a week goes on and any synthetics have been moved out of the system, etc. So let's say that we're there in the future. If the price of APE is lower than AMC at that point, the only way for you to equal your ownership is to actually spend more money in order to do so. So if they are not at par, you're actually having to increase your capital expenditure in order to do exactly what you said. If you sold, like, let's say that was today, if you had 1,000 shares of each, you sold 1,000 shares of APE, you'd be $4,000 short on making it at par, roughly, without talking about the change. So that in itself, I think should, show a error in the ways and or just thinking through logic